named Enrick. After causing a ton of drama, he got demoted to squad leader of those morons. They are all chilling until war breaks out, and he screams at everyone too. Attack. He admits he's got zero special powers or anything like that. Amidst the chaos, he claims he only made it this far through non-stop grinding, fighting on the front lines with just his sword and shield. He's taking out enemies left and right, but getting his butt kicked pretty hard too. But he knows he's done for, as some dude almost smashes his face in. Suddenly, a soldier from his squad slices that guy's head clean off. But he's still disarmed since he dropped his sword, thinking he has no talent. He knows his dream is totally out of reach. He grabs his sword and starts running, but then an arrow hits the guy he just saved. He's getting seriously freaked out. He remembers hoping that, even if everyone mocked him and said his dream was a joke, as long as he held a sword, he'd become a knight. But while he's running around like a headless chicken in that mess, he gets stabbed right in the middle of his chest. Dying on the battlefield, he realizes how naive his dream was. As he coughs up blood and drops to his knees, he feels his life fading, thinking, man, didn't know I'd go out like such a loser. Then, a blue flame pops up right in front of him. He wakes up in a totally different place, lying in a puddle floating in the middle of a massive ocean of stars. At first, he hears metal clanging and wakes up again. He wonders if it was all a dream, but the guy next to him freaks out over that roach again. He wonders if it's déjà vu, as he is thrown back into the same battle. Same result, he gets killed a second time. Then a third, fourth, and over and over. Every time, he wakes up terrified, feeling that enemy sword piercing his throat, the burning pain, the blood, the puke, and that twisted rush of battle. He says the day just kept repeating on a loop, always dying to the same guy. I dropped that Subaru anime just to watch another Subaru wannabe? Just kidding. So, when that knight charges with that perfect stab, he freezes. The blade tip he's seen 17 times kills him yet again. He dies in agony again, thinking if he'd just swung his sword a bit better, he wouldn't be going out like this. The knight yanks the sword out of our MC's neck and walks off. He thinks if he'd just tried a little harder, things would be different and he wouldn't be lying in a pool of his own blood. He wonders if maybe he wouldn't have died right there. He ends up back in that soul space again. That light shows up, and someone asks if he really believes that garbage. He wakes up, scrambling to his feet. That boatman, probably Charon, appears behind him, telling him to fight, to embrace the despair of a line he can't cross and just give up. But instead of cowering, he gets angrier and wakes up on the same day again. He's not even surprised anymore. He tells Rain, yo, there's a bug in your boot. Rain grabs the roach and stomps on it, asking who put it there and what kind of sick joke this is. But Enrick tells him to shut it, saying he saw it crawling earlier. Our guy thinks, this is the 18th time I've seen the carcass of that damn bug. He wonders if seeing it a few more times means he'll actually survive the day. He mentions he's been wielding a sword since he was young, training since he was tiny. He learned fencing from a retired merc who passed through his village. The guy told him he was awesome, saying if he's this good now, he could totally be a knight someday. That's when the dreaming started. Over time, he fantasized about being a knight, the kind who can drop 1,000 bodies solo and turn the tide of war. He pictured himself as this invincible hero, ending wars single-handedly. He even imagined a cool title, the Knight of the End. He thought he was the main character in some bard's epic song, so he left the village to chase that knight life. But reality hit him hard at a tavern where everyone mocked him, the rookie who flopped hard. They called him a coward for being scared of a stray dog. They asked if he seriously wanted to be a knight, saying he wasn't even cut out to be a wandering merc. Bruised and battered, the kid felt the weight of reality. He left his village, joined a merc group, and learned his talent was nothing special. But it was too early to quit after one fail. He convinced himself hard work would never betray him. Rockley knows what's up. He figured if he didn't have talent, then time and effort could change things on the battlefield. He improved bit by bit, believing he could overcome anything just by grinding. He killed beasts along the way, gaining XP. He got stronger and tougher, hoping to get some respect from the people around him. He really thought he was getting jacked enough to be a knight. But that hope started to crumble one day during a fight, right when he lost his sword and got knocked out by someone way younger. He says that hope began to crack. A kid in the village asked for a duel, looked at him with bored eyes, and called him a weak old man. The kid was 12 and had only been learning swordplay for 6 months. And this moron, who spent over a decade wrecking his hands with a sword, was infinitely more pathetic than a genius with 6 months of training. I admit it, dude started feeling like all his hard work was a waste, wondering if there's seriously no way to make this happen. So as time flew by, he kept thinking he wanted to be a knight. Even with everyone throwing shade, saying his dream was impossible, he figured if he spent way less time chowing down and sleeping than the rest, just swinging and swinging that sword, one day he'd get where nobody else ever did. But while training, glancing at that tree that was his only buddy, he thinks even if becoming a knight ain't in the cards, he could at least be a seasoned soldier, so he kept training full of rage, basically turning into guts. 3 years later, present day in Divine Cypros. 4 companies, 4 platoons, and below that, 4 squads. And he became the commander of a so-called second-rate squad. Says that was the top spot he could snag after grinding non-stop. Still, being a regular kingdom soldier beats being a wandering merc. So he hollers at Jackson behind him, and the kid asks what's up. Tells him to handle the morning rotation, and Jackson gives him a nasty look, saying pay him later. So Rain calls the kid a wicked bastard, saying he looks like a wildcat, especially with that glare. Then Enrick asks Rain if he's going to try pushing work on him too, but Rain brings up the heart of the beast, saying he wants to try learning it again. Then Rain asks if he didn't give up on learning that last time, wondering if he thinks he can pull it off now. But then, they head to training while our MC thinks that the melee fight between Naolil and Aspen, which restarted this battle where he died, made him come back to life and start reliving the same day over and over. In the middle of training, he thinks that even though he learns the heart of the beast with Rain every time he respawns, still can see the tip of the sword that stabs him every single time. Thinks today's definitely the day, so he heads with his platoon to the middle of that battlefield, and it's already his 21st time in this fight. Given it is all this run, figures he's totally memorized this repeating situation. Stretching his neck like Luffy, manages to dodge a bunch of attacks he already knows are coming. Says he dodged the spear coming from behind, and the next attack is from a guy behind him. Keeps dodging everyone. Also remembers a member of another squad saying he's gonna die soon. But then he makes a move protecting that man, saying the guy died last time. But this time, death keeps chasing him. Another soldier tries to kill him from the back. But the MC makes another move, killing this guy too for threatening his ally. Thinks it worked, because even though he blocked the first arrow, the enemy died immediately. Completed his first objective of the day. Figures the rest now is killing that man he always kills. So while that guy finishes off another ally of his, looks at the MC, who thinks he always ends up facing that guy without fail, walks towards Enrick, says that man pierced his neck and killed him 20 times, but this time he's gonna survive. So while the guy charges at him, remembers Rain warning about something, saying he always closes his eyes in dangerous situations. So he grabs the axe he's throwing up and aims at the MC's neck with intent to kill. And sure enough, that idiot closes his eyes again, but Rain yells at him to look, saying if he does that on the battlefield, he's gonna die instantly. Says he needs to be brave and not get shook or intimidated easily. Tells him to become a bastard who knows nothing about death, like a beast. And he looks at Enrick with a totally psychopathic look, same as that man he kills every time has in his eyes. But this time, the MC keeps his eye on the tip of the guy's sword, thinking a beast doesn't know death, and starts wondering if he's scared of it. Thinks nah, cause death makes him stronger. This time, he manages to pull his neck away from that sword, dodging it and not letting himself get killed. So with that adrenaline, heart pounding harder and harder, thinks for the first time in that 20th attempt, he managed to dodge the hit. But then, when he turns around all hyped to try and hit his opponent, that enemy already turned, switching his grip and launching his sword at the MC's neck. So in that 21st attempt where he dodged the first attack, couldn't dodge the second. So he goes back to Charon again, telling him that in this endless day he's been trapped, feeling pain and desperate. Telling the MC to give up and get on the boat, telling him to accept his weakness and rest in peace. But even prostrated, he refuses, waking up once more in that day, thinking on his 22nd day he's gonna challenge death again. Man, but the guy he is facing is totally broken too. Dude missed, switched grip in a second, came back, hit the MC's throat and pulled the sword out before he even hit the ground. So back to war, on the 33rd time, thinks he can clearly see that man as sword. Says he's gonna dodge before the sword reaches him, but on the backswing, ends up getting killed once again, misses the dodge by a hair and gets grazed on the side of his neck, dying again. As he falls, that pendant on his neck hits the ground. Remembers in his days as a merc, took some requests to subdue monsters, wasn't like he was forced to do it. Just found a random village where they asked for help, and the reason he decided to help them was cause his dream was to become a knight, and protecting the weak is a knight's duty. So the village leader tells him the village is poor, so that's all they can give. When he looks at his reward, notices it's an amulet. Says it was a ridiculous reward for the price of risking his life. But in that moment, the old man told him that amulet would grant him what he desperately desires. So he's wondering if that's the reason. Like, is this amulet making the day loop just so he can become a knight? But this time, while he's writhing on the ground, that knight walks up, mocking him, betting he's in a world of hurt. He says here comes some mercy right before stabbing Enrick, and Enrick's thinking, mercy? Bullshit! He stares right into that bloodthirsty killer's eyes, watching the creep smile while doing the deed, thinking this guy's just a sicko who gets off on stabbing people. Then, boom, he wakes up again on that same damn day. This time he's talking to Rain, who put a bug in his boot. Enrick's like, what the hell? Asking why Rain's pulling pranks first thing in the morning, asking if the guy finally lost his mind. But Enrick tells him to quit whining and get over there, demanding Rain teach him the heart of the beast. So they go back to training, and this time Enrick actually keeps his eyes open, dodging Rain's attack. Rain is confused, asking what the hell he's been up to. He wants to know how Enrick got so tough all of a sudden. Enrick says he trained, but Rain is not buying it, saying you can level up that fast. But Enrick's thinking, dude, I've done this over 10 times. Rain starts lecturing, saying his family's secret technique isn't just handed out to anyone. But Enrick insists it's exactly like Rain said. It's a feeling he learned from dying. Then he tries to play it cool, asking what's the big deal, claiming he just got lucky or something. Then he challenges Rain to a sword fight, which definitely weirds Rain out, but Rain's down for it. Enrick knows that even with the heart of the beast, if he can't land a solid thrust, he's dead meat. So he tries fighting a faster Rain this time, dodging that axe, swerving like crazy. Rain asks how long he's going to keep running, trying to smash Enrick with everything he's got. Enrick realizes the only sword move he knows is Mercenary Valen's technique. It's this weird style created by some guy named Valen. People talk trash about it, calling it a cheap trick. Rain charges in full force, telling Enrick his leg strength is pathetic. But Enrick figures it's still the best move he's got. So, as he gets into his battle stance, Rain senses something's up. Enrick remembers that stab he's lived through dozens of times and attacks Rain. Rain barely manages to knock the sword out of Enrick's hand, sending it flying. Rain realizes that for a split second, Enrick copied that pervert's stab. Enrick thinks about how he's died to that move over 10 times, so his body remembers it. Rain starts saying there should have been blood, admitting that out of everything Enrick showed him so far, that stab was actually decent. He shows Enrick how it's really done, saying it needs impact, like his hand should be bleeding right now. He notices Enrick doubting himself and tells him this attack can fail. But Enrick asks, if it gets blocked, what do I do then? Rain tells him he has to believe the enemy can't dodge, that they're already dead. That mindset keeps your grip on the sword tight. Enrick looks at his hand, thinking that even with Rain's crappy explanation, he gets it. The difference between his stab and that killer's stab is confidence. Back on the battlefield, the guy who always kills him is offering that twisted mercy again, which is definitely the last thing on his mind. Enrick tells himself he has to stab with the intent to kill. He keeps training, dying over and over with Rain, then getting killed by that psycho, taking it one step at a time. Then he thinks, no, I'm moving forward, even if it's just a quarter of a step. He keeps dying again and again. On the 11th day, he's about to bite it. Day 123, still dying. Finally, on day 124, he attacks Rain with pure hate and knocks his axe away. Rain looks at him like, are you crazy? Enrick's hands are wrecked, blood everywhere. Rain asks why he is laughing like a maniac. This time, he finally reached Berserker level madness. He mastered that pervert bastard's stab. Dude, this is getting good. I mean, yeah, he's flirting with death, dying like there's no tomorrow every single time. I want to see this go down. It's getting real hype. I want to see him fight that guy. Back on the battlefield, Enrick knows he's got to be faster, charging at the man with pure killing intent. He finally lands a hit, but the attack just dinks off the guy's helmet while the killer slashes Enrick's throat. First stabbing attempt, total failure. But Enrick refuses to blink or let go of his sword. He says every clash, every move up to this stab is locked in his brain. Meanwhile, the killer steps on Enrick's chest, saying it looks like he's suffering and offering mercy again. But before he dies, Enrick looks straight into that pervert's eyes and says, tomorrow, you die. The guy just smiles sadistically and tells Enrick, the dead don't have a tomorrow. And the amulet kicks in again. Enrick wakes up on the same day. This time, he grabs the cockroach out of Rain's shoe, crushes it, and says he saw it crawl in a while ago. Rain thanks him, but Enrick's like, if you're grateful, take my guard duty. Rain asks why he's bossing him around. Enrick says that just the vibe of day 125. Then he calls over Bug Eyes, a kid from his squad, and tells him to get some shin guards, a shield, and a dagger, promising to pay him later. Bug Eyes agrees to do it, saying he's only doing it because Enrick's the boss, since he usually doesn't do favors. Rain wonders if the squad leader was ever this pushy with his orders. Jackson pipes up, saying they always dump their work on Enrick, calling them a bunch of lazy bums. Rain snaps, asking what he just said and if he wants a taste of his axe. Everyone's freaked out, and Rain's thinking Enrick is acting totally weird. Says he isn't usually this intense. Man, after the third death, I'd be cackling like the Joker. Straight up crazy. Only God knows what goes on inside a clown's head. Anyway, while MC's training with that tree buddy, keeps thinking about the insane amount of pain felt every single time death comes knocking. The thought of never winning, even after thousands and tens of thousands of tries, starts messing with the mind. Cause that guy is terrifying, making one wonder if finding a way to escape and survive is even possible, wondering if sleep leads to tomorrow or just waking up on the same day again. Accepts being stronger now than before, asking if that's okay, if that's enough to be satisfied. But nah, that's not an option. Gotta get over that wall and learn how to thrust properly. So keeping on attacking that tree with everything, refusing to give up this blessing. Finally splits the thing in half and gets ready for battle, thinking about moving forward, no matter what. Out on the battlefield, while troops get organized, MC takes the front line, and the second things pop off, realizes that someone with zero skills actually managed to survive this mess because of three things. First is prep, second is luck, and third is a cool head. On day 46, left shoulder got smashed by a spiked mace, and on day 47, rolled to dodge the mace, but someone crushed the head. Added a spin to cut the guy first. Then, day 71, a soldier down low sliced the foot off. Couldn't do anything against the thrusting freak before, but this time, there's hard armor right on the shin, and with that, manages to block and kill the guy. Recalls that on day 89, head got split open by some dude throwing an axe. Leaving that guy alive means interrupting the fight with the thrusting freak, so that's not happening. Practice throwing weapons during countless training sessions, so it's not hard. Takes that guy out. After all that, an ally starts screaming from behind. Figures, that guy always ends up there. Almost gets hit by an arrow, but MC manages to defend the buddy, realizing that an elite sniper called Falcon Claw is coming. No time to kill him though, cause someone else targets the ally, but MC slices that head off easily. Now, it's time to face the wall. The freak starts heading toward the MC, locking on with that usual murderous glare. But this time, they're both staring like total psychos, cause MC ain't the same anymore. Standing face to face, and when the man tries to attack, MC blocks with the shield. Realizes that just dodging and thrusting won't give any chance of winning. Decides this works better. Goes all out on the soldier, figuring he's just a common grunt, but strong, almost prodigy level. Enemy notices it looked like an attack, but MC was actually blocking. Dude gets surprised by that, thinks the guy lacks real combat experience, so surprising him is easy. Lands a headbutt on the enemy, mentioning that Valen-S mercenary sword technique, with all its variations, is super effective here. Digs a foot into the dirt and kicks sand right into the enemy's eyes, raising the sword and almost landing a hit. But the enemy acts fast, peering through sand-filled eyes, trying to thrust at the MC. Who manages to dodge by tilting the head to the side, letting it pass straight by. But the soldier turns quickly, trying for another strike. MC knows that move now, though. As the guy tries another thrust, MC figures there's nothing left to learn about that attack, and drives the blade right into the tip of the freak's sword, shattering it completely. But then, an archer from way back fires an arrow toward them both. As that guy fires the arrow, MC gets ready to strike, thinking the win is secured. But then, the arrow heading their way ends up hitting a hammer mid-air that splits it in half, stopping it from reaching the MC. Finally, the freak gets killed. Meanwhile, Rain says he's gonna kill that Falcon Claw bastard, but Jackson says it's too late, telling him not to waste energy. So the MC finally kills the nemesis with a thrust. While the guy S on the ground bleeding out, MC stands in the middle of the battlefield, totally satisfied with that result. Kneeling down, moving the sword, looking right into the eyes of the man who killed him hundreds of times, calling it mercy. Finally rips the head off, smiling while doing it, thinking the wall is finally broken. But then forgets about being in the middle of a war and gets kicked way back, hitting the ground in agonizing pain, screaming. Everyone notices something's up and realizes that's Logan, and apparently that thing ain't human. While the MC is on the ground moaning in pain, Logan mentions investing a lot in raising that guy, saying he can't believe someone like him actually lost. And looking at that thing spurting blood from where a head used to be, MC starts gasping for air as Logan gets ready for the kill, swinging the axe down. But then Rain steps in, defending the MC, parrying Logan's axe and trying to land a hit. But Logan stops the attack too, and Rain goes all out in a totally insane fight against the monster. Meanwhile, while the MC is gasping on the ground, almost getting killed by another soldier, Jackson shows up and rips that guy's head off. Logan and Rain keep locking horns in that battle. Rain thinks if anyone wants to decapitate the squad commander, they need permission first. But Logan questions if that weakling is really the commander, asking if it isn't to Rain instead. Rain doesn't even answer, just thinks about the warrior race Logan, born to fight, saying he'll have to burn this damn Logan with magic or pierce the heart in one shot, thinking what a massive pain in the neck this is. And Logan wonders why someone like him is on a trivial battlefield like this, realizing that killing him means risking life and limb, since Rain is apparently absurdly strong. So Logan starts sidestepping, thinking this battle ain't worth it, and gets ready to turn away. Turning and walking away, actually doing it by turning his back on the enemy. And Rain thinks he's a total coward. Now that I notice, this Logan guy looks a lot like a Greninja, evolved and with dreads. Yeah, it's pretty freaky, but it's totally a green ninja. And then Jackson starts crossing the whole battlefield while carrying the MC on his back. So he defends him, ripping the heads off anyone trying to attack. And the other member of the MCS squad jumps in to help too, clearing the path while everyone tries to stop him as he heads back to camp. But then they form a front, defending both Jackson and the MC. So they retreat and the MC chills out, since that day is finally over. And just like that, a drop falls into that ocean where he always returns after death, and apparently he's back there again. Charon tells him he managed to survive for a day, but says that's all, because he won't handle the walls that'll keep popping up in his path, saying his destiny is to despair and quit. But then the MC thinks about that destiny, standing up and staring at the ghost of the guy he beheaded when he broke through the wall. Then he talks to Charon, saying that for him, walls exist to be overcome. So Charon says he is looking forward to the moment when those eyes full of greed and ambition completely lose their shine. And just like that, he wakes up in camp all bandaged, realizing this place is the Infirmary. And Rain talks to him, saying he had no problem sleeping for 2 days straight. Then says he saved him from that damn Logan, asking if the MC remembers. He thinks about that Logan, remembering the pain he's feeling. And he realizes that, in the end, it was a Logan. Saying it's amazing he survived, Rain mentions his bones weren't broken. However, they said his head was pretty messed up, asking if he remembers him, his best friend forever. He says he never said they were friends, calling him a noble hunter. But Rain tells him to shut up, because there are other people there. He questions if, just because it's a secret of someone he has nothing to do with, means he can simply spill it. But then the MC asks if he is someone he has nothing to do with, or his best friend, telling him to pick one. And so a new day beyond today begins because he survived. Then Bug Eyes tells his commander to pay 3 times more, asking if he knows how much it cost for him to get in there. And here, he's Bug Eyes. Then the MC says he was wondering why a regular soldier like him, who'd be left to rot, managed to get into the infirmary. But then he remembers that the kid wasn't anywhere during the battle, as always, so he has nothing to say, saying he'll give a special discount to the MC, telling him he'll pay only 2 times more. And by afternoon, Jackson goes to the MC, who asks what's up. Like, if he has something to say, he should just spit it out. Then he throws something at the MC and just turns around, telling him to use it morning and night, twice a day, and not to ask where he got it. He realizes this is the ointment Jackson used to use and wonders if he hated sharing personal stuff. Meanwhile, Alden also goes there to pray for the MC. He tells him to just leave since he isn't dead, and asks what the deal is with them taking turns, especially after all this time, when they were busy doing whatever they wanted, asking if they're worried about him or if maybe they were waiting for him to sleep. But then Ragna enters the infirmary thinking it's weird, asking why the commander is there. But then he simply turns around and leaves, and the MC thinks there's no way Ragna is worried, saying that Jerk doesn't care one bit. He realizes that besides him, there are 2 soldiers in the infirmary. And one is the platoon commander from another company who used to fight with him, and the other is a soldier whose name he doesn't know, who just spends time staring into space. He notes that he looks like a low-ranking grunt, asking how he got in there. But right then, while he's scanning everyone in the room, someone arrives and he finds it strange, noticing that person isn't a normal human. Apparently, that woman is a noble elf with a lot of status in that army. Then she asks who the commander of the 44th Squad is, and the MC is stuck in eternal doubt watching that woman ask that question. Suddenly, that commander who doesn't he like the MC asks if she is a fairy, and she questions which group he belongs to. He says he is the commander of the 3rd platoon of the 2nd company. so she asks if his company teaches them to state their race when meeting a superior. Then he apologizes, and the MC realizes she's a superior, noting that Kelly is the new commander of the 4th Company. He introduces himself to her, saying he's the commander of the 4th Squad of the 4th Company and 4th Platoon. Then she says she heard that he's leading his problematic squad members well, saying she looks forward to his contributions. Then he wonders if she came all the way there just to say that. But then she stops, asking for the name of the last guy there. And the kid totally glitches out and says it's Krang. But then the MC wonders if he just made that up, because the attitude in front of the company commander is pretty bad too, asking if he is a noble. And the girl just looks at him and walks away. And the MC doesn't really get it. Then by nightfall, he notices he's getting better, saying most of the pain is gone. Now he can put strength into his body, thinking he should start training. And Rain asks where he's going, and he says to the training area. But Rain calls that guy an idiot, since he's acting all tough when he is just the soldier with the lowest rank. And Krang just watches him leave, and so he lifts his sword again, thinking he needs to recall the past battle, and mentions that it's one of the new fighting methods he spent a lot of money to learn when he was young. And also thinks about the thrust he made at the last moment, wondering what would have happened if that last desperate attack had failed. And he begins to realize it's not a good idea to put all his eggs in one basket. If that attack fails, he'll definitely die. And he thinks that if Rainsac's attacks are all lethal, then after thrusting with all his strength, he'd have to make a next move. But right then, someone shows up saying he's working hard. He gets a total fright. Krang shows up next to him saying he's got no clue what he's up to, but his hands just kept twitching back in the tents. Now he's just staring into space. Figures he was doing it to train his grip. Tells him he saw replaying the battle in his head, but Krang asks why bother. He says it's so he doesn't get wrecked. But Krang pushes back, what if he doesn't get wrecked? Asking if he really wants to make something of himself while playing it safe. Enrick gets where the kid's coming from, knows exactly what he's aiming for, it's his dream. But whenever he says it out loud, people just laugh. So he looks up, admits it's a dream he never pulled off with his trash talent, but one he never stopped chasing. Raises his sword thinking, I want to be a knight. Krang's shocked. Enrick realizes it's the first time someone hasn't laughed in his face. Krang thinks he actually forgot to laugh, says he suddenly remembered something, figured out what he needs to do just by watching him. Then he just gets up and walks off. Enrick's thinking, well, that's a first. Krang turns back, says if he ever becomes a knight, better remember his name calls him friend. Enrick realizes it's the first time anyone's ever had his back. Back at camp, everyone's chanting, wondering who the battlefield hero is. They're saying it's Cypros. Meanwhile, in the medic tent, Enrick can't stand being next to that guy whining 24/7. Thinks about how he woke up. Cause of that wanderer, waited for the late breakfast, then took a short, chill walk instead of hitting the training grounds. Passes Jackson, who asks how his wounds are holding up, says the meds worked great, thanks him. Jackson tells him if he's really grateful, he better hurry up and get back out there. Nighttime at the infirmary, Krang says goodnight to Enrick, wishes his buddy goodnight too. Enrick thinks sleeping early is basically all the guy does. Meanwhile, Mr. Grumpy tells them to shut their traps, says they're spouting crap. Enrick figures it was just another wasted day. Morning hits, and he's woken up by that wanderer again. Notices the guy's back weird for a wanderer to return, right? Then that annoying commander starts bitching about late food again. Enrick thinks the guy's loud as hell, saying the exact same stuff as yesterday. But then something's off. He gets up, goes for a walk. Jackson stops him, asks about his wounds again. He gives the same line meds worked, following the same script as yesterday. Something is definitely very wrong, he's sure of it. It's the same freaking day. Charon says another wall's gonna block him, tells him to try and survive, realizes he died in his sleep without even knowing. Died way more pathetically than getting stabbed. Feels like trash, but that just fires him up. Figures it's another challenge. So, when it's time to crash, he wonders who took him out and how. Enemy would have to bypass all defenses. Knights could pull it off. But that's unlikely. Gotta be a stealthy assassin, probably hiding right among them. Someone who knows the medic tents and how to mask their presence. A pro killer. Remembers that woman who stared right at him, creeps him out just thinking about it. Silent, agile fairy feet are perfect for murder. She definitely came by earlier to scope out the place. Starts imagining her moves. Needs to see it to believe it. Only one way into the medic tents. He can end this by screaming his head off, waking everyone the second he sees her. Just gotta wait for the killer. But then bam. Dead. Didn't even see it coming. Needle right in the neck. Poisoned, obviously. Never saw them enter. Hits the floor in agony. Can't move, can't speak. Potent paralyzing poison. Realizes that's why he died clueless last time. Notices the others, even Platoon Commander Veng, are dying too. Realizes that bastard is the killer. Then the guy kills Krang's sword right through the chest. Kid didn't stand a chance. Enrick goes absolutely livid. Sword slices through the tent. Another killer? Nope, it's the woman from this morning walking in. Next morning, third time living this day. Thought he was on guard but couldn't sense them at all. This ain't gonna be easy. Even if he stops the assassins, he's still gotta deal with that company commander afterwards. Starts feeling powerless. Felt this same damn way a few days ago facing that knight. But hey, he won that time. Figures if he doesn't give up, he'll find a way. Marches over to the annoying captain, rips the blanket off him. Guy asks what the hell's his problem, thinks he's lost it. Enrick says he messed up, assuming the assassins were already inside. Thinks he needs to. Keep watch outside. Grabs his sword. Veng still thinks he is nuts. Asks if today's training is hunting cockroaches with a blade. Says it suits a low-level grunt like him. Enrick doesn't bite on the cheap taunt. Says, didn't know you cared so much. None. Then adds he was being sarcastic and starts cussing him out. Figures the guy was also being sarcastic. Guy tells him to screw off, doesn't want to see his face. Krang shows up, sees them arguing again, asks if he should come back later. Enrick says it's cool, tells him to get in, but keeps his eyes on the other guy, saying since the assassins were so focused on him, he's sure the kid's the target, thinks he's suspicious. Wondering who exactly this guy is, but nah, not gonna dig into stuff they ain't willing to share. Ken to just ask like some total weirdo. Heads over to the squad saying thanks to him, got dragged into this whole assassination mess. Figures there is no other way, so talks to Krang, saying it's time to just ask, asking who the hell he actually is. Krang doesn't really get the question, while the MC starts wondering, did I mess up? Maybe communication skills are on Rain's level today, trash. Krang thinks about it for a sec, then says that's not something to share. MC asks, why not? Krang goes, long story, so just rolls with it, but that dude in the back starts being a pain in the ass again, saying if you were gonna accept that kind of answer, shouldn't have asked in the first place. Saying Krang or whatever the hell the name is. Definitely ain't from this country, considering those damn manners. Tells Krang to cut the crap and be honest, asking which country they're spying for. Then stares him down with a super scary look in the eyes. And the annoying guy, getting scared, starts acting all awkward. Krang walks right up, getting real close to vengeance, saying there was no betrayal and never will be against the kingdom. MC thinks, I can see it in the eyes, in the movements, thinking there's definitely a knight Sora there. Vengeance wonders if that's how you talk to a superior, but then Krang switches that attitude real quick. While the MC thinks Krang ain't a knight after all, was totally helpless against those assassins too, still thinks that kid is definitely hiding something. So, at night, wishing each other good night again, and the MC wonders if Vengeance is scared of Krang because of what happened before, saying it's strangely calm, but then watches the tent entrance, saying that if assassins burst in, everyone's dead meat, gets up, and Vengeance asks what's up instead of sleeping. MC says assassins are gonna raid that tent soon, telling them to cooperate if they want to live, but Vengeance doesn't take it seriously, saying someone must have lost their damn mind. Krang seems pretty chill too. MC says, expected that reaction, but then hears someone asking, how did you notice? And ends up getting killed with a sword thrust from outside the tent. Wonders when that even happened, cause didn't even have a chance to grab the sword. Vengeance takes a massive cut to the neck too. And finally, Krang gets wasted, falling down, trying to see what the hell is going on, but wakes up for the fourth time, saying since there is no proof the assassins are coming, ain't gonna get any help from Vengeance. Thinks about telling the higher-ups to get backup, but going to the superior gets asked, you crazy? Tells the MC to get lost before being silenced for good. Figures maybe staying hidden works. Predict the moment the assassins show up and scream right before they do. Wondering, is it now or not? Sitting in that nervousness waiting for the attack, but when it comes, pierces the throat without being able to do a single thing. Thinking, they're way too fast. There's no way to get help from the others, needs to ambush and beat them before they do anything, but keeps dying every single time, wondering how to fight an enemy that can't be seen. While they can't be seen, they see everything. Dying time after time. Figures as long as that poison needle isn't dodged, it's death without doing a thing. So, another morning, saying it's the 20th run, and haven't managed to do jack squat for the 20th time in a row. Getting more and more desperate, but then a smile creeps onto the face, saying, only died 20 times. Man, this lunatic's brain is already mush. Only 20 times. Imagine dying 20 times feeling all that pain, cause waking up hurts like hell, and every time, not even knowing what's going on. Claim's gotta figure out a way to dodge that poison needle first. We'll think about how to deal with them later. Says a way to dodge attacks faster than sight would be with Jackson, and heads over there. Remembers a chat with Rain, asking why Jackson would be a wildcat. Rain doesn't really get it, remembers that's just the nickname, then says it's cause he's a damn dirty perv, saying he never tries to fight enemies head on, saying he likes to stab him in the back and run away. Asks if that doesn't remind you of a crafty, perverted wildcat. But then, getting close to Jackson finds it weird and asks if the wounds are okay now. MC thinks to himself, betting this guy would easily crush those assassins, but can't just drag him along, having no authority for that, and says even if possible, this is a wall that must be climbed alone, thinks all that's needed is to become Jackson. So talks to the kid, giving a what-if scenario, asking what to do if someone tried to stab from behind, questioning how to stop it. Jackson thinks a bit, saying not really sure, claiming no one ever survived his ambushes. But while talking, the MC gets a bad vibe and eyes go wide, staring at Jackson, who stares right back, until looking down and saying a person would need eyes in the back of their head. MC wonders about that, asking Jackson what it means. He says it to be perfect timing, asking if that wagon was seen. Didn't even know there was a wagon there. Says it's behind the tents. Looking at it, wonders how Jackson noticed something so far away, wondering if there really are eyes in the back of the head. Then Jackson says, that's gonna go bad. The wagon crashes down, and he was totally right. MC is shocked, asking if Jackson is a prophet, says he must be spent too much time with that barbarian, tells him not to tease, asking how he knew, says it about the sound heard a squeak in the wagon axle, tells the MC that if you can hear what's happening around you, you can predict what comes next. So wonders if he heard something that quiet? For his part, Jackson figures the guy didn't even hear the cart pulling up, basically tells him, no need to see too. Pick up on what's around. Gotta keep listening, practicing, sharpening those senses to isolate the noise. Says that was a solid explanation, considering Jackson looked way too lazy to even answer before. But Jackson fires back, yeah, he's lazy. But it beats having to shadow the kid 24/7. Lately, the squad leader just won't give it a rest. So night hits, thinking about facing that second wall. This one's nastier, merciless death coming. Thinking survival is an option if those sounds get detected. Focusing on the uneven steps, noticing the patrol, the sound of torches burning, Killer S closing in, still trying to hunt him down, wondering where he is at, just trying to feel the sound of that scumbag. But then noise outside, someone jumps and bam, needle in the neck again, says it's another fail, obviously. Next day starts, says not a single step forward was taken physically, but the body remembers the beast heart and the thrust experience crystal clear. Heads to Jackson for more questions. Jackson says a ton of info comes from sound alone. Intensity and direction tell you exactly where things are. Once faint and distant sounds are audible, ears basically turn into a second set of eyes. Then he makes a noise to grab the MC's attention. Says sound is a wave, resonating in all directions, no matter how quiet. With thousands of sound waves mixed up, gotta isolate a single one. Starts listening to everyone around. Enrick watches everything, trying to ID every sound. Thinking it's too much noise mixed together, gotta catch one tangled wave in the middle of that mess. Starts meditating, says gotta listen, categorize, isolate, thinking about all those flags flapping nearby. Noting they still sound like one big flag noise. Wonders how many there were, trying to remember if it was 7 or 10. Right to left, soldiers marching close, others far off. Thinking the waves are starting to make sense. Familiar sounds, unknown ones too. But then, Krang walks up, calling out Enrick, asking what kind of training this is. Questions the name. Krang says Enrick is the name, so it should be fine. Enrick says it ain't, but lets him call him that if he wants. Just says Krang looks like an idiot standing there, asking if this looks like training. Enrick snaps back, not an idiot wasting time here. Realizes Krang knows something. That night, dies again to the poison. Keeps seeing death on repeat. After another death, says that's the 33rd time. Another failure. 34th, heard nothing again. Just failure, failure, failure after failure. But keeps grinding in that morning slot. Says no more XP needed to clear this wall. No divine intervention, no sudden realization. Just gotta do what needs doing. On repeat. Then, finally starts hearing the hawk landing on the flag. Sensing distinct stuff. Even hears Krang approaching. Opens an eye before the guy can speak. Says that was a surprise cause he snuck up real stealthy. But Krang asks how he knew he was there, mentioning Enrick had eyes closed for a while, asking if he has training perception. then says he is really not an idiot wasting time. Getting sharper and sharper, this time dodges the needle. Quick draw of the sword, attacking the killer. Assassin falls back, starting to panic. Wasn't expecting that at all. Enrick thinks that killer ain't the faceless death anymore. Bro, not gonna lie, this beast is becoming totally absurd. You guys noticing that now he can stare death right in the face? Now he gets everything going down around him. Seems the squad is full of monsters too, cause Krang is strong as hell, and now Enrick learned from Jackson how to open the second eye. Assassin gets desperate, charges Enrick again, calling him a damn rat, trying to land a hit. Enrick thinks this guy definitely ain't as good in a fight as that perv stabber. Thinks he can handle him. Notices Vincent's dead, but Krang's alive. Getting up, can't take eyes off the killer trying to murder him though. Thinking, don't lower the guard, this guy's still an experienced killer. Dodges the first attack, but the second knife cuts the chest. Assassin keeps pushing. Suddenly, sword cuts through the tent. Enrick is shocked. It's the ferry commander of the company breaking in. Thinks if he doesn't stab her first, he's definitely gonna die. Charges at her. Assassin asks if he had a guard, throwing a bunch of spikes at Enrick. Some go for Krang too, who tries to defend. While watching that, tries to keep pushing toward the ferry, but she jumps over Enrick, whips off her cape, blocking all the spikes for Krang. Claims he thought she was with the killer, but damn, surprised she came to protect. Whatever, now the chance. Charges full tilt at the assassin, trying to kill him, actually hits the knife. Assassin stops the attack out of options, just retreats, gets out of there. Enrick chills out, seeing him run. Figures that guy was probably after Krang. Enrick says he knows. But Krang asks how. Enrick asks who's gonna pay an assassin to kill insignificant nobodies like him or Vincent. Fairy says exactly that, calling him quick on the uptake, but puts a hand on her sword. Allie until now? Maybe not. Asking if she can keep this on the down low, and he figures she ain't gonna leave any witnesses as she grabs her sword, so he gets ready to throw hands too. But Krang cuts in, saying he's got a favor to ask her, talking about how he doesn't want anyone dying today. So the MC just gets it, and she bows her head, saying she'll do whatever he wants. But Krang adds that this includes that platoon commander over there, saying the guy isn't dead yet, and she says they got an antidote, so he should be fine. And so the MC realizes she must know her stuff about antidotes. And Krang says now they gotta clean up this mess, cause it's gonna be a headache if people find out the assassin was here. So the MC asks if it's cool if there's zero trace left, saying there's a way while eyeing the flame nearby. And just like that, he sets fire to the tent, and everyone jumps up to put out the fire fast while he drags Vengeance out of there. And so they notice there are 2 survivors, and the MC thinks that with this, the assassin's tracks are gone, and they'll handle the fallout. And way out in the forest, Krang keeps walking with the fairy, and she says if that squad leader hadn't stalled, he would have died, and asks if he changed his mind cause of him. And Krang's like, yeah, asking if he isn't interesting. And the fairy stays quiet while he thinks he's been trying to avoid this. So the next day, the MC goes back to training while Krang heads out, saying he must be rubbed off on him. He says they'll for sure meet again in their roles. Since I laid eyes on this guy, I knew he wasn't a some nobody. He's gotta be the king, and the MC is gonna become his knight. Oh, mark my words. Write down what I'm saying. And so, once again with Charon and his scythe, he hates it, cause the scythe falls apart. Then the MC shows up in front of him, and Charon says he'll see him again. He says he's ready to see him anytime. And so he says he was confronted by the time loop again today. He survived that silent death and woke up the next morning. And he thinks he can sense the vibe of most things, but he couldn't sense that fairy, and he thinks he's got a lot to do when he gets back. And luckily, he wasn't hurt, so he can head back immediately. And so, Vengeance asks if he saved him from the fire, and then asks why. And Vengeance is wondering if he's chewing him out for saving him, and wonders why he doesn't like him. And he says it's cause they're comrades, asking if he needs another reason. And Vengeance is speechless, saying after all the crap he pulled on him, he's one selfless bastard, and asks if he's going back to his squad. He says yeah, but then Vengeance says he's out of luck, cause the weather's gonna be trash out there. Then asks if something went down, and he says there's a rumor that the whole base is cursed. And back at his base, Ragna tells Rain to quit being a pain, calling him an underdeveloped monkey and giving him a huge shove. And Rain gets hyped to start a brawl. And so everyone starts scrambling, saying the Psycho Squad is fighting again. And Rain just scoops Ragna up, wanting to slam him on the ground. The guy's wondering where the squad leader's at, cause the team is falling apart without him. Then he just chucks Ragna right onto a tent, totally wrecking it. People get told to back off from those two or they were gonna get screwed too. Then Ragna goes full beast mode on Rain, smashing a crate right over his head. And so they start trading punches, and the brawl really starts popping off. Then, Rain, seeing things are getting real, grabs his weapons, saying he's gonna decorate his skull with his axe. And so they notice he is armed and tell everyone to clear out. And Ragnar says he is gonna split that barbarian in half. Then he wonders where the other crazies are, yelling at them to stop. Then the MC arrives, saying he doesn't know about the base being cursed. But those two bastards might just be his curse, and so he steps in telling them to cut it out. They notice the squad leader is back, and Ragnar asks if he is still alive, cause he thought he died. But he says he didn't die, but he might go crazy cause of those two. And so, on a new morning, the MC says 4 days have passed since he returned to his team. While he wakes up, he notices Jackson next to him, and he says he was trying to sneak out, asking if he woke up. But he says nah, saying he was going to wake up and work out anyway. And Jackson says he started recently, but it's really good to see. He says he's been practicing, and Jackson tells him to keep it up, cause it'll help him someday. And so the MC says battles are rare, especially with winter coming. So he takes the chance to get totally ripped, doing pull-ups with just one hand. He says he's been using all this extra time to train. And so Alden comes up to him saying good morning. He thinks it's completely insane, seeing Aldine training, doing push-ups under a rock that size. Yo, not for nothing, it looks dope as hell in manhwas and stuff, but how did he get that rock on his back? Did he ask someone like, yo, put this huge rock on my back so I can do a push-up? And just as he does that absurd push-up, he asks if the MC is coming back from his morning workout, saying he's keeping busy, and so he puts the rock down and says, that's good. However, he says a well-trained body is a weapon in itself, saying he should be able to take a horse's kick. Dude, this guy must be like 3 meters tall, cause the MC ain't he small, but look at the size of that thing. And he simply calls the MC a chicken right to his face, saying he's still too skinny, so he's gotta keep training. But then the MC says he's the one who's overly huge, and says he'll try. And so Alden says the training technique he mentioned before is very effective. But then they hear Rain screaming again and kicking Ragnar out of bed, saying it's his turn for duty, but he's still sleeping, calling him lazy. And Ragnar just crawls and grabs his sword, getting ready to attack. But Rain doesn't cut him any slack, and then the MC shows up asking if they're fighting again. He simply asks for a break, while Alden says rampant violence solves nothing. But someone mentions that Ragnar is actually going to starve him to death. Our guy shoots back that if it's his turn to work, he better get his ass in the kitchen and cook. He just nods along, while Rain claims there's no need for all that drama, he'll get it done regardless. But then Rain keeps poking the bear, trying to get a rise out of him, but our guy just ignores the bait. So the MC tells him to cut the crap, asking if he is just bored out of his mind. Rain grins, asking if it was that obvious, admitting that the lack of action is making him seriously itchy for a fight. But Enrick steps in, telling him not to take it out on random bystanders. He challenges Rain directly, telling him to bring that energy to a real spar against him. And just like that, while they're throwing down, our guy starts regretting it a bit, realizing he needs to tank those hits way better than he is right now. Then Rain tries to smash him with that axe, knocking his weapon sky high. Our guy almost loses his grip on the sword, telling himself to chill out and focus using the beast heart. So, as Rain's axe comes swinging down, he blocks it like it's nothing. He decides to bust out the move he perfected while dying literally hundreds of times using the thrust. He almost nails Rain with it, but the big guy dodges it beautifully, grabs the MC by the collar, and slams him into the dirt. Rain sneers, saying he expected a hell of a lot more, especially since he's improved so much lately. He asks what made our guy so lame all of a sudden, claiming that weak stab was a total snooze fest and asking if he's got any actual new tricks. But then the MC realizes something he knows. Things are different now. He can repeat this loop hundreds, thousands of times if he has to, and just keep pushing forward. So he tells Rain to bring it on again, promising to properly wreck him this time. But Rain just keeps thinking the kid's skills are totally trash. Though looking into those intense eyes, he can bring himself to hate it. He figures he can talk trash after he leaves a permanent mark on the guy, but then the rain starts pouring, and they have to call off the brawl. The weather's acting weird, starting and stopping, and Rain is pissed off, complaining that mushrooms are going to start growing on his feet at this pace. So everyone takes cover, while Zoyoda walks up asking how many times they're going to have to cancel their little duels just because of the rain. He says he'd actually believe it if someone said they were cursed, but the MC is like, what curse? Causing the other guy to ask if he seriously hasn't heard the rumors. Enrick chimes in, remembering when Veng was yapping about something, mentioning that their camp was totally cursed. Then Zoyodo points out how freaky the weather has been, how the casualty numbers are spiking and people are getting torched. And specifically in the escort squad, Jack, Bull, Rain, they're all banged up. so people are saying they're cursed because of all that mess. But he insists he's sure they aren't actually cursed. It's just the temperamental weather fueling the rumor mill. But the MC figures the higher-ups aren't gonna let something like this slide unnoticed. Then Zoyodo asks why he's just standing at the entrance anyway. Our guy says he's training his senses, but Zoyodo questions if that's even gonna work in this torrential downpour, and the MC shoots back that he's doing it because of the rain. Zoyodo just looks at him like he's crazy, asking if he's trying to roleplay as a wet stray cat or something, asking what the point is. But Jackson jumps in, saying it ain't a bad way to train, and that the kid's doing good. Then Rain gets all up in his face, asking what exactly Jackson taught him, questioning since when Jackson actually gives a damn about his squad leader. Meanwhile, the MC is thinking it's way too loud with these idiots yapping. He can't even hear the rain. Rain keeps screaming his head off. Then Alden pipes up, saying if he's looking for a way to train inside the tent, there are some things he can do even while lying down. Ragna asks if he wants his posture checked again. Rain looks around at everyone's attitude and realizes they've all noticed it too. Looking at the crew, he's 100% sure they saw exactly what he saw in the MC. Meanwhile, over in the Commander S tent, they tell the company commanders to keep their soldiers on a tight leash. They need to send out another escort group before winter hits, asking if anyone has suggestions to fill the ranks. The fairy just watches silently before asking about the 44th squad leader. They bring up Corin, saying he's a bit of a dimwit and wondering if he's really cut out to handle the scouts. But the fairy insists he might bring some unexpected results. But the superior asks why she thinks that. She just says it's a fairy's instinct. Man, this chick is hardcore, isn't she? I've got a feeling she's no joke. Anyway, Corin goes to see her and finds out he's being shipped off to the scouts. She just stares him down and Zoyodo asks if he did something to piss off the company commander. Our guy wonders what he could have possibly done, but Zoyodo asks why else she would have specifically picked him out of everyone. Then he remembers that one time she almost pulled a sword on him, wondering if she's planning to kill him now just because Krang left. Rain asks if he's really going to go through with it, gripping his axe and saying he can help him get out of it, you know what I mean. But the MC says it's not like Rain can just hack a superior officer to pieces, not that he'd ever ask him to do something crazy like that. But honestly, Rain better not try anything, considering he's already got a rap sheet for pulling stunts like that. Then Alden starts praying for the captain, looking at the sky, asking why God tests his poor servants, and begging him not to take their precious little squad leader away. The MC wonders what the hell has gotten into these guys. Even Ragna stands up, saying he can go in his place. But Alden shuts that down. Anyone else maybe, but definitely not Ragna. Everyone agrees Ragna is a walking disaster who'd just get lost. Then Jackson asks if the orders mentioned exploring the tall grass fields, telling him to pay attention to how the sound changes in the grass. Spotting those little disturbances is step 1 to surviving an ambush. Rain gets pissed, asking if that sneaky bastard thinks he can start lecturing again, reminding him that they already told him to stop teaching that weird crap. But the MC realizes that once he's gone, nobody's going to be there to stop them from killing each other. He wonders if it's actually safe to leave these idiots alone. He thinks about it and admits there's probably no one better for the job. After enlisting with his trash tier skills, he was constantly bounced around to fill empty spots. The only place he actually ended up being useful was right here, in the middle of these lunatics who never stop fighting and nearly kill each other 24/7. So he steps in to stop the two of them, admitting he really was the squad leader of leftovers. He tells them to give it a truce. Standing right between their blades, Rain asks if he's brave or just plain stupid. Jackson smirks, saying Rain should be thanking him, otherwise he'd have another hole in his heart right about now. Rain claims the head would be dropped way sooner, and gotta admit, those damn freaks are actually skilled. So can't lose them now. Besides, losing this guy isn't exactly a massive blow to combat power. No point getting all deep and thoughtful all of a sudden. Knowing exactly where the skill level is at, just gotta get better. So, tagging along with the scouts, since they are hitting the front lines, might as well burn time training senses. Then one of them spots Enrick walking around with eyes shut, calling Enrick the leftover squad leader, and yelling to focus. Enrick doesn't really get it, saying even if they share the same squad leader rank, Enrick's the one running this scout squad. Got a problem? Then we'll settle it. And that's Andrew, right? His buddies start roasting the MC, asking if there's any guts in there, seeing as it's the squad of rejects questioning if the MC can even hold a sword straight. Andrew steps up, saying if it comes down to a fight, he'll try not to leave a scratch. Calling the MC useless, claiming the squad only works cause of the other members. Then starts screaming that if the enemy shows up, just smash their skulls. Everyone agrees. MC's thinking, why all the screaming? Do you idiots not know what Recon means? That squad leader is a total noob. Seriously doubt this recon mission is going to end well. But then, one of them spots tracks, realizes it's Knoll Prince and says, "Let's follow him. Looks like we're having barbecue tonight." But the MC knows Knoll's role in packs of at least 20. Is fighting that mess really the plan? Wondering what the hell goes on in Andrew S. head. Some dude nearby starts laughing, thinking it's definitely not a Knoll, just a gazelle. But then notices the MC standing there and mentions the squad leader is kinda nasty. Henry tries being friendly, MC mentions being a hunter in a mountain town before, and Henry doesn't seem to give a crap about the squad leader. Sparked a convo and got close pretty quick. Henry dropped some knowledge on the basics of being a hunter, which was actually useful. Says there's usually a separate path for animals in these fields, but saves that talk for tomorrow. By nightfall, everyone's saying the whole day was wasted hunting imaginary gnolls. Scout Squad's day, total waste. Andrew still wants to chase the gnoll, desperate for results, figuring anything will do. MC just watches him lying there. Next day, hitting the trail, finally reached the spot. They say this recon zone, Green Pearl, is also known as the useless grass field. There's a massive field ahead, grass taller than heads. Andrew says we're crossing it, finding the enemy scout group, dragging them back as prisoners, and getting a reward. All the idiots following him start cheering, but Henry asks like, "Are we really going in there? Shouldn't we just scout the edge?" MC says it's the squad leader's call and follows the pack. Pushing through these tall leaves ain't easy. Figured Andrew would quit fast, but the guy kept going. Unexpected. Says he isn't complaining, taking it seriously. Henry realizes there's barely any animal droppings around. Wondering if that's an issue. Henry says it means no animals in a place where food is everywhere. Suspicious. Keep walking, and MC spots a footprint that is definitely not human. Freaky. Looks to the side, and that beast is already right there, sprinting past. When the thing looks their way, MC tells everyone to get down. Andrew has the brilliant idea to scream, "That's the enemy!" and order everyone to run. But the enemy's packing crossbows, attacking in a group. A bunch get caught. MC tries to bail last minute but gets surrounded. Even running, those crossbows can hit from miles away. Here's the trigger pull. Jackson's listening technique coming in clutch. Manages to dodge that arrow. But with all that racket, can't tell what's what. Thinks, this is it. Gets lit up from every angle, pierced through, and dies right there. Figures if an ambush is coming, avoiding it makes the most sense. But as they step into that grass again, MC warns Andrew, but that guy just snaps, asking, "What did you say?" and threatening to chop the MC's head off. Figures there's no way they listened, so gotta handle this solo. But then, they realize it's an ambush. MC tried bolting down a different path, but the enemies blocked the way again. Ended up skewered either way. Says it's cool, can always find another route. Got that daily regression cheat, but keeps dying over and over. Got caught by like 20 crossbowmen to the east, died full of holes, kept getting killed, so tried heading north to dodge the shooters, but ran straight into a squad of spearmen. Dead again. And so, by nighttime, still barely alive. Mice. Dying slowly and fueled by pure rage. Says even if dodging everyone was possible, they just wouldn't stop chasing. Little by little, saw people closing in. Their uniforms are painted green like they were totally prepped for an ambush. Wondering what the hell they re-protecting in this field to be so ready. Keeps crawling right into the middle of the camp. Sees something there that is totally unbelievable, but before the brain can even process it, someone jams a sword into the neck, thinking, those bastards. What are they hiding? And here we go again, following Andrew, even knowing exactly how this mess ends. Our guy says they've run this play like 50 times, and the second they step inside, it's game over. Nobody makes it out alive. But he mentions those dudes are hiding some shady stuff in there, and he's got to figure out what the deal is. If he just ditches the mission, though, he wouldn't have to die. Right then, he spots Henry lagging behind and figures this might be the end of the line for the kid today. But the MCS like, hell no, refuses to run from that wall and steps right up to the front. But Andrew keeps talking trash, asking what that useless loser is waiting for. Then another guy pipes up, admitting he knows he's turning into dead weight, but tells him to just deal with it, cause their squad leader has his own issues too. But then asks why the hell he should bother, saying there is a limit to how much crap he can take from an idiot. He even asks if that guy is getting tired of kissing up to that bratty squad leader. Andrew asks what the MC just said, but our guy just shoves him aside, saying he's done playing these stupid games. Andrew asks if he's really going to disobey direct orders. Our guy tells him to actually use his brain for once. Andrew snaps that going rogue won't fly and thinks he simply won't survive on his own. The MC tells Andrew he's the one calling the shots now. Says if they combine everyone's strength to get out alive, it might actually work, but Andrew ain't having any of it. Our guy knows Andrew is usually the one who survives the longest, along with that other soldier and Henry. He figures that soldier with the mark over his eyes is definitely as strong as he looks. That dude's the most skilled in the squad, but he's glued to that rich kid, so he must be some kind of bodyguard babysitter. Andrew says the MC can try to take over, but only if he can beat him first, telling him to draw his blade. Our guy thinks a regular soldier wouldn't have a bodyguard, so the guy's obviously well-trained, just looking at his stance. He notices Andrew has zero real experience despite his skill level, probably the son of some rich lord or something. But if that were true, he wouldn't be so thirsty for results. Figures he must be a fallen noble or something. Andrew sneers that judging by the MC's pathetic skills but weirdly high rank, he must be some loser who never trained but still expects a paycheck. The MC thinks it doesn't matter who Andrew is. He can't keep following orders from a guy like that. He tells Andrew they're different. He's actually got a mission to finish. But our guy just says Andrew talks too much and tells him to bring it on, claiming he wouldn't even need to draw his sword. Andrew totally loses it and charges in full force. The MC thinks normally he'd have trouble against someone with that kind of skill. But Andrew obviously underestimating him, making him sloppy and reckless. He lunges forward, thrusting his sword out right in front, but our guy just deflects the blade with a light slap to the side, completely breaking Andrew's stance. Then he slams a massive punch right into the kid's chest, dropping him to the ground, gasping for air. One hit and he's down. Henry can barely believe it since he heard the MC was supposed to be the worst of the worst. Everyone stares at Andrew while the MC announces that he's running the squad now, asking if anyone has a problem with that. Henry is stunned. Even that other mercenary stays quiet, and Andrew, he's completely speechless. So everyone agrees, and the MC thinks this is just step one. As they head in, they're all wondering what the hell this bastard is thinking. Then he asks Henry, "What's your dream, kid?" Henry's confused why he's asking, but admits he wants to marry this cute girl who works at a flower shop. The MC tells him if he wants that, he better survive today. Then he asks the other soldier. That guy says his girl just had a baby. The MC says if he doesn't want his kid growing up without a dad, he needs to make it out alive. Then he grills the last two guys. One wants to stack cash and start a business. The other just wants to go home. Finally, he asks Andrew. Andrew says he's going to fulfill his mom's dying wish. His dream, his mission, is to restore House Garter to its glory. The MC notes that all their answers are basically the same. To make any of that happen, they need to survive. He turns his back to them and declares that everyone is getting out alive. Our guy thinks he needs these people sharp and proactive, and obviously, there's no better motivation than staying alive. He warns that the enemy is showing up any second. He already planned for this, so he orders Henry to fire an arrow in a specific direction, right at head level. Henry claims there's nothing there, but the MC says he's not repeating himself. Shoot! Henry lets it fly and actually nails an enemy soldier, killing him instantly. The enemy realizes it's an ambush, and the MC's squad is shocked there are actually enemies. Then he calls Andrew to follow his lead. Andrew actually listens. Our guy says having the upper hand changes everything, as he takes out another enemy. The plan is to find them first and strike before they know what hit them. Yo, for real, if Subaru had this kind of brain power, things would be gone way differently in ReZero. While the MC is tailing the enemies closely, they re-panicking, wondering what happened and yelling to kill everyone. But then Andrew manages to silence the guy running his mouth. The MC thinks they gotta use this chaos to thin the herd as much as possible. But suddenly, an enemy pops up behind Andrew, almost taking him out. Our guy figures if he keeps Andrew on his side, that bodyguard will follow without a second thought. And just like that, the guy attacking Andrew gets his head chopped off. The bodyguard takes him out like it's nothing. The MC realizes that with this, his chances of success skyrocket with that bodyguard on the team. He keeps wrecking the enemies, noting that the squad, which originally had 12 guys, is down to just 8. The enemies are screaming for help, yelling it's an ambush. They in total chaos, wondering how many attackers there are. Our guy thinks the rest will get picked off one by one. They regroup, and the MC orders them to wipe out the enemy squad immediately. It turns into an absolute slaughter. The MC explains that in a field with grass this tall, the enemies can't figure out where the attacks are coming from. But he explains they got discovered first because of that cougar pacing back and forth. But this time, even an enemy soldier gets spooked by the thing and tries to kill the puma, totally pissed off at the animal. But then, our guy takes advantage of that and kills the soldier right behind the beast. He remembers the first time he saw that animal and realizes they were chasing the beast he'd seen. They were hunting it down and just happened to spot them. So this time they didn't catch his ambush because they were focused on the hunt. And things are going smooth thanks to him, so he ain't gonna die that easy. Then Henry shouts over, saying they finally wiped them all out, but Enrick tells him they can waste time and waves them to keep moving. But then that cat, the mom and her family, keep trailing behind Enrick, watching. He says that after a casualty, they've got only 6 left in their unit, and even after multiple loops, it's impossible to save them all. He says, even so, this time most of them survived, and he calls them to keep going. But then a soldier pops up, and Enrick comes from a distance and calmly rips his head off. He explains that, cause of all the redos of that day, he knows the locations and numbers of the enemy soldiers, and if they stay on that path, they will be wiped out by 30 crossbowmen. So he tells them to cut to the other direction. He says they gotta turn right to dodge him. And those spearmen who kept chasing him relentlessly every time he returned, they gotta be eliminated fast, or they'll mess up their movement. And he quickly starts killing them one by one. He says he wants to avoid tough fights and use blitz ambushes to gradually break out of the enemy siege. Even Andrew manages to do a solid job killing the enemies, but his guard thinks Andrew is starting to overdo it, because once night falls, finding the exit is gonna be tough. He says they need to bail while the sun is still in the sky, and Enrick calls them to push forward. But then the guard asks what the hell he's doing, since that's going even deeper. But our guy says he knows, claiming this is the right direction, saying he won't accept any disagreement, asking the guard to follow. But then, both Henry and Andrew freak out as the guard puts a sword to Enrick's throat, telling him he better think straight, saying he doesn't intend to follow him to his death. He's gonna find a way out alive, even if he has to kill him. But Enrick snaps back that he, of all people, should know there's no turning back, and after the noise they made, their path back must be crawling with enemies. So he asks if he's saying he should just keep following him. Enrick makes it crystal clear, saying he wants to survive too. And Andrew starts noticing that Enrick might be different, because he thought he would be a useless piece of trash like his dad, who gave up on everything and blew the whole family fortune. But he thinks he was wrong. Actually, he reminds him of someone else, and he remembers his mom speaking her last words on her deathbed, saying their family might be done for. But even so, she hopes he becomes someone who leads people just by being there and earns the trust of others, becoming a leader and rebuilding their family. And he thinks that the kind of person he always wanted to be. Enrick looks directly into the bodyguard's eyes, ordering him to trust him, cause they're getting out of there alive. And Andrew thinks to himself that he really is a man who paves the way, looking into Enrick's eyes, calling him captain, and saying he trusts him. My friends, I got chills. This stuff is getting too good. And the bodyguard even tries to talk to Andrew. But he says the captain is Enrick now, and a squad follows their captain's orders. So the bodyguard realizes he really has changed. Then Enrick sees everything is set and says, until he gives the signal, they gotta follow him crouched down without making a sound. And he thinks the first step of the escape method from that day is taking the initiative to hunt the enemy and break the siege. But the second step is a bit trickier, and while they walk totally crouched, they look to the side and tons of spears are right there. And he says that's the critical point he found after dozens of repetitions, and everyone gets scared, but they stay quiet. Enrick says it was only at that time and place that he felt terror, but he thinks while walking through there that they can let the enemy pass without a direct fight, and everyone is looking for them. But he stays totally low, dodging the confrontation with that mass of enemies. So everyone is sweating while Enrick keeps watching, just using his ears. And he keeps low with everyone there in unbelievable tension. He says everything is going according to his plan. And now is the last step, as the sun sets and darkness falls. And he says the reason he always failed to escape this field is clear. And just like that, he says they arrived, so Henry can't believe it. And the other guy there thinks that after everything they went through, they're in the enemy camp. Then he explains that the soldiers of Sprung are killing everyone who enters the camp to silence them. And that's because they're hiding something nobody can know. And in the middle of that camp, there's a totally bizarre monument with a bunch of skeletons under a completely shredded flag. And Enrick wonders what happens when something more important than capturing them happens. And he calls everyone to move, thinking a way to escape is definitely going to appear. And then, while they sneak behind some tents, they ask Enrick if he's going to torch the enemy camp. And the bodyguard asks if he's gone crazy, because they're in the middle of the camp and it's more likely they'll end up surrounded and dead. But then he asks what the bodyguard's name is, and he says he can call him Mac. So Enrick says he won't tolerate disobedience, and he even tries to complain. But Andrew tells Mac to shut his mouth and follows Enrick closely. and Max stays salty, saying he doesn't need Andrew telling him that they want to be able to get out of there with the moon behind the clouds, saying in a situation like that, they can trust anyone but their squad leader. And so he cuts one of the tents, but Mac wonders what the hell he's doing, asking himself if he's tearing the tent to get through. But then he spots the tent's empty. Mac's still tripping out, thinking it's super sketchy, wondering how the hell Enrick knows all this. So Enrick just keeps strutting along like he owns the place. Mac thinks the guy S got a death wish, just strolling right through the enemy camp, but the weirdest part? Even though he's doing that, they haven't seen a single soul. And Mac realizes, wait a sec, there's zero doubt they were definitely inside enemy territory. So he's asking himself how that's even possible, when suddenly Enrick tells them to freeze and wait right there. Enrick's thinking about how he snuck into this camp dozens of times. The first time he noticed that flag and touched it, the whole freaking base turned to look at him. And yeah, he got killed. Like, instantly. He explains that what the Aspen soldiers were trying to hide in those bushes was that flag. Their main job is protecting it. So Enrick wonders what happens if the thing catches fire. Max standing there asking himself if Enrick knew that flag was there the whole time. But how? Mac figures the company commander must be spilled the beans, remembering she's the one who picked these losers. Figures there's gotta be a reason for it. And Enrick says the Aspen soldiers are going to be way too busy trying to save that flag. So Mac keeps thinking that taking over the squad out of nowhere and sneaking into the enemy camp, it was all to pull off some secret mission. But that's just a guess. Enrick tells them they're going to bail while the chaos happens. Says they're splitting into two groups. One group as the bait, making a scene for the enemies, and the other lights the fire. Mac says he'll go with the bait group. Then he starts second-guessing himself, thinking how the guy was whining the whole time but suddenly got all cooperative. But Enrick thinks this works out better. He's dragged this squad to the Aspen camp tons of times already. But this is the first time he's got this many people with him. This is hands down the best loop he's had so far. He's got a good feeling about this, thinks he's actually going to pull it off. The fight kicks off with an arrow flying in. Max sprints to the front, grabbing all the enemy attention. Everyone targets him, while Enrick heads for a chandelier, grabbing a flame and saying he's heading toward tomorrow. But as he grabs the flame, some guy pops up next to him, bringing a sword down on Enrick. Misses him though, just slices the chandelier and knocks the fire right out of his hand. Enrick didn't even hear him coming. Now the guy's face to face with him, getting ready to draw his blade. He realizes this is an enemy fighter he hasn't seen in any of the other loops. And the dude looks pretty menacing standing there in front of Enrick. He asks where the hell someone that strong crawled out from. The guy calls Enrick a worm, but then Enrick tells him they are too late. Then the guy finally notices the tent next to him is blazing. Everyone starts screaming that the tents are on fire and realizes they've got intruders. Enrick's crew is running around with barrels in their arms. The guy facing Enrick orders everyone to put out the fire first. Enrick thinks Mac lured most of the enemies away, and he grabbed the attention of the rest. Meanwhile, Andre lit the tents up. Enrick thinks he just needs to bail out of there now. But then he goes against his gut and takes a step forward. He knows every attack starts with the feet, preps a thrust, aiming right at the guy standing in front of him. He figures he's got to kick off the ground to launch his body forward, saying he can visualize the hit he is about to land on this dude. But as the sword gets close, the guy shifts his gaze fast and dodges. Enrick misses completely, flying right past him. He's shocked because the guy actually tagged him in that split second. The pain in his side makes him start limping, while the dude just stands there, totally chill after landing the hit. Enrick thinks that was the most perfect thrust he could have possibly pulled off. He looks back at the guy who just calls Enrick weak. He realizes he can to win. No way he is beating this guy with his current skills. He thinks about how he barely made it here after countless deaths, field ambushes, and all the crap he went through. He really thought he'd finally beaten the challenges this loop had to offer, but turns out the real wall he has got to smash through is that guy. And with that pain shooting through his side, he knows he's just going to die for nothing if he tries to fight, so he's going to have to take control of the squad again, escape through the fields, and repeat the loop 1,000,000 times, dying all those meaningless deaths. The guy stands there staring at Enrick, who's all beat up. But then he gets pissed, asking if Enrick is laughing. And yeah, Enrick is actually thinking he's still going to end him, so the guy says he's going to slice him up and feed him to the dogs. But Enrick just keeps thinking he's going to overcome that wall. Enrick attacks the knight, but he blocks it like it's nothing. Enrick notices the parry and sees another hit coming, but he manages to dodge just in time. But the knight's skills are insane. He keeps the combo going, putting crazy pressure on Enrick. He is shocked. The guy attacked from above in that position and almost eats another sword strike. But he manages to stop it right in front of his eyes. He realizes the moves are fast and sharp, and the guy's totally out for blood. Enrick thinks he won't find a single opening to counter, realizing the skill gap is just way too huge. And he gets tossed back again. But while he's falling backward, he grabs a dagger from his chest and hurls it at the dude, but the knight stops it easily with his gauntlet. Enrick notices he blocked it with the back of his hand. Now, looking super pissed, the knight gets ready to attack Enrick again. This time, he goes for a thrust. Meanwhile, people are screaming that the fire is spreading, and Enrick manages to dodge that attack by a hair. While that is happening, enemy soldiers are putting out the fire on the path and notice someone is tossing oil around. So the fire heads straight for that flag and the mast they were defending. The platoon commander attacking Enrick screams, asking if he doesn't get what's at stake here, but he looks at Enrick and sees it in his eyes he ain't giving up without a fight. And Enrick, he's ready to attack one more time. The commander tells him to just wait for the next round, but seeing the guy back off so easy, he starts wondering if he wasn't the real wall, the actual obstacle he had to break. But nah, he shakes it off. Figures even if that guy isn't the wall he's got to smash through today, he still needs to level up. Andrew rushes over to the MC, screaming they gotta bail like, right now. But Enrick just keeps staring at that squad commander while walking straight into the fire, locking eyes with him. Then the guy sheathes his sword, orders his crew to fall back, and they all scramble now that the job is done. On the run, the MC glances over and realizes one of the dudes is gone. Just like that, the squad's down to 5 members. Mac's like, is that it? Aren't they gonna send a massive search party after us? But the MC figures probably not. But while they're booking it, he notices Henry lagging behind. Looks like his arm's messed up. Enemy soldiers are hot on their tails, shouting not to let him escape. Henry keeps slowing down, dragging the group back without saying a single word. Enrick, Mac, and Andrew turn right back around to fight the chasers, and it turns into a total bloodbath. He yells at him to keep moving while he carries Henry himself. Tells the crew the enemy one to follow if they cut through the fox and snake habitat. But his buddy points out that means it's going to be a nightmare for them to get through too. Henry speaks up though, claims he knows a safe hunter's trail. Enrick decides to trust the guy and tells him to lead the way. A while later, he realizes the footsteps behind them are gone. They keep running until a fox actually stops and stares at them. Even though they were desperate, the MC says thanks to Andrew and Mac busting their humps, they shook off the enemy pretty easily. And without Henry's secret path, they wouldn't have lost him that fast. Basically, the whole squad stepped up to get them this far. He spots the sun coming up and realizes this crazy day is finally over. After hauling it across a huge field, they finally make it back to camp. People are asking what went down, but they just want to pass out. The MC feels the breeze, thinking another today is gone and a new one is starting. Meanwhile, back at the enemy camp, all their flags are burnt to a crisp. The commander asks about the damage. That wizard-looking dude says they gotta prep everything again, cause who would have guessed that the famous Grey Dog unit couldn't stop a few strays? He's thinking to himself that it makes 0 sense. The soldiers camping in the tall grass were supposed to be the Grey Dog's elite, but a handful of enemies hit them head-on, started a fire, and bailed. He talks about the Grey Dog, an independent company with its own operational control. The name comes from the actual Grey Dog that lives in the Aspen Principality. They say the beast has a super persistent temper, like it needs to connect with whatever target it picks. Doesn't matter if it's love or war. That is why the Grey Dog Company is also called the Persistent Lovers. Then he asks the guy who fought the MC if his opponent was actually tough. Talking to Platoon Commander Mitch, the guy claims he would have finished the MC if not for the fire. The Grey Dog thinks he just got lucky, which is a skill on its own. He swears it won't happen again, but meanwhile, the MC is bugged that he faced that wall and couldn't smash through it. He wanted to keep fighting. Sooner or later, they're gonna have to throw down again. Mitch vows to kill him with his own hands, while the MC is dead set on surpassing him. Looks like the Persistent Lovers just picked their next target. Meanwhile, Rain is chilling in the tent, literally tossing his axe in the air. Cause he is bored out of his mind. He is thinking the squad leader should be back from Recon by now, wondering why there's 0 news. He catches the axe, wondering if the guy kicked the bucket. Thinks the dude improved a ton lately, but he's still a rookie, so it wouldn't be a shocker if he died. Says it's rare, but he actually liked the guy. Figures if the leader's dead, there's nothing interesting left to do. Ragna wakes up and bumps into H, who's staring at him like he just found a new toy. Ragna asks what the hell he's looking at. H just flips him the bird, and Ragna flips him back using his foot. Yo, I seriously need to learn how to do that. Rain finds his cure for boredom, telling Ragna he really wants to kill him. Ragna calls him a psycho and draws his sword. Meanwhile, the company commander grills Enrick, asking if he just happened to spot an ambush, infiltrate the enemy base, and burn the whole place down by accident. Enrick says he just kept making the best calls he could in the moment, and got lucky. She stares into his eyes, thinking about that luck, and just decides to buy it. She tells him to go rest, thinking she hoped this mission would yield something, but she didn't expect a win this huge. She's wondering who the hell this guy is. The MC thinks to himself he really can't figure out what's going on in her head. Then Andrew walks up, apologizing for being a jerk earlier, admitting he's only alive thanks to Enrick. He asks if they'll see each other again. The MC says, yeah, if their paths cross, and just walks away. The kid pays his respects as Enrick leaves, but the MC tells himself he's alive. He actually managed to bring those 4 back. But the guy questions if this is really his best, because he just lost 2 squad mates. If he'd been a little stronger, maybe he could have saved them too. And by repeating today over and over, he can break past his limits. Eventually, he'll finish what he started. It's a total grind to reach the goal of becoming a knight, using today as just another stepping stone. Gotta get stronger to stop repeating the same day over and over. Heading back to the squad, hearing screams that those psychos are at it again. Ragna S throwing hands again. Rain S super hype about it, and so is Ragna. Enrick thinks he has never seen faces like that before. Sparred with them a million times, but never like this. Someone says they ain't even human, more like straight-up beasts just going all out. Enrick realizes they never actually tried hard against him. Starts thinking, gotta get priorities straight. First step, make them look at him with that same intensity. While fighting, Ragna glances over, spotting the squad leader. Rain says, yo, tell us if you read back, asking why hide like a stray cat. Asking what they were staring at. If you ain't a fighting, beat it. Ragna notices the injuries, but the reply is just, it's a scratch, then brings up how Rain blocked Ragna's attack a second ago. About to explain, but Rain cuts in, starting with the clown show again, says go wash up and chill. Tries asking Ragna about the attack too, but the guy plays dumb and walks off. Enrick wonders why, but Ragna says nothing and dips. Enrick figures there was something to say, but whatever, say it if you want. Later, Enrick mentions the battalion commander, heard about the enemy ambush, moved the whole squad closer to the tall grass field. The wounds. Healed up big time on the trip, kept reflecting on fights and training constantly, even at night, prepping to grind more. Bug Eyes is shocked. We move out tomorrow, asking why no rest. Enrick S like, just stepping out for a sec. Doing this while still banged up? Gonna die soon at this rate. Ragna notices something S off with Enrick too. Waking up in the morning, sees the squad leader training again, up way too early, grabbing a weapon, thinking, leader S good with a blade. Thinking getting strong wasn't hard. Had a shot at being a knight, but thought it was boring, saying there's nothing to do as a knight, so why waste time and energy? Just didn't see the point. Lost purpose, and stagnated. But watching Enrick train feels the wound flare up, stops and drops the sword. Ragna watches, thinking the basics are all wrong. Gotta relearn everything from scratch. Thinking with all those shortcuts covering up bad basics, getting stronger is impossible, no matter the training. But why put the whole body on the line? Why try so hard? Looking at Enrick just asks, why do all this? To get stronger, Ragna asks. Then what? Enrick says, gonna be a knight, but Ragna's like, a knight's just a good fighter. That means so much to you? But Bug Eyes jumps in. The knight he hopes to be decides what's right, raising a sword for honor, the sick, the poor, and the ones he loves. Ragna stares, thinking about honor and merit. Is that it? Strength is just a tool, wondering what a knight, or even a sword really is. Figuring out what he wants. Grabs the sword, walks toward Enrick. Won't know till you walk the path yourself. Calls out to Enrick. Wanna learn the sword? Yo, love how everyone in camp acts like they don't care about the guy. But they're totally worried. Plus, this camp is full of absolute monsters. Enrick S. instantly down. Hell yeah, I wanna learn, Ragna thinks. Mistake already feeling lazy. But that look in Enrick S. eyes might be interesting. Ragna mentions the barbarian taught something about beast instincts or whatever. Heart of the beast, actually, and the thrust. Forget everything except those 2 things. Enrick asks, even the Valen mercenary sword style? Ragna S. like, especially that garbage. Saying if he doesn't drop it, even with new tech, he'll slide back to old habits. If that happens, might as well quit. Choose. Forget it all or stay the same. Enrick cuts him off, starting from 0. Ragna's surprised. For real? Enrick asks where to start. Ragna thinks, this guy's definitely not normal. Good build, no need for a light weapon. Longsword fits you. Tells him to swap. Enrick asks, you giving me your sword? Cool. Doesn't matter. Nothing special. Says hold it right hand over left. Enrick grips it, and Ragna asks, why the death grip? So I don't drop it. Who taught you that? The king. Ragna calls the king useless. Tells him to just get in stance. and brings the sword down hard. Enrick blocks fast, but his hand starts shaking. What was that? It hurt. Ragna says, supposed to. Stay stiff and you'll break. You're like a twig or a pillar or something. Enrick wonders why everyone in this squad sucks at talking. What the hell does that comparison even mean? Wondering if it means being too stiff from gripping the sword too tight. Realizing, yeah, probably. Meaning he's got to stay flexible so the blade doesn't snap. His moves need to be fluid. So he starts gripping the sword a bit looser, chilling out more. Then Ragna charges right at him, screaming not to lose balance. And when Ragna steps back, he asks, where the hell those feet are pointing, saying the kid is stiff as a board again. He asks if he's trying to break a hip or actually fight or maybe dance. They keep going until the guy hits the dirt, Ragna taking the win. The Enrick thinks, man, didn't know I sucked this bad. Don't even know the basics properly. Ragna says this isn't stuff that can be taught. So the Enrick, even dead tired, grabs his sword, stands up, looks Ragna in the eye and says, let's go again. He charges in, saying they'll take it easy. Suddenly, Rain shows up, asking where they've been all day. Asking if they're having a cute little picnic with snacks and everything. Then Rain asks the Enrick if the rookie is giving him trouble, asking if he needs to fix the kid. Ragna starts threatening to rip Rain's hands off, but then asks, wait, did something happen? Why are you dressed like that? Rain says they got called up. Enemy forces are gathering on the horizon. A few moments later, the ferry is up high, scouting the whole army. The Enrick S group is gathered. Ragna wonders if teaching this kid swordplay was a mistake, saying the guy is new to the technique, so he probably won't fight well, which means he's likely gonna die today. Then Ragna lifts his sword, thinking the Enrick is gonna need a babysitter. Meanwhile, the kid just wants to keep learning the moves. They wonder why everyone is standing still, thinking the formation looks weird, and that tattered flag keeps getting raised on the enemy side. They say the setup is strange. Then, the enemy mage just raises a hand, telling them to witness the end. Mist starts appearing. The fairy notices its magic. The fog rushes toward the Enrick's army, and he realizes that stuff appeared out of nowhere. Can't even see who's next to him. In the middle of that whiteout, he wonders what's happening, straining his ears. Then they start hearing weird noises. They re-asking, what is that sound? Noticing something happening up above. The Enrick screams, arrows! But it's too late. A bunch of them get dropped right there. Meanwhile, the fairy starts using her wind powers, or whatever that is, saying, this isn't normal fog. No way to predict a tactic like this. She yells for everyone to cover up. Shields up, but she notices they lost. The mage starts laughing, saying it was a pain to get this magic right. Had to offer blood from a bunch of animals, collect the cleanest lake water, and use rain magic constantly. And the moment it activates, it blocks all vision, unless you are standing below the point where the spell was cast on the flags. Battle is over. He calls it the mist of annihilation. Then someone comes up behind him saying, you look pretty happy. The mage says, of course. He barely got it to work, especially with the flag practically burnt. If not for that, it would have been a cakewalk. He is still annoyed, realizing the guy behind him must be from the other side. With arrows raining down, someone tells the squad leader to keep his head down. He notices it as Ragna behind the mage, and they realize it is a spell. Yeah, I'm not calling it magic anymore, because from now on, there's a difference between magic and spells. So this one, it's a spell. This fog is a spell. He starts cursing. The Enrick recognizes Rain's voice saying, I'm right in front of you, but he can't identify him. He's just looking, thinking, can't fight like this. He almost gets hit by a weapon, feeling his breathing get heavy. He's getting tense, legs won't move. He says, at this rate, he won't be able to use anything Ragna taught him. He thinks, didn't expect to nail it on the first try. Ragna warned him that for now, he'll slip back into old habits, even if he learns. So it'd be better if the Enrick didn't fight until he finished learning what Ragna's teaching. But he says he's gonna die anyway unless he fights on the battlefield. The Enrick thinks about that, thinks about his death. He starts walking, but Ragna gets close, ordering him to stay back. But the Enrick says, I found a way. If he can't do it in one try, he'll go to the next. He runs straight at the enemy team. They ask if he's crazy, and bam, he gets killed in front of everyone, skewered right through the throat by an enemy soldier. The soldier is happy about the kill, but the Enrick thinks, with this, I go back to learn from Ragna. The soldier can't believe some guy just jumped on his spear and pulls the Enrick off. And just like that, he's back right in the middle of training, giving it his all. While thinking that, honestly, Ragna isn't a great teacher. The Enrick says that for a genius, everything is too obvious, so it's hard for him to put into words what's wrong. Ragna wonders, is this what they mean when someone understands something but can't put it in practice? He says, I'm just asking you to swing the sword down. Is that so hard? The Enrick knows Ragna isn't mocking him. He's genuinely confused. So, The Enrick asks, where should my center of gravity be? But Ragna has a crazy hard time showing him where. The Enrick thinks, just as I thought, naturals like him have no clue how they do what they do. He thinks Ragna's explanations are vague, but observing and listening are his strong points. He'll memorize that stance no matter how many times it takes. So the guy loops back every time thinking movements are still too stiff. Just lets death happen, saying it's chill, cause dying just means more learning. Keeps coming back, getting sharper. Day 31 hits, and finally the moves are looking flexible. Ragna notices that step was absolute fire, asking where the kid learned it, saying it's about time to start grinding the basics. So Ragna breaks down the 3 basic sword attacks: slashing, stabbing, and slicing. Tells Enrick to use the blade tip for defense. If the sword is high tier, the sides work too. Points the blade at the MC, saying the shortest distance between fighters is the line of attack. Swordplay is all about blocking the OPPS line while widening yours. Gotta visualize the enemy in the head and reach him with the sword. So, while that lancer comes charging for the kill, Enrick manages to dodge, thinks the feet are light, thinks dodging is a breeze, but then other lancers pull up and skewer this guy with 3 spears, then thinks the day is finally starting to flip, starts facing Ragna with a little less struggle. The man himself is surprised Enrick stopped him, asking if the move was predicted. So, the MC goes bit by bit, dying, respawning, and getting cracked. Ragna says that diagonal strike doesn't need practice anymore, so even with that tiny progress, keeps going, dying, and bouncing back to make constant gains. Ragna starts taking the fight with Enrick super seriously, getting to the point of actually having to go all out, gets more and more shook, asking who the hell is standing in front of him. Yo chat, if this ain't cinema, stand up and leave right now, bro, cause I bought the wrong ticket. Back on the fog-covered battlefield, Enrick says he thought the skill ceiling was hit, but Ragna calls back, saying, hold up. But the MC pushes forward again, claiming the old level got surpassed. Manages to dodge spears way easier now. Thinks the endgame is still the path to knighthood. Walks through all those soldiers and ends up getting wrecked again. But starts smiling through it, saying there's something beyond that pain. Thinks it's fun with a totally psycho look while dying. Cause it's so fun this guy could go crazy. I'll be real with you, going crazy is the least of the problems. Then Ragna walks up, asking if the kid wants to learn sword arts again. Enrick thinks if it means getting stronger, dying a bunch of times is whatever. While Ragna goes back to training, Enrick finds it sus, saying no way a squad lead is this OP, asking if the dude was fighting like a bot on purpose before. But says it's not like that. Ragna says the base is solid, and if anything's missing, it's XP. So, heads back to that battlefield again, says that day has been on repeat over 200 times by now. Heads straight for the arrows, diving into the mosh pit of enemies, says let us see how far these learned techniques will go, carving a path of death, snatching souls. Says the enemy spawn points in the fog are known and ends up dropping them with ease. Even talking trash, saying some can get wrecked without even being seen. They wonder who that is while Enrick moves through the fog knowing exactly where they are, but they can't see a thing. One asks if someone's there, but ends up losing a leg without knowing where the hit came from. While the MC finishes that guy, the enemy army starts panicking, wondering what's going on, telling everyone to watch the floor. One even points a crossbow down, remembers Ragna? Telling to remember eyes, feet, and hands. Observe with eyes, anticipate, move with feet, then act with hands. Enrick goes full psycho, turning into a dancer on the field. Thinks it's different, saying the vibe is totally unlike when knowing nothing about the basics. Then wants more and more, telling everyone to bring it. Gets to a point where a bunch of crossbows are aimed at the body. The soldier says nice infiltration, but asks if the kid really thinks escaping alive is happening. But Enrick just looks at them, saying the goal is a sword fight, calls them out, saying, let's fight like men, continues wanting a test, but they obviously don't fall for that cheap bait, firing crossbows and turning the MC into a pincushion. In the astral plane, Charon says the grave was walked into and death was on purpose. Enrick wakes up again, wondering what went down, cause that thing appeared out of nowhere to talk smack. Thinks it really just came to roast and dipped. But then they ask what's happening in LLL land. Rain looks over and Enrick remembers the moment Rain said that was a spell and thinks about the enemy formation being totally broken tactically. Says it looked like guarding the flag, just like in war. But wonders, why? So asks Rain, asking if anything is known about spells. Rain questions the random ask. The MC says just thought it to be interesting, asking to drop the knowledge. But then Rain asks if the difference between magic and spells is known. Says magic is more common, and Rain says that not wrong, but a spell needs a medium. Not just needs, but the medium is way more important. Spells can exist without it. Enrick thinks that Esset, saying the fog, is an enemy spell, and that flag was the medium. Basically, break the flag, fog clears. So questions if the tribe uses spells, saying spells are from the east and rain is from the western border. Rain says seen it before, asking if it wasn't known. That there are a lot of real sorcerers, saying most are actually warlocks. Enrick just leaves the tent and Rain asks where the destination is. The MC says it's training time. Once again, goes back to Ragna. Says luckily, seems they both have the same basic training. They start talking about the Onia sword style. MC gets asked if they know anything. Turns out, like 500 years ago, there was this 1 in a million prodigy. Kid was born on a sword farm, wiped out 12 bandits raiding the place, using nothing but a fireplace poker. Insane. Lost the parents early, so sword training started young. Some noble heard the rumors and adopted the kid. Name was Leones. But big talent came with a big curse. Strength started fading at 10. By 12, completely paralyzed. And just like that, the Snowy Blade prodigy faded away. But Ragna says wait at 20, paralyzed and all, Leones became a legend in sword history. Dude compiled every sword technique on Earth, split them into 5 categories. First up, the righteous and elaborate sword. Then the heavy strong sword, the fluid disorienting sword, the fast inconsistent sword, and finally, the gentle deflecting sword. MC thinks about that Onia technique. Leones basically rewrote sword history, making the Onia family the biggest deal in the whole empire. Can still feel the effects in sword foundations today. Ragna keeps yapping about all the sword arts, plus the continental style. Says the technique they developed has roots in the northern heavy sword style. So Ragna asks about beast consciousness, and MC has to correct it again. It's heart of the beast. Says that one S gotta be more useful. Tells the MC to focus on a single point. Forget everything else. Just the sword and the enemy. Then Ragna goes, watch this. I'll show you. Just lifts the blade and attacks the MC. Too fast to even see. Whoosh, gone. Slices the MC's neck. Doesn't even notice until later. Faster than Rain S axe. Damn, that was almost game over. Ragna asks, feel that? But then Rain shows up, cursing Ragna out, asking if the plan is to kill the squad leader. Ragna just says, people focus better when they're about to die. Claims it's helping, but adds that learning's impossible if the head gets chopped off. Rain asks if they know how long learning Heart of the Beast took. Ragna says, expected considering a stupid barbarian was teaching it, so they start arguing again. MC's thinking they're both terrible teachers. Rain claims to be from the extreme north, asking if Ragna's people aren't the real savages. Ragna admits to being from the southern barbarian tribes. Rain is ready to throw hands. But MC steps in like enough, asks if Rain isn't there for the retreat order. Ragna tells the MC to remember that alert feeling right before death. Because if the single point focus works, everything else fades. Just the sword doing its thing. Back on the battlefield, MC thinks it's like Heart of the Beast, but totally different. Heart of the Beast makes you lose yourself to death. But single point focus makes you hyper alert. Needs more XP to recalibrate. Keeps thinking about that flag, the spell's medium. Starts aiming. Gotta wreck that flag to escape this slaughterhouse. Fog rolls in, blinding everyone again. MC sets a new goal over grinding XP, destroy the flag, charges forward, says it'll be a breeze with Rain and Ragna, dropping enemies left and right, but starts thinking, gonna try till I drop first. Dude's got zero fear of death. Way too cocky. I want to see that little power glitch out and leave you dead. For real. Ha, kidding. But the MC thinks single point focus is actually useful. Died way too many times being unprepared. Trained the ears to survive the assassin. Learned Heart of the Beast for the battlefield, but single point focus? That's a whole new vibe. Ragna puts the sword tip right on MC's nose, get it? If it works, the MC should be able to feel the blade tip slowing down or whatever. MC's confused though. Wonders if Heart of the Beast is messing with it. Probably not. Ragna explains everything else should vanish. Only the opponent's sword remains. Predicting its path? Asks if there's been any feeling like that yet. MC starts thinking, analyzing. Fear of death isn't the right move. MC asks how Ragna learned it. Ragna's like, learn what? I could always do it. MC's like, for real? Ragna says it's in the name. 'Cause you just focus on a single point. Duh. MC realizes Ragna is useless for answers, gonna have to figure it out solo. Can't get impatient. Decides to keep practicing single point focus. Priority 1, drop the flag, save the allies, and break enemy lines. Then the fog hits everyone. MC screams, get down, shields up. They manage to block most of the incoming arrows. Dude's lived this day 300 times. Knows where attacks are coming from with eyes closed. While moving through, taking out enemy after enemy, leaving a trail of bodies. Everyone jumps the MC, but the moves are just absurd. wrecking everyone, really hitting that single point focus. Enemies are yelling to hold positions, trying to stop this absolute psycho, but MC just keeps smiling and pushing forward. Killing spree, starting to look like Rain and Ragna in full Berserker mode. Soldiers keep dropping as the MC advances. Tells himself it took 10 days just to reach that flag, but when he takes her down, he spots something weird. He says he's sure he destroyed her, but wonders why the fog is still hanging around, and just like that, he ends up dying. So the soldiers are thinking, what's the deal? He knows a bit about spells, but claims he made a mistake. And the MC thinks that's it, saying he just got it wrong. There's only one real flag, and the rest are just distractions, so he's got to find the legit one among the fakes. And so when he does that, he just keeps trying to push Solo right through the middle of everyone. He figures he's got 5 shots to get it right next time, so he tells them all to hit the dirt and get their shields up. He manages to defend himself, but a ton of people die. He's wondering why they didn't listen to him like last time, asking if it's the timing. Because maybe he needs to give them a sec to recover. Anyway, he manages to take down the second flag after 3 days, and it was a fake, 4 left. So he wastes another 5 days just to take down the third flag, and it was another copy. Then for the fourth flag, it took him 7 days to get there, but same deal, it was also a fake. He figures there's only 2 left, but when he looks at them, he feels like the one with the burnt part is the real flag. Plus, it's the furthest one out and close to that flame. So Enrick, as soon as the fog rolls in, tells them to get down and use their shields, and everyone actually listens, protecting themselves from the arrows. Ragna asks if he has lost his mind, and Enrick thinks that flag is positioned way too far from him, so he can get tired before reaching the barrier, and he's taking Rem with him, saying he's gonna let him draw the enemy's attention and use the chance to slip past them. Rem, for his part, grabs one of the enemies, asking who the hell cast the spell, but he figures the guy won't talk, saying he hopes the next one will. Enrick keeps moving forward, mentioning it's been like a year of repeating that same day. He finally gets to the flag, thinking this is the end. But then, while he throws his sword strike, his blade gets stopped by Mitch, who knocks his hand away. Mitch says this feels like a dream, because God answered his prayers, and he really wanted to kill him with his own hands. But Enrick just pulls a Thanos, saying he doesn't even know who he is. And the poor dude is just shocked that Enrick forgot him in just the few days that passed. But Enrick still doesn't remember a thing, so the guy says he'll remember when he cuts him and charges at him. But Enrick manages to dodge and counterattack real quick. So Mitch is surprised, wondering if this is the same guy he saw before, saying he got insanely better, asking if he is trying to catch up to him in just one step. And so Enrick charges at him again. Mitch thinks he's crazy for using the basics, and sees he's using the righteous sword technique. Then he says he's mixing it with the fluid sword technique, which deflects attacks. But even then, Enrick attacks him again. So Mitch thinks he needs to focus all his senses right in front of him. Because if he gets distracted for even a moment, his balance is going to collapse. He thinks he needs to throw everything he has at what's in front of him, and Enrick thinks he's got to forget the flag, the result, and the sword techniques. Everything around him needs to disappear, leaving just the sword. He manages to deflect Mitch's attack head-on, but while he starts to notice what he just did, Mitch stabs him, killing him. Then Enrick says he remembers him, mentioning he was protecting the master back on the field. And the guy says he is Mitch, the platoon commander of the Greyhound squad from the Aspen Principality. Then he says he's the squad commander for the King of Nalia. And so, one of Mitch's soldiers asks if he's an enemy, and he says yeah, saying he's that expert at hiding. But they say he looks harmless. Then Mitch looks at him, asking what's got into him, asking why he's smiling. So Enrick thinks that Ragna, that crazy bastard, wasn't the concentration that came before the fear of death he needed. What he needed was a good rival, an opponent who'd risk it all and give everything to fight and encourage him. And Mitch is left wondering if he was just some total nutjob and pulls the sword out of his chest. So Enrick goes back to Ragna, and he keeps talking about focusing on a single point, saying it's like that nervous feeling when you're dying, and Enrick starts to get it. But then Ragna questions why he feels like Enrick isn't listening, asking if he's already giving up. And so Rem says they've been called, and Enrick simply calls Ragna over. And Ragna thinks Enrick looks even more hyped, saying he's really a weirdo, wondering if he should go a bit harder on the warm-up today. And so, after their fight, they go back to that fog, and Enrick orders them to get down to the ground and get their shields up, and so they defend themselves. And Rem tries to talk to him, but Enrick just calls him to follow, and Rem asks what the hell he's doing. And Ragna says if Rem won't go, he's going with Enrick. And so Rem asks what's got into him, asking if he took an arrow to the head, but Enrick says if he doesn't want to take an arrow, he better look forward. And so Enrick is killing everyone, while the two of them follow him. And he says he opened the path just like before, and he meets Mitch one more time, He does this by walking right up to him, saying it's great to see him, calling him out for a fight. Then Mitch asks if he came to find him, and Enrick asks if there's a problem, asking if it's the first time someone confessed to him, saying he went there cause it was love at first sight. And Mitch says his squad is the Greyhounds, the persistent lovers, saying it's the first time someone's come after him. Then he asks if he's upset, but Mitch says not even a little, throwing down with him. And Enrick thinks that entering the zone where he can feel the sword again isn't going to be that easy. He ends up dying again. And so Mitch says he lost way too easily and says he doesn't know what he believed in to come at him like that. And Enrick says his attitude was wrong, saying it can't be intentional, saying he needs to be wrapped up in the fight, and he keeps repeating this to find that feeling. This time, when he goes at Mitch, he can see it again, saying that on the 28th run, he learned to intentionally get into the zone, and on the 48th run, he goes back to Ragna, who starts teaching him the ropes. And so, when Ragna's sword comes at him, trying to make that cut on the side of Enrick's neck, Enrick manages to just deflect Ragna's sword, and that definitely makes him scratch his head. Our guy wonders how the heck he deflected that just by focusing on one spot. Prota thinks it's all about pure concentration. That means totally controlling the body and the sword. His strength and technique have leveled up so much, they can even be compared to how they were before, repeating this day over and over. Just then, Ragna calls out, asking where he's off to. Prota says he's meeting Commander Platon, claiming it's finally time to get past this day. I don't know if I'm tripping, but this panel of Prota looks exactly like Gojo saying, "I'd win." Anyway, he heads over to the ferry, and she gets all surprised that he wants to see her, asking what's up. So he brings up spells, saying he remembers spotting them during Recon, but she doesn't really get it. Prota explains that the Aspen soldiers were calling some weird dude a sorcerer. So, the fairy tells him to spill the details, and he tells her everything needed to win this battle. So, when the fog rolls in, everyone hits the dirt and raises their shields. Prota says he just hopes the commanders aren't useless, and that right now, he's got to go find Mitt. He's heading there to finally take that guy down. And when he finds Mitt, Prota calls him out by name. The guy's shocked that Prota knows who he is. Prota says he's been itching to fight him since the start, claiming he's going to crush him, and charges in full force. But Mitt isn't making it easy. Still, Prota defends way better now, leaving Mitt shocked at how much he's improved, actually giving him a hard time and making him sweat bullets. As they trade blows, Mitt asks if he was hiding his true skills, and Prota's like, apparently so. Mitt asks for his name, then they go back to clashing swords. Mitt says he'll remember that name. But Prota tells him not to bother. If he forgets, Prota will just remind him personally. Then, the MC enters that mode where he focuses on a single point, turning everything around him gray. He notices Mitt's balance shifting to the right foot, getting ready for a diagonal slash. But Prota dodges it easily. He says this technique came from all the experience he gained repeating this day. It all led to him being able to read every move. While Mitt tries to attack, Prota manages to slice his neck. Mitt misses his own shot and is stunned that he actually got hit, getting desperate and wondering what the hell is going on. He thought he could take Prota down in just a few moves, but he's struggling against this piece of trash. He can accept it, thinking his fluid sword techniques are made for parrying, but he needs a solid hit. He mentions his ultimate technique, learned for exactly this kind of mess and attack starting from below, a full power strike in a huge arc, the spinning slash. But now, Prota can clearly see the technique that killed him so many times. Before, he couldn't tell where or when it started, but this time, he sees it all. Prota starts smiling like a total sadist, staring right at that sword. Then he knocks the blade away. Mitt can't believe his eyes. Prota didn't just see it, he parried it. Then we get some lore about the Rureyas, one of the three main houses ruling the Kingdom of Aspen. House Rureya stands for the kingdom's brute strength, recruiting anyone who shows talent with a sword. Mitt says he was recruited by a regional house for that exact reason. After taking the name Rhea, he proved himself with his skills. He fought 2 adult knights when he was only 15 and beat a city champion swordsman at 18. He claims he was strong enough to be the champion of an entire city at 22 and became one of the top 3 fighters in the Greyhounds just on skill alone. Few people could match his talent. He wonders why people train until their legs give out or swing a sword until their hands bleed, especially when you only need a few strikes to win. He says he was satisfied with where he was, confident in his abilities, admitting that was his mistake. And right at that moment, Prota doesn't he just deflect the attack. He launches a counter, landing a hit right on Mitt's chest. As the blade pierces his chest, Prota rips his sword out fast. Mitt feels the agony of the strike, spitting out blood. Ragnar looks pretty happy with how this turned out. Mitt admits he underestimated the guy, thinking his attack would land for sure. He tells Prota that he is not as good in strength or technique. Prota is like, "You're right, but I still won." That makes Mitt seriously ticked off. Realizing if he had actually tried, instead of being lazy, things would have been different. Prota says it was fun, but then some other guy shows up to protect Mitt and blasts Prota away with a sword strike. They ask if Mitt is okay, and the blonde guy orders them to get Mitt to a safe spot. He turns to Prota, saying he never imagined one guy could cause this much chaos, and tells him his death won't be peaceful. Prota reminds himself not to forget he's surrounded by enemies, thinking he needs to break the flag to guarantee his escape. He realizes he's facing another wall and says that this is the obstacle he has to overcome today. Everyone fires at him, but Prota keeps moving forward, knowing he can't dodge every single attack and he's gonna get hit if he keeps pushing. The blonde guy says he wouldn't dare keep going and throws his sword right at Prota. Prota starts to feel his sword breaking after just one hit, noting that the guy's sword technique is incredibly heavy. He gets knocked back, thinking that to win this battle, he's gonna have to die a bunch of times. But then he remembers the goal is different. Now he has to destroy the flag. So he throws one of his daggers at the cloth, saying the spell's core will stop working with even the slightest damage. He almost hits it, realizing if he aims for the flag itself, the dagger just goes right through. The blonde guy spots what he is doing and nearly tags him, but Prota figures he needs to aim for where the flag connects to the pole. And he actually pulls it off, making the cloth detach from the flag. Just like that, all the fog starts to fade away. The fairy says she told the commander there to be a spell and asked for resources to fight it, but they didn't do jack, and she thinks this whole kingdom is rotten. They sent some moron to command the front lines, saying at this rate they're gonna get wiped out. But then she notices all the fog is clearing up. Enemy soldiers are clueless. They ask about the flag, but she just starts wasting them all, saying they got caught off guard when the fog lifted. Now's her chance to flip the script on this battle. She orders everyone to counterattack. They all move out, and she figures the odds are better now that the fog is gone. But she's wondering who broke the spell. Was it that squad leader? Meanwhile, our MC is in the worst spot ever, body full of thorns, thinking they really messed up this time. After wrecking the flag, figured meeting up with Rain and Ragna would happen at the Allied lines, but where the hell are they? Right then, Rain is surrounded by a bunch of guys, screaming for a mage, or else everyone's gonna die. Ragna is trapped too. While allies just watch, Ragna tells him to wait, wondering what kind of crap this is, asking if the guy wants to get executed. MC is in bad shape too, with soldiers asking if surviving is even an option, telling our guy to just give up. But then that puma from before shows up. Realizing it's the beast from the fields, they start talking about it and try to take a swing. But it keeps jumping from soldier to soldier, stopping them cold, then lands right in front of the MC to protect them. MC says to beat it though, because that enemy is on another level, and he's staring at the MC with a look that's totally terrifying. Someone taps the MC's shoulder. It's Vengeance, saying, "Back off, I'll save you," and charges at Blondie, but then gets tossed like a ragdoll with one hit. Realizing the guy is super strong, MC asks, "Didn't you say you were gonna save me?" Vengeance orders the squad to open fire. Blondie blocks everything, coming closer. Vengeance calls him a monster. The puma tries to attack, but gets smacked away hard. MC enters focus mode, thinking, I can see the single point. Realizing brute force won't stop that sword, just gotta let it flow, like Mitt used to do. It works only a small cut on the shoulder. Blondie notices what's up, recognizing the technique. Seeing Mitt's move with a bloodthirsty look, thinking it actually worked, and getting hyped. Vengeance tries to help, but the guy dodges. Soldiers start swarming, and seeing it's getting too chaotic, the guy decides to bail on the battle. Saying he won't forget the MC and tells them to chill. Orders all troops to retreat. Vengeance runs to Enrick, talking about the shoulder. Says there are no bandages, gotta go back. But Enrick says they gotta take the puma too. Vengeance says to worry about yourself, but carries the puma anyway. Enrick yells at the 3rd platoon to fall back to the rear, begging Enrick not to close those eyes, saying there's too much blood loss. Then, consciousness fades. Charon says Enrick got what they wanted again, thinking this bastard is persistent, wondering what drives them. While having this little meet-up with the ferryman, the war goes on while Vengeance carries Enrick back. Man, what a cool friendship. Vengeance, the puma, and the MC. Sometime later, eyes open, hearing everyone talking. Some are worried, others arguing, and that giant is praying. MC wonders what's going on. That thing on the hand? It's the puma, sleeping like a kitten. Rain asks if they're finally up. Thought they kicked the bucket this time. Giant says God answered prayers. MC is still confused. Jackson asks if they're okay, handing over some water. saying a lot of blood was lost. Zoyodo mentions the doc said no lasting damage, Lady Luck must be watching. While drinking, water spills on the puma. MC figures it must be passed out during the retreat. Jackson takes off since the MC is awake. Ragna goes to sleep. MC realizes another day has passed. Rain keeps staring. MC asks what's up, wanna pet the puma? But Rain's not into beasts. Asks how the MC knew it was a spell. MC thinks, can't say time loop, gotta lie. But hates lying, cause Rain's always been loyal. So says, heard it from a friend, a colonizer like you. Only suspected based on that. MC thinks, perfect, technically didn't lie, heard it from Rain himself. Rain says, fine if you don't want to spill the beans, just don't get too fascinated by spells. MC thinks despite the looks, Rain picks up on things fast, remembers to ask what Rain did during the fight. Rain went after the flag guy, didn't like his face, so blew his head off. MC realizes Rain took out the mage. Zoyodo tries to touch the puma, almost gets bitten. MC says, watch out. Zoyodo says, can't resist losing out on 10,000 kronas. Heard from Enrick that because of those blue eyes, they call it a lake panther, supposed to hold earth energy inside. Each claw is worth 10,000 kronas, and they always grow back. MC thinks, 1 bronze is a krona, 10,000 is like a gold coin, thinking it's worth more than the paycheck. Explains that after passing out, they took the field easily, since the fog lifted, but the battle was a draw. Haven't moved since. MC wonders if that defense could be pulled off again. But he's thinking he isn't sure. And even after a while, Jackson tells him to stop moving around so much. But he says he's not exaggerating because he can move a little. Ragna, though, tells him the most he can do right now is stretching and he better go back to sleep. And asks if he's trying to spread his laziness to the MC, telling him to get out of the way. So he starts trying to grab his sword. And the MC remembers he's got a question about it, saying he was able to use a technique he'd never practiced before. He'd never done anything like that, so he asks if it's normal. Then Rain says that S normal, nothing special. By using the beast heart, he can see exactly what the enemy is doing. So he could see how the guy swings the sword and how he uses his strength, and Ragna says it must have been easier. Since he learned the basics, and says he also managed to use 1-point concentration, then for sure he would have seen even more. And says, even so, he must have gotten lucky, saying at his level that's only possible after hundreds of real battles. And the MC thinks that's exactly how it is. Because that day that passed wasn't just one day for him, it was hundreds of days of unimaginable hardship. He made sure of it through hard work, not just memorizing patterns on the repeating days. And he says it doesn't matter how pathetic he is, he can get stronger. And so he talks to the two who are like him, asking for a duel, says they call him a madman, but that guy is even crazier. And Ragna says it's rare for him to agree with that brute, but questions what he's trying to prove in that condition, saying with a body in that state, duels are out of the question. So the fairy goes over there, asking if he was the one who broke the spell. He says he figured the commander would start asking questions soon, but asks why the commander herself is doing this. He answers that, yeah, it was him, and says he came while on patrol and also knew a little bit about it beforehand. Then she says there were 5 replicas, asking how he figured out the real one. So he says he guessed, and she just accepts it, saying that's fine. But then he questions if that's all she came to ask, and she says she also came to see his face, saying she thinks destiny brought them together. So he wonders about destiny, asking what the hell she is talking about. And Rain starts getting all goofy, asking what the secret is. And Ragna questions if he had that kind of skill, but he says it's not like that, telling them to be quiet. And Zoyodo shows up, saying it would be great to open a little bar with him, saying he'll make things favorable. But the MC, tells him to shut his mouth. He keeps wondering why she's like that with him, because he's her boss's boss, and it's super uncomfortable. But then Zoyodo also says he's got news, saying the squire from the Order of Knights is there. And the MC's eyes go wide at that info, thinking about the Order of Scarlet Cloak Knights, saying the battalion he's part of is called the Cypros Division, and its name is in honor of a knight. And this Cypros is part of the Order of Scarlet Cloak Knights, and they were extremely skilled knights. And that is true across the whole continent. And that is why the Order of Knights has way more people than just knights, squires, servants, knight students. And when the squire gets approved by his knight, he becomes a knight. And above them are the knights, those who have surpassed humanity. And the MC says squires rarely fight in battles without their knight. So this squire is about to become a knight, and so he calls everyone to battle. And Zoyodo says maybe they were waiting for the knight, and now they were heading out. And Rain says he better rest for now, but the MC thinks he wants to see him. And Rain looks back, saying you can tell he wants to go with them, and he thinks there probably want to be anything to do. Then the MC thinks that guy is the ideal he kept as a dream. a small piece of that dream, and he looks at that man right in front of his eyes, and while the squire keeps moving forward with that bunch of people holding bows, the last thing he does is hesitate. And with that rain of spears coming right at him, he just ducks, pulling out his sword, getting ready to run. And the MC thinks he used determination in his legs, and just like that, he charges at a completely absurd speed, doing at least 100 meters per second. Getting close to the enemy army, and with just one sword/he, launches at least 20 people into the air, and the MC almost can't believe what he's looking at. Okay, I know I said this soldier didn't have any powers, but I think I'm gonna start rethinking that, because this right here isn't normal. No way. And all the knight's allies are wondering what the heck that is, because he keeps cleaning house just swinging his sword, and everyone wants to retreat. The enemy commander orders them to stop him, but his head disappears before he even notices, and so the knight steps on the horse's head, while the MC stays totally stunned by what he's seeing. And Rain says that guy isn't bad at all, and it's not for nothing he's called a war specialist, and Ragna thinks at that level, he could probably do it too. While Jackson says the enemy has at least 5 chances to stop him, and the enemy commander is incompetent. Look, I am starting to think the MCS little group is a bit absurd, because they retreating this like it's nothing. Then the other guy keeps praying, while Zoyodo says this is going to be over without them needing to lift a finger. And the MC wonders about the Squire-esque sword style, saying it isn't to the fair sword art, saying it also has elements of the heavy and fluid sword arts. Then he thinks the fair sword art is a fair technique, intrinsic, and it draws the opponent into its movements. And the heavy sword art is a powerful and massive sword technique. It uses strength to cut through everything and dominate the opponent. And the disorienting sword art is a confusing sword technique. It tricks and corners the opponent. And Valen's sword style is totally based on that technique. Dude says the fluid sword art is all about speed, just overwhelming the enemy fast. The last one is this soft, gentle sword style. It deflects attacks and snaps back with a counter. He's thinking the art of the heavy sword and the fluid sword are total opposites, but he can see both in that guy. So he figures, yeah, they might have different vibes, but all these techniques started in the same place. He thinks the key is understanding what all 5 have in common, swinging the sword like it's actually alive. So he closes his eyes and starts focusing. Rain and Ragna look over, grinning, saying the squad leader is about to break through some barrier, telling people not to bug him. Meanwhile, Enrick realizes nothing has changed, despite understanding it cause understanding ain't enough. He goes back to that place in his head and sees a massive wall, telling himself it's just there to show how much higher he's got to climb. He starts thinking he's going to make it to the top. While the whole battle rages on, he just stands there, still meditating, until his army wins and he says the war's coming to an end. The next winters and springs are going to be packed. They say the Principality of Aspen is run by 3 main families, and the one on the throne is the Aspen Sovereign. He starts ranting that those bastards broke the gentleman's agreement not to bring any knights. The powerful Ruriel is still there with him, while Atkins, the admin, keeps reading off everything he has to say. They say they used General Toad as an excuse, and the Toads demanded a knight-level response, so there wasn't much they could do. And he starts saying that damn General Toad went ahead without orders. Says the Toad species usually just does whatever they feel like, and they probably would have found an excuse anyway. They say this wouldn't have happened if the spell had actually worked. The Sovereign says the Grey Dogs are going to pay for this, and the blonde guy says it won TN well for him. Meanwhile, Enrick says after a long war, Aspen's forces retreated, and so did they. They went back to the border guard, the remote city fortress. And since it's so close to Aspen, the city is heavily militarized, like 1 in every 5 people is a soldier. One of the leaders starts thanking the many heroes in Aurelia. They said they led this war to victory, and now they're going to reward the common soldiers who proved their guts and loyalty. And he calls up Enrick, the guy who beat the Aspen spell, to give him a reward. Everyone's shocked that the useless squad leader got called up, asking how that idiot broke the spell. They're saying the dude's way too weak, that it's impossible, wondering if he's just stealing credit from his squad, saying he must have kissed the commander's ass. But someone else says maybe he's good at something else. But then Mac shows up telling them to shut their mouths, and Andrew says he's not someone they can talk about like that. Enrick is thinking it's way more than that. So he gets a pile of cash, and Zoyodo immediately asks what he's going to do, booze or girls, asking if he wants any recommendations. But Enrick says he wants a good shop, asking for the best blacksmith in town. They re-shocked he's going to blow all that cash on a sword. Zoyodo tells him a regular steel sword ain't that bad. Says there are tons of swords lying around the battlefield, and just the ones he grabbed could supply a squad for life. Then Enrick says to become a knight, he's got to prove his strength. And stingy Zoyodo keeps asking why he needs something so pricey. Enrick tells him he is taking the soldier promotion exam. He thinks his time as a low-level grunt is over. And with Enrick saying he's taking the promotion exam, Zoyodo thinks it is weird since he thought Enrick didn't care about that stuff. But Enrick says he can just stay in the same spot forever. Zoyodo says that makes sense, saying they'll set things up. So he explains Aurelia has this soldier ranking system to boost morale. Highest rank, high rank, Mitch, low, and lowest rank. And those stronger than the existing scales are marked as special. You get treated differently depending on your rank. He thinks that to get promoted, you gotta duel 3 soldiers from the rank you want and win. And for the soldiers watching, it's a fun sport with betting. So Zoyodo, the inventor of the medieval betting ring, says if you want to bet, it's now or never, asking if anyone's gonna put money on squad leader Enrick. One of the soldiers walks up to the Enrick, saying this trash from the lowest rank is trying to skip straight to Mitch, says he only won a prize cause of his squad's actions. But he's letting it go to his head. Enrick realizes this guy is his first opponent, thinking he's actually skilled, even among the Mitch ranks, and he comes from a famous mercenary group. Meanwhile, back with Zoyodo, they notice someone actually bet on the loser squad leader, asking who the idiot was. Zoyodo says you can't guess the outcome until it's over. Meanwhile, Enrick thinks that up until now, he only got stronger by dying over and over, but there's no risk of death in this fight. So he's only got one shot. He's got to look forward and keep his guard up, combining his pathetic skills with the limits of hard work. He says he wouldn't have stood a chance against most people here back in the day, but he thinks he can't hesitate. He's got to fight like his life depends on it. Then that cocky guy charges at Enrick, calling him an idiot and saying, "Here he comes." Enrick thinks about using the defense he learned in the last battle, saying if he can pull it off and create an opening, then everything's gonna work out. He launches his sword right at that stuck-up jerk and knocks his blade away, disarming him with a single strike. The hit is so hard it looks like his fingers are broken. Enrick's kinda unsure about it, while the guy starts screaming, complaining about his fingers. Enrick can believe what he says seeing and ends up smashing the pommel of his sword into the guy's chin. He drops flat on the ground. What is even happening? Wondering why he's so weak. Suddenly, everyone notices the leader of the loser squad actually won. Even Bug Eyes has no clue what's going on. One guy starts whining, claiming he bet on him because he knew the dude was strong all along. Zol's like, nah, wondering if the guy is actually that cracked, claiming he just didn't want the betting pool to be totally dry. But the dude himself is all, gotta have some faith in your leader, man. Makes the MC wonder if he slacked off, even if that's the case. He questions if all duels wrap up this fast. Guy shouldn't be that weak being Mitch rank and all, but figures just gotta wait and see what goes down. Then this other punk rolls up, telling him to check his ego, claiming it was pure luck. Says this time he's the opponent, and he's packing a spear. Figures the guy's heavy infantry, the toughest in the squad. Says the dude's just trying to distract him wiggling that spear tip around, planning a surprise frontal assault. But then the MC just rips the spearhead off like it's nothing. Super easy. Opponent's totally lost, wondering if the attack really came from there, asking if it's some kind of trick. Thinking there's gotta be a plan B, but looking at that face, that was it. That was everything. Like, seriously? Is this for real? Asking, my turn, and boom, one hit. Another Mitch ranker hits the dirt. Everyone's losing their minds over it, saying it ain't a fluke since he won twice. A total bottom ranker taking out 2 Mitch rankers? Wild. Then Zol starts hollering, asking if anyone else wants a piece of him. Everyone notices a crowd forming, thinking it's straight up embarrassing to lose to this guy. Then that annoying squad leader calls them all idiots, saying they got scared after talking trash. But the friend next to him asks if he wasn't the main one dissing the guy. But the leader tells him to shut his trap, acting like he has no clue what he's saying. Meanwhile, Richie Rich from the mission thinks about his last loss. Been training with Mac daily and wants a rematch. But Mac's like, don't do it. Kid's confused, but Mac insists the MC got way stronger. Reckons even he couldn't beat the guy now. Rich Bo sits his butt down real quick, knowing his place. Then the barbarian walks up to another dude and realizes it's that psycho. Asks if the guy was running his mouth about kissing the commander's ass, asking if he's scared. Guy says, I ain't scared, gets up and squares up. But the MC realizes struggling used to be so normal, he hadn't even noticed the change. The stab-happy pervert from day one, the assassin the next day, not to mention Mitch recently, says even the squad member he trains daily saying it's been nothing but struggles till now. Old teacher always said, never underestimate your opponent. Then the guy stepping up asks if the MC is spacing out before the fight. Nope. But the MC thinks to himself that the advice felt useless because he never imagined actually being better than someone else in a scrap. Opponent claims he's definitely spacing out, asking, "What's with the face?" Enrick looks at him, grinning, saying he got strong enough. Says it is just interesting. Thinks he got strong enough to dominate, charging in and taking the guy down with just the sword. Says Aurelia respects strength. It's the kingdom of knights, after all. While totally owning the fight, smacking the dude with the blade, the opponent's sword starts shaking. Fear kicks in. Says right here, right now, he wins with overwhelming force. Stopping the blade right in front of the guy's face. Dude passes out from pure terror. As he hits the floor, MC thinks he just proved himself. Everyone's in disbelief, realizing he was the one who broke the spell, the one who wrecked the flag. Realize he wasn't just leeching off the squad's wins, it was all him. Enrick stands up, calling the MC Spellbreaker. Wonders what that idiot is doing, but Enrick tells everyone to speak up. Says if it weren't for the MC, half of them would be dead. So everyone starts chanting, Spellbreaker, giving him a battle name. MC thinks, hey, maybe that ain't so bad. Zol walks up saying he's Mitch rank now, but MC says it's too early to celebrate, gotta aim for a higher rank. Zol's shocked. He wants to keep going. While they re-talking, this man tells him to stand up, saying, now that is interesting. Walking down to the MC, they spot an eagle badge, border guard, the guys who serve the crown directly. An elite squad of high rankers and up. Why's the border butcher here? MC looks at him chatting with the squad leader, asking why he doesn't duel him too. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, right? Rain thinks this is going to be tough. MC figures the border guards are on par with the Aspen Grey Dogs, means this guy could be as strong as Rurier. Wonders what happens if he fights someone like that without dying. Gets curious, telling him to bring it. Butcher gets hyped. This kid ain't scared one bit even against special forces. Thinks after watching the kid, he's way more interesting than expected. He draws his sword. Everyone tells the MC not to let the Special Forces guy get cocky. Show him your true power, calling it the true battle of kings. They face off, and the butcher mentally calls them all idiots, wondering if they forgot they are infantry too. Says they were getting big heads after the last win, charging the MC full force to humble him. As he attacks, MC enters the zone, blocking beautifully. Not a scratch. Butcher thinks the focus is insane, surprised by even the smallest movements, grabs the MC by the collar. You're going down! But Enrick grabs his arm, raises the sword, and nearly jams it right into Butcher's skull, made him think he was dead meat for a second. He backs off, but Enrick slams the sword into the ground, uses the momentum, and launches himself for another attack. Still totally locked in, Enrick grabs the blade with bare hands and uses the swing to smash a knee right into Butcher's gut, sending him stumbling back. But Butcher charges again. Enrick whips a dagger from his chest gear, ready to keep throwing hands. Suddenly, the fairy jumps in and stops him cold. Scared the crap out of both of them. She yells, that's enough, any more of this, and they'd kill each other. Seeing her there, the MC is speechless. Meanwhile, Jackson already has a blade pressed against Butcher's throat. Not just him, the whole squad was ready to jump in and beat him down. Guys, this is giving me serious Black Clover vibes. If you know the scene, you know what I mean. I've got literal chills. Rain says the guy's lucky, but Butcher claims it didn't even hurt, telling him not to get cocky. Says if he tries that again, he'll end up with another hole in his body. However, MC thinks he almost got tagged when he lost track of the movements. But if they'd fought to the death, maybe he would be actually won. Everyone starts realizing the MC can actually scrap, wondering if it's even the same dude as before. Butcher sheathes the sword, admitting he didn't see that coming. Can't help but respect it. Introduces himself as Torres, platoon commander of the border guards, and extends a hand to the MC. MC introduces himself. Enrick, 4th squad leader, 4th company, 4th platoon. The crowd is shook. That guy is a platoon commander? That means Enrick just went toe-to-toe with a special rank soldier. Basically a high ranker. Everyone there has to show respect now. Dude is a beast. The crowd goes wild. Torres says he likes how Enrick handles the hype and hopes they meet again soon. High rank soldier Enrick, just one step closer to the goal. Later that afternoon, a man approaches the MC, recruiting for his unit. It's the commander of the 1st Heavy Armor Infantry Company, the Turtles. That's the 3rd recruitment offer in a row, after the 2nd and 3rd companies. MC wonders if it's cause of the rank or the spell-breaking skills. The guy explains his heavy infantry is the backbone of the battalion, claims the MC should know how big of a deal this offer is. MC knows accepting puts him in the Army Elite. Huge offer. But he apologizes to Gran. Gran asks why. Says if it's about the 4th company commander, he'll go have a word with her. MC says that ain't it. Gran notes the kid doesn't look bothered, so he drops it, but makes sure Enrick knows he still wants him. asks if he should send the invite anyway, just in case. MC respectfully rejects the crazy bastard. Gran admits he only survived the last battle thanks to the kid, so he'll let it slide. Someone asks if he should pack his gear, surprised that the first company actually came asking, but MC ain't going. Soldier asks why he's rejecting everyone right now. He'd get the royal treatment anywhere he goes. MC thinks about it, almost spills the reason. Suddenly, Torres walks up to Enrick, shocking everyone, and gets straight to the point, asking him to join the border guards. MC realizes they under direct command of the crown. Way better offer. Then the turtles. Everyone pauses, thinking how the squad leader couldn't have even dreamed of this before. Even if he rejected the others, he'd be an idiot to pass this up. Torres says he knew the moment they traded that first hit. Enrick wants a bigger fight. Says if he joins, he'll get hellish training and insane challenges. Joining the border guards means unlocking his full potential, extends his hand to Enrick. Gran and the rest brace themselves to accept the MC's decision. But Enrick replies, if we're talking endless hellish training, there's no place like where he already is. Says he doesn't want to just reach his potential, he wants to shatter it. And everyone right here is the best challenge he could ask for. Dude, this manhwa is so good. Like, actually insane. I am reading this with pure emotion, savoring it like fine wine. And I don't even drink, whatever. Next morning, Rain is freezing his butt off, wishing he could warm up by smashing someone with his axe. Asks where the squad leader is going. Tells him to bring back some hot stones. Says since the battle ended, he's basically useless. Alden quips it'd be warmer if he actually exercised. Suggests a workout, but Rain threatens to kill him if he touches the blanket. Alden asks the MC if he wants to spar. Says it'll loosen up those frozen muscles. MC says he's got duty right now, but he'll train when he gets back. Rain starts yelling at the MC, begging for those hot stones. Don't forget, Enrick yells back that he heard him. MC thinks it got cold out of nowhere. Winter hits different. At the market, he notes the border guards' whole purpose is fighting, but with no battles, they just patrol the streets to keep the city safe. Meets up with two other soldiers, Jack and Bo. Says the three of them are a team today. MC looks at them, wondering if they were on the escort mission. Says he feels like he's heard those names somewhere. They start teasing him, saying they're working with the famous Spellbreaker. Claim it's a huge honor. They heard Enrick got promoted to high rank too. Think the guy went straight from the bottom to the top in one go, saying it's totally insane. But Enrick calls it luck. Jack, though, wants to see this high rank Spellbreaker in action, asking for a duel once they get back. So he goes, we never turn down a duel, and Jack gets all hyped like, that's a promise, dude. Then they get back to grinding, wondering why the hell they gotta work in this freezing weather. They're complaining that winter feels way colder than usual. Meanwhile, the MC is wondering why these guys are standing so creepily close to him.
I mean, it's not like he's big enough to block the wind or anything. Then everyone calls him over to check something out, saying they've got dried fruit. As they're walking down the path, this old geezer comes stumbling toward the MC and fakes a fall. The MC tries to catch him, asking if he's okay. But bam, the guy pulls a dagger and jams it right into his chest. He's wondering what the heck is happening as he drops dead right there. Then Jack shoves something in his mouth while Bo holds him up, acting all loud like, whoa, look at this mess. Drinking in the morning? You good, bro? Then the MC notices that they are hiding him from the crowd. They are totally working together. The old guy asks if he's surprised, giving the MC this absolutely hideous look, while saying, a persistent lover never forgets their target. The MC realizes this guy is a half-fairy, an assassin sent from Aspen because he broke the spell. The assassin slashes the MC diagonally and he hits the ground hard. Jack says the mission's a wrap and they need to head back to Rain. One of them looks up and spots someone at the watchtower. The MC thinks about Jack, Bo, and Rain, finally realizing they were the wounded soldiers from the Recon mission Zoyodo talked about. Zoyodo mentioned that everyone from that Recon squad was pretty banged up. The MC figures they used that as an excuse to contact Aspen. As he is dying, he thinks, man, that was a 4-on-1. When he collapses, bleeding out, a woman sees him and starts screaming. He says, this is going to be interesting, and wakes up back on that same day. He says good morning to Rain, who asks what's up with him. The MC's like, nothing, just wanted to start the day with some energy. He heads out to find Alden, who's taking a freezing cold shower. He asks if they talked. The MC asks if he mentioned a training method to warm up the body. Alden says, yeah, it's a full body workout. It's essential for keeping your strength up in this freezing winter. Keeps you ready for anything. So the MC asks him to teach it. He thinks back. He saw the assassin pull the dagger but couldn't react. His body wasn't ready. Alden tells him to get into position and hold it. So he squats down, basically sitting on his own leg, putting both hands forward and stretching one out. He realizes he should be noticed something was up when Jack and Bo got so close. He tells himself he's going to end those two first but then rethinks it. If he rushes it, he'll lose the half-fairy. Alden says,
Your muscles are going to be sad if you can't even hold a pose like that. The MC says his muscles are already screaming. He thinks if those guys are within chasing range, he'll catch them. He's going to meet Jack and Bo one more time. He says, I'm taking them all down at once. He goes to meet the two of them, no cloak this time. Jack asks, aren't you cold? The MC says, nah, I was just training. Bo says, you didn't get that rep for nothing. Jack keeps yapping about the weather, getting close to the MC, but the MC thinks, my body's ready thanks to Alden, it's go time. He spots the half-fairy approaching from a distance. Boom! He punches both of them, nailing Jack, but misses Bo. He wonders if Bo noticed him. Meanwhile, he keeps his eyes on the half-fairy, wondering, is he gonna run or attack? Whatever happens, he needs to deal with these two fast. He instantly draws his sword. But the half-fairy makes a move. There's this weird sound. What is that? Suddenly, a dagger slams into his chest. A throwing knife. From that distance, through that crowd, he realizes the guy is good. The assassin says it again. A persistent lover never forgets their target. As he falls, he realizes, by the time I noticed, it already pierced my heart. That dagger is faster than sound. He drops, and that woman starts screaming again. He tells himself he needs to handle attackers at both long and short range simultaneously. Thinking, how do I prep for this? When he's close, the half-fairy stabs him. When he's far, he throws the dagger. Not hard to understand. The wall is pretty simple. Back in the loop training with Alden, he says, I want to kill someone. Jack asks if that was a threat. The MC says, no, you're the one who's gonna die. Ragna asks what they're doing, asking if he's training torture resistance. Rain asks, is it really that hard? And jumps in, saying, this is how you do it. Jackson talks to the squad leader about the next shift. Then he looks over and sees all 5 of those crazies perfectly synced up in their weirdness. Rain says, just stretch hard, while Ragna adds, if you can't even do this, you need to train your flexibility too. Alden yells at his lazy partners, saying this is his turf so they can get lost. Jackson sees this crap and can barely believe it. He asks, what's with that face? They're just training. The MC thinks he needs a way to block that thrown dagger. The precision and speed aren't like normal knives. While he's drawing it in the dirt, Jackson walks up. Is that a whistling dagger? The MC asks if that's the name. Jackson says, yeah, because of the sound it makes when you throw it. If used right, the target never knows what hit him. Best to stay far away from those things. The MC thinks, I'll keep that in mind. No matter how good the guy throws, he wonders, what can he do if I block it at the exact right second? He punches the two of them again. Bo dodges again. He thinks Bo noticed, but the MC grabs him and uses him as a human shield, thinking, I'm handling these idiots right now. Tries using Bo as a meat shield against the dagger, but then hears the sound, gets hit before shoving Bo in front. Doesn't matter. Bo takes a hit to the back anyway. Even Jack, just trying to stand up, dead. Enrick realizes the guy threw 3 at once. That half-fairy just smiles, dropping the catchphrase. Enrick figures the killer will wipe out allies if they get in the way. Or maybe never saw them as allies to begin with. Half-fairy walks over, saying that was admirable. But a persistent assassin never forgets a target. Staring right at Enrick. Enrick says, that's good. Half-fairy asks, is this a joke at death's door? Calling the guy a weirdo while twisting the dagger deeper. Enrick admits it, says, I underestimated this whole mess. Then /dead. Killer says, a wall is still a wall. Then Charon, straight from the depths of hell, notices Enrick's actually enjoying this, telling the guy to laugh while it lasts. 'Cause the despair waiting at the end of that joy, that's why this is a curse. Worst part is, I just realized the biggest wall might be dying of natural causes. Imagine dying in your sleep, waking up, then dying at the end of the day, every single day. Nothing to do but stay in that loop forever. Enrick wakes up in bed again, thinking about what Sharon said. Decides, nah, not a curse, it's a blessing. Goes to Jackson, asking about the whistling dagger. Jackson's like, where'd you hear about that? Jackson buys the excuse though, gives in, explains it's a bunch of thin blades compressed into one. That's what makes the whistling sound when thrown. Used to be called the dagger you can only hear. Super hard to track with the human eye. Enrick asks, what if I want to see it and dodge? Jackson says, you can't. But what if I had to? Jackson asks, do you need to? Enrick says, yeah, I do. Jackson thinks, kid's doing that creepy thing again. Asking how Enrick even heard about this. Says no point tracking a dagger that's already flying. Gotta watch the thrower's hand. Saying the path is decided the second it leaves the hand. And you can hide how you throw it. But not hard to spot if you know what to look for. Enrick asks if he can learn the technique. Jackson says, not the way you throw. Enrick notices everyone mocking him, whispering behind his back. Jackson asks if the kid wants to learn how to throw daggers properly. Hit the jackpot. Enrick surprised Jackson offered first, asks, why? Jackson says, you can refuse if you're scared. Enrick says, I'm in. Time skip back to that same scene, walking with Jack and Bo. Remembers what Jackson said, moment you throw, gotta relax the whole body, focus as the blade leaves the hand, seeing and dodging, same thing. Near the spot where he usually punches Jack and Bo, Enrick slices Jack's throat instead. Bo freaks out, dead. And that same woman who screams when Enrick dies, now she's screaming, murderer! Assassin shows up. Enrick remembers, watch the opponent, sees the half-fairy's hand slipping out from the robe, dagger ready. Switch from relaxed to focused. Thinks, I can avoid instant death if I just protect the heart. Watch the fingertips, but the second the sound hits, dagger's already buried in his arm, hurts like hell. Then boom, through the heart. Way too fast, just a split second, but he saw it. In that split second, a glint moved. He saw it. Saying, I'm sure of it. Guy gets closer. Tries to say the catchphrase. Enrick cuts in, I know, you never forget a target. Half-fairy asks, how do you know that? Enrick says, just a few more tries and I've got this. Looks the half-fairy in the eye. See you soon. I'll learn every trick you've got. Another reset. Gotta be faster. Stabs Jack, kills Bo right after. Bam bam. They scream, assassin! Enrick enters the zone. Says he's not the type to dream about being the best anymore. Spots the dagger in the half-fairy's hand, thrown with just one finger, thinks, I can have whatever I want if I just grind for it. Assassin throws. Enrick takes the hit on the arm, keeps moving forward. Killer readies another one on a finger, launches it. Enrick charges head-on, thinks about dodging sideways, but the assassin throws again, realizes it was a trick, gets hit, goes down, figures the guy adapts to his moves, thinks, that weapon is dope, I want one. Next loop. Enrick's using a weapon like that, trying to hit an apple. Jackson asks, what are you doing? Enrick says, practicing with the whistling dagger. Jackson's like, that's not even a whistling dagger. Enrick smiles, spinning it on his finger, says, I'll have a real one soon. Then the dagger snaps. Blade whizzes right past Jackson's ear. Guy stays quiet. Super awkward silence. Day 8 of the loop. This time, Enrick actually dodges the whistling dagger. Dodges the assassin. Thinks, not falling for your tricks again. Then hit from behind. Realizes the guy was waiting for that exact move. Day 9. Kills the sniper up top. Half-fairy claims he got distracted while attacking, and just like that, reset. Next day, the guy nails an apple right out of Jackson's hand. Dude S totally shook. Then the MC looks over and drops some wisdom. Arms and hands are just there to guide the blade. Gotta use the whole body to throw it. Then asks Jackson, yo, what are you doing wrong? But he says he outranks everyone there, and he'll take the heat. Jack's just standing there wondering what they're supposed to do, with the Prota telling them to just follow him for now. He figures the market is the perfect spot for assassins to set up a plan. He doesn't need to fall for their little games again, so they ask Enrick, saying they should head back. But then he asks what Jack got for betraying them, asking if it was the crowns. They realize the jig is up and say they're gonna kill him, but the Prota easily takes both of them out. Hair's a little long and talks to Bug Eyes, asking him to cut his hair, and he charges 10 coppers. But the Prota says he's gonna give only 5. But Bug Eyes throws the meet me halfway card, charging only 8 coppers. And so he goes to get his hair done. And the Prota says now he's asking for more. Asking if he can have a discount anymore. And Bug Eyes says if he thinks it's bad, he'll have to go look for a cut in the city. He says he doesn't want to go there because they all suck. And so Bug Eyes, while cutting, notices it's pretty cold now and snowing. And Rain, dying of cold, starts saying that the devil powdered crap. Yeah. And everyone agrees, but they speak that it's a test from God. And the Prota wonders why everyone is there around him, and he starts to. Everyone's wondering how a killer got past the border guards. When Jack, Bo, and Rotin came back, it became obvious someone on the inside is helping them out. She figures out he's only doing this to avoid shoveling snow. He denies it with a straight face, but realizes, damn, this lady is sharp. Dude, definitely didn't expect humor in this manhwa. Anyway, on the way to the mission, the group asks where this thieves guild came from. Zoyodo asks if they mean the Gwyff Guild, and if there is any intel on them. MC says, nope, that says exactly why we here. Tells Jackson the rest of them will wait in the tavern while he finds the target. Jackson asks like, how am I supposed to do that? MC just tells him, figure it out. Zoyodo wonders what kind of messed up order that is. Worst part? Jackson actually agrees to do it. Zoyodo finds it weird, wondering if he's the odd one out. Later, at Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup Tavern, everyone sits down to eat. Zoyodo asks, what if the Gwyff Guild is innocent? MC replies that even if they aren't with the assassins, they're still criminals. Time to take them down. Zoyodo's still thinking it over, then asks Lies to wait a sec. She asks what he needs. The guy whispers something in her ear, making the MC curious. but then realizes Jackson is taking forever. Even if they were gossiping about him, it's weird there's no signal yet. Starts wondering if the orders were too vague and actually feels bad for the guy. Meanwhile, Jackson is stuck on a roof, just watching. Stands there so long he almost freezes to death, but finally spots some sketchy people. Then he asks Zoyodo if he knows that woman. Zoyodo says, "That's Lice, her dad's a shoemaker. Her dream is to open a tavern in the capital." Jackson realizes Zoyodo knows way too much. Zoyodo just grins, saying all beautiful women are his future clients. Jackson gets back to the MC, saying he found the location. Everyone's shocked to see him basically buried in snow. And Jackson is pissed too. He got that trash order while everyone else was warm and cozy, eating food. MC tells him to eat something, but Jackson refuses. What are we waiting for? Let's go already. Ragna refuses, whining about the cold. Jackson snaps, asking if Ragna wants to be bathed in his own blood. You'll warm up real fast then. MC agrees, wants to head out now. But moving in the snow is gonna suck, so they need to be careful. Plan was to leave when the snow stopped. But looking outside, yeah, that's not happening. MC realizes there's no choice. Let's move, now. Zoyodo starts questioning the previous orders again. MC assures him they'll be careful enough this time, and so they walk out, Ragna shivering like crazy. They pass a guy looking like a beggar, but suddenly, the dude pulls a dagger and tries to stab the MC. Ragna ditches the cape and goes berserk. Gives them zero chance, smashes one guy's head with an axe and decks the other one with a punch. Ragna asks if these are their friends. MC figures they must be from the Gwyff Guild. Meanwhile, Jackson finds their hideout. Says those guys were probably lookouts. Wonders if the door is locked. Then Alden steps up saying, "Excuse me." Claims he's gonna knock to see if anyone answers. Loads up a massive punch and smashes the door to pieces with his bare hands. "Come on in." Ragna asks, "Do you even know what knocking means?" MC shrugs. Well, the door opened. Ragna then asks what they were gonna interrogate these guys about first. MC says, "We'll figure that out later. First, we crush them with raw power." And just like that, as they barge in, the crew inside is wondering if the squad leader is there. They heard rumors, reporting they haven't made any progress. Yeah, that's gonna be pathetic. So their leader figures they gotta handle everyone inside on their own. He's wondering if it's chill since his squad mates are coming too. But then the leader asks, who even cares? But I have absolute... That vibe definitely shifts when Alden just busts the door down with a single kick, hits him with a knock-knock, realizes shit hit the fan and says he's gonna kill everybody. But the MC starts yapping that anyone who hasn't killed the weak and anyone who'd rather get locked up than die better drop their weapons and cross that line right now. And he makes it clear, don't do it and you're dead meat. But then Rain asks if they shouldn't just wipe them all out first. But the MC says he changed his mind, wondering if he looked badass just now. Dude's acting like some kid who just got isekai'd, bro. Straight up 8th grader syndrome. So, the bandit leader calls the MC a total jackass, asking if he really thinks he can boss them around. And Alden says their judgment is way off, claiming these guys won't listen unless they use brute force. So, he says they're gonna start dragging him over, asking who's the strongest among them. The leader says this is going to be hilarious, pointing out that the guy behind him is his strongest swordsman, named Ivern, telling him to fight the MC. So he agrees, wondering if the MC can even block his sword, since he's never lost a fight in his entire life. And he charges at the MC, full of himself, attacking and screaming like a maniac. But the MC just deflects his sword like it's nothing, flinging it away. Then he drives the blade right into his shoulder, noticing the guy was using the Valen mercenary style. He strikes while talking, mentioning he has dealt with that crap before. But then the stuck-up leader starts sweating bullets, saying if that guy was the strongest, he doesn't need to see the rest. With him on the floor, the MC says that S the last chance, telling him to surrender or die. And everyone behind the MC starts realizing he's trying way too hard to look cool right now. Bro, the look on the MCS squad is absolutely priceless. And with that totally cringeworthy scene happening, the enemies actually drop their weapons and the first one surrenders. The leader calls him a coward and tries to attack him. But then the MC throws that Van dagger right on the spot. Seeing that, Rain starts dying inside, because for a split second he actually thought the MC was cool, saying this sucks. And so Alden says he was totally badass, while Zoyodo is thinking the same thing. Jackson notes it wasn't half bad, while Ragna is also cringing hard, and the MC, for his part, is also thinking that Mustvee looked super dope. And just like that, they all surrender, begging him not to kill him. Rain asks what now, saying it to be better to just off him, then deal with him later. But then they start begging for their lives, talking about how they've got sick moms back home. But the MC says that doesn't justify their crimes. Then some guy steps up saying if he has to kill anyone, he should kill him instead. Is he the only Gilfin? He asks if he's Gilfin from the Gilfin Guild, wondering if the guy who died wasn't the actual boss. He says no, that guy was the boss. But then the MC asks if that wasn't T. Gilfin, and he's like, no, I am Gilfin. And the MC is totally lost. Zoyodo pipes up, saying they name guilds after random people on purpose. That way, if the law comes knocking, they just blame that person and bolt. The bald guy says that bastard boss was actually a terrible person, but the rest of them aren't like that. So, if he really has to kill someone, take him instead. But then everyone starts yelling for Gilfin not to do it, saying Gilfin's too nice, and that he was the one who took care of their sick moms. They swear they'll take care of him if he gets hurt, then they all start begging to be killed in Gilfin's place. Rain asks if the MC is really gonna kill him after all that, acting like he didn't just choose to be a heartless demon. But the MC points out it was Ren who suggested killing them in the first place. Then Gilfin brings up the guild's fortune, saying he'll hand it all over if they let them live. And behind the MC, Zoyodo starts grinning. Gilfin says most of the loot is in that safe, but they gotta find the key that the dead piece of trash hid. But with Alden there, that's definitely not a problem, because he gently relocates the door, ripping out all the bolts, and bam, the fortune is theirs. Gilfin realizes they didn't need the key after all. The MC tells everyone to help themselves, and Rain gets all hyped that there's thermal leather in there. It's super cozy, so they start grabbing swords and random stuff. The MC finds something he wants too, some flexible leather armor that's tough as nails. He says it's not bad and decides to keep it. Then Zoyodo talks to the squad leader, asking the MC to take over the guild. The MC asks if he is basically telling him to become a thief. Zoyodo says yeah, but a thief who doesn't a kill. He points out that even if they destroy this guild, another one would just pop up in less than a month to take its place. So, the plan is to just use that guy as a puppet to run things.
The MC thinks this all seems way too convenient, wondering if it was planned back then. He asks if Zoyodo said something to that girl, mentioning they are there for a reason. Zoyodo asks if he noticed, but says either way,
they bagged him all in one go. He says if the MC allows it, he'll pay in Krona every month and gather intel too. The MC thinks he doesn't particularly care about Krona, but money wouldn't hurt, so he gives the green light. Zoyodo gets all bossy talking to Gilfin, telling him from now on they are the thieves who don a kill guild. They are going to weed out the bad apples, send them to jail, and slowly reform the whole operation. But Gilfin says if they don't split up, they might all end up dead. Zoyodo asks, why is that? Gilfin explains that, like he said, the dead boss worked for Aspen. Apparently, a Logan comes every spring and autumn to check on the guild. And if they figure out what went down, that Logan monster will kill everyone. But Zoyodo says that's not really a problem, because they've got their own monsters that are way worse. Then he asks if he wants to say that again. The MC says if they got what they came for, it's time to bounce. But then Rain gives him a serious look, asking if he thinks they're done shoveling the snow. The MC realizes it's probably better to hang around a bit longer. And Ragna starts thinking they've got some unfinished business there. Whatever it is, they want to reflect and preach the word of God just a little bit more. Jackson says he's got something to handle right now, so he's going to bounce and come back tomorrow morning. And the MCS, like, I had no clue you guys were so busy, seeing as everyone is just snoozing peacefully around the bonfire. So, heading back to camp, he reports to the fairy chick about the squad's return, telling her they found and wrecked the thieves' hideout. And the fairy asks if he had a blast skipping out on snow duty. He says he has no idea what she's talking about, but notices she knows way too much. Then she switches topics, saying she heard he never backs down from a duel. He says, yeah, usually. So she calls him out to practice. He's like, sure. But he questions if this is actually a duel or just punishment, because he figured she was pissed. Then she nearly flings him away, swiping the sword at his leg. He hits the ground hard. Then she orders him to get up, and he grabs his sword but ends up eating dirt again. He asks himself, what the heck is this? Because the sword has always been super thin, almost like a whip, and she keeps yelling at him to stand up while he can do jack with his own blade. So he falls on his back while she thinks she's seen him react instantly before, almost like he knew the future. But now it looks like he is totally blind, saying she doesn't really know who he is as a person, but it's still a fact that he broke the spell and wasted 4 assassins. Then she says it's snowing again and she'll be watching. He realizes it was the snow messing him up, thinking it's pathetic. Because even though he trains with the sword non-stop, he never actually did anything, just used his hand. Now he realizes what's missing, something that uses the body and limbs. He thinks martial arts, remembering Aldine, the beast. And check out the build on that guy. Damn, you could climb a tree on him, huh? So he goes over to Aldine, who's training by lifting a whole tree trunk. And Alden says, one of the most basic things in martial arts is a trained body. He says this while slamming that gigantic trunk into the ground. The MC can't believe his eyes, while Rain is asking, who the heck threw that tree out of nowhere? And so, Alden says, he has a training method. But the MC questions the tree thing, and Alden says it demands the extreme from the body. He calls it the isolation method and warns it's gonna hurt. He can consider himself a dead man. Then the MC thinks, well, dying is kind of my specialty. So Alden makes him carry a massive rock on his back while doing lunges, and he thinks he's gonna die. Alden says the core principle of the isolation technique is overload, and says muscles get stronger when they re-rip to shreds. The MC is pretty much getting crushed to death by that thing. He tells him to hold it for 10 seconds, saying, you got this, claiming to know the MC's limits better than the guy himself. But then the MC asks how he'd know that if Alden just stands there next to him. And Alden asks if there aren't already regrets about doing this, saying the body needs way more improvement before really starting martial arts training. And if he had started sooner, things would be moved along. But the MC says there's no time for regrets, saying the past is the past and the focus is on the present. If it wasn't he never would have made it through today. So he asks him to teach while he's stuck in that position. And Alden questions how anyone can be so diligent, saying that work ethic is rock solid and he respects it. Then he smiles, saying now they're moving to the next step, telling him to get back on all fours. And this is while holding 3 more of those rocks on the back. That kid starts getting freaked out while the MC screams and Alden yells to stand firm, saying he can do it. Then he makes him hold 2 rocks in his hands while keeping them extended, and he is suffering big time with that training. The Panther starts watching this. By nightfall, he arrives dead at the dorms, collapsing at the door. Then Rain asks if someone is messing with him, wondering why he always comes back so wrecked. And the MC, shaking like a leaf, says it was just normal training. Then the Panther goes over and lies down with the MC, and Rain asks if he's gonna keep her, asking why he doesn't just give her a name already. He thinks about it, saying she's warm, so he's gonna call her Toasty. But the Panther doesn't like that crap one bit. So he invents another name, saying since she has blue eyes, it to be Blue Turd. But apparently the Panther isn't a fan of that either. Rain asks if he hates her, saying those names are practically animal cruelty. And the MC is devastated, because he thought Blue Turd was cute. He says he's gonna have to think a bit more about the name, especially if she's gonna stay. So he lies down and starts dozing off. In the dream, he shows up in this beautiful field all bluish, wondering what the heck that is. Then he sees the Aurora Borealis, wondering if it's a dream, saying he doesn't see the boatmen, but thinks that place probably isn't really his vibe. And looking back, he sees someone there. That woman looks straight into his eyes and talks about Esther, saying that's her name. So when he wakes up, he notices something weird because there's a woman sleeping with him. And apparently, that woman was the Panther. The MC says goodnight to her while still hugging, and she gets all giddy while he holds her. For real, I am starting to think you're stalking me, dude. I am starting to think you're stalking me. There isn't a single animal that doesn't turn into a girl. Then the next morning, getting ready to head out, Rain asks if he's going again. He says he's gonna train. Ren asks if the MC isn't hurt from yesterday. He says actually the body feels pretty light. Esther says she's sure it does. After all, she used magic on him and says she needs him to break her curse. Then Rain asks if he met up with a priest or something. He says no way, and that he actually dreamt of a woman. But Rain says he didn't imagine he'd be the type of guy to have that kind of dream, asking what kind of woman it was. So he recalls every little detail, saying she was actually pretty. Esther just ducks her head, mumbling that at least his eyes aren't messed up. It's totally natural for mages to endlessly dig into magic and mysticism on their quest for knowledge. She ended up cursed, morphed into a beast with her powers sealed. One day, while roaming the fields, drawn in by the scent of a curse, she found that guy and has been tailing him ever since. Cutting to Aldine, he says it's insane, because it usually takes a whole lifetime for a busted body to recover, but he's already stronger than yesterday. He keeps breezing through training, but when he glances back at the Panther, he calls her Blue Cat again, and she gets super ticked off at that idiot. But then he switches to Esther, asking how long she's been watching. She explains that the magic world is ruled by the power of names. If she gets called something else carelessly, those powers will get even weaker. She used the last bit of juice she had to tell him her name, but messed up while doing it. Thank God he's thick-headed, though. She figures he's definitely under a curse, too. It's not complete yet, but way stronger than her own. A nasty curse that slowly eats up other curses around it. If she sticks by his side, she'll eventually get her powers back. So, while he keeps training with Alden, he starts putting in a bit more muscle, just enough to stop getting tossed around. But then Alden tries to knee the MC, who manages to dodge, but ends up hitting the dirt and pinning his back to the ground. He says that for martial artists, the body has to be ready, just like a sword for a swordsman. And all that is useless if you aren't fast. He calls the MC slow as a turtle, but admits the guy's body is definitely changing, saying he really doesn't know when to quit. Just like that, a month flies by in the blink of an eye. Green fields are popping up where the snow was, and he's spent every day busy grinding. He trains with both Alden and Rain, almost landing a hit, and they admit the MC has leveled up. They can finally fight like men, getting even more hyped. That afternoon, after chowing down, he talks to Ragna, dragging him to train to burn off the meal. He complains he is still eating, but after the workout, the MC is floored. Ragna says his adaptability still sucks, but his fundamentals are perfect now. He could pull this off with muscle memory, even in his sleep, saying he'll need to repeat it countless times, and it's gonna be rough. But when it comes to that, the MC is already a pro. That night, he mentions training with the squad is cool and all, but some real combat experience would be sweet too. Suddenly, he hears a noise, and Jackson jumps him out of nowhere. But the MC manages to snatch his dagger and says he's not going to die in an ambush anymore, admitting he's actually improved. Then Zoyodo tells them to take it outside if they're going to spar, since they're kicking up dust. He notes that he showed up early, asking if he shouldn't be out making some cash. But apparently, he's got a get-rich-quick scheme. When the panther stands up, he starts hunting for any claw she might have dropped, claiming it's worth 10,000 crowns. The MC can't tell if the guy's lazy or hardworking. Then someone knocks and it's that elf chick. She orders the squad leader to come with her. He points out there's no more snow to shovel. She tells him to cut the crap, saying there's a new mission and he needs to grab it from the mercenary board. He thinks it over, noting it's a directive tied to the soldier ranking system. It's a rule that allows city folks to hire soldiers as mercenaries. He mentions it's cheaper than real mercs. You get better trained, more polite people, so it's super popular. He was wanting to test himself, so this is perfect. Meanwhile, a guard thinks his shift is finally over, only to get spooked by Commander Fadwin. He asks her how many she's gonna need, and she says it'll be 3 in total. She asks him to bring a squad member along, adding that she'll be the 3rd. He's totally shocked, asking if she's really gonna do that, and why. Then he notices those two are always hanging out, which is suspicious, plus he heard they even dueled each other. Wondering if there's something going on between them, saying maybe they are dating. But meanwhile, she asks what's up with that sour look, asking if he finds it uncomfortable going on a mission with her. And right then, the eavesdropper nearby strikes gold with those words. So he asks if they heard that, claiming the company commander and the spellbreaker are apparently an item. They were sure something was up, saying they were together even before joining the army. Everyone starts making up a bunch of rumors, even claiming the two of them already have kids. The next morning, while the MC trains, they start talking about him, asking how he managed to snag a fairy with a face like that, saying he has got their respect. But some of them say they actually make a good couple, and the MC can barely believe what he is hearing. When he heads back to his platoon, Rain starts roasting him, announcing that Daddy's home, and asking how many months along she is since he heard the baby's due any minute. He tells Rain he heard wrong, it's all a misunderstanding and nothing more than rumors, but Zoyodo tells him not to be shy, cause they were gonna find out sooner or later. But the MC keeps denying it, so Ragna chips in saying it's actually good, telling him to stick with her, so she'll train him. Then the elf chimes in, saying she'll pray for his future. But he asks what that's supposed to mean, feeling like they are playing him for a fool. Rain asks when the date is happening, cause it's gonna be weird playing third wheel. But the MC asks if he's talking about the mission, dropping the bomb that Rain isn't going. Rain looks totally shocked at that, asking who's going then, and he says it's gonna be Jackson, who's already prepped. Rain doesn't take that well, asking if it's gonna be that damn cat instead of him. Asking if someone took an axe to his head or something. He replies he'd be the first to do that to the commissioner if he got pissed off, so he's not going. Jackson asks if he is being tagged along just cause he won to cause trouble, but the guy claims he takes missions all the time and figured he'd actually be some help. Then gives some advice telling him not to share too much of his heart with a woman or he's gonna get wrecked in the end. Whoa, dude went full red pill from the Matrix, but the MC gets super serious, saying he doesn't need that kind of advice. They keep moving together, asking when the commissioner is showing up. She says soon. MC thinks she probably hasn't heard the rumors yet, figuring it's gonna get awkward, but then she talks to Angry, asking if they did something to make people think they've got kids together. He answers no with a straight face, while Jackson starts cracking up. Asked if that was a laugh, Jackson plays dumb, acting like he has no clue what's going on. But the MC says he definitely heard a laugh. Then the fairy goes back to asking if her questions are making things uncomfortable. He says no, so she asks if it makes him happy, and he's like no. Then yes, then maybe. She asks what part he liked, and the guy has got nothing to say, just wondering why she's asking this stuff. But then the commissioner shows up right when he's in a tight spot, and she starts talking. saying he arrived just when it was getting fun. MC stares at this woman like, what do you mean fun? Wondering if that look on her face is some kind of joke. So, turns out the mission was protecting a rich merchant's kid. Trying to decide which of the two heirs of the hog-fed trading company is going to be the next boss, they got hired to make sure the siblings don't hurt each other. MC claims he thought the heir would be some greedy toad. But nah, it's actually a pretty cute girl. Says her name's Leona, heiress of the company. Says it's a pleasure to meet him. Look, we got animals turning into girls now. This stuff is piling up. It's becoming a regular thing. While walking with the caravan, a maid goes over to talk to Leona. MC realizes nobody's said a word since they first met. The little communication they do have goes through her maid. Maid says they're grabbing a room at the first inn to wait for the other heirs. MC figures they really just want them there as escorts and nothing else. Remembers Aldine talking about age, body posture, positioning, and the eyes. All valuable info. Says figuring out the enemy's strategy counts as a skill. So, gotta observe and analyze, noticing the guard up front is a lefty and steps heavy. She's packing heavy gear, and the sword says she's tough. None of them look as strong as a special rank, though. That analysis has some holes, but figures it'll do for now. Then Jackson pipes up. Asks if they re-board. How about a game? Says they gonna identify sounds. Jackson starts with a paper bag getting crumpled. MC calls out a woman in front of a food stall. Jackson picks up a hammer sound, and MC spots a blacksmith. Then notices a tongue click and says he was too slow, tracking it to a guy near the shoe store. MC realizes the point of this game is locating and identifying where sounds come from, and it's harder than it looks. The lefty knight tells him they're taking a room upstairs and says they can stay there. The fairy thinks what they're doing looks interesting and says she wants in too. MC thinks to himself that he heard fairies are way more sensitive compared to humans. They keep recognizing all the sounds around them. But Jackson and the fairy are way sharper than the MC, and he admits he can't even keep up. Thinks the problem is it doesn't feel like a game anymore. They call out someone behind Jackson, but he takes the guy out easily, while the fairy defends herself too. Says he smelled an ambush, and she claims she noticed too. They realize it's assassins, but the MC drops a few of them without breaking a sweat. Says Leona is the priority, but while heading up the stairs to get to her, some guy throws daggers right at the MC. But Jackson blocks it like it's nothing, and the fairy keeps slaughtering them fiercely. The assassins start asking why these guys are so strong, but his buddy says not to worry, cause they got the numbers. Jackson starts thinning the herd real quick. The fairy sees that and thinks that the MC's squad members are way stronger than he is, but they all listen to him and trust him. Wonders who helped build this, thinking it's interesting, and keeps dropping bodies easily. MC goes up after Leona, says after meeting the assassin who went after Krang and that recent half-fairy killer, attacks like this aren't a problem. Questions where the guy thinks he's coming from, while the dude tries a surprise stab. MC remembers Alden calling him too slow, but he reacts, hitting the guy with a massive blessing and knocking him way back. Says his moves are totally different now. So, while he takes that guy down, that girl flies out of Leona's room, and inside, another assassin tries to kill both the girl and the maid, shouting, "Glory to Aspen." But the maid jumps in front to give her life for her mistress. MC says he's too far away for the assassin's daggers and can't guarantee he'll stop it, wondering if he could make it if he tried. Thinks of a way to close the gap fast, something he's seen before. Thinking of that other knight who sped up like crazy. Says imitating it perfectly is impossible at his level, but if he can copy just a little bit, he can do something, and actually speeds up enough to get to the two girls before the assassin. So with that move, he gets in front of the attack, protecting them both. His cape gets sliced, revealing a mantle underneath. Thinks the blade impact hurts, but didn't get cut thanks to the Gilfin leather armor. Then asks the assassin why they don't go have a chat downstairs. So Ansel grabs him and tosses him right out the window. Assassin drops, nearly dies, and Ansel's thinking, nice, used his body to break the fall. Second floor is clear of enemies now. That guy down there, probably wrecked from the drop, but still thinks he's tough shit. Dude grabs two swords, calls Ansel a psycho, asks if he's some border guard. Ansel's like, nah. Guy claims there's no way he's losing. Ansel notices the mismatched swords, but the dude's balance is solid. Starts guessing it's the fluid sword art, wondering how to counter. Then the guy goes, first I kill you, then I wreck that woman. But Ansel asks if anyone's ever told him he talks too much, daring him to bring it. Assassin charges in. Ansel thinks, first real fight in ages, noting the guy looks strong enough, wonders what move to bust out first. Watching the assassin close in, he spots the Thund dual sword style, basically a Valen duet. Guy tries to strike. Ansel dodges that beautifully. Dude follows up with the other blade, but Ansel keeps weaving through, tries to slash Ansel's foot, but he hops back. Assassin lunges for a stab, but Ansel sidesteps right behind him. Assassin's totally shook by Ansel's speed appearing behind him. Can't believe some random guy dodged everything. Ansel says he's impressed, claiming he couldn't learn that style himself cause of zero talent. Thinks with that speed, the guy S almost as good as the dagger pervert. Goatee asks what the hell he S babbling about and charges again. But then Ansel pops his zone, seeing everything in slow-mo, spots the attack path instantly. Sees exactly what the dude S gonna do. Ansel just moves his sword into the perfect spot to slice his neck, says he aimed for the heart, still got a long way to go, thinks he needs to spar with Ragna, or maybe Jackson. As the guy drops, everyone starts bailing. Ansel wants to chase him down, but Jackson says the fight drew too much heat. Ansel points out they're running away. Jackson agrees but just stands there. Ansel's like, "You not gonna go after them?" Jackson says chasing criminals isn't in the job description. They bolted, so the entourage should be safe. Ansel realizes Jackson S only focused on the mission. Fairy tells Ansel he wasn't a half bad. He asks if she's good, but she just gives him this serious look. Asking if he's worried about his girlfriend, saying she won't be able to sleep with all those butterflies in her stomach. Ansel realizes she's messing with him. Leona asks if the weirdos are dating. No way, he says. Then Fairy asks if this whole thing was just a joke to him. Starts wondering what is wrong with these people. Leona asks for his name, Ansel. She thanks him for the protection, says she'll pay him properly later. He's like, "Don't to bother, just part of the job." She thinks that S even weirder. By nightfall, the few they caught got sent to the army, and reinforcements showed up in case of round 2. He wonders who those assassins were. Some were legit skilled. Definitely not just there to rob them. Figures, they gotta assume the other heirs sent them. Leona comes downstairs, noticing Ansel's up super early. He says it's his shift. She asks him to come with her, offering a spot in her personal forces. She thinks her Rockfeld company is kinda lacking. Main partners are the Savagery Shepherds from the Beastlands and the Black Leather Guild, famous for hunting dragons. Plus the Glacial Guardians, defenders of the permafrost. And on top of that, there's the Rockfeld map showing main routes and local specialties. Says it is valuable enough to let whoever sells it live worry free in luxury forever. Says that S way too much to leave with the previous owner S idiot kids. Claims she needs to protect and grow this organization. For that, she needs talent. People talented enough to save her from certain death, plus that personality that doesn't beg for extra rewards. Everyone wants a spot in the succession, and he's probably no different. She tells him she'll give him whatever he wants, asking him to join her forces. But he's like, gonna have to pass. She notices he didn't even hesitate, asking why. Then Jackson shows up saying, "It's pathetic to keep asking after getting rejected." Fairy pops up immediately agreeing, calling it totally inappropriate. Leona admits they're right. Says the other heirs arrive at noon, and she needs to get ready. As they head down, Jackson says Ansel managed to seduce a rich heiress too. Reckons complicated women are his type, but Ansel denies it. Tells him to stop going around seducing these women. Ansel's like, "I didn't do anything," the elf. Keeping that poker face, thinks he has got a side piece, saying she is gonna cry. Ansel can't take it anymore, apologizes, saying he thinks she is not his type anymore. Jackson notices he actually played along, and she is surprised too. Everyone outside asks, "Did you hear that?" Because he just tried to hit on another woman while with the commander, calling him a scumbag. He starts realizing the mess he's in, and she just cracks up. "Yeah, Ansel, you are so screwed. Totally screwed, and I feel you." Later on, Zoyodo comes over, asking if he slept with the commissioner after just one night. Everyone's gossiping that he bagged the rich heiress too, realizing he ain't just the spellbreaker, but also the heartbreaker. Dude's speechless, asking Zoyodo if he dragged himself out here just to talk trash too. But he says it's actually about the Gilfall Guild, that he's got to stay in the loop. The MC's thinking that's solid, because he actually needs Soyudo to handle something. For him too. Says he's got to catch the ones who bailed and figure out what they're plotting. He mentioned Heinous Rockfrid, the old boss of the Merchant Association, total legend with a sharp mind for business. He wanted his adopted daughter Leona to take over, cause she's wicked smart, but he couldn't just ditch his own son. So without picking a clear leader for the guild, the old man kicked the bucket. And then, the assassin tells Leona's brother that bummer, the hit was a total fail. Should we let them handle it? Huge wasted chance. Polid Rockford starts freaking out while the guys say they'll fix it, asking if the deal is still on. And Polid like, obviously, stuttering all over the place, promising a huge payout if they take care of everything. But that second guy in the carriage, he ain't buying it.
So when they finally roll up to that tavern, Jackson and the MC stare at the whole crew and he starts whining about the dust, saying it's just like Leona to drag him out there. The MC notices the guy with him is tough. They lock eyes, but the guy just ignores him while Paulid screams at Jackson to go get Leona. MC's thinking he made the right call bringing Jackson along. Cause if it was Ren, disaster. Dude would be put an axe right through that kid's skull and split it in two. And Jackson, not exactly Mr. Chill either, almost pulling the dagger off his back. The MC has to rush in and grab that maniac's hand, while the fat guy keeps barking at the redhead to hurry up. But then, Leona tells him to quit yelling, saying he's being totally rude. She points out he's the one who's late, but that nasty brat doesn't take it well, telling her she needs to teach her bodyguards some manners. But then wham! Leona slaps him right across the face. The MC comments on the violence, asking if anyone he knows is actually normal. Jackson feels personally attacked. He asks if she's lost her mind, but she flips it on him, says he's the crazy one for messing with a mercenary soldier from the border guard, asking if he wants to rot in prison for the rest of his life. So, he starts to lower his ego, claiming he didn't know. But the guy behind him gets him back on track with just a little cough and his whole attitude changes, claiming it wasn't him, saying she's trying to frame him. Then he asks how she dares yell at him when she ain't even real family. She knows she's adopted, obviously, but she points out he can't even analyze trade routes or do basic math for the finances. Fatty starts sweating bullets, saying that S work for his servants, says he wouldn't even be wasting his time if it wasn't for the will, and that choosing a successor after an argument is just too much. The MC figures the old boss must have been way too nice. Because no matter how you look at it, Leona's the best pick. He probably just wanted to give his son one last shot. She says the only argument he's got for leading is being a blood relative. But he asks, what kind of reason could possibly be more important than that? But she says no matter how hard she looks, that tubby guy is nothing like his dad. Calls out his ignorance and ugly mug, asking who he even got that from. Leona is way fiercer than I thought, okay? I figured she was some silly, innocent little girl. But nah, she's going hard. So the brat starts cursing her out and goes to draw his sword. Enrick steps up, but that super tough guard is also ready to throw down if anything pops off. He just stands in front of Leona while everyone gears up. Meanwhile, the MC is staring deep into Paulid's eyes. He figures that guy S stance means he uses the Floyda sword art. Wonders how fast he is, asking himself if the guy S faster than Rain S axe or a whistling dagger. He wants the dude to come at him and show off his moves. While the guy gets ready to draw, the MC is all smiles, hyped to fight him. But then someone yells to cut it out, with the border guards saying they serve the king directly. Says they'll be marked as traitors if they don't sheath their swords right now. Paulid chills out, and the MC realizes there's nothing to do. But Jackson looks at him, remembering what he said about nobody he knows being normal. He sees the total hypocrisy, saying the MC is the weirdest one there. And then, that royal guard says the hired hitmen were foreigners, so they're taking over the case. Turns out, they confessed they were paid by a merchant association. He says ironically that surely he didn't hire them because of that succession dispute, right? And just by the brat's reaction, you can figure it out. But his bodyguard, probably the kid's portable brain, asks if the confession mentioned a specific merchant association, saying he doesn't think there's enough evidence to blame them. And then, Gray comments that he talks too much, asking if he really thinks the border guard is that stupid. While they re-chatting, Leona makes an offer, saying they'll find more evidence to ID the real culprits. She asks why he doesn't just arrest both of them until they find who's responsible. But that insufferable rich kid says he didn't agree to that. The MC thinks it's weird, though, asking if the victim is actually asking to be arrested. But Gray says everyone they busted was small fry who didn't know squat, just kept repeating whatever their boss told them. But Leona says there's still people to interrogate. Some fled the scene, and one of them might be the boss with the details. So why don't they try to find them? Then Gray asks if even with that, they still couldn't figure out what's really going on. She figures this would be a total drag for the border patrol, because honestly, it ain't smart to keep yapping about the succession issue with those guards around. So, they're gonna head back to their city, on the condition that everyone returns if summoned. But Enrick is thinking, they won't be safe once they step out of town. Leona's guards can't handle Polly's crew. He's thinking, especially that dude with the rapier, because she's dead meat the second she leaves the border guard's protection, and she knows it damn well. He asks what exactly she's got in mind. Then Leona says she's a merchant and doesn't ask for squat without proper payback. She says she'll give this to anyone who catches the ones trying to bail. Pulling out something that really grabs Jackson's attention, she says it's the fourth piece from the Carmen collection, totally Carmen style, a super beautiful dagger. And she tells them to go get it. So Jackson talks to Enrick, and Pepe, seeing Carmen's stiletto, asks if she's losing her freaking mind, asking if she has any clue how much that thing is worth. She says the stiletto is hers, so she does whatever she wants. Enrick questions if that thing is really all that. He says he's shocked Enrick doesn't know about it, saying it was made by the legendary weaponsmith Carmen. She was a slave, and Carmen worked as an assassin. In search of revenge, she used 7 weapons she crafted herself. The 4th one is this stiletto. He says there are people who sacrifice other lives just for that weapon. Greyhound agrees, saying everyone there will stay in the border guard's custody and nobody leaves that in. Then Jackson tells him not to worry about the stiletto because he sent Enrick to grab it, so they should know more about it soon. Pepe's thinking this is total madness. While that guard keeps staring at Enrick, they lock eyes, and the guy eventually turns around and walks away. Later that night, Pepe wonders what's going to happen if they end up catching them. But they say they can do anything with the border guard involved right now, and they tell him to have patience, saying if those two can agree on who the successor is, then it is up to the investors. They say they were going to take advantage of this moment, and he says it'll be fine, because he already sent a letter saying he'd reward him if they picked him as the successor, and if only half of them agree, he wins. But while they are chatting, that guard looks outside. He sees Enrick training there under the moonlight. Greyhound walks up to him, asking if he's still doing that boring training, and Torres asks if he doesn't think this is a golden opportunity to rest a bit. Enrick says he'd think that too if their time was the same. But he says time has a different value for those who are geniuses and those who aren't, and the stuff they learn in a week, he needs a month or maybe a year. He says that's why he can't waste his time. But honestly, he's thinking he doesn't want to waste it, saying he'll use every day to build a solid foundation for his future. Ensign, one of the guys with Torres, asks if he's a weirdo, or if they are the lazy ones. Torres doesn't really get it, telling Hank to chill out a bit with this whole getting stronger thing, saying he's already pretty strong in his opinion. He says they only tied because he didn't expect anything from him, but questions how it would go now. So he starts smiling and they go for a spar, grabbing wooden swords, with him stopping the blade right near his neck. But Torres, if he had a real sword, would have taken Enrick's head off. They say with that one, he has won 7 times. Everyone is all happy, but Enrick asks to go again. Then Torres asks if he doesn't get tired, saying that makes 11 times already. Another guy asks to switch in. Then they say they want a turn too, asking to fight Enrick. Just then, Pepe notices something going on down there, asking what those barbarians are doing so late at night. And then, one of them manages to slam Enrick flat on his back in one go, and just like that, the rapier guy gets even more interested in what's happening down there. Enrick asks what that was, asking if he can do it again, and the guy says he's seriously crazy, while the rapier guy notices his pride isn't hurt when he loses. Or better yet, it's like a kid who just found something new to play with. Aside from that blatant hostility, even knowing the other guy is way stronger, it really makes him think that dude is someone unique. But still, he thinks he falls for the same trick at least 3 or 4 times, saying he seriously has 0 talent for fighting. But then, over time, he ends up winning and doing the same thing to everyone, noting it's his first counterattack in 5 tries, asking who's next. And so, the fairy starts complaining about him, saying he goes around winning everyone over, calling him a wicked man. With that line, Leona guesses they are actually dating, but she says no. Then she claims it was a joke, but says they remarried, making the situation even worse. Leona is shocked by this, while the fairy says they didn't have a ceremony, but thinks they're going to have a kid. So everything goes downhill. While Enrick hears that, he's saying it's distracting him. He really wants her to go back inside, like, now. While this friendly banter is going on, the rapier guy walks up apologizing, asking if they'd mind him joining in. So Enrick notices that Weirdo and Torres looks at the crazy guy's face, asking what his deal is. And so he gets more and more interested in Enrick, saying his talent ain't anything to brag about. Yet he still has this urge to teach him, saying he can to hold back anymore. But then one of Torres' guards says he isn't with them, telling him to sit down and stay quiet. But Enrick says no, claiming he was waiting for this, making the rapier guy smile. Meanwhile, Jackson watches everything from up there, noting that guy, even just using a wooden stick, is still dangerous and thinks he better stay prepared while drawing his dagger. And standing face to face with his opponent, Enrick feels the tension running through his body, saying it is like he is back in the war again, staring him down. And when that thrust comes in, he thinks he's got it, seeing the path crystal clear with that zone of his. Figures he knows the attack pattern, thinks there's a little feint mixed in, but nah, that blade's gunning straight for a vital spot. The neck. Gotta block that line and extend the reach, but snap. Didn't even notice. Dead before seeing a single thing. So the guy admits the read was good, but calls Enrick way too slow. Thinking about that fluid sword technique, the fastest style out there, says it's faster than imagined. Thought he leveled up, but nope. That wall in front, it's inconceivably far and terrifyingly high. But Enrick just looks at the opponent and starts laughing. One more time. The guy says that attitude is freaking exceptional. They keep going at it. Everyone else crashes for the night, but they are still grinding. The guard watches, thinking that anyone who has ever held a blade knows that hopeless feeling, meeting someone you just can't beat. Yet, Enrick keeps hitting the dirt every single time. The opponent says he proved the gap is unreachable, so why the hell won't Enrick just give up? Enrick stands up again. Jackson thinks the kid's reaction speed is way too slow to track or dodge anything. Like that, he'll never climb that wall. Says he needs to teach Enrick something about speed. But the opponent cuts it off, saying, "That's enough, let's get some shut-eye." But Bug Eyes is still there, hyping him up, saying that fluid sword art is amazing and claiming he'll learn it one day. Guy just laughs. Enrick thinks to himself, getting even more impressed, but feeling it's a shame. If only there was a tiny bit more talent there. Next morning, Bug Eyes runs up to Torres, says they bagged the fugitive mercenaries, dragging them in all busted up. Enrick thinks, nice work, while the guy just acts humble, saying he only found some people hiding out. Leona figures they're probably from Enrick's squad and says thanks. Torres grills the guy, asking who did the hiring, who's the person behind it. The chubby dude gets totally frustrated and spills it. Aspen. Apparently, a merchant from the Aspen Association wanted to expand into the conflict zones. Says he doesn't know anything specific, swearing on it. Just got a letter and the cash. That's it. Plus, he was promised a bonus after the job. Pelid starts sweating bullets, and Leona realizes this is now a border guard issue. Torres mentions she looks weirdly satisfied with that result, asking if she wasn't expecting that ugly scumbag to be behind it. She says, obviously, enough to put up her precious dagger as a reward. He gets where she's coming from, says dealing with those guys is his job, then tells all the Rockfords they're free to go. As they walk, Jackson's already got the dagger in hand. Enrick tells him to chill. Don't whip that out in public. He gets it, but asks if Enrick is really that happy about it. Says he acts like a kid sometimes, but Bug Eyes, right next to him, starts talking trash, telling him not to fall for Leona. Enrick is like, no way, but Bug Eyes insists she's scary. Then Enrick asks if he's even listening, wondering if something feels off. No matter how you look at it, Pelid hired those goons, but Aspen? That doesn't add up. Says there was a hiccup when finding the mercenaries. Another guy showed up, talking straight to Enrick, calling him the boss of the GF guild. Then corrected it to Enrick from Squad 44, calling him Leona's servant. Bug Eyes confirms they already had leads on the location and knew everything about the GF guild. Mentions they wanted to bribe the army to let the mercenaries walk. Told them to do whatever they wanted. Enrick starts wondering, will Leona be at a disadvantage if they find out Pelid pulled the strings? Leona tells him it's a relief Pelid wasn't involved, says it would be left a nasty stain on the previous leader's legacy. He realizes it was all about loyalty. She thinks he doesn't care about that stuff, but he asks if everything's going to be okay since she won't have his protection outside the border. If Pelid decides to attack again, it's going to be a mess. But she smiles super malicious, saying she's already handling it, and boom, right in front of them, a massive battalion is waiting. The guy standing there says he is the commander of the Rockford Merchant Association guards. Damn, bro, feels like I am in the Manhwa. Check it out, he says he is there to escort the new leader, Leona Rockford. Chosen unanimously by the stakeholders to be the next boss. The whole platoon drops to their knees in front of her. Enrick realizes she stayed there for 2 days on purpose, securing votes from the shareholders in the meantime. Loyalty. Decisive action and intel. She's seriously a terrifying woman. She turns to Enrick, saying that asking again would be an insult, so she won't ask him to tag along again, but she extends her hand saying he's got this gift for making people root for him, and hopes they can help each other out in the future as friends. Enrick, being a bit nicer this time, shakes her hand and agrees. Then Pelid asks Mats what he is doing. Don't you know how good my dad was to you? Yet he betrays him. But Mats tells Pelid to stop dishonoring the name, calling him a piece of trash. And the kid really is trash, can't even argue, just stands there shocked. The two mercenaries realize this was a total bust, but the other one's like, nah, says they got something out of it. Now they know the new leader of the Rockfried Empire is sharp. But he thinks there's something else to that weird soldier. Remembering the night before the guy from the duel told Enrick to lower his sword. Said he admires the effort and strength, but the kid just doesn't have the talent to face him. Saying it's painful and embarrassing, just watching this mess. MC thinks it's been a minute since hearing that truth bomb, but claims to have never listened back in the day and still made it to the top. Notices the kid snickering and just turns to walk away. Sometime later, MC and the squad chat up Rain, but the guy shuts it down.
Don't say the name, insisting on picking that damn fox regardless. But MC drops that he wants to train and actually needs the guy. Rain gets all goofy. You really need me? Asking all hype. MC figures that too. Master the flowing sword art. Gotta nail the decision-making first, finding the most efficient line. As Rain attacks, starts seeing the move Rain-esque gonna pull. Realizes the need for an explosive motion that flows through the body like water. Lands a cut right on Rain's neck. Dude's so spooked he can't believe it. Enrick thinks the whole thing's freaking weird too, while MC thinks, I'm faster than Rain. Talking repeated basics, fluid flexibility, jacked muscles all mixing to create that effect. Rain admits getting surprised, says MC must be figured out how to swing faster. Gets super hyped, swearing to get faster too. MC doesn't get the chatter, but definitely feels the massive hit Rain dishes out. Barely tanking the smash, but keeping up the savage attacks. Enrick notes that Axe was always fast, but with Rain, it's on another level. The duel gets even more electric. MC admits there is still a long freaking road ahead. Practicing sword swings in the afternoon, hears Jackson attacking and manages to block the counter. Figures eyes and ears are sharp enough, no more training needed there. MC asks what the hell Jackson S on about. You come all this way just to say that? Says, for now? Yeah. MC's confused. Figures. That's exactly why calling the guy a damn fox fits. Guard drops and Jackson lands a hit, but only mentally. Calls it killing intent. The vibe from someone wanting to murder you. Says if eyes and ears fail, gotta detect that intent instead. Detecting something beyond the five senses, the sixth sense. Jackson promises to teach it as thanks for that shank. Enrick realizes there is always more to learn. MC starts seeing just how insane Jackson really is. Ready to start, sensing endless fun ahead. Jackson explains senses are based on instincts, and relying on perception is a no-go. Perception just uses the basic five senses. Direction, movement, how predators hunt prey, that's all instinct. Fighting non-stop with maxed out instincts unlocks detecting evil intent too. Then, something feels off. Jackson warns it won't be easy at first, but keep grinding, that sixth sense will definitely wake up. Nighttime. Rain says MC looks different. For real? MC thinks it's the gains, but Rain shakes his head. Alden claims there's more smiling going on. Ragna's like, nah, I don't think so. Bug Eyes, who only speaks to spew nonsense, says MC's even crazier than usual. Everyone agrees spot on. MC claims to be the only sane one among these lunatics. Jackson mumbles that one day the kid'll realize he's the craziest of the bunch. Bedtime. Panther crawls into MC's bed. Rain asks, sleeping there again? Does the guy smell like snacks or something? She figures the body's pushed to the limit again, lying close, thinking about how this idiot trains till near death every single day. Would have kicked the bucket ages ago without her magic. If this guy dies, breaking the curse is a bust. Notices something nearby the clothes. Feels like magic's woven in. MC says it's like a loop. Gonna train over and over, never getting tired of this grind. Even at night, Rain and Alden stick around for the rock training. Just knowing it builds strength is reward enough. Still training and meditating in the dead of night. Spots Jackson passing by. Happens more often, catching the guy every single time. The three bystanders start noticing something. Rain says to forget that comment about looking different. Claims MC hasn't changed one bit. Alden calls it weird. Dude, actually improved a ton. Look, Ragna felt it too. Thought the kid was a genius, but maybe not. Jackson warns, all that training and no improvement, that's bad news. Rain says nothing beats real experience. The squad has been quiet, but figuring a beast hunt summon might boost the level. Checking the quest board, MC thinks the squad is pushing hard for that real experience. Like they want a test run. Hell no. Even MC knows there's been zero improvement. While staring at the board, someone speaks up. Didn't find anything good? Do this one for me. Mission, investigate a cobbler's basement. MC asks, shouldn't a recon team handle this junk? Guy says one team won't cut it. Apparently the cobbler thinks there's an undead down there. Now MC's interested. Says, impossible for an undead to be in the city, probably just a rat. Claims to need real XP, so wasting time on rodents sucks. So the dude next to him tells Spellbreaker, you probably guessed it, but nobody wants to touch that mission. The cobbler's got a short fuse, but he's a decent guy. He says his wife went missing recently too. He must be a total wreck, begging the MC to just take a quick peek, but the MC's like, nah, sorry, and refuses to take that kind of request. But he ends up taking the job. When he gets there, some girl tells him to hit the basement, saying the old man S digging up the floor. The MC's confused, because he heard he was there to check a body. When he gets down there, the guy's like, what the heck is that? Pointing at a hole he dug up. He notices it's a tunnel right in the middle of the city. No way a rat did that. As they head inside, he says it looks man-made, and it's massive. He figures there might actually be monsters down there. Going deeper, he sees the tunnel split up and counts like 6 different paths. This place is totally built like a maze. Then the guy tells him to listen to that weird noise, saying there's gotta be undead down there. The MC tells him to hold up and not go wandering off. He says, I'll take point, you stay back. But the moment he touches the floor, a bright light flashes. He feels the heat rising, and boom, a massive flame rushes at them, roasting both him and the cobbler. Then he wakes up back in his bed, with that panther sleeping next to him like it's his wifey or something. Geez, what am I even saying? He says the second he felt the heat, he incinerated instantly. Couldn't even take a step. That was definitely magic. He thinks about the common sense rules for fighting mages. Meanwhile, Rain chats him up about their conversation from yesterday, saying he thinks he needs more experience. But the MC is thinking, if you face a mage, you run. You're lucky if you just die fighting a mage, because if you survive, your fate is way worse. That advice goes double for traps made by mages. He thinks about that magic trap, wondering what he can do and what skill he can grind to beat it. While he's brainstorming and checking quests, that same mission lands in his lap. He figures he needs a magic expert or some high-rank backup. This ain't like other walls he can just smash through. He wonders if the ferry commander would listen to his request. Before that hot-headed dude goes off alone, the MC knows he's gotta act. He bolts to the house, kicks down the door, scares the crap out of the girl, and asks where her dad is. She says he's in the basement, so he rushes down. But the old man had already jumped in, so by the time he gets there, it's basically too late. He screams for the old man to stop, but the flames consume him completely, taking the MC with him. He wakes up with Karen again, thinking, I need a faster way. He's got to get to the guy first and tell him to back off. Death thinks it might have been just a split second, but he must have felt the pain of his flesh melting and his body turning to ash. Still, Death asks if he really plans to head back into those flames. The MC admits it was just like Sharon said, the pain felt like a million needles piercing his body all at once. But he says it'd hurt way more to do nothing and watch an innocent guy die. That's how a real knight rolls. Waking up the next morning, he heads out saying he's off to save an annoying old cobbler. Rain asks if there's a leather boot monster or something. The MC heads straight to the cobbler's place, figuring he can stop him from digging and make him ignore it. But he can't just leave something that dangerous alone. He says he's going in solo and tells the cobbler not to follow. The guy refuses, saying it's his house and he can't let him go alone. But the MC insists until the guy finally says, fine, okay. He considers finding a magic expert, but wonders how long that'll take, and if the person would even take the job. So as he goes, he thinks about this mysterious trap he knows zero about. Someone's bound to die exploring it. And that goes for him and his squad too. He needs to gather as much intel as possible. He figures one of the paths has to be safe. The only way to find out is to walk right into them. Using his return ability is the easiest hack. But he thinks there's gotta be a better way, some clue he can use. If he can just find something that reveals the Trappist location, that would make sense. He wonders how many times he's died already and what he felt each time. When did he think he'd lost? Was it when he felt a blade slicing his throat? Or when an opponent disarmed him? Or was it when he felt his opponent's killing intent? He remembers Jackson saying it's something that wants nothing but your death. He recalls feeling that killing intent right before the magic activated. That realization hits him before an axe comes flying at his face. He dies anyway. But when he respawns, he thinks, I just felt it. As he keeps looping over and over, he suffers through tons of traps, dying in every single one. He's convinced he felt killing intent coming from them. Get this, he says that while being sliced in half, I swear this dude has totally lost it. His mind is completely broken. Check out this clown's mental state. By the way, it's raining buckets here in Rio de Janeiro, so if you hear any noise in the background or if this video doesn't drop on Friday, blame the rain. I'm probably still alive though. Anyway, back to the hole. He figures the challenge of the day is sensing killing intent in the traps. As he moves, he thinks he just needs to not walk into it. But he feels like he should actually jump in and out until he gets the feeling right. He keeps going, noting which paths he hasn't tried and where he feels nothing, wondering if that's the right way. But a few steps in and he's already lost. Figures the blades came from there, so heads back to the blade path. Starts thinking he didn't catch anything, just remembered the script. So the shoe guy asks why he's pacing back and forth like, you gotta take a leak? But the MC reminds him he told him to stay upstairs. Swears he hasn't been this way before. Says he's gonna keep going till he spots something. But while he's on that grind, Night falls. Shoe guy asks what he's doing out so late on an empty stomach. MC says he'll be back in the morning, tells him, "Don't go down there, traps everywhere." Then the old man begs for help, says he can barely sleep, terrified of losing his daughter. So the MC asks, "Got any clues on your missing wife?" Guy says folks have been vanishing lately, so nobody's really paying attention. Tells him if he sees a brunette with freckles and that wedding ring, give him a heads up. MCS like, "You got it." Later that night, crashed out with the Panther, starts meditating and thinks, "Gotcha, Jackson," but ends up looking the totally wrong way. Rain S like, "You tripping just 'cause you hanging with that leather boots guy? Just quit and sleep." MC realizes, wait a sec, this is the first time he actually finished a loop without dying. Wonders what happens if the day runs out. Does he level up to tomorrow? Only one way to find out. But overnight, Sharon makes a move. Next morning, Rain S spewing the exact same lines as before, realizes he reset to yesterday. Wonders, what if I don't sleep? But passes out anyway and wakes up in bed. Feels like he blinked and spawned there, sees the script replaying, figures there's no skipping this day without smashing that wall. Thinks it's cool though, wasn't planning on facing tomorrow without beating this anyway. 20 days fly by. Says this ain't just fear. Telling him to just feel the death coming. Keeps grinding that same path. 40 days, 50, 60, hitting 70. Suddenly, rotting hands burst out of the ground, grabbing the MC. Just lets him take him. A while later, realizes he unlocked something. Jackson tries to kill him, but he dodges. Jackson S. shook he dodged that killer intent so fast, 72 days total. Gears up again. Strapped to the teeth. Rain asks, "You going to war at the shoe shop?" MC says he ain't coming back till he drops at least 10 beasts. Rain thinks he's messing around while the Panther watches. MC figures out of 6 paths, only one's safe. But turns out that was just a guess. Whoever built this tunnel is a total freak. Traps in all 6 paths. There never was a safe route. Hands, blades, fire everything out to kill you. Thinks this is gonna suck, but spots a path saying, "Just don't step on the traps." First path, instant barbecue if you step wrong. Tries other spots, gets toasted every time. Manages a few calculated steps, step by step, testing, dying, stepping again. Just focuses on memorizing the run while respawning. Restarts to wake up that 6th sense. Remembering every step, making it to the end. Finally finds another room, another wall smashed. Zombie comes at him, but MC slices its head off just sensing the intent. Thanks the corpse, but a whole mob shows up. Thinks, wow, what a nice gift. Zombies keep coming. Thinks, ghoul claws pack some serious poison, could mess you up bad. Usually takes a squad to drop one ghoul, but he's stronger now. Dropping him easy, thinking this has nothing to do with him. Goes on the offensive, slicing and killing everything in his way. Starts panting, thinks, damn, I fought good. Wishes the squad mates who talk trash could see this. Then a Cerberus some gross freak attacks. Thinks, that ain't no demon wolf. Probably mashed up with other beasts. Wonders, what the hell is this, and if there's more. But meanwhile, the Panther S, looking for the MC, thinks dude was acting super weird today. Why so strapped? Just for a shoe shop? Thinking he's reckless as hell, and if he dies, it's a drag for her. So she senses that energy inside, smells like magic, gears up to go in. Meanwhile, MC's slaughtering monsters inside. While dropping one of those things, thinks he's weak, gonna collapse any second. Hears a noise, another monster or the boss, then sees something totally twisted, human parts hanging like fresh laundry. Gross. Says he's been on the battlefield forever, so bodies don't phase him. But this is messing with his head. But here's a voice. Just want peace, kill me. But then the MC spots the shoe guy's ring on that hand. He remembers the cobbler's warning. If he ever spots a brunette with freckles wearing a ring just like his, he needs to give the guy a heads up. That makes the MC super pissed. Then this creep shows up, claiming someone told him there'd be more coming, more healthy ingredients. Says he has no clue how the MC got in, but it's perfect now he can create a friend for Bamelo, that freakish thing standing behind him. The MC asks if he killed all those people. The guy's like, yeah, obviously, who else would have done it? Calls the hanging bodies failures, claiming Bamelo back there is a total masterpiece. Then tells the MC, I'm gonna turn you into something incredible too. Realizing this guy's a mage, the MC remembers being told to just run. Like, dying quickly against a mage is actually lucky. Surviving means a fate worse than death. But the MC doesn't give a damn. Grabbing the sword with pure rage in his heart, swearing that even if it costs tens of thousands of lives, he's taking this guy down. He pulls out the Avante dagger and hurls it straight at the mage. But of course, the mage throws up a magic barrier. Doesn't matter though, the MC charges in to finish the job up close. Tries to strike but slams into the barrier and gets blasted back. Still, he doesn't stay down.
The panther watching from behind thinks, just what you'd expect from a mage. Figures that even if the accumulated power is weak, dumping it all at once should be enough to kill someone like him. But then the mage fires off a spell. The MC barely dodges a direct hit, realizing he can't see or hear a thing, but he can feel the killing intent. The mage is shocked he dodged, and the MC charges right back in, activating his zone. The mage starts blasting in every direction trying to tag him. That's when the MC remembers asking the squad how to take down a magic user. Ragna said, "Blast him with everything you got first." Tried that, almost got killed. As for Jackson, he said, "Kill him when they aren't looking." And Alden, "Get as close as possible." So he does all of that. Ragna also said if you survive and actually cut the guy, he's dead meat. Now the mage is getting terrified. Watching the MC close in with that massive killer aura, the MC sizes up the invisible shield thinking, if the Avante dagger can't break it, then I'll smash through with brute force. But while the MC is mid-air, the mage casts a spell, making spikes shoot up from the ground, aiming right for the MC's chest. Neither the Panther nor the MC can dodge, but the Panther relaxes, thinking, he's got this. And boom! The magic she imbued into his armor reflects the Mage's attack, shattering the guy's shield instantly. The Mage can't believe the MC has a magic barrier. Opportunity taken, the MC slices him right in half. Honestly, that death was too quick for what that scumbag did. But at least some of the rage the MC was feeling faded with that strike. Walking past the dead Mage, taking him out with a single hit, clearing another hurdle. But after the kill, the MC's sword is practically falling apart. Lucky only the sword broke, he says. He realizes that counterattack could be shredded his body, but somehow, he's totally unscathed. He checks himself, wondering why he took 0 damage. Is the armor really that good? Bro, are you kidding me? You spent, what, 50 cents on that gear? Don't go thinking cheap armor stops magic just cuz. He looks back at the dead woman in the tunnel, the whole reason he came here. He notices that even her faint breathing has stopped. It hits him hard. Sure, he unlocked the 6th sense and one-shot the mage, but he doesn't feel any joy, just leaves it all behind and walks out. After he's gone, the Panther sneaks in. She thinks the mage was a pathetic fool, created something he couldn't tame, so he lost. The flesh golem was just a crutch for his weak body, needing one final inscription. It's waking up, she realizes. Decides to take it for herself, charging magic into her paw to claim the masterless golem. Since the mage kicked the bucket, the MC heads back to camp. He tells the fairy that the mage's lair is hidden right under the cobbler's shop. She starts taking notes on the kidnapped citizens and the twisted experiments happening in the city. Problem is, rumors will spark a revolt. The MC says, bury the incident. She asks why, since that means his contribution gets buried too. People's peace comes first, he replies. Later at the cobbler's place, soldiers are filling in the hole. The crowd is buzzing, wondering what's up with the shop. They say the soldiers told them they are sealing tunnels dug by the Thieves Guild. The MC walks up to the cobbler, who's surprised. Not monsters? The Thieves Guild? That's unexpected. Then the cobbler insists, take these as thanks. He hands over a new pair of boots, saying he noticed the MC's old ones were wrecked. One less worry, the cobbler sighs. If my wife comes back safe, everything will be fine. He adds, I know it's selfish, but please find her. That leaves a bitter taste in the MC's mouth. But he can't crush the guy's hope, so he just says, I'll do my best. Later, he hikes up a hill to watch the sunset, stabs his sword into the ground and sits, wondering, was giving him false hope really the right move? Should I have just told him the painful truth? Then he wonders if he actually becomes a knight. Could he stop these tragedies before they happen? I don't know, he admits, but I gotta try. Sometime later, he's out with the squad slaying some beasts, weird dogs with teeth sticking out everywhere. And even though some of the soldiers are struggling big time, while everyone else is struggling against those things, the MC and his squad look super chill in front of them. He tells everyone to stay calm and hold their ground. He thinks about how right after beating that mage, he instantly took this monster extermination quest. But still, even facing those things, it ends up being way too easy. They manage to kill the monsters totally chill. Even the weakest soldiers are pulling it off. The MC feels like he ain't getting any stronger with Rain by his side. Dude is even yawning. He figures this is just the standard stuff, wondering if he should be gone solo instead. Rain notices the MC looks pretty dissatisfied and says he'll handle it for him, pulling out his axes and charging straight at those wolves. Then he wonders why that lunatic is acting like that, slaughtering those monsters way too easily. Then they call the Spellbreaker, telling him to stop that crazy guy. But unluckily for all those other soldiers with the MC is a psycho too, and Rain starts asking the MC if
That insane squad corrupted him too, as he draws his sword and charges at the beast totally on his own, chopping heads off left and right. So Rain says he wants to clear something up for that soldier, claiming it was the squad that got corrupted by their leader. Then the MC says the one talking is the craziest of them all, but questions which part of him is crazy. The two keep killing while arguing with absurd chillness and animalistic ferocity. Those guys just watch that terrifying scene from afar, not knowing what to do, realizing those two are completely insane. And just like that, without even looking, the MC kills the last beast, leaving the men around with no other choice but to admit they fight too well for him to complain about anything. Then, the MC looks pretty bummed, and Rain says that apparently, he's still not satisfied, so he complains to the MC, asking if he wants to go all out. Why not head to the heavy infantry sector? So the MC asks if there are many strong ones over there. They say the heavy infantry was sent to defeat a monster horde, but the monsters they're facing are hardcore. Looking like gorillas or something, a dinosaur, I don't know what the heck that is. They're in a bad spot, calling for the archers, asking where their backup is, telling them to hold tight until they arrive. But then something really bad shows up, and it's a gigantic harpy coming over with her friends to grab soldiers and fly them up. Then, when they reach a certain height, they drop the soldiers, killing them with fall damage, and the ones left are in disbelief at what's happening, because they could be next. Saying that must have hurt while watching from afar, running with Rain. He thinks about these harpies, mentioning the mercenary group he briefly joined was wiped out by them. Since he survived, he felt pretty bad about it because they were a nice group, so he draws his sword, thinking enough death for now. Then Rain charges head-on at the harpies, while one screams in everyone's ears, making some soldiers need to cover their ears, screaming to not be affected by that super loud sound. The MC says the harpies' scream shakes the human mind. All this while charging in, and one of them tries to grab him to take him up. But he isn't affected by that. After all, it's not more painful than death itself. So he keeps going strong and manages to rip the wing off one of the harpies, bringing her to the ground. After that beautiful first cut, Rain talks to the squad leader saying he is flying all over the place, while holding the leg of a harpy ready to pull her down, and proposes a bet on who can kill the most. And he manages to bring one down with just brute force, smashing the beast there like he has Hulk beating up Loki. Meanwhile, Rain is still killing his, and another tries to grab him from behind, but even with eyes closed and not looking, he knows a harpy is there. Before she can do anything, the MC tells Rain he isn't there to play, dodging the harpy's attack, appearing behind her and killing her with a single slash. Soldiers watching from afar say he's always been a fighter, but even the spellbreaker admits he's impressive. After all, they can't believe what they're seeing, and Rain gets more and more hyped, going all out on the monsters with his axe, tearing those freaks apart. The MC keeps the same pace, just with his sword, totally focused. Torres mentions the MC's skills have improved, but asks them, is it really okay to just watch when they re-there as backup? Torres says it doesn't look like they need the two of them, that just those two psychopaths can handle that many harpies. Then two of them charge the MC, snatching the sword from his hand and throwing him back. Then he realizes his sword is over there. They charge straight at him, but he uses that dagger and rushes in, hitting one in the head to kill it easily. He stays super focused. As one of them falls, the other tries to attack the MC head-on, but he runs straight at her since his sword is in the way, and before getting hit by that monstrosity, he manages to grab the sword, spinning and slashing, killing her with a single strike. The three remaining ones start circling over the soldiers. Then one of them asks if the harpies are running away, while another says they're even scaring the monsters, saying those guys ain't human. On the ground, the MC starts looking at that massacre scene, thinking about the harpies that killed the mercenaries. They might not be the exact same ones, but this means a hell of a lot to him. He remembers being younger, and a guy from that crew told him it was because the MC was weak, and they died saving him with a ridiculous smile on their faces. As he remembers this, he thinks now he's the one who's going to save them. Torres says that since there are no more harpies, it must be time to head back. But the other guy says it'd be wrong to leave without doing anything, so he asks if they shouldn't at least hunt some humanoid monsters. One of the soldiers says they were sent as backup against the harpies and now they can go, asking the MC, what is he going to do? And he says it's way too early to head back, raising his sword, and everyone there thinks he's actually insane, watching this maniac who just wants to keep killing. And right at nightfall, the camp soldiers start gossiping about the MC, because they heard he handled the nest. But even so, he's still out there training with a massive rock on his back. And they say they had a hunch, but now he's on a totally different level. And they're saying even someone strong like him is grinding hard, asking if they should step it up too. And his buddy next to him says he's definitely going to train more. And the MC is making waves all over the place, even taking on missions. But then the guild guy questions if he didn't just take one yesterday. And he says he'll finish this one quick and grab another by night, so they're wondering how many bodies this guy actually has. He doesn't stop training for a minute, keeping up his practice even after night falls. And the guy on watch notices he doesn't skip a single day of training,
wondering if he really likes living like that. Then he questions if he should give it a shot too, starting to train right alongside him. And so the days go by, and the number of people training around the MC starts increasing day after day. And when a certain night arrives,
bunch of people are training even at that hour of the day. And on another day, the fairy heads to the camp and notices the company vibe has changed, with everyone being diligent and training super hard. And her assistant says he heard it's become a trend to follow the spellbreaker. And she just thinks about it, noting to herself she can't ignore this anymore. So she goes up to Enrick saying there was a long meeting about him. And this is the decision from the higher-ups, asking him to just obey, and says from now on, the 4th squad is getting promoted to an independent platoon under the 4th company, and says he's the leader of the independent platoon effective immediately. But he says he's only got 5 subordinates, saying that's not enough to form a platoon. But the fairy says she'll give him as many members as he needs. So he thinks getting promoted is good, but if the unit grows, he's gonna have to deal with more lunatics. Look here, MC, gotta tell you something from the heart, but the worst of all is you. No offense. And she says as platoon leader, he'll be free from regular duties, meaning he'll have even more time to train. So he falls for her smooth talk, bowing his head, saying he'll fulfill the duty entrusted to him. And the fairy says it'd be a shame to leave him like that, asking how about a duel match. And the MC looks at her, and she tells him to use that weapon. Only his hands, inviting him for some serious jujitsu, which, my friends, this is gonna end well. Then he says that after losing the fight against the commander last time, he remembers the beating he took, and he says he trained martial arts till he almost died with Alden on that mountain of muscle. So he must have gotten a little better, and he accepts it, throwing his sword on the ground, saying it's time to see the results, closing his guard and getting ready to roll with her. Yeah, editor, please put that meme I sent you, cause it's exactly what I thought. So standing face to face with her, the MC remembers Alden said this once, saying unarmed combat is a technique made for close quarters battles. Instead of complexity, speed ends up being more effective, so the fairy jumps right in close to the MC, attacking first, hitting his hand and completely closing the distance. And the MC thinks what is even more advantageous would be using his weight to gain the upper hand. So he charges at her, making her defend, but then throws her back, sliding his whole torso. And so he manages to take her to the ground, putting all his weight on top of her and locking her neck with his forearm. And like that, he says, from the looks of it, the victory is his. And she questions if it really is, making him wonder what she is talking about. And she says humans definitely make bold claims. And she tells him this with a hell of a look in her eyes. And the MC notices there she goes again with this sus talk and starts getting annoyed. Then she takes her leg, placing it on the side of the MCS. So this chick starts yapping about how finding an opponent's weakness and smashing it with your own strength is the best option. Then she tells hubby he actually did a decent job. Man, listen, being face to face, eye to eye with that kind of talk, Henry is a total saint. A saint for staying calm through all that drama. She tells the guy to keep improving, but the protag snaps back saying, I ain't your husband, and orders this chick to get up, shoving her off right then and there. She backs off, stumbling a bit, leaving the dude behind while apologizing. He has zero clue what she's blabbering about, until she says it's 'cause she failed to protect the guy. So he asks what the heck she is talking about. But after that little riddle and some time passes, word is that as the weather heats up, that stagnant battlefield starts moving again. Everyone's marching straight into the fight, and just like that, a full-scale war kicks off. Aspen's tactics changed up to make up for past losses. Then, one of the big shots climbs up on the podium to give some boring speech. Because of that, the army starts prepping for war too, making strategic tweaks. And that guy gotta be the newly appointed one. Battalion Commander Marcos. Zoyodo says if that guy is leading the squad, then the enemy is definitely going all out this time. Calls the guy Guerrilla Marcos, one of Cypros's top officers. Unlike the old commander, this dude is a precise strategist. Got tons of command experience and is the real deal, so the protag starts thinking this won't be an easy fight. But the Heavy Weapons Division and the Border Defense Forces, mostly made up of disposable rookie recruits, the only ones standing out from that mess are the Independent Platoon.
Especially the leader, the Spellbreaker. Since the last battle, this guy's been stacking wins one after another, so people wonder if it's just pure luck or actual skill. But yo, let me tell you, there's a little hack involved, okay? The dude has Lady Death in the pocket, chatting with the Reaper to die and respawn every single time. So I think something's definitely connected, something's fishy here. And Marco starts demanding the MC prove what he's worth. Later that afternoon, the MC goes to chat with Rain and the crew. They re-talking about the mission to scout the turf near the Penhanani River, and Rain asks straight up if this is a direct order from the battalion commander. Then one soldier figures if it's that location, it must be the fortress city of Aspen. Another guy mentions it's close to Crossguard, saying that just like their border outpost, it was built for war. Then we meet the newest recruit of Henry's independent platoon. He says heading out there right now means it's a recon mission. Rain tells the MC not to go, but he says refusing a direct order from the battalion commander isn't an option, so Rain says he's tagging along. But Andrew steps in, claiming the whole squad except the leader was told to wait under the command of the newly appointed squad leader. And yeah, that's a direct order from the big boss too. So Andrew starts bossing them around, telling everyone to fall in line. But for real, after Andrew tries to flex authority he doesn't have, Psycho Rain gets right in his face. Dude starts licking his axe, looking like he's gonna slice Andrew open if he makes one more sound. And that axe lick probably sent shivers down to places where the sun don't shine. Then Rain asks why there's a bug in their unit. Andrew starts shaking like a leaf, stuttering that he's the new squad leader and begging them to follow orders. Alden makes a point to walk right past him, saying the guy is shaking so hard he can feel the vibrations. Then Ragna asks if this little punk is really the squad leader. Andrew snaps back that if Ragna has a problem, say it to his face. Whoa, bad move talking to Ragna like that, buddy. Stop, please, you're shaking so bad your heart's gonna get confused and skip a beat. Jeez! Then Andrew claims he walked into that hell voluntarily just to serve platoon leader Henry, swearing he won T back down. Rain looks ready to jump the kid and carve an X into him, saying the little bug is getting feisty. Jackson asks if he can just squeeze Andrew's joints a little bit. Doesn't sound too gentle, does it? With muscles like that, gentle isn't gonna happen. Jackson figures just one finger should be enough to break him, pulling out a dagger. But the MC tells them to chill out. Ragna snaps back, telling the MC to focus on the duel while he's fighting. Max starts freaking out, begging the MC to stop them, saying it's serious and he needs to control his squad. But Henry asks, why should he bother doing that? After all, looks like they're getting along fine. If they're asking for a duel, it means they actually like the kid. Mac asks if he's sure this is a duel and not a straight-up execution. The MC stays quiet, probably thinking just like me that a bunch of brutes fighting that stuck-up kid is gonna end badly. So Mac asks why the silence. Then Andrew tries to act tough, telling them to watch and learn, claiming that Andrew of the Gardner family never runs from a fight. Mac tells him to shut up and stop provoking those psychos before he gets killed. Then Henry asks if he knows the turf around the Penranil River, warning that it's crawling with danger. And before tomorrow's mission, he asks if the MC wants the intel he's got. The MC tells him to spill everything. That night, the MC sneaks out of camp alone, heading for the mission, but Torres catches him on the way. He asks if the MC is joining the fun, noting that they keep running into each other lately. He jokes about it being fate, and congratulates the MC on making platoon leader, saying they are the same rank now. The MC brushes it off, saying it's nothing compared to the Royal Guard. But Torres asks why stress about it. He tells the MC to just chill, then asks how old he actually is. The MC says 30. Torres can't believe it, asking how he can be 30 with a baby face like that, realizing the MC is actually older than him. The MC doesn't get the joke, while Torres wonders if he's the only one getting old around here. Then the MC reminds him he said to take it easy, so he's gonna drop the formalities and asks for the mission plan. Torres explains that first, they gotta cross the Penranil River. Then they'll regroup and go over the details, but he notices the boatman is missing. Torres says there's nothing to do but chill and wait for a bit. The MC agrees, but then whips out his sword and starts training. Torres is like, I said rest, dude, and the MC replies that this is how he rests. Torres realizes this guy is actually unstoppable, seeing how trained he is and why his skills were recognized. He watches the MC practice, thinking he looks like a young, handsome version of himself. Wait, does he have the magic touch? Yeah, he's got it. Cut it out. Then it gets weird. He remembers the MC is single and starts getting salty, realizing the guy has way too many advantages. He's totally hating on him now. The MC senses some serious killing intent and whips around. He's confused, asking what's up with that crazy look in Torres' eyes.
Torres tries to hype himself up, bragging that back at the inn he won 14 out of 20 matches, so the MC stands zero chance in a real fight. But the MC says that's ancient history. Torres shoots back that he's not the only one leveling up around here, drawing his sword, ready to throw down. The MC is stoked to hear that because he has been itching for a good sparring session, so the clash kicks off with Torres swinging his blade at the MC. The fight gets intense real fast, both of them going toe-to-toe, not missing a single beat. But Torres starts feeling the heat. He admits he noticed it back when he saw the MC challenge that harpy, but the guy has gotten insanely strong. The MC shows just how much he's evolved with a dead serious look on his face. Torres jumps back, relying on pure brute force, and lunges at the MC with a punch. He switches up his strategy, but the MC reads the move and realizes the punch is just a distraction because he was actually hiding a dagger in his hand. But the MC dodges it like it's nothing, avoiding the main hit and just taking a small scratch on the cheek. He asks Torres what the deal is with that hidden blade popping out of his wrist. So he reveals his secret move, the hidden blade. Our guy's like, no freaking way, that's sick. But Torres starts tripping, thinking he's about to get called a coward or something.
But nah, the MC is grinning from ear to ear, totally hyped about it, begging the guy to teach him, thinking it could be awesome. Torres realizes this dude is actually a hardworking maniac, so he tells him to start with a smooth rock first, saying, use your wrist.
But then he tells the MC to watch closely after messing up, saying he is terrible with his hands and ordering him to do it way differently than what he's doing. Then someone rolls up asking if they shouldn't have crossed the river, and just like that, they get moving. Along with that boatman, and by the time they hit the other side, they're dead tired because they spent the whole night in the water. So the MC asks if they shouldn't meet the Recon team right there, wondering where the meetup spot is. And Torres is like, before anything else, we're gonna wash up a bit, saying they don't need to show up all sweaty right from the start. The MC realizes he really does need a bath, so both of them strip down to get in the water, and Torres starts complaining that the water's freezing, telling him to hurry up and jump in. But the second the MC takes everything off, he ends up meeting Excalibur, looking totally shocked. And dude, whatever the MC was hiding, it's basically a bazooka, so he calls him a greedy bastard, saying his fighting spirit just vanished. Then he tells him not to hold back, like, come at me, bro. But Torres calls him an idiot, saying he's not trying to duel. And then one of his allies shows up, saying she came over to take a peek since they were taking so long, and here they are having a chill bath. The MC whips around, asking how long she's been there, because he didn't even sense her presence. The designs in this manhwa are absolutely insane, and this tomboy is gorgeous, so she starts saying they need to crossguard during the night, telling them to hurry up and get out. But then Torres asks if she really wants them to get out while she is watching. She says there's nothing to see anyway, and tells him to quit whining. Whoa, that's low, right? Messing with a guy's honor is messed up. Dude's gonna be sad, man. Cut it out. While she's saying that to Torres, the MC just stands up to leave without asking questions. But when she sees that, she's shook, staring at the MC's Excalibur. Then she cracks a huge smirk, my friend. And dude, that smirk says a lot. She asks if maybe there was something worth seeing on his side after all. Torres says her staring is pretty obvious, but she tries to BS her way out of it, saying she was just talking about his abs. Just the abs, right? Torres claims his abs are cool too. And finally, she introduces herself to the MC, saying she's Finn, captain of the Recon team, and she's eager to work with him. He just raises his hand to greet her without saying a word. And you're left wondering if his abs don't stand out enough. So they get dressed and start walking. She says before explaining the mission, she's got to summarize the situation first. She says her informant inside Crossguard, Kat, found some critical intel. They should have received it 4 days ago. But Kat never showed up at the meeting point and hasn't made contact since. The MC asks if something happened to him, and she's like, that's exactly what we need to find out, saying they're going to infiltrate Crossguard and hunt for Kat. She mentions the front garden of Crossguard is basically a land of monsters and beasts. Luckily, the enemy sees that as a natural barrier and doesn't patrol much, and they've secured 3 infiltration routes. First up is the Smuggler's Tunnel. It's a route used by the city's black market vendors. The guards know about it, but they ignore it on purpose. Second is climbing the castle walls at night. It's a bit tough physically speaking, but it's the safest option. And finally, they can disguise themselves as merchants and sneak in. It's a bit risky since they gotta use the main gate, but she says it's the most comfortable way. They need to walk right through the front door, so it might be dangerous, but she claims it's the most convenient. So only 3 of them are entering Crossguard. She says all the routes are equally tough, so he should pick the one he prefers. The MC thinks for a sec, saying she's making it sound easy, but knowing it's not as simple as she's acting. Torres asks if it wouldn't be better for her to choose, since she knows the situation best. So she decides they'll head out at dawn and infiltrate through the Smuggler's Tunnel. And back in that creepy forest where they re-hiding, a huge red moon is hanging in the sky right next to the normal one. So the MC keeps training, practicing that hidden knife technique from Torres. But watching that,
he gets kind of disappointed, wondering how the guy even learned swordsmanship with skills like that. He says he'll get there eventually, telling him to just keep practicing. Then Finn walks up to them, noticing they skipped dinner just to play with their hands, getting curious about what he's doing.
the MC tells her he's training, but she orders him to eat this stuff while he trains, mentioning that one of her squad members dreams of becoming a chef, and he's gonna love it. So the MC eats it, saying it's delicious, and Torres asks, "What kind of jerky is this?"
Saying the seasoning is incredible. She says he can ask for more, mentioning that the chef's parents run a shop at the border guard so they can visit any time. She also remembers to warn them that if they're gonna keep training, they shouldn't go where she's pointing. Saying there's a poisonous snake under that smooth reddish rock. The MC finishes her sentence. She asks how he knew that, and he says one of his companions is an old hunter, and he learned from him. She notices the MC is ridiculously well prepared and gives a huge smirk, saying she's liking him even more now.
Look, the reason you started liking him is pretty shameless, but we're not going to talk about that right now. And she asks if he wants to do some more mature training with her, saying she really knows how to ask. Seriously, she knows how to ask. And Torres is basically dying of envy. So, the MC gives her this dead serious look, asking what the hell she's talking about. She says it's called flirting, and asks if this guy is an idiot. Then she asks, "How about it?" claiming he might look scary but is actually sweet. Torres is third-wheeling hard, asking if she can cut that out while he's standing right there. But the MC shuts it down. She asks, "Why? You got a thing with someone?" Then it clicks, remembering he's engaged to the company commander. She says, "That's a shame." The MC starts getting annoyed, asking when that was ever confirmed. She tells him to talk casually with her anyway. The MC says if she's cool with it, he's down. Then she drops the bomb. They're heading to crossguard tomorrow, so sleep early. Torres notices she totally ghosted him. Later, under that creepy red moon, the MC starts drifting off, but then, bam, face to face with death again. He wakes up thinking it's been a while since she showed up, figuring she has something to say. He remembers the fairy who apologized for failing to protect him. He realizes this mission is going to be a massive wall to climb, and cracks that psycho grin. Next day rolls around, he's sizing up the massive wall, while sneaking into the smuggler's spot with the squad. Torres asks why move by day, if sneaking is usually a night gig. She snaps, "Are you stupid? Even if the guards are slacking, they ain't gonna ignore this path completely." The MC says, "They ain't expecting a morning raid, we'll catch 'em napping." Finn agrees, saying, "Makes sense, as expected of handsome guys like us, we're just built different." Torres asks why he feels like a joke while she's playing favorites with the MC. She tells the Rangers to take point. The MC thinks about her being a ranger. They take the lead to scout paths, so they need light gear and stealth moves. Watching her walk, he notices she's basically silent. He starts wondering, can I steal that move? But the second he steps, soldiers pop out yelling, "Got the rats!" The trio freaks, and she screams it's an ambush, yelling, "Fall back!" But they say, "Nowhere to run." They're surrounded. That soldier orders the kill, and Finn yells to push through while they try something. But crossbows fire, and the MC tries to deflect bolts with the sword, stopping a bunch. Finn has to throw an arm up to tank a shot meant for him, but manages to rush the shooter, axing him down. Torres is putting in work too, dropping bodies and fighting back. The MC notices Torres and Finn ain't trained for mob fights. In a mess like this, they can't go all out. Finn slips up, leaving an opening, and a soldier aims a crossbow right at her head. Torres gets cornered and taken out. Finn takes a shot straight to the skull. Both gone. Since the MC is the last one standing, he knows this is a high wall, but he ain't going down easy fighting solo, slaughtering guards. He's throwing daggers into necks, dropping them effortlessly. He uses every tactic to fight the crowd, wiping out a chunk of that army. One guy screams, "Surround him!" They finally slam him to the ground. He gets stabbed everywhere, turned into a pincushion, but keeps fighting to survive. Right until the last second, watching spears fly at him, then he wakes up back in that morning. He says, no chance they gathered troops that fast. That was a setup, totally planned ahead. He wonders if enemies predicted the infiltration. Deep in thought, someone asks what he's doing, saying they gotta move. The MC says he has a bad feeling about the route, asking, "How about we hop the walls?" Torres jumps in, saying, "This guy wrecked a sorcery hub before. Trust his gut. Listening 1T hurt." The MC thinks, it ain't a feeling, it's experience. Every time he respawns, he knows the script. Finn agrees but says the wall is safer at night. so they have free time. The MC asks her to duel, and she turns beet red because the duel she wants is not what he thinks. She asks if he likes doing it in daylight, calling him brave. He says, I mean a normal fight, not a death match. Bro, you gotta clarify before she gets the wrong idea. She sighs. Disappointing. She says she can do it, but swords aren't her thing. He suggests bare hands. She's confident and squares up. The MC thinks if the enemy knows they are coming, then any route is a fight. Might as well check power levels now. Plus, it's good training. He tells her to move first, but she lets him take the lead. She taunts him, and the MC throws a punch. She dodges and throws a knee, which he barely blocks. Close call. They reset, but she comes back with a massive kick aimed at his face. He defends fast, her foot inches from his nose. He decides to use the same strat he used on the ferry commander, using weight to overwhelm her, tackling the girl straight to the ground. So when the dude slams the girl to the floor, thinking the win is in the bag, the chick ends up grabbing the hand. Turns out the girl is a beast at jujitsu, telling the guy that was a bad move. As the girl grabs the hand and preps an arm lock, whatever the heck that is, locking up the shoulder, neck, and hand to snap him, Torres screams at the pair to cut it out, since that's enough drama. And the girl scores a win on the MC, who thought just throwing weight around would be enough to take the win. The guy notices the chick has a small frame but rock-solid muscle, admitting that body is definitely better for throwing hands than fighting with swords. Then the girl tells the dude he totally lost, and the MC realizes this chick is the perfect sparring partner, asking if the girl is down for a second round. And the girl turns all red, realizing the guy meant a normal duel. The MC asks how the chick figured it out, and Torres starts getting ticked off with how close these two are getting, begging the pair, for the love of God, to only do that stuff when alone. While the sun sets in the afternoon, Finn says the squad is hitting the wall soon, asking if the MC is really going like that, all covered up. The girl asks what the deal is, saying the dude is carrying way too many weapons because with that much weight, the guy is going to collapse halfway there. And Torres asks the girl what the chick thinks of his gear. And when the girl looks over saying it looks good enough, Torres gets all bummed out by the indifference, saying those comments are starting to hurt. Then the MC claims to have the strength to climb the wall even with all that junk. So the girl says the guy is way too innocent, saying the squad isn't just climbing a wall, and the team needs to cross that rocky mountain before reaching the walls of Crossguard. Looking up, the group thinks that thing is ridiculously high, and the MC says getting there won't be easy, but wonders when a wall was ever easy to cross. And so the MC says back when the squad returned to the mage's cave, the guy grabbed some items for a new sword, since the old one snapped. And Zio gets surprised the dude has a magic tool, saying selling just one of those could fully equip the captain from head to toe with new gear using the cash. However, Enrick says that money is going toward getting the best sword possible, and so Zio notes the captain only cares about swords, saying for someone living by the blade, the weapon is equal to life itself, and leaving the sword behind was never an option. The guy keeps it on the back while clawing up that hill, and Finn says from up top, that was why the girl said to leave that longsword behind, saying even stripping off everything else, just that thing will be exhausting. And the guy admits the weight is definitely crushing the body, but thinks muscles pushed to the limit only get stronger while gripping tighter climbing that mountain. And the MC says countless walls have been faced and overcome. This isn't going to be enough to stop the MC. The guy finally makes it to the top. And Finn starts noticing the dude really loves making things hard. While Torres thinks the bastard probably brought that sword on purpose just to train, thinking there's no chance the guy would be that crazy. And up there, a bunch of wolves start howling at that red moon. And looking down, the guy sees those wolves looking more like werewolves, and the MC realizes it's a pack of lycanthropes. Then Torres says it's rare to see them moving in such big numbers. And while the squad runs, Finn says it means time to get serious, because the wall is in sight. Watching that, Torres says there is nowhere to hide, because tons of soldiers are on guard. And Finn tells the guy not to worry, because on a full moon night it gets super bright. The guards lose focus and get careless. Then, seeing one turning a back, tells everyone to go now, and the team gets close to the wall. But then, the MC notices one is still paying attention, but even looking to the side, the guard can't see him, because the squad manages to hide underneath and pass at that moment. And so, Finn asks if the team saw, saying nights like this make things easier. However, the MC still keeps thinking it looked like the squad got seen, asking if it's just imagination. And Finn starts dusting off hands, saying if the team manages to climb that wall, there's a slum on the other side. And if the squad blends in with the slum residents, there's no way to be found, pulling a nail with a rope from the clothes. Then the girl says before that the guy gotta drop that sword now, saying this wall is twice as hard to climb as the mountain. However, the MC says that weight is needed to train, and Torres notes the dude is definitely crazy. And the team continues climbing, even with the MC hauling that absurd weight. And the MC claims to know now why this was called the safe route, because if the squad climbs this wall safely, the team is going to be inches away from infiltrating crossguard. And of course, if this was just a wall, and just like that unit ambushed in the smuggler's tunnel, there's a high chance of traps being there too. So Finn goes sneaking in, trying to be as low-key as possible. Then the MC asks how the enemy plans to stop him. And just when the team gets to the top, a woman shows up with a massive jump stopping in front of the group, saying the squad is making the lady work hard at this hour, saying now it's time to chill. Then the woman uses magic to pull vines from the ground, and Finn realizes it's a mage, telling everyone to get down. Because those vines come at the team full force, almost ripping heads off. While the group ducks, the vines go straight past. Then Finn screams at the squad, telling everyone to go down the wall while throwing an axe at that vine. But it gets caught by that witch. Before managing to hit the target, the lady breaks it totally using magic in the best way possible. The MC questions it, a mage showing up there saying that was a totally unexpected move, saying it's a well-set trap. Then the dude charges at the witch with everything, using the sword, but the lady manages to raise a vine near where the guy is, making the MC cancel the attack and dodge sideways. The guy says a mage has been beaten before, saying if relying on sixth sense, something might happen. But turns out the witch-s vines get close enough to the dude, while the MC thinks he can actually take her down. And when that sword gets close to the neck of that chick with the cat-like eyes, he remembers Jackson telling him to use his instincts, but not to trust him blindly, because a strong opponent can mess with your senses sometimes, and mages are the perfect example. And she really does it, launching the MC into the air with a hell of a vine punch that knocks him way back. Then those vines snatch him while they re-falling. Finn notices that idiot screwed up, asking what the hell he was doing there. Then those vines go for the two down below too, killing them with a single shot through the chest, leaving them skewered and falling. And the MC, still stuck in those vines, realizes they are super tough and he can break free. Then he gets dragged close to the witch. She says she'll praise his guts for not running away while he's biting those things like a total berserker. She talks to the rose vines while staring at him, then crushes his hand and crushes the MC, totally destroying him. He realizes that just like not every soldier is on the same level, mages aren't all on the same level either. He thinks he got too cocky, blinded by the fact he got stronger, and rushed in without reading his opponent right. And then Death shows up again, asking if he understands his level now, saying a rare creature trying to get stronger through suffering is pretty unusual, but in front of an overwhelmingly high wall, he is nothing but a tiny ant. Then the MC thanks Death, saying thanks to her, he got his original mindset back, and that wall was exactly what he needed. She says she wants to see if he can still say that after facing the third wall, and after chatting with Death, he goes to talk to Finn. She asks if he wants to sneak in by pretending to be part of the Merchant Guild, asking why the sudden change. And he says he's got a bad feeling about that hole. So she tells him it's cool, because he just needs to blend in with the merchants who pass through there all the time. So the two of them are going to head in, and she says it'll be tomorrow morning. The MC questions that, because if they can't get past that wall, they won't be able to sneak around. He asks what the condition of the wall is, and Torres asks if they need to wait another day. Then she says, since they've got free time, why not throw a party and bring out everything they've got? They agree, and the MC asks what she means by that, and just like that, dried meat, beer, and a bunch of other stuff gets tossed around. The MC can't believe they plan to eat and drink right next to enemy lines, asking if they've gone crazy. He asks Finn if it isn't dangerous to let their guard down like that. And she says being too tense isn't good for them either. When your body gets stiff, your vision narrows and your focus disappears. Then she calls him over to eat and drink, saying his shoulders are hard as rock. The MC says he thought using all his energy fighting was the only way, but thinks she's right, because his vision really did get narrow. He admits he always thought pushing forward was the only way, sitting down near them, but realizes resting actually means something. Desperate effort isn't the only answer, thinking it's time to stop and clear his head, saying he's going to give meaning to this day. He lifts his sword, getting ready to train, and Finn points out she told him to rest, asking what the hell that is. Then Torres says that it's just his way of resting, but she isn't convinced while he keeps swinging his sword. Then she says she doesn't care, mentioning he's got a nice body, acting all thirsty. Torres asks her to stop with that, and by nightfall, they're still at it, and the MC claims he saw something rare that day, because just that was enough to make his day. because before he would have hit the wall by now. The Grey Dog's unit ambushing them in the tunnel and a mage on the wall. So this time, there must be something else. He wonders what's going to be in his way. Then one of those lycanthropes starts howling, and Finn, her men, and Torres all realize what happened. The MC also notices that sound is the pack of lycanthropes they saw earlier. Then Finn yells at them to run while they try to escape those monsters, but the werewolves end up surrounding them completely. Torres says to take on a single lycanthrope you need 10 soldiers, and there are 20 of them. They're just 6 people. He thinks this is the end, but then Finn says there were no signs of monsters coming, asking where they came from. The MC says he couldn't even sense their presence, realizing it was a disguise, asking if this was a trick by the mage Latia. Then the wolves start howling, ready to attack, but the MC activates his aura, saying he already said he wouldn't rely on just despair, but says that doesn't mean he's gonna just give up either, charging at that wolf who sends a claw attack in 2 directions, coming right at the MC. He manages to dodge it, even though he's totally pressured, because consecutive attacks are coming from everywhere, and he says he can't counterattack because focusing on one spot limits his vision too much. Then one of the wolves charges him, grabbing the MC's sword, and he defends with everything he's got. He thinks his problem is tunnel vision, so he just needs to expand it. But then he starts noticing what's happening around him while he was focused on that single spot. Everyone else with him is dying because of those wolves. Torres gets pierced, and Finn ends up dead too, with her neck in a werewolf's mouth. He thinks that even knowing he's gonna repeat it all again, witnessing such a brutal death still hurts a lot. While he's fighting that wolf, he manages to kill one and charges at another, jamming his sword into the monster's jugular, and one of those wolves comes at the MC, boxing style, punching him right in the gut, making the kid cough up blood. Then he wonders if that monster can actually punch, realizing it's way smarter than the others, asking if that's the leader. It's a totally jacked werewolf with a huge scar on his eyes, and after landing that direct hit on the MC's stomach, grabs the arm, swings the dude around, held on only by the bite mark, and yeets him way the hell away. Prota goes flying backward, watching those wolves charge straight in. Total panic seeing the bodies on the floor, right until meeting up with death again. She says it doesn't matter which wall gets picked, they're all brutal, as long as today keeps existing. These scenes just gonna keep replaying. She asks if this is still fun, and he's like, yeah, cause sitting still makes him restless. Everyone's questioning reality, while chatting with death, asking, why do I feel like this? Am I sick? Prota says that's exactly why. Sitting around isn't an option, says, I'm fine, let's roll. Even if every road is blocked, just gotta smash a new one open. Then starts thinking about those 3 timelines. The soldiers, the mage, and the werewolves. Figures, if every path is gonna be like that, gotta find a way back to the soldier route. Tried brainstorming what to do if surrounded, but came up with 0 ideas. Not gonna face the Greyhounds one-on-one, but if they swarm in a tight spot, game over. Best move is, don't get surrounded. If instincts can spot where they are, might be able to do something. So when the soldier shows up bragging about catching those rats, Prota gets ready, checking the 6. Realized instincts didn't pick up a thing. And got caught helpless. Totally skewered. Says there's no chance, cause there's gotta be magic involved there too. Charging straight at the mage, asking if the magic in that hole is her doing. She acts all weird, wondering if she got busted, saying Captain Roger isn't doing his job right. Prota dies, but at least found out something useful. While training with Torres asking why the rock won't leave the hand, Torres just says, you're really clumsy, ain't ya? Prota says when a mage is involved, can't dodge traps on instinct alone. And even if you dodge, the enemy squad is full of cursed freaks who don't quit. Asking if it's possible to shake that many off. Then, hanging with the werewolf, says the same thing. It's many against few. Gotta find a way to balance the scales. Charging in, realizing it's useless to just attack with full power, need a better plan. Back on the soldier route, taking some out while getting surrounded. Tells himself not to rush the thinking part. This is a rare chance to grind real battles as much as he wants on every single route. So the fight goes on against all of them soldiers, werewolf, even the witch. Advancing little by little every time. Says you can't waste this time without leveling up skills. Starts handling every challenge better and better. And that's what I wanted from the MC in the last video. Just wanted him to die and use the skill right. Should have had Enrick's mindset. If Enrick had that ability to gain stats every time he died, bro would turn into an immortal god, ex machina level. So Death, watching him die all those times, asks Prota how long you gonna play around. Cause if he doesn't want to be stuck in today forever, gotta pick a wall and face it. Prota says the more he repeats it, the more he feels it, cause all 3 paths are solid walls, and it's almost a shame to pick just one. So, looping back to that day, Enrick's already awake when Torres gets up. Keeps training the art, Torres explained, until he nails it perfectly. Torres is shocked because he couldn't do it yesterday, asking when the hell he learned that. He says, about 30 days ago. But Torres doesn't buy it, asking what he means by that. Prota realizes the skill level is high enough, thinking this is the 79th run, says it's time to break the wall and finally get to tomorrow. Says there's still time before hitting the smuggler's tunnel, asking if she can make a small pouch. Tells her to make it about the same size as his, because he's going to attach it there. One of them says, sure, not too difficult. Then he asks Finn about her boots, saying there's something weird inside them. She explains they got extra fur. Inside to muffle steps, mentioning there's a lot of sensory spheres around. Prota decides to do the same. Torres asks what he is talking about. Prota says, she said there's a lot of beasts, but she's like, it's not like we were actually going to run into one.
But by nightfall, he gets a pair of those boots. She asks if he worked as a ranger before. Prota says, nope. She says even with the fur padding, walking that quietly is super hard. He thinks about how he kept practicing, repeating, today, over and over, and to survive in the
tunnel. Gotta find the ambush first and make an opening. Spotting traps in the dark ain't easy, but they got a specialist right there. Prota asks, what if enemies are waiting in the tunnel? She says chances are low, but if they are, we bail. But then he hits her with, what happens if the escape route is blocked too? And the girl starts realizing he's actually making sense. He asks how high and long this tunnel is. If front and back get blocked, is there a side path? Torres asks if he's scared or just has a bad vibe, saying that's a lot of questions, even for him. But Prota says if armed troops are waiting ahead, they're all dead meat. Finn snaps back, if you're scared, you can leave, saying, it's better than spouting all this doom and gloom. He keeps a totally straight face, just saying we should be careful. So she actually takes what he said to heart. Prota thinks about how to move the squad exactly how he wants, cause considering his stats,
he can't just use muscle like back at the high grass incident. Gotta persuade him, cause that pressure he released in the old infirmary, it's an invasive will that screams exactly what he wants. Hits harder than 100 words. Ends up with her agreeing, admitting she's been way too relaxed. Enrick notices the vibe shifting. She's getting cautious. Once Finn starts sharpening those senses, she's gonna spot something. Walking along, she feels something is off. Tracks look like footprints wiped on purpose. Then it clicks. She realizes what's going down. Getting pissed, telling everyone something's wrong. Orders them to fall back, says we gotta secure the escape route first. But the soldiers meant to ambush him haven't found the group yet, and Roger's scared stiff. Enrick figures the archers are camped right on the escape path. So Enrick sprints out, claiming to be a messenger. Captain Rogers' messenger. Finn's shocked, realizing this guy is straight up crazy. Archers are confused, cause nobody said squat about sending a messenger. Enrick thinks this is perfect. It's all starting right here. Remembers Roger is the enemy commander's name. Learned it from Latia. Back when she said the guy wasn't doing his job right. Says you can't recognize faces or gear in the dark. Shouts that there's a demonic creature in the cave. They ask about Captain Roger, wondering what Enrick's on about. He figures if they hear the name Roger, these dudes will think he's an Aspen soldier. But once close enough, just draws the sword. Says obviously if he gets too close, they are going to realize who he really is. By then, he's already taken one out. Too late. They finally clock that he's an invader, not an ally. But he orders them all to kill each other. Enrick grabs the guy talking, tells everyone to shoot that dude. So the guy screams for his men not to fire. But then orders Fly to just shoot. Enrick mocks him, says they got zero training, asks if they're Aspen dogs, saying he can't fix this mess alone, tells him to actually do something. Torres and Finn, hiding nearby, wonder what the hell he's doing. Taunting him, saying if more enemies are around, it's gonna get ugly. Enrick questions if those crossbows are just for show, says their brains must be defective or something. Finn checks if the enemy senses her presence. Enrick asks if this is how Commander Roger taught them. Asking if that's really it. Finn notes it's loud as hell, can't hear a thing, but then manages to understand what he's saying, claiming it can't be true. Enrick keeps screaming Roger's name, calling him Commander of Idiots. Figures in this darkness. With the confusion and nonsense, this might actually work. While he's drawing all their attention, Finn pops up behind a soldier, kills him before anyone notices, racking up kill after kill. Enrick keeps him distracted while Finn and Torres finish off the soldiers. Says everything becomes a tool to protect the body. Finn thinks Enrick's a legit genius. Then they spot something behind, wondering if there's another invader. Too late. Bunch of them dropping dead without knowing where the hit came from, saying darkness fades and light retreats. Enrick keeps talking while they execute that massacre, until the last survivor tries to hit him, but he shoves a nearby soldier in front, taking that crossbow bolt for him. They scream they re-gonna kill Enrick, charging with their crossbows.
Enrick sees he bought as much time as possible, thinks it was enough, throws 2 daggers at the men coming our way, killing both, joins up with Finn and Torres, who are left standing. She calls them to the exit, but realizes they finally reach the main Grey Dog troop, led by Roger, tells him to pass on Latia's words. Roger S. shocked, asking how that bastard got Latia. Enrick tells his friends to run. Roger notices he just bought time, ordering his men to grab him. Enrick's crew finally exits the cave into the sunset. Finn notes he's going to keep chasing, wondering where to go to shake him off. Maybe the creek edge or the cliff. But Enrick says they're re-heading to the camp. She asks, why go there? He says no time to hesitate. Tells her to move, fast as possible. She agrees, calling everyone over. Enrick thinks, the sun's setting soon. Almost time to call those things. Starts hitting everything in his path. Remembers Henry talking about the Penhanil River area. Said there's flat, clay-colored stones where poisonous vipers live. Super dangerous. Enrick slams his sword into a rock, flings that stone right at the soldiers. They call it cheap tricks. But turns out, a snake inside that rock jumps straight at him. Makes it rain poisonous snakes. They jump on the soldiers, biting and killing them instantly. Panic that there's vipers under the rocks. Finn asks why those maniacs are doing this, says causing a ruckus here is going to end badly. Enrick says that's exactly the point. With those huge ears, no way they miss this sound. Running up the mountain, says the moon is rising, already stuck in the sky. Night is for demonic creatures. All those lycanthropes show up at the campsite. Enrick says for them, doesn't matter who's standing there. They just want meat and blood. Orders Finn and Torres to get out of the way. She asks what he's talking about. Torres asks if he wants him to ditch a comrade. She agrees, asking where he thinks they were going to go, leaving him alone. But Enrick just orders him to go. Says he's got a plan and they'll just get in the way. While they run, Enrick stays behind. Roger notices the split. Orders his men to follow. Enrick figures with the Grey Dogs and lycanthropes in one spot, he can make them fight each other. Let them destroy themselves. Thinks this is the turning point. Gotta make them focus everything right here so they don't chase after Finn and Torres, who split. Cause intense bloodlust like that is exactly what S needed to make them lose their minds and charge in full force. So the MC pours every ounce of being into that killing intent, and Roger feels it, reacting on instinct. That lycanthrope leader clocks it too, and Roger orders him to kill that guy first. Now the lycanthropes start climbing that mountain too, ready to jump the MC. Then realizes what's going down. Dodges both attacks, letting them crash into each other. Says without knowing friend from foe, everyone just blends into the chaos. And just like that, a real battlefield takes shape, with the lycanthropes playing right into the MC's hands. Dude, if you turn to me and say this isn't one of the best leads I've ever brought to this channel, I am calling you crazy. Totally nuts, because this guy is absolutely savage. While Torres runs, hears that Enrick said there was a plan, but questions if this is really right, wondering if going back isn't the move. Then a huge scream rips out, scaring both of them. Looking back, sees those lycanthropes slaughtering soldier after soldier. Realizes that Maniac is all alone amidst the enemies and Torres says gotta go save him right now. But notices something, even rubbing eyes to be sure. Torres spots it too, asking why Enrick dodges so well, slipping past arrows by a hair. Says even in the mess of everyone fighting, those who felt the bloodlust are coming from all sides, and manages to dodge every single attack by an inch. Notices senses being used to spread focus, even where eyes can see. Says quick judgment is key, and one mistake means death. But the MC is pulling it off perfectly, smiling while fighting, says that S definitely not gonna happen. Roger calls in the Grey Dogs, ordering them to use the formation. Says the Grey Dogs are elite troops, and if they set up the formation, the lycanthropes won to stand a chance. For the goal, the chaos gotta keep going. And something found by chance in the last loop is just the thing to use. Remembers battling one of those soldiers who called the MC an idiot, saying attacked Roger, who never takes off the helmet. Asking if really thinks a commoner stands a chance, and the MC questions never taking off the helmet, asking why, so goes straight for the helmet, revealing Roger is bald. Everyone stares at the captain, not wanting to believe the reason for never taking the helmet off is, cause he's the Saitama of this story. MC says being bald ain't nothing to be ashamed of, talking to Roger. But that doesn't sit well, guy gets super pissed. MC realizes there's shame in being bald, so yells at Roger, telling him to take the helmet off. Saying killed own hair strands and sent him to heaven, demanding to see that barren desert with no sign of life. Roger starts getting real mad, but thinks, gotta calm down, saying it ain't worth falling for the bait. Then the MC just runs a hand through own hair. flaunting it, making Roger jealous as hell, looking at him with a damn mocking face. The two watching from afar realize he's pissed, and Roger can't control it, calling him insolent, saying won't give a peaceful death, charging at the kid and daring him to try if able. Attacking with everything, reflecting off that sword. Roger keeps trying to hit, but the MC easily stops every single strike, until launching a counter and almost ripping Roger's helmet off, who barely defends, saying it is time to reunite with the hair from top to bottom. Launching an attack at Roger, but before getting it done, a lycanthrope's hand goes towards the enemy captain's neck and rips the head off, killing him before the MC could do it. Then the lycanthrope stands face to face with Enrick, while the men scream, "Captain Roger!" But they get killed super easily too. And so the MC notices being targeted from the start. So the lycanthrope tries to hit, but manages to dodge, realizing that Werewolf took the chance to attack at the final moment while surrounded. It's Kaoli, an even tougher opponent than Roger, says with monster power and exceptional intelligence, made the day repeat several times, then appears behind the MC, ready to throw a punch. But when manages to turn the head, think's gonna end that day right then, driving the sword in and stopping the monster's attack. So while the monster attacks, charges in too. But the werewolf tries to land a punch while the MC swings the sword and chops the hand off, also attacking the monster's abs, who tries to strike with a claw. But the MC ducks, thinking it's the end, driving the sword into the chest of that alpha werewolf. And seeing that, everyone gets surprised. Both Finn and Torres can't believe it, and Torres thinks shouldn't even dream of attacking Enrick. Finn says wouldn't even think of facing him. So with that werewolf down, they say the MC is way too strong, and Finn thinks gotta join up. But while the MC was fighting in that battle moment, the two start shouting, telling him to get out of there, then focuses, disappearing, and those soldiers notice fleeing, saying, "Gotta catch him." But that lycanthrope keeps them busy. They stay stuck there while the three escape chill. Anyway, Finn questions if this was all planned from the start, asking how new the lycanthropes would show, and says it was luck, because it just worked out. Then Torres says whatever, asking when got this strong and how new the enemy commander's name was Roger. Says for someone not in the loop, looks pretty weird. Normal to have doubts, but thinks can't explain right now. Instead, says something important is still missing, saying the mission ain't over. Looks at that huge mountain where the witch is, telling him they were gonna climb the mountain, and up there the witch is waiting. Folks, absolute cinema. And right there where the witch is waiting, Enrick's climbing way ahead of everybody else. Finn's like, who is that guy? Has he always been this good? Torres doesn't think so. Wants to know why he's suddenly crushing it. It's frustrating Torres, because honestly, who even is this guy anymore? Enrick says the mage is blocking his senses, but he still knows the location. In all those repeated todays, that mage never moved an inch. Watches her talking to Finn, then raises a hand. Enemies ahead. I'll take point. She's asking what he's talking about, but he's already launching a surprise attack on the mage. She spins around fast though, spots him and uses a vine to fling him away. He gets caught, but slices through that vine and frees his hand like it's nothing. She's demanding to know how he got there, swearing her creatures were on patrol, but Enrick's like, if you mean those things, they were too busy playing with the gray dogs. Guess you didn't train them right. That pisses her off, so she lashes out with the vines again. But he dodges every single one, doesn't get stabbed, even blocks one with the sword, figures he needs to dodge the thick vines like spears, then charge in and cut the thin ones like whips. Finn's shocked he's got those kinds of skills, even against a mage. Torres wonders about helping, but Finn says stepping in now would just get in the way. Then some soldiers show up, yelling they were gonna help Latia, saying they'll provide cover. But Finn pops up behind them, buries an axe in a guy's neck and tells Torres, "Dawn to let anyone near Enrick." Realize there's more enemies, but the witch is getting seriously annoyed with these wannabe swordsmen, lame fighters. She starts throwing vines with blooming roses, asking if they really think they can go all out, hurling that junk at Enrick. But he enters the zone, slowing everything down, says he already figured out how to break the magic last time. In the end, mages are human too. Cut them or stab them, they die. Just gotta figure out how to create an opening. Luckily, found something for that. Actually, it's that trick learned from Torres. He charges at the darts, dodging them one by one, gets closer to the mage, and when he's close enough, she starts backing up, blasting more magic at him. But Enrick raises a hand, thinking of the secret move with the hidden dagger. Remember Zoyodo asking about the leftover magical artifact. Even after getting the sword, asked if they should sell it. Enrick said no, keep it. Might come in handy later. Now he's got that magic stone in hand, and the witch sees the shine right before her eyes. It's the artifact from the mage's cave. A massive explosion rips between them, blinding Finn and Torres. complaining about their eyes, while the beggars down by the wall see the flash up top. The witch is totally blinded by it, hands over her eyes, leaving a beautiful opening for Enrick, who slashes her right across the torso. Says that when he relaxed his shoulders, he could see. No need to pick just one. All three are excellent punishments. She drops dead, and Enrick stands there, bathed in the red moonlight. Says he used everyone to create this today and is happy with how it turned out, while Finn keeps dropping those soldiers. She realizes he used the artifact, but Torres says, "Not the time for questions. Soon the enemies will see the light and swarm us." Tells Enrick to move fast. While guards search for the source, they hide among the beggars. The Crusade Guard infiltration was a total success. Now, if they rescue the cat as planned and get back, it's a win. Finn points out the spot. That's where the cat was the last time they made contact. Torres notices it's a torture spot, sees signs of an attack, wondering if they found out the cat was a spy. Finn sees that and knows for sure the cat is dead. Enrick starts connecting the dots. Enemies were all over the routes. The cat they were supposed to meet has been dead for a long time. This whole operation was a trap set by Aspen. Even that message about important intel was just bait to kill them. They got played. Torres realizes it was an ambush. From the start, a soldier shows up, asking if they found anything. While they re-talking, the three crouch down, pretending to be beggars again. Enrick says they gotta at least make it out alive. But Torres says, moving with all, those guards around is a shot in the dark without a distraction. Enrick asks if that's the problem, I know a method that's already tested. Asks if they want to try it, then they set a fire and make a run for it. Nothing grabs attention quite like arson. After doing this so many times, he's gotten the hang of it. Instead of a knight, he's going to end up as a professional arsonist. Says when he gets back, he needs to practice fencing more. Drops the cape, yells for everyone to retreat, heading for the border guards. Later, word gets out that the invaders escaped using the fire. The guy in charge says every trap they set was beaten in one night. They got totally swept. Who would have thought? Letia would die in a dump like this? It was a perfect plan. Killing the spy and the enemies before the war would be crushed their morale, but he says it's fine, they still have resources. Tells the other guy to prepare the next move. That's Abnar, Aspen's genius strategist. And yeah, he's actually a genius. If Enrick didn't have that cheat code in his pocket, things would have gone way south. By daytime, the squad's coming back on a little boat, totally exhausted. But the protag, completely chill. Asks Torres, how about one more training session? Once the squad gets off the ship, Torres calls the guy a maniac, saying there were already 10 sessions just on the way there. Then the sailing guy asks, why are you dudes always sweating so much? And when the team arrives, people say the mission's over, asking why the squad won't just rest. So the protag tells that guy to rest, then calls Finn to train. Finn says don't even try to seduce, cause the intentions are already clear, calling the guy a training demon. As the group gets close to camp, the squad spots a bald guy trying to find the platoon of lunatics. Torres asks what Baldy is doing. The protag tells the team to go ahead and report in, cause the main guy actually knows that bald dude. The guy calls out Captain Enrick, saying there's danger, calls the dude guild boss and screams that Mr. Enrick is in trouble. So the protag asks Gilfin what went down. Gilfin says the frog showed up. Remember, when the protag took over the Gilfin Guild, Baldy said the dead boss was a merc paid by Ispin, so every spring someone comes to inspect the guild, and it's the Logan who shows up. The protag realizes he came that same Logan from the beginning. Flashback to 3 days ago, the crew was counting cash with Zoyodo. Zoyodo says there's a ton of stuff to prep before heading out. Says it's been a week since checking into the barracks. But since the higher-ups got supplies thanks to the protag, disappearing for a bit shouldn't be a drama. Then Gilfin shows up with a report, says the innkeeper is freaking out, and claims to have seen someone who looks like a spy. The protag tells the boys to check it out. If it's spies, capture them and end them. Also mentions that the Gilfin Guild is currently posing as the Night Guild, keeping order in the alleys where border guards can't reach. Says the rep improved, making it way easier to collect tributes. Now practically all the locals are eyes and ears for the guild. The amount of intel coming in is on a whole other level. Says if the guild decides to expand power, the influence will blow up even more. If all goes well, in a year or maybe a year and a half, the alleys will be totally dominated. But then some dude walks up. The guard watches this hooded guy, telling the stranger to freeze. But surprise, it's the Logan, who just throws the guard straight through the door. When Logan steps inside, Zoyodo is already terrified, asking how the guy already arrived. So Zoyodo steps up to handle the mess, prepping for a fight, but notices the intruder didn't kill the guard. Still room to talk. So then, tries asking Logan to take a seat. The guy starts laughing, says that reaction was pretty interesting, and asks if Zoyodo knows who he is talking to. Zoyodo says that S not important right now, asking if Logan has eaten yet. The intruder says Zoyodo is a funny guy, getting ready to attack, smashing right into the chin, lifting the kid with one punch. Grabs the collar to talk to Zoyodo, saying humans only listen after taking a beating. That's what the psycho believes. So Zoyodo says there's no need for a beating, cause the kid would answer anything. Asks what the guy wants to know. Logan notes the kid got smacked and is still laughing. Says the last boss vanished, and now this weirdo shows up. Zoyodo asks if the guy means the old guild master, saying the dude died. Logan asks, killed by who? And Zoyodo claims it was the Coast Guard Reserve Army. Frog demands a name, so Zoyodo says it was Ragna. The soldier named Ragna is the one who did it. Logan gets all happy about having someone to fight. Orders Baldy to drag Ragna over. Baldy asks what the heck is going on, but Zoyodo just orders Gilfin to go get the real guild master. Gilfin gets the message and bolts out of there. Says Enrick sent the order. They came looking for Ragna, but the independent squad soldiers were already sent out with the advance force. The protag realizes Zoyodo thought this through perfectly. Cause Ragna is the laziest of the bunch, and just getting that guy up is a chore, meaning the order was really to bring someone who could actually kill the Logan. Figures Zoyodo didn't expect all the soldiers to be on a mission, wonders how the guy managed to convince that bunch of lunatics. They only ever listen to the protag. So he's like, yo, the big guy didn't kick the bucket in those 3 days, right? And he's all, nah, dude is still breathing. Then he asks if his arms and legs are still attached, basically asking if he got tortured. Turns out he's still in one piece. Then Ragna notices this guy sliced up the Grey Dog's commander and even wasted a werewolf and a mage, getting way stronger than before. He starts doubting the Toad though, cause last time he got absolutely wrecked with 0 chance, but now he figures he's got a shot. Honestly, he's itching to fight just to test his strength. Says one day is plenty for the crossguard to recharge. So he sends a message. Tell the Toad Ragna is coming for him tomorrow. Says Enrick isn't gonna die from waiting 1 more day, which you can totally tell by his attitude. The Toad might look like a dumb brute, but looks can be deceiving. This dude took Enrick hostage on purpose just to test the waters, which definitely isn't something an idiot would do. Anyway, Ragna goes to the captain, letting him know he's back and reporting the mess. He heard the soldiers went to clash with the advance squad and asks if he's joining the fray, but the guy's wiped out, says he'll meet up with them in 2 days. Basically, if he dies fighting the Toad and has to loop again, he needs to be in peak condition, so he chills, eats, and trains. Since he hasn't fully recovered, he's only got 2 cold steel daggers left. Gotta find a way to snag some more. Then Esther comes over, meowing at Ragna. He calls her out for being clingy, asking if she got bored all by herself, and asks if she wants to tag along just to watch. Says he's hyped for it. She looks at him and sees this total psycho smile. Cause he is dying to fight the Toad again. Meanwhile, at the Toad Guild, the boss decides he's waited long enough. Today, Ragna better keep his word. Zoyodo asks like, yeah, obviously Ragna is gonna show up, but tells him to accept this thing first. Talking about how fresh worms are gonna hit the spot. Figures the guy knows a thing or two, almost thinking it to be a waste to kill him. So Zoyodo says he's flattered, telling someone from the squad to hurry up, or it's lights out. Man, Zoyodo just stays getting into deep shit. Picture this. That Logan with the dreads is munching on apples right next to Zoyodo, looking pretty annoyed too. Zoyodo starts getting nervous because it's getting way too late. Wondering what those psychos are doing to take so long. Even saying they wanted to look personally. But obviously can't. Then the Logan looks at Zoyodo and demands more food. Beat to a pulp, Zoyodo slaps on a fake smile and just nods along. Talking about how that crazy Logan barely sleeps, watching 24/7. Just gotta hang in there a little longer, then it's time to take Logan down. But then, our chaotic crew starts rolling up, while Zoyodo thinks if even one of those maniacs showed up, they could end Logan. Enrick steps up to the door, already grabbing the daggers. Inside, Logan's still eating chill as ever, until sensing what's coming. Door gets smashed in, Logan's still sitting there, and Enrick gets ready to let those daggers fly. But Zoyodo sees who it is and gets even more pissed because the weakest one showed up. Still, Enrick decides to charge straight at Logan, throwing the daggers, but the Logan just casually steps aside and hops onto the table. Enrick gets ready to strike again, tossing the sword sideways and almost landing a hit. But the Logan dodges again, flying right over the kid and almost landing a blow. However, Enrick ducks, managing to dodge and not get decapitated. They split to opposite sides of the room, and Enrick stares back totally determined, while Logan is annoyed, wanting to tear into the kid, and they start trading blows like crazy right in front of Zoyodo, who's totally shocked, asking if that's really the boss. Cause fighting toe-to-toe with Logan, that's completely absurd. They keep going at it face to face, and Enrick starts realizing that just blocking Logan's brute force is rookie stuff. One slip up means shattered bones. So Logan decides to rush in again, wanting to end this, but Enrick manages to stop the attack using a shoulder and the sword. Logan notices the impact getting deflected with some soft sword technique. And so, while the sword moves, Enrick thinks about aiming for Logan's only weak spot, the heart. Gotta pierce it in one go to stop the regeneration. But before doing anything, Enrick takes a hit to the gut, sent flying by the force of that Logan's single kick. Flying back, smashing into everything behind, and Zoyodo sees it was a direct hit. If the kid passes out again like before, it's over. Starts calling out to Enrick while Logan asks how the kid dared to aim for the heart. Logan is getting pissed, known for recognizing talent in others. Even remembers being called a talent scout, but this guy is impossible to figure out. Should be hit the talent ceiling ages ago, wondering how the kid is pushing past it. Logan doesn't get what's happening, but Enrick stands up once more, realizing the kicks haven't put him down yet, and standing up doesn't even look too tired to keep fighting. Enrick smiles, inviting him to start the real fun, saying the wait was worth it. So Logan calls the kid annoying, saying it ends here, charges full force at Enrick, who rushes right back, going in with a low guard while Logan attacks from above, thinking the heart is the target again, trying to stop Enrick's attack. But before landing a hit, Enrick ducks a bit lower, dodging the strike, then aiming for Logan's heart again, thinking that sure, piercing the heart stops Regan, but there are other ways, so Enrick rips off one of that giant Logan's arms. Says there shouldn't be energy to regen the arm, Mitch fight. If that opening can be used, it'll work. Aiming the sword right at the heart, Logan gets more ticked off, saying one arm is enough to crush insects like Enrick, then lands another hit, stopping the attack. Enrick's sword goes flying from that powerful kick, feeling the pain of the blow, and Logan definitely gives no room to do anything else, appearing right in front of Enrick, getting ready to kill with a single strike. Enrick sees it, wondering if this is the limit, saying, gotta try again next round. And so, while attacked with that massive killing intent, the sword stops inches from Enrick's head, and the blow doesn't land. Logan gets angry and starts canceling the attack, stopping the battle aura completely. And Enrick wonders why stop right at the kill moment. Logan reveals to himself he feels the Black Panther-esque gaze from behind and is terrified because that magical energy is way too intense. So the Panther is really on his back, saying stepping away from that beast is a warning, because killing the human means risking his own life. And guys, get this. If I had a kitty like that, I wouldn't need anything else. And so Logan keeps thinking about wanting to kill that human who pushed past the limits. That completely unpredictable human. That type definitely needs to die. Raises the sword again while the Panther thinks it's weird, but just raises it to sheath it on the back, turning around to leave. Thinking this isn't more important than his own life, Logan tells the human to remember him, cause the name's Mai. Says next time he'll definitely kill, and just bails, leaving everything broken behind while neither understands what happened. Zoyodo asks if he's gone, not wanting to believe he actually left, saying he thought Enrick was definitely gonna die for real, asking since when the boss could go toe-to-toe with Logan, but he's just like, matching him isn't enough. Zoyodo's totally lost on that one. Meanwhile, Prota's thinking back to Logan's last attack. His right wrist got smashed and he dropped his weapon, staring at this gnarly, ugly bruise on his wrist. Still, he clenches that fist thinking, 3 times, just 3 do-overs, and I could V-crushed him. That gives him a spark of hope. Then Zoyodo, shouting from the sidelines, tells him that in a way, even though they were waiting, nobody showed up. He had no clue, never guessed those psychos would actually march into battle like good little soldiers. Says it even caught him off guard. Zoyodo's like, either way, it's a freaking miracle Logan just dipped like that. But then he's wondering, why'd he bail? One move and Logan could have wiped him and Krang out instantly. He's racking his brain until he looks over at the Panther, asking, was it cause of Esti? The cat just meows back. Zoyodo's like, man, rumors say you lost it, but now you're chatting up a Panther? Then some other knight rolls up, asking where the hell Prota's been this whole time. Turns out it's the commander of the first company, straight up asking if Prota's hurt. Prota goes, got into a scrap with some punks, but I kicked him out every last one of them.
The captain's pissed it happened now of all times, but he figures they don't really need their strength anyway, so if he's good, he tells Prota to join the fight cause the order came straight from the company commander. Prota shook, didn't expect the order from the ferry company commander. Cut to later, he's staring at a total bloodbath, dead bodies everywhere. Now it clicks. He gets why everyone calls these guys total psychos. Meanwhile, Ragnar's just strolling through the battlefield, slaughtering soldiers with zero chill, looking way too calm, counting 1, 2, 3 while chopping heads off. He's like daily quota met and just walks off the field after dropping enough bodies. Some guy yells, "More enemies on your 6," but Ragnar just goes, "I said quota's done." Everyone realizes the dude had vanished earlier, thought he was dead, but nah, Ragnar's standing right there, chilling with a severed head in his hand after wiping out a ton of enemies. And he's still sleepy in the middle of all that mess. He complains, "If you moved the post, you should have said something." They're like, "We never moved it." Ragnar's just, "Whatever, I'm going to sleep, don't wake me up." Then they spot something and ask, "Yo, what is that?" Realizing he's holding the enemy commander's head, they toss that gross thing away, freaking out that he actually went deep into enemy turf and made it back alive. Elsewhere, another one of Prota's crew is causing a scene. People scream that Alden's a giant while he grabs some guy by the arm. Like he's a toddler. Alden's like, "You're too loud? Learn some manners." As he grips the guy's arm, crack. The dude starts screaming his lungs out. Everyone stares. Alden just ripped the arm off like it was a twig. People are wondering why back off, we are allies, but others are like, "You go over there and get your arm snapped then." Meanwhile, the enemy is getting absolutely wrecked trying to fight Jackson. They can land a single hit and start begging him to stand still so they can hit him just once. But Jackson keeps dodging, totally smooth, looking all serene. Then the guy who was trying to kill him just collapses on his butt. Jackson walks away, leaving him behind while the guy pleads, "Please, just one hit." But Jackson figures he'd rather land the first shot. The fairy watches this, totally in shock. Later at a meeting, the commander asks the fairy if she really managed to recruit those wildcards. She's like, "Actually, it was easy." She just went to their cabin and asked them to fill the spot their platoon leader left open. So that rich kid told her they'd get ready. But Rain wasn't vibing with her tone, saying she stole their leader and now wants them to fill the void. He gives her this cocky look and she glares right back, reminding him that soldier disobedience falls on the commander. She asks, "You want to cause trouble for Rankrude?" He still hates what she's saying, but agrees to do it for 3 days. "More than that? No way," he says. They all agree. The fairy says just getting those psychos to say yes is a miracle, but inside she's thinking, you shouldn't stare down a superior like that. Then the other commander speaks up, saying his battalion is on the front lines. Victory or defeat here impacts the main battle huge time. He asks if Pennon is still baiting soldiers into duels, says after taking the L in the last war, Pennon started using cheap, petty tactics. The fairy points out that even though the enemy sends their best, they never win a single duel. After so many losses, the soldiers are whispering, "With that skill gap, we're going to get crushed in a full-on troop battle too." The commander knows if this keeps up, morale will tank. He says, "We just need to send someone. Strong too. It'd be perfect if those psychos handled it." But the fairy warns that just getting them to the battlefield is a nightmare, and if we push them, they might just quit. She asks, "You sure about this?" The guy starts getting pissed those dudes are stubborn as hell, but way too talented to toss aside. He asks, "Isn't there a better way to keep them on a leash?" The fairy gets it. She says, "We'll bring in their platoon leader. That psychopath is the only one who can control those lunatics." Left alone, the commander thinks, those Aspen bastards are always scheming. They never used to rely on dirty tricks like this. He remembers intel about a young genius joining Aspen recently, figures this has gotta be that guy's doing. So, later that afternoon, that rich kid and his 2 lackeys are totally stressed out. I mean, Andrew, the firstborn supposed to rebuild House Gardner, is currently squad leader of the Psycho Company. But right now, the guy's completely wrecked, thinking he's got to carry the heavy burden of babysitting these maniacs while the captain's gone. Henry asks if Andrew's eyes are okay, telling him he should probably chill on the sparring sessions with Rain for a bit. But Andrew snaps back, asking who else is going to handle Rain's murderous impulses. If they let that guy loose, he's going to turn the battlefield into a literal bloodbath. Plus, every time Andrew trains with Rain, he feels like he's leveling up just by nearly dying. He says it as like getting stronger every day just by walking the edge of death. Mac agrees, saying it's frustrating as hell, but you can say it doesn't work. So Andrew thinks, thank God those 3 psychos, squad members are busy with their own stuff and causing less trouble for once.
But the problem is this random guy trying to boss him around, calling out the independent company or the psycho squad, asking if they can act like normal human beings. Andrew sees this and knows it's going to hit the fan. Then the guy starts screaming at Rain, asking if they don't see everyone fighting for their lives, asking if they think the battlefield is some kind of joke. And Andrew S. just wondering if this dude is the new captain, wondering if he has a death wish, because talking to those guys like that is insane. So Andrew steps in front of Rain, saying the authority commanding their independent company comes from their direct superior. Then the captain asks if that's why they think they can just slack off. But while he's barking in Andrew's face, he hears Ren's voice from behind, wondering if seeing that guy's guts spill out would make him feel better. Some insane killing intent radiates from the edgy psychopath standing behind Andrew. Andrew knows it's about to go down, and thinks they gotta save this poor, innocent captain right now. So Andrew charges at the guy, shoving him away, saying if he's got such a big problem, then he should fight Andrew himself, cause whoever wins, rules. He asks if the guy's scared, and the captain, who's literally having his life saved, actually falls for the taunt, asking since when a squad leader runs things, telling Andrew to bring it on cause he's gonna destroy him. And Rain realizes what just happened, getting more and more bored, thinking fights are lame. Just when someone finally wanted to throw down, the rookie steps in and ruins everything. He says nothing here is fun. But looking inside, he sees the MC still hasn't come back, and his bed is all neat and tidy. Rain says maybe it's time to quit this soldier life. And just like that, they all missing their captain, saying there's been zero news about him. Since he's taking so long, Ragna starts questioning if the captain actually died. Alden thinks maybe it's time to head back, cause if there's no point being here, it's just inefficient. Jackson thinks the same thing, saying the goal that made him choose this war is almost reached, so there's no reason to keep wasting time here. So they all think at the same time, if he doesn't show up today, they're bouncing from this place. And finally, the crazy guy arrives. The fairy tells him to get back to the company ASAP, calling the MC her fiancé. And when he walks in, everyone is shocked. The four who wanted to leave just because he wasn't there, their eyes light up as Enrick tells them he's back. Rain gets ready to pounce, but the one happiest about the MC's return is actually Andrew, who starts screaming, "Captain!" asking why he only showed up now, throwing himself at Enrick and crying like a baby, asking if he knows how long he waited, saying he suffered so much that whole time. Ren instantly cheers up, asking who's this guy arriving faster than him, saying, their captain took forever. They all gather around Enrick, totally happy. Bro, it's wild. Their relationship is just built different. These guys were literally gonna leave just because the main crazy dude, the biggest psycho of them all, wasn't there. Anyway, night falls and everyone heads into the cabin. The MC says it seems the reason they rushed him back here was to keep these guys in check. He tells them they should at least try to follow orders. And Rain says, you can bet I'm not doing that. The MC realizes they aren't to the listening type. Then Rain says there is something more important, that orders aren't to the issue right now, asking if Enrick got stronger. The MC senses exactly what Rain wants and gets ready to fight. Ragnar slams his swords on the ground too, challenging him to a fight. Alden tells them to wait, asking if they can't see the guy's wrist is broken. But Rain walks up to Ragnar, asking if he's blind, saying he always fights the MC first. But Ragnar asks, since when do they care about order? Then he asks if Rain wants to fight for the spot. However, Alden steps between them, separating the two like he's breaking up a fight between toddlers, telling them to chill. He says it's been a while, asking if they don't want to warm up with some isolation techniques first, but Rain tells that giant not to cut the line. The MC asks everyone to calm down, and Alden starts hoping the captain will finally stop them. Jackson says he'll fight everyone, one at a time. But Alden tells him not to do it since he's injured. Then the MC says it's not broken, so he can still use it. Jackson warns him not to underestimate a wound, telling him to take off the bandage and check it out. The MC says he probably shouldn't put pressure on it, but thinks he can at least use the sword. He remembers what happened. After fighting the pros in the crossguard, he got even stronger. And after fighting Logan, he started realizing something too. Obviously, the path of the knight is still long. They say it's practically an unreachable goal. But he has climbed pretty high already. He wants to show them the power he has gained. Jackson recommends he doesn't overdo it, warning that he is the one who is gonna suffer later. The MC just smiles, heads outside with those psychos, and stands face to face with Rain. Rain says he looks pretty confident and wants to see how much he's improved. He yells, "Let's find out," and charges straight at Enrick. But just as that axe comes inches from the kid's eyes, he manages to deflect Rain's attack, super chill about it. throwing his hands back. Rain can't believe it. Shock is stamped all over his face because the guy seems different. Zero hesitation in the attacks. Only someone who's fully awakened their power moves like that. He's getting hyped, thinking this is insane, begging Ragna to show him more.
And he gets ready to clash head-on again. Jackson mentions it's been a week since they've been away from the captain. And yet, the improvement is crazy. Alden is watching, looking even happier because you can practically feel the limits of human patience being tested.
Ragna starts willing the barbarian to come back quick, and everyone else does the same. Rain looks back, thinking those guys are dying to trade places with him, but then wonders who could handle it after seeing something like that. Enrick goes harder and harder against Rain.
So after a while, and after facing every single one of them, they head back to the tent. Jackson asks if maybe it's time to spill how things ended up like this. The Enrick says it was nothing, just mentioning a fight with Logan before coming here. Andrew's shocked, wondering how that counts as nothing. Rain asks about the plan to go to the Crusader Guard, wondering if Logan showed up. But Zoto pipes up saying Logan came because of the guild, got hurt after returning to the border guard. Rain asks if he really let some weakling beat him up and leave a scar. But Alden asks if the mission had issues. Enrick explains the enemy set a trap. The Grey Dog unit, a werewolf, and a mage were all waiting there. Andrew gets more and more surprised at how casually he's saying this. It's weird. Andrew worked hard too, fought like a maniac. So why hasn't the gap between them closed? Surprised the Enrick survived, but Enrick just says it was pure luck. Is it really luck to come back from death over and over? 'Cause you were dead a long time ago. And with that, they blow out the candles. Lays down to sleep next to Esther. Says there was a lot to learn today, but could tell they weren't going all out because of the injured wrist. Wants to recover fast, come back full force. Wants to see how much power can be drawn from the squad with current strength. Rain talks before sleep, saying from now on, losing to guys like Logan isn't happening. Ragna adds there's still a lot to learn, saying training is the only answer for the captain. Jackson points out he still sees areas that are lacking. But Enrick says if they fight again, he's definitely winning. Rain notes that at least the confidence is there. Everyone gets ready to sleep. Meanwhile, the Enrick is restless. Rain says once the wrist heals, they'll throw down again. Everyone agrees, saying they'll help improve things. Training never ends, apparently. Jackson says senses can be used better. The Enrick agrees, promising to show them once healed. Once again, they all try to sleep. But then they start talking again. This time Rain's pissed, and the Enrick is getting there too. Rain's cursing out that clown Logan, explaining how to block and hit. When the wrist heals, he wants that loser destroyed. Ragna says it's time to learn moves beyond the basics. Alden's totally hyped too, saying even if weak, the isolation technique shouldn't be ignored. Jackson joins the pile on, telling him to never lower his guard, but the Enrick asks if anyone's actually going to sleep. Finally, those three maniacs crash on the bed again, and that's the only way they finally sleep. Next day, the Enrick wonders if he overslept. Been a while since waking up this late. Esther's still in bed. He asks if she slept well. She just stretches a bit. Outside, Zoto's surprised he's up. The Enrick asks if everyone's left already, noticing the fighters went to the front. Only the support unit and some guards are left. He hits the floor, trying to do some bridge exercises, but notices the hand feels worse after yesterday's fight. Maybe went a little too hard. But seeing that concentrated fighting spirit makes him want to grab the sword again. So he goes to grab one, thinking a long sword is meant for two hands. But with enough strength, he's used it with just the right hand before. So training the left might work too. Starts training, but feels clumsy. Just like the first time holding a sword, it's honestly pathetic. But figures there's no better time to relearn everything from scratch. Dude really can't stay still. While Enrick keeps training, he thinks starting from zero isn't easy. Thanks to the isolation technique, strength isn't the issue. Vincent walks up, hearing he was hurt, but the Enrick is already doing something crazy again. Surprised to see him there? Asks if he didn't go to the battlefield. Vincent says his unit is defending the base, but as the Enrick keeps training, notices the cloth wrapped around the sword came loose. Vincent says both the owner and the sword are totally wrecked, telling him to hand it over. Asking how the hell he plans to tie that with one hand. Starts fixing it for Enrick, who thinks about how Vincent used to growl just looking at him, but now he's all helpful. Asks why he was so hostile before, wondering why Vincent hated his guts. Vincent mentions Jenny, but he doesn't even know who that is. Says Jenny is the girl from the herb stall. Enrick still has zero clue who the chick is. Now Vincent is even more pissed, saying he's done talking to the Enrick, kicking the ground as he leaves. Says he wasn't interested anyway. Jenny was the one crushing on him all by herself. Now that he mentions it, yeah, he remembers. Jenny,
The one with the herb shop at the border guard. Someone he knows. Since the herbs were good, he went there often. Guesses she caught feelings for him while she was acting all cute. But Vincent is heading over with flowers for the girl who's totally crushing on Enrick. He points out that Vincent was head over heels for her, but the guy claims he's more interested in herbs than the girl. Vincent admits he knows that, because Enrick is way more obsessed with swords than women. Thinking to himself, it's just a massive inferiority complex deep down. I mean, Jenny never looked at Vincent once, but she fell hard for that pretty face over there. So Vincent starts thinking Enrick is seriously unbearable, but Enrick has no clue what the guy is. Talking about simply telling the kid to go take care of his sword while Enrick gets to work. Thinking this dude changes moods like 10 times a day, Enrick figures he's a total weirdo. Inside the tent, Esther S. stretching out. Enrick notes she has got zero energy left and asks if she's hurting anywhere. Esther figures it's all Enrick's fault anyway. Even though she was already injured, she still went and trained with him, wasting magic trying to ease the fatigue. Now Esther doubts she can use any magic for a while. Enrick thinks since the squad is in the rear guard for now, she can just chill and rest. Meanwhile, outside, some guards near the river notice ripples in the water, and one looks back when the other asks what is up. The guard says it's nothing, just thought he saw something in the water, but while hesitating, a spear smashes right through the guard's head. Enrick and Esther hear the noise and everyone starts screaming. It's an enemy attack, yelling to protect everything and stop them from taking the supplies. Enrick rushes out asking, "Where are the enemies?" Yodo immediately questions why a wounded guy would try to do anything, telling the captain to stay undercover. As those guys emerge from the water, Enrick looks straight at one of them, realizing he never imagined finding that bastard here. It's really them, the Greyhounds. The guy who swore they'd meet again. Enrick remembers exactly who that is. Standing face to face, Mitt says he heard the prayers and really wanted to see Enrick again, noting the kid still remembers his name. Mitt claims that thanks to Enrick, he ditched his arrogance and reached a whole new level. He just had to finish things with his own hands. Raising a sword and pointing it right at Enrick, the MC tells Enrick to look after Esther since he's the target here. And so, they square off, blades ready. But Enrick, only having one good hand to fight Mitt, is totally disadvantaged. His sword gets knocked back instantly. Realizing there's not much he can do, Enrick hears Mitt asking if he is injured. Thinking it's just rotten luck, Mitt raises the sword to finish Enrick off. But then Veng jumps in, blocking the attack with his sword and saving Enrick. Veng yells at him to run while he faces down Mitt. But the kid tells Veng to back off, cause that guy isn't someone Veng can handle. And damn, that turns out to be true. Veng loses his head, literally. It goes flying to the side, and Enrick is shocked. Mitt calls Veng an insignificant insect with a cold stare, just as Esther charges in. Enrick screams for her to stop, telling her to get back. Enrick warns them not to engage, knowing if they do, it's gonna be a total disaster. With both of them facing Mitt, the guy kills Esther first, slicing her right in half. Then he goes for Enrick, piercing him right through the chest, near the neck. Enrick stands before Mitt, who is making a massive bloody mess. Mitt says it's a real shame because if Enrick's wrist was okay, he could be shown off his new power. Mitt kills them all one by one. Everyone who matters to Enrick dies right in front of him. And just like that, Enrick wakes up on the previous morning again. He goes over to comfort Esther, thinking he was useless just because his wrist was busted. He really was useless. Veng notices Enrick is already awake. The MC realizes there aren't any soldiers from the platoon to help, and before the afternoon, the Greyhounds will surprise attack the base. Enrick keeps training with just one hand to improve his swordsmanship, going as hard as he can to stay sharp until then. He remembers the past, when part of his squad got wiped out too. His superior told him it was because he was weak, a miserable insect, and they died trying to save him. Enrick dwells on that, then Veng comes over and asks if Enrick hurt his right hand, questioning if he's trying to wreck the left one now. Veng says if this is his training, then it's actually a sickness, asking if he'll actually achieve anything with it. Enrick insists if it doesn't work, he'll make it work, because he's gonna protect everyone. Veng doesn't really get it. Enrick apologizes about the Jenny situation. Veng asks if he knew, then says to let it go since it's not like Enrick did it on purpose. But Enrick tells him to cheer up, because there are tons of women in the world who don't care about looks. That definitely strikes a nerve since Veng is a bit rustic looking. Veng gets pissed at the bastard, telling Enrick to just admit he's handsome. Walking around thinking he's all that just because of his pretty face. Enrick just laughs. By afternoon when the invasion hits, he's ready and fully armed. He stands face to face with Mitt. Enrick remembers the guy is strong. Mitt is special. Now that they've met again, Enrick is way more careful. Enrick squares up, blocking attacks and testing his strength, until realizing he can even face Mitt with 2 hands, let alone 1. He is still weaker. Enrick tries to block with everything he has got, noting Mitt's refined swordsmanship is cornering him. Finally, Enrick gets grazed on the neck and falls. Mitt stomps on his right hand, and Enrick admits it is definitely injured. Mitt calls it bad luck, wishing he could defeated Enrick at full power, before plunging the sword into Enrick's chest, killing him yet again. Enrick realizes no matter how much he improves, there's only one option: train the left hand. Every loop, he trains even harder. How to grip the hilt, how to swing the sword, and the footwork too. Diagonal slashes, downward cuts, and thrusts. Since he was a kid, he learned from the village instructor, plus the medium sword styles he picked up from Ragna, and the basics of other sword techniques. No point getting lost just because you don't know something. So Enrick keeps grinding. Every time he faces Mito, he gets tougher, using his left hand every single reset. It feels like a path he's already walked with his right hand. Each loop the training gets more intense, but Enrick still ends up dying to Mito. Die, train harder. Die again, train even harder. Since Enrick already mastered the right hand, getting the hang of the left is way faster this time. But 40 deaths later, the movements are still shaky. Enrick asks himself why. What's the deal? Is it just a lack of familiarity? While Vincent watches the training, he notices something. He walks up to Enrick and asks, "Hey, wanna spar?" Enrick is shocked. Vincent never wanted to train in any of the previous loops. What the hell got into him? Vance looks at Enrick dead serious. Enrick catches that vibe and says there's no reason to say no. They square up. Vincent charges in full force. Enrick manages to block it with the left hand, realizing, damn, stuck in this situation again. That guy is a platoon captain after all. Vincent keeps pressing the attack, but this time, Enrick uses his feet, slamming Vincent face first into the dirt. Looks like a win. Vincent realizes Enrick is still using the left hand. Total humiliation. But Enrick mentions he's been training the left side occasionally too. Then asks, "Why did you want to train all of a sudden?" Vincent admits he doesn't know. Just looking at Enrick made his blood start to boil. Enrick says, "I only practice the basics." Vincent replies, "That's exactly it." Watching Enrick reminded him of the first time he ever held a sword. That pure impulse to get stronger, just swinging the blade. But Enrick's sword feels off. So Enrick asks, "Off how?" Vincent struggles. "How do I put this? It feels like a dead sword." Enrick asks what that means, and Vincent admits it's a crappy explanation. But the feeling is something like that. Enrick goes back to wondering what the hell is a dead sword. Does it mean that the strikes are weak or something else? Vance asks. "Hey, you listening?" But Enrick is already lost in thought, realizing he went through this with the right hand. He tried to follow the same path. Enrick realizes he was copying the right hand's movements without even thinking about it. The left and right hands feel completely different. He takes another swing at the straw dummy, thinking he needs to find a groove that fits the left side. And slice. That cut is solid, precise. Enrick notes that everything from the sound to the impact is clearly different. Enrick laughs and thanks Vincent. Thanks to that guy, he found a clue on how to handle the left hand. Now he thinks he needs to wake up the sensitivity in the left hand. That's the key. He's got to retrain himself, starting with daily habits. Vincent asks, "You always eat with your left hand?" Enrick lies, saying the right one is injured and resting it will make it heal faster. But Vance asks, "Isn't that overkill?" Seeing Enrick struggle and spill food all over his clothes, Enrick ignores it, thinking that from eating to getting dressed, to training the left hand is the priority. Later, Enrick sticks the sword into the ground, deciding that to wake up his senses even more radically, he needs to use all his techniques. He remembers the hidden blade art and how they told him that subtle sensitivity is required to pull it off. He tries it with the left hand, but the first attempt? Yeah, not so great. But Enrick figures he can use the hidden knife, and the method he learned from Torres should work. Flash forward to the 40th day, Vincent walks up asking if he wants to spar, and Vincent absolutely destroys him. A massive beatdown. Vance says that even with the left, Enrick still isn't quite there, saying the sword still feels weird. Enrick realizes it is still a dead sword, so he grinds again, pushing it all the way to the 60th day. He keeps fighting Vincent, desperate to know if it's still a dead sword. On day 60, in the heat of battle, Enrick busts out the hidden knife and actually manages to disarm Vincent using only the left hand. Vincent is shocked that Enrick can fight that well with his offhand. Enrick asks, "What's on your mind?" Thinking that when he gets back to the battlefield, he'll have to work twice as hard from now on. And finally, he realizes Vincent isn't talking about a dead sword anymore when he uses the left. That is some major progress.
Enrick tells Vincent to keep working hard. Maybe one day Jenny will actually notice you. Vincent hears that and gets absolutely pissed, shouting, "It's because of my face, not my skills," knowing Enrick is just messing with him. Vincent yells, "Come at me again! I'm gonna teach you a lesson!" Enrick walks away grinning, thinking Vincent always has the best reactions. He tells himself, I gotta let him confess to Jenny at least. So I can't let him die here. So he waits for the inevitable invasion, wondering what is talent. You can't really define it with just one word. He thinks about physical skill, that's the obvious part. But remembering those sword swings, Enrick realizes that being able to zone out and just focus, that's talent too. He recalls training until he nearly collapsed. But right now, there's only one thing he needs to do. Drawing the sword with his left hand, it feels so natural. Enrick says that for the first time in his life, he's actually feeling what talent is. He realizes that by stacking day after day of left-handed training, in just 100 days, he matched 30 years of using his right hand. Day 112. When he sees Maito and his goons, Enrick finally thinks, I've broken through that wall. He shouts to the squad, protect the fort! Kick these guys out! A soldier yells back that there's a wounded man fighting, telling the captain to fall back. But Enrick is totally chill, walking straight toward Mito. Mito grins, saying he should thank the gods because he really wanted to see Enrick again. Enrick replies, I wanted to see you too, Mito. He says he brought a revelation for his stagnant growth. Today I'm gonna destroy you with everything I've got and finally reach the next level. The MC thinks to himself, feels kinda bad that this is the guy's max power. Says he has seen that look in those eyes a million times. So, Enrick realized in a straight-up fencing match, beating that dude wasn't gonna happen. So he rushes Mito before the guy can even blink. Goes in full savage mode, forcing the defense, piling on the pressure. Mito thinks it's weird, but the MC ain't just using a sword, he grabs Mito's hand, totally throws the knight off balance, then it's pure brutality, but Enrick takes a knee straight to the gut and gets thrown back. But Mito is forced to drop the sword and he is pissed at the MC. Looks like Enrick broke the dude's thumb, so he starts yelling about dirty tricks. But the MC hits back, saying in all those years, Mito always won the fencing matches. He just wanted to make the guy's wish come true. A sword duel with Mito is fun and all, but wasting more time today ain't gonna make Enrick's left hand evolve. Gotta look past today. Mito says Enrick must think he's pushing his limits, but thinks it's useless, even if the kid uses his left hand this time. Says he's ambidextrous, but Enrick doesn't back down, saying, starting today, I am too. Says this fight is about winning and seeing tomorrow. But this method isn't fencing, it's so desperate, it's a last resort. The secret mercenary technique Valen style. Then he goes all in, straight up hurling his sword right at Mito. The guy freaks out at that total madness. The MC rushes in, grabs him by the collar and says, from now on, it's a street fight. My friend, some things you only solve with raw, brutal violence. If we aren't trading punches, if it ain't savage, it ain't happening. And with that, the MC starts throwing hands for real, throwing lefts trying to smash Mito, who just has to dodge. He realizes this scumbag is fighting super dirty, trying to hit him with the sword, but the MC goes for the tackle, slams him on his back, figures he just needs to fight close, drag him to the ground. Then Mito can't use that sword. The MC drives a knee in, pinning the hand down, says he'll bite the enemy if that's what it takes to win. Getting ready to rain punches, smashing Mito's face with everything he's got. The guy starts getting a little dizzy, and the MC uses every trick in the book to snag that victory. Says this is a real street fight, with that storm of fists coming at him. Without being able to do much, Mito thinks fast and kicks the MC off, using all the strength in those legs. MC goes rolling away. Mito gets up to use the sword again, tells the MC to get serious, pick up the blade, calling him out to fight properly. But even with all that, while Mito tries to slice Enrick's collarbone, the kid steps in front, stops the attack, using just the armor. The sword gets stuck in the metal. The MC says he is super serious right now, threatens to punch Mito again, but uses a hidden knife. Slices part of the dude's face, and seeing the blood dripping down his cheek, Mito starts screaming. Almost lost an eye mist, getting blinded by an inch. Consumed by hate, he jams the sword into the MC's shoulder but can't go deeper, rips it back out. The MC thinks first the wrist, now the shoulder is toast. Drag this out too long and it's game over. Mito thinks with one eye messed up, his depth perception is chaos. Decides it's time to end this. But Enrick once again throws a dagger at Mito by surprise. Mito stops his sword to deflect it, but instead of hitting the blade he used to block, the dagger sticks right into his hand, nails it hard. Now he's got no support. The MC goes for the tackle again, slams him on his back, making him lose the sword. And with the blade flying away, Mito starts cursing Enrick with every name in the book, totally losing it with the kid. But Enrick shows he definitely ain't playing around, puts him in a lock to snap that leg.
and when he twists, Mito starts screaming, tries to hit the MC with everything he has left, but Enrick dodges the cut, grabs the arm again, twisting to break it, and this time looks like he got it. The scream Mito lets out on the battlefield is deafening. Everyone notices the enemy commander is getting wrecked over there, screaming like a wounded animal. The MC keeps going, shattering the leg in every spot. They say Mito was a genius who never tried, a man who, despite natural talent, was stuck in boredom. That Mito changed since coming back from the last battlefield. Remembering the loss he took against Enrick, didn't leave the training ground for a second, sharpening his sword non-stop. And to that talent he added effort, and his sword finally started to shine. But right now, with broken legs, he's thrown on the ground like a dying drunk. Questions why he's like this. Enrick stands in front of him, staring at that sword, and Mito talks to him. While Enrick looks back, thinking the wall that seemed impossible to cross is now on the ground. Mito woke him up, tells Enrick he didn't want this kind of fight. But the wall is crumbling right in front of the kid. Mito says he just wanted a real duel against him, but right now he's not a wall in front of Enrick anymore. So Enrick talks to Mito, laughing, says this is a battlefield, about to stick the sword in his neck. And just like that, even full of hate, Enrick does it. Slits his throat to prove this ain't a fight with honor. After Mito dies, all his soldiers charge at the MC, screaming for their platoon commander. But then Jay comes in, orders everyone to fire and kill every single one of them. They get mowed down, killed by the survivors, while the MC stays by Mito's body. And there in the dimension of death, the last brick falls to the ground. The MC thinks about it, talking to himself, thinking of Mito. Says the fight they had was actually fun, but right now he keeps thinking about the barrier Mito used to be, leaving him behind and promising himself he's gonna climb even higher. Guys, if that wasn't an absolute cinema, I don't know what is. Anyway, later in the tents, Chisei says if that spot had been taken, things would have gotten messy. They knew the main army was in trouble, sent the archers, and that's the only reason they survived. Benz walks up, saying they only made it cause Ragna bought them time. Then he hands over a sword, asking if it belongs to him. He's scolding him like, if this is ours, why's it on the floor? Take better care of it. Krang asks if the sword wasn't already picked up. Looking back, he realizes it's a mithril blade, the one the enemy he fought was using. Benz asks if it looks decent. Enrick says he'll take a closer look. Under the moonlight, the thing has got this wicked blue glow. Says it's probably made of damp iron. When they ask what that is, Enrick explains it's from a famous mine in Aspen. Way more expensive than Valen steel or the soft iron Nor usually uses. If he decides to sell it, he's gonna make bank. He asks Benz if he is heading to the front line soon. Then asks if Benz is gonna ignore him. Benz is like, why would I? Asking if he's going too, and Ragna says he can leave the squad alone for too long. Then they ask if he's gonna swap swords. He admits it is a sweet blade, but he prefers the one he has used to. Then he figures, why choose? Maybe he can rock both at the same time. Damn, if he gets one more, he'll be pulling a Santoryu style, right? A while later, as the crazies act up, he starts thinking the captain is ready for the next level. Never thought he'd end up teaming up with a dude from the continent. With someone like the captain, he could probably master the secret technique evolved from the beast heart. Might actually be worth teaching him. Alden S thinking that since the muscle mod is done, it is time for the joints. Change the posture and the body shape adapts. Building a body that can handle twists and impacts. Says if they do it all at once, the body will snap, so they gotta take it step by step. Can you imagine? While Alden is deep in thought, he freezes up. Rain slams right into him, gets pissed, and asks the big guy if his feet are glued to the floor. Tells him to move it, and Alden cracks a joke about him still having growing pains. Then mentions his axe work is too stiff. Both are ready to throw hands, but Ragna just strolls right between them. Alden asks if walking through just cause he's lazy is really the move. Rain starts cussing him out, but Ragna is just thinking that training to keep the sword close to the body might actually help. Not just swinging it freely, but making the blade tip move like it is a part of you. But first, time for a nap. Jackson chimes in, saying he should work on his footwork. Doesn't need to be a silent assassin or anything, but max efficiency with zero wasted movement, definitely useful. But then he wonders if he really has to bother teaching that. Seems like a total drag. So they keep heading back to Ragna. Rain and Alden are still bickering every chance they get. Jackson is thinking the commander can end up like those morons, but figures he'll handle it. Meanwhile, the fairy is leading the pack. She tells them to stop as they bump into some soldiers. One guy, Lowell from Aspen, steps up and asks if anyone is brave enough for a fair duel. She realizes he's up to his old tricks. Says Aspen's shady tactic of killing morale with one-on-one duels is totally lame.
But with all the losses piling up, the vibe among the troops is weird. If they just ignore him and walk past, people will say they chickened out, ruining their rep. Fighting is the only real option. They start laughing, saying it's not like a commander-level fighter is going to show up. They ask how they can be so trashy. The fairy thinks it's too awkward to even get involved, but if they win the duel easily, the mood should flip. Enrick says if they're gonna do this, they should use the crazy guys. Since they seem to be in a good mood, they might actually listen for once. She's totally stoked about it, asking Rain if they're cool handling that mess. So Rain thinks for a sec, eyeing those soldiers. That dude asks if Rain's just some barbarian, figuring it's all just a distraction. Rain stands face to face with him. The soldiers start cracking up, thinking the barbarian got sent because there was nobody better. But Rain goes all out on the first one, ripping their head off in one move. Brutal. Now they re-screaming their heads off while Rain gets all happy, asking who's next, and the slaughter just keeps going. The other soldiers figure they knew Rain was a total lunatic, but they also notice the fighting skills are insane. They start begging to stay away or get spared. Then the fairy says having a solid fighter does boost morale a bit, but the Aspen soldiers start surrendering. But Rain ain't accepting surrender. No way. She starts realizing she messed up big time sending that psycho after them. They're asking how long this is gonna last? Rain keeps swinging, and it's so cruel you can't even watch. The fairy begs Rain to stop. Even the soldier out front screams for Rain to quit it, calling him a monster. Because they already said they surrendered, begging for God's sake for some mercy. But Rain doesn't look like having any mercy today. Rain claims not to hear a thing and keeps the massacre going, turning the dude into ground meat. Everyone is saying they don't want to be on the same battlefield as that guy. They re-terrified and just want to bolt. The fairy finally realizes the troops' morale tanked again, and sending Rain was a bad call. After all, the only thing that can control those crazies is the MC. Meanwhile, the MC is just chilling at the base, and when night falls, they finally get back and talk to the MC. Jackson says they should have rested, but they came back even more banged up, saying that even if they hit the battlefield, they gotta avoid fighting. It's pushing it too hard before being actually recovered. So, the fairy takes the chance to head over, claiming her fiancé tends to push his body way too hard. He's totally shocked the captain actually showed up. She tells him to take this thing, and he's like, "What is this?" She says it's fairy medicine, stuff you can't find even for 1,000 gold coins. Jackson's stunned, because that stuff is way better than his ointment. Ragna mentions the captain is really looking out for her leader. Enrick says he'll use it gratefully, but asks, why the sudden gift? She says she thought it over. Even though they promised a future together, they never swapped any tokens. So, he should think of this as a little engagement gift. Our MC is left standing there looking like a total idiot, while she congratulates him on coming back and tells him to get plenty of rest. The three guys hanging around are totally clueless about what's happening. Then Zoyodo shows up asking if they shouldn't go open the hall together or something. Enrick tells him to go to hell and mocks him, saying he's got more talent with that than with a sword. Ragna chimes in that he's actually got some charm. Meanwhile, Enrick's wondering, what does the company captain find so funny about calling me her fiancé? Because honestly, a fairy's heart is a total mystery to him. It is said that even after reaching the front lines, days have passed and Aspen kept doing just small infiltrations, without starting a real battle. And the MC, being the good little psycho he is still training with that massive rock on his back. Thanks to that delay, he bought some time to heal up his injuries. He keeps training super early in the morning. Then Alden walks up, noting he's been busy since dawn, and asks if Enrick is physically okay. He says thanks to the fairy meds, he's actually decent. So Alden says, in that case, he wants a match with Enrick. How about it? Enrick obviously agrees. They really go for a one-on-one. But pretty fast, the MC is face-planted on the ground. Alden points out that first it was the right wrist. Now the shoulder he's got bruises all over his body. He says just like he thought, it's still hard to use force properly. But even so, if the battle starts, Enrick is gonna have to fight. Enrick says as long as his body moves, of course he'll fight. Alden pays close attention to those words, then looks away, making Enrick ask, what's up? But Alden stays quiet until suddenly a glowing aura starts coming off his body, just like that. That shining aura is holy power, which totally freaks Enrick out. Using that holy power, he casts a super strong heal on the MC's body, creating a pillar of light right in the middle of the camp. Afterwards, the MC is shocked by what Alden did. But Alden tells Enrick he won't say a word and won't tell anyone, making him swear to the Lord to keep it shut. Seeing how serious Alden is, Enrick agrees, promising to stay quiet about what just happened. After that huge mystery, Alden turns to leave, saying even the snow by the river is a blessing from the Lord.
The MC says holy power is proof of a priest who truly follows God, a miracle that heals the wounded. And Alden, who's always praying, had never used his holy power before, so nobody knew he was actually a real priest. And just like that, he goes back to praying, asking the Lord for forgiveness. The MC wonders if using holy power was tied to some strict dogma, like he wasn't allowed to use it. But for Enrick's sake, he used it anyway, taking the risk. So he leaves, thanking Alden again. Alden starts thinking to himself, realizing if they find out he used holy power, the Inquisitors will come for him. He thinks about how the Order has tons of restrictions and put a seal on him so he wouldn't show even a shred of holy power. Even though it hurt like a dagger through the heart, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He calls out to the Lord since he's always there, but he's never answered him. But after meeting his squad brother, he started believing the Lord's word is in actions, and he'll follow whatever his heart tells him. A while later, everyone heads to grab some grub. After stuffing their faces, Zoyodo asks the MC if he wants him to apply the ointment, asking if he needs a hand. But the MC says nope, he can do it himself. He thinks to himself that it wasn't a total recovery. But the wounds healed in a flash. If he wants to keep this secret, he can't let them see. He's got to be careful not to draw attention, even on the battlefield. Still, he asks when this battle is actually kicking off. Iosa says both sides are just watching each other, and their battalion, led by Commander Marcos, is responsible for blocking the detour routes. So the main route is on standby in Greenpell. In the last war, both sides broke taboos using shamans and squires, so the Knights' forces are probably being sent there prepping for a real fight. Then Rain says they should be on the other side, cause here it's just one-on-one duels and little taunts, zero fun. But he figures this one to last long and this tension with no action should end soon. And yeah, the vibe on the battlefield changes big time. With soldiers getting into position and trumpets sounding, they scream that enemies are approaching. The MC's group immediately gets ready at the front. The commander of the MC's army, along with the fairy, watches a few enemy scouts coming closer all by themselves. Then they yell at the MCS army, calling them useless, taunting them right to their faces. Ragna says those losers are at it with their provocations again, asking if they are saving their swords to make soup later. But Zoyodo notices it's definitely psychological warfare, and, unless some asymmetric forces like knights show up, Aspen and them have basically equal numbers and strength. That's why they're trying to mess with their heads before the fight. The soldiers are actually getting nervous and losing it. He says if they shoot arrows now, they're dead meat. And so, those soldiers keep taunting right in the enemy's faces, saying they can even use the gear they brought. But if morale is already down, attacking first will just lead to defeat. He figures the commander knows that, which is why he isn't moving. The commander himself thinks they've got an ace up their sleeve, but they can't use it right now. And the plan to use the crazy ones to turn the tide just backfired. All they need is a spark, a reason to flip the script, and it's all good. But those three dudes just won't shut the hell up, saying they feel sorry for the virgins, calling them pathetic losers, and only the grunts are actually falling for that trash talk, while they keep cracking up. But then, Enrick stops Andrew right before the guy blows a fuse, telling him he'll get his shot. Andrew's totally shocked, like, what are you even saying? Because Enrick was super chill saying it. He's like, it's cool, man, being a virgin ain't nothing to be ashamed of. Tells the kid to save all that rage for the fight coming up. But everyone just stares at him, looking at the prodigy like, yikes. Because Andrew was actually way too calm about it. So he's like, I'm not even mad, but people keep whispering. He keeps insisting, I'm not mad, and the whole squad just busts out laughing. The psychos from their own squad, Alden's lackeys, everyone's just roasting him. Alden's even like, how about converting to the Lord while you're at it? Even Ragna's saying his time will come, while totally trash-talking the poor kid. Andrew's like, why are you guys doing this to me? Rain keeps telling him it's fine, and everyone else is wondering, what the hell is wrong with those maniacs? Because it looks like the virgin took the bait. Everyone's asking who the virgin is, if it's that soldier, saying with a handsome face like that, being hot and still a virgin really sucks. Andrew tells everyone to shut their traps, claiming he's not mad. Then some soldier asks if he wants a trip too. But Andrew says there's no need. Jackson mentions that provoking people like that is kind of mischievous. But the MC asks, what do you mean? Andrew's young, so getting ticked off is normal. The MC just tried to console him, and Rain is practically dying of laughter at the situation. Zoyodo's thinking he doesn't know if the MC was joking or serious, wondering if they acted on instinct, just reading the room. Either way, the MC is seriously a curious person. He talks to the boss, asking if he wants to go out and say something. He says he's got nothing to say, but Zoyodo claims to have a plan, whispering it in the MC's ear. Enrick thinks it doesn't look hard and steps up. Zoyodo says if it's the Demon Tongue commander, he knows he's sure they can flip the script on this battlefield, and the wave of change the commander starts is gonna spread like the tide.
Then they notice it's the Psycho Squad, and it's the man himself. He's arriving at the front with Aldine and Rain. Word is, the path to victory is gonna open up soon. And just like that, Zoyodo showed some guts to the enemies, provoking them and getting right within their arrow range. Picture this, that crazy rival asks what Enrick is up to, claims they're already ahead the second they hit the front lines, calling the guy a total loser, but then tells Enrick to shut the hell up, says heading over there just means getting turned into a pincushion, asking what the hell the plan is. But then steps right up to those three trash talkers, saying a bunch of airheads just showed up, and the MC just watches, thinking back to the chat with Zoyodo, wondering what to use as bait, since there ain't really anything worth saying. Zoyodo says, "You'll figure something out once you're out there," claiming the commander's got a gift for trash talk too. So then asks who the guy is, wondering how someone ended up with a ghoul head like that. And for real, dude is ugly as hell, geez. The guy gets super pissed, asking what the nonsense is about. Everyone starts cracking up. Meanwhile, the other one who ain't exactly a prize winner either claims that Bastard planned it all, knowing the impact of such a face and the nightmare of those genetics. So the MC apologizes on the guy S behalf, claiming never to have noticed due to poor eyesight. Asking if the guy's mom was a ghoul. That makes him furious at the MC, ready to throw hands. The whole crowd bursts out laughing. Alden says even God would punish talk like that. Ragna admits that, yeah, for a human, the dude is pretty hideous. Even Andrew starts losing it, agreeing with the burn. Cause even with the right equipment, ain't no way that gear's getting used with a face like that, just wondering where the insult came from. But the bodyguard notices the virgin comment really hit a nerve. That soldier dares the MC to step up, threatening to slice off that smart-ass tongue. MC thinks the bait worked perfectly, a duel challenge. Now just gotta crush him with overwhelming skill and it's a wrap. But then, Rain stops the MC cold. Before any moves could be made, Rain asks where the hell the MC thinks they're going. Then they bring up the injury, saying it probably hasn't fully healed yet, thinking that S actually true, gotta take it easy to keep the act up. So Rain decides the rookie is good enough for this level, telling Andrew to get out there and finish the guy. Says for someone who has lived only for the Gardner clan, nothing else matters, so there's no shame in it. But then, bam, the virgin mockery drops again, total humiliation. Draws the sword, absolutely fuming, blaming it all on the loudmouth who shouted. Then the ugly dude says he doesn't want the little soldier bow, demands the ghoul-headed guy instead. The one cracking jokes, daring to ask if they are too scared to come out. But Andrew tells him to shut the hell up, threatening to rip that ugly mouth apart, and charges the soldier. But the first strike misses. The commander realizes the Aspen soldiers who challenge duels are all veterans who can easily wipe the floor with most troops, definitely not pushovers. So, that ugly soldier actually puts up a fight. Real tough for Andrew, parrying the Kid S blade. Andrew S freaking out at the skill level. Looks like the ugly dude S got tricks up the sleeve and is actually legit trained. But gotta say, that dude over there seems to have some serious grit, so he charges right back in, launching an even heavier attack, forcing the vet on defense. The kid just won to quit, thinking like a true gardener. Doesn't matter how hard it gets or what tries to stop him, he's getting back up. Even back under Reen's command, after getting beaten to a pulp, found the strength to stand and do push-ups with that brute sitting on top, says he fought and won for the dream. And just like that, actually takes down the veteran with a slash right to the throat. Tells him that compared to that resolve, he's way too weak. The bodyguard watches, thinking that kid used to be full of talent too, but got overshadowed by all the monsters around him. Now every soldier in the Protoss army starts cheering for the kid, because that's the guy who killed Icehead, and the big guy's actually pretty decent. And the prince, looking at it now, really looks like him. So everyone's rooting for Andrew, because that dude's also part of the Psycho platoon. To them, he's the Mad King. Asks if they saw that, because he's all grown up now. And May is dying of embarrassment, asking why say that right now. Rain jumps in, saying the guy has zero style, asking if he really just did that. So everyone's hyped. Zoe's thinking, just as expected, the commander didn't fight, but this move was super effective. Commander decides it's time, ordering everyone to push and crush Aspen's formation. They go all out, charging straight at the army, catching them looking back, just slaughtering them left and right. Then they realize they're surrounded, and Naoli's army is hitting from the other side. Plus the border garrison, with Torres absolutely raging, beheading everyone in sight. Commander says that while they were distracted by the flank attack, calls the archers, ordering to fire. A rain of arrows falls on Aspen, and the group of the Protoss pulls back to avoid friendly fire.
Tons of soldiers die helpless, and he says the tide of battle is turning. Commander tells them to watch closely, saying use all the mind games you want, but the hard truth of the battlefield, the one who fights best wins. The Psycho Squad takes point, diving right into Aspen's army, but their commander stays ice cold. Watching the chaos, soldiers asking what to do, talks to the captain of the Grey Dogs, who says they re-ready and it's time to pull back. Hearing that, the commander gives this creepy smile, saying it's finally about to happen. Everyone notices Aspen retreating, saying they're running with tails between their legs and it's a win, but something's off. Even if the tide turned, Aspen backing down that easy is weird. Even the commander thinks something smells fishy. One of the guys asks the commander if they should chase and end it, but he says nope, we are pulling back too. 'Cause those bastards are definitely plotting something. Later that night, the Grey Leader goes to a meeting with all of Aspen's top brass. Commander asks if the message was delivered, says yeah, and since they gotta stay low profile, they're waiting far from camp. Commander says the Naoli bastards' tactics are still predictable. Besides attacking with the border garrison and pushing with the turtle armor infantry, they got nothing else. Says Lord Abnar's strategy is different. Told the commander that a small elite group decides the battlefield, proven by the knights. But that group doesn't have to be knights, so the commander claims victory will be theirs. A while later, Zoe is flipping a coin, thinking it's already day 2 since getting back, and unlike the expectation of immediate combat, feels like the calm before the storm. Aspen has 2 choices, retreat or asymmetric force. Commander even considered possibility of sorcery and prepped for it, even doubled the scout patrols but found 0 signs. That Aspen scumbag wonders what they replotting, plus those guys over there asking what's on their minds to be so worried in the middle of a war. Prota's about to head into another battle with Ragna, asks if it's time to move again, and spots the fairy, asks what brings her here. She asks if it's weird to check on useful soldiers during war, but he wonders why the captain herself has to do it, thinks enough time has passed for the recovery to look natural, wants to start with the duel, and Ragna asks if he's going right now. Prota says last time he went easy because of the injury, but today, no need for that. Ragna says wasn't planning on going easy either, charging full force at Prota with a super heavy attack. He defends with everything he's got, thinks Ragna's sword is refined, the blade's path is almost beautiful. In contrast, his is brutal, rough and clumsy, but even that is built from experience. Goes at Ragna again, using techniques absorbed so far. Scrapes the sword on the ground, kicking dirt right into Ragna's eyes, who defends using both shoulder and sword. Says that unconventional fencing the commander used to use still pops up occasionally. Wonders if it was the southern mercenary style, then uses the traced path, swinging the sword to the back and throwing it at Ragna, who dodges calmly, while Prota slams the blade into the ground. Ragna calls it a new possibility, the great sword style he taught, and Prota actually pulls another sword, going dual wield. Tip of the blade right in the middle of Ragna's forehead, looks close and barely dodges, because Prota was going to bury that sword right in the skull, and seeing that, he's shocked, noticing the dual swords. Andrew really takes that dual stance, ready to charge in again. Ragna says if the guy's gonna fight with 2 swords, then he's gonna get serious. He's like, bring it on, cause this duel ain't over yet. He starts laughing right in the middle of that electric battle, and Ragna's taking it way more seriously now. Things are really heating up, and someone watching from the sidelines is totally shook, saying that crazy bastard is actually being serious. He says if he hadn't lost that bet, it would have been his turn to fight. He wants that duel to wrap up quick so he can jump in too. Meanwhile, Jackson S. thinking he hates clashing head-on, but he really wants a piece of the sub-lieutenant. Nah, that ain't his style, he thinks, turning his back on the whole scene. Alden S. eyeing Enrick like a hawk, noticing the guy S. got way more guts now. Next time, he's snapping some tendons for sure, but then it hits him. He's not buff enough yet, and damn, he almost sent Enrick straight to the pearly gates just now. Zoyodo's watching this mess, wondering if these dudes are actually insane. Like, are they trying to train him or straight up murder him?
Actually, scratch that. That guy isn't just intense, he's a total psycho. Everyone's staring him down, itching for a fight. Then the fairy catches the vibe, realizing they're acting like desperate little kids. Even the laziest slacker only gets hyped when standing in front of Red. Must be that weird, unexplainable magnetism. The guy has. She admits she's feeling it too, saying she'd love for him to cross swords with her if he gets the chance. Zoyodo realizes that even the captain's been infected by these maniacs. Then Rain starts screaming his head off, losing patience. He wants his turn now, swearing he'll kill anyone who cuts in line, even the captain.
She asks if that isn't like total insubordination. But he can tell these psychos are actually strong. They probably aren't even going all out in these duels yet. You can feel that real hunger to crush each other. And they're all looking at Enrick like he's a piece of fresh meat ready to be devoured. All eyes are on him. It reminds him of the day they came back from patrolling that field with the tall grass. That's the exact look he swore he'd force out of them. He tells him to quit yapping and bring it on, because he isn't stopping until he's fought every single one of them. By nightfall, Enrick collapses onto his bed, totally wrecked. He mumbles something about needing a shower and sleep, but Rain tells the kid to back off, figuring Enrick's completely spent. Zoyodo calls them a bunch of ogres, asking how many duels they're gonna force, seeing as the guy barely healed up before getting beaten into the dirt again. Rain starts roasting Zoyodo, saying he looks hungry for a beating too. As for Enrick, he passes out cold and goes straight into a dream. He's in a forest, which weirds him out. No ship. No flower fields like the other dreams. This vibe is different. Suddenly, harpies screech overhead, and some guy orders everyone to fight. It clicks. This is back in the old mercenary days, when they were fighting off harpies. He standing right in the middle of the battlefield, running for his life so those things don't shred him. One of the soldiers is watching Enrick closely, with this twisted, nasty grin in his eyes. He recognizes that face. A mercenary shoves Enrick, calling him a piece of trash, screaming, "Didn't I tell you not to play hero?" and telling him to get the hell out of the way. The guy blocks a harpy attack with just a wooden shield. Enrick realizes that even though they talked smack, these guys actually cared about each other. They took him in without judging, even though he was just a wandering nobody with zero skills. Except for that scumbag who snuck up behind the guy defending Enrick and killed him cold. Just like that, Enrick stood there, frozen, staring at the horror unfolding right in front of him. The bald guy gasped out, asking why the hell he was doing this, but he never got an answer. A harpy swooped down, finished him off, and dragged his body away. Another dude screamed for the captain as he was carried off, but the second he lost focus on the fight, he got snatched up too, taken right along with the captain. One guy yelled at Enrick, saying they had to fall back. But then he got a dagger in the back from that traitor, the strongest guy in the squad. He was using his strength to slaughter his own teammates. He told them there's no escape, they were all gonna die there. Young Enrick asked him why. The traitor just said he got an offer way. Better than this disgusting loser company could ever give. Wiping out the annoyances cleanly means no regrets later. Besides, those weak, pathetic worms were annoying him with all that friendship crap. Then he spit on the head of one of his dead ex-teammates. Enrick charged him, trying to fight, but got disarmed like it was nothing. The guy threw him to the ground and started choking the life out of him. He told Enrick he could go, since he was useless even if he stayed alive. He slapped Enrick's face, calling him pathetic, actually pitying how weak the kid was. He realized the guy was strong, but no. It was Enrick who was weak. He had to just sit there and take that disrespect without a word. He watched his friends die and couldn't do a damn thing. It was brutal. But the worst part? Surviving because of that traitor's dirty pity. That ate him up. Throwing his life away on revenge would be exactly what that scum wanted. So, he buried the pain of losing his crew deep in his chest and kept moving toward his dream. But still, if he had power back then, could he have changed things? He sees that traitor calling out to him, asking if he wants to be killed for real this time. The guy looks monstrously huge in the dream, and Enrick's terrified. Then a voice cuts through, calling the nightmare useless and telling him to snap out of it. The scene shifts. It's Esther messing with his head, changing the dream. She lies on top of him, complaining that he's such a handful. She remembers how she used all her power from the backlines to drain the exhaustion out of him, but he was so wrecked he couldn't even defend himself when his life was on the line. She promises she won't make that mistake again. Come morning, the soldiers get called up, wondering what the hell is going on. Rain announces that the aspen worms who were hiding finally showed their faces and are attacking. All the maniacs jump up, ready to roll. As Enrick heads out, Zoyodo whines that a morning invasion is going to ruin his complexion. Enrick glances at Esther sleeping. That voice at the end of his dream, for some reason, it reminded him of her. He goes back, pets the panther, and tells her to guard the camp, leaving her to snooze. Outside, the squad gets into position. He figures they must have cooked up something special since they made them wait this long. Looks like this is going to be fun. Enrick watches closely, agreeing with Rain. He's wondering what kind of trick they've got up their sleeves. Suddenly, the soldiers' eyes go wide with shock, scared to death of what's right in front of him. Then one of them screams to fire, and fire right now, because there is a humongous monster right in the middle of the battlefield. All the archers get ready to light that thing up, raining arrows down on it. But that giant blue freak barely feels the arrows on its skin. It blocks with just one hand, holding a club in the other. That's when the MC realizes that thing is a giant. The giant raises its club, getting ready to smash it down on all those guys. And just like that, a bunch of them get wiped out in a single hit. Crushed, ripped to shreds, and the ones left standing are terrified of what's in front of them. The monster keeps swinging that hammer everywhere, killing and destroying the soldiers right in front of everyone else. People are screaming for help while watching their buddies get squashed like mosquitoes right before their eyes. The army's morale drops to 0 instantly. Everyone starts shaking with fear, getting ready to turn tail and run away from that thing. Then other giants show up next to the first one. There's a whole bunch of these blue monstrosities. They start laughing, looking down at the tiny humans like they're having a blast with the slaughter. Enrick thinks the other races on the continent are just frogs, constantly swept away by their dreams and desires. The fairies who worship nature, the dwarves obsessed with metals, and the beast folk who prioritize reproduction above everything else. I mean, I feel like there's got to be, a better explanation for a race besides just, snoo snoo. These guys just do snoo snoo. That is what they were known for? Seriously? Besides them, you got the draconians, known as the ones who walk alone, and the giants who get drunk on massacre. They love the violence they create with their own bodies. People call them giants, or the beasts of crimson blood. So Jackson says they breaking through on both sides, plus the enemy is advancing on the right, killing soldiers quietly, and on the left, ripping off arms, heads, and anything else in sight. Zoyodo tells his captain that if they don't stop those guys on the front line, they're all gonna get surrounded and killed. So, he calms everyone down to handle the situation, but Zoyodo's wondering why the hell he's so chill. And the fairy says it's just like he said. It looks like the ones on the left are hers, so she's heading over there. He asks if that's for real, and she asks him if he's not gonna give her a blessing kiss for good luck. The MC is just like, nope. She calls him cruel, and the MC says she doesn't quit with that stuff even in a mess like this. But the company commander went left, leaving giants at the front and on the right. Rain says that that's just wonderful, cause he's gonna take this chance to do a little demonstration. He tells the guy to pay close attention, saying this is what he's gonna learn later. The MC wonders why he's so hyped up, wondering what he's planning. As Rain walks onto the battlefield, he thinks this feeling is actually pretty fun, like it's the first time he's ever stepped onto a battlefield. He draws his axe, saying even without a beast heart, he's never once blinked at an axe coming his way. And yet, he still trained and learned the beast heart because it's got a use beyond just that. So he focuses all his energy into his heart, and I don't need to be a psychic to know things are about to get crazy. He says his heart is beating faster, pumping blood all through his body. One of the soldiers starts begging for a retreat, asking if there's going to be an order to fall back. Another one just wants to be saved. The giant charges at them with his club to smash another group, but Rain sprints right at him with dual axes, ready to brawl with that monster. As the giant's hand comes down, Rain leaps over all the soldiers and just stops that smash cold with his 2 axes, staring that monster right in the face. He gets pushed back a bit, but he doesn't get crushed by that purple-skinned beast. He's actually matching that thing in strength. They say his blood vessels dilate, muscles swell up, and density changes. His heart beats harder and harder, and he starts bulking up just like the Hulk. He says the magic technique that starts in the heart and strengthens the whole body is the heart of monstrous strength. And with that power, he manages to push back and step forward against that monster, forcing the giant to retreat. But then, his axe snaps, and the blade goes flying, but he still manages to deflect the thing's attack. While the giant has its hand raised, Rain gets ready to charge at him again. All the soldiers are terrified by the gust of wind blasting them from the clash of those 2 monsters right in front of them. One guy watching is left totally speechless as Rain goes after that thing again, this time with only 1 axe. He says this damn beast is in his way. As the giant tries to smack him, Rain jumps onto his head, stomping on his shoulder, getting even higher. He grabs the giant's beard, and with his other hand, drives his axe right into the middle of the thing's head. The monster starts screaming, feeling the pain of that axe buried in its skull. Screaming its head off, it goes out of control, swinging its hand around, trying to get Rain off. Rain loses his balance and falls back, holding nothing but the handle of the broken axe. He thinks his weapons are just too damn fragile. But then someone tosses him a spear. He catches it easily and sees who threw it. The soldier begs Rain to win, no matter what. He gets hyped, cursing at the soldiers but thinking, at least they got some brains, and charges at the giant again. Then the soldier yells at everyone to help that crazy bastard win, telling them to keep the weapons coming. They keep tossing weapons up to him so he can kill that thing one way or another, and he watches it all happen from a distance, cause he's throwing hands evenly with a giant's strength, but it ain't anything above that. It has a power that's clearly not human, dude. And he's wondering if this is the stuff they're gonna learn later. His eyes are literally sparkling with hype, just pumped for what's coming next. Then Ragna tells him to quit staring, because that guy is just having fun, goofing around. Now Zoyodo says on the left, the company commander, the giant's gonna get handled by rain. So if they take care of the right side, Aspet's plan is gonna get completely flipped on its head. So Enrick agrees with them, saying since nobody else is around, seems like the soldiers went rogue to fight, and he asks Ragna what is up. Ragna says he's tagging along with the captain, cause just watching is boring as hell. Enrick tells him to save the hype for that new move for later. Now, they're gonna crush this battle. Then, smack in the middle of the mess, Torres takes a hit and blood starts spraying everywhere. The soldiers are apologizing to their captain, but he tells that guy to shut his trap. The psycho in front of him says it's so touching he almost cried, then asks how long he thinks he can hold out, lunging at Torres again. But before that enemy S-blade can slice Torres up, Enrick pulls up, stopping that dude's attack cold and knocking his sword away. He looks back at the captain saying, "I thought you were Torres this whole time," telling him he looks like a total wreck. He tells Enrick to shut up, cause that's a wound of glory for saving his squad. Enrick's just glad his friend is still kicking. But that Aspen soldier hears the name Enrick and gets all happy, taking off his hood. When Enrick looks forward, he recognizes the guy, realizing it's that same dude from before. He says it's been a while, asking if he hasn't forgotten his friend's name. So he asks if he's friends with the captain, and Enrick says back when he was forced to bow to that trash, he wouldn't have had the guts to deny they were friends, but not now. He'd rather call someone a friend who risks their own life to save their buddies. And he totally remembers that day, when all the mercenaries died just to save him, remembering every single one who lost their life in that attack. He also sees that traitor who'd rather call him a friend than the trash who betrayed and killed him. He says, yeah, he remembers his name, asking if it wasn't son of a whore, totally pissed off. That guy asks what the hell Enrick is talking about. Enrick says, my bad, it wasn't to just son of a whore, that was just his nickname. His real name was scumbag piece of trash. Then he draws his sword, getting ready to throw down. That guy calls him an arrogant, weak little worm, and charges at him. But Enrick stops that guy's sword like it is nothing, saying there's something he couldn't give him back then. Then he disarms that psycho super easily, tossing his sword far away. The guy is shocked at what the kid just pulled off. Enrick says this is revenge for a friend. Like they say, only those who can't handle payback choose peace. Enrick destroys him, taking him apart piece by piece. Starts with the feet, hands, leaving just a stump. You know the vibe. Then that son of a lady asks about this revenge and smiles right in our beau's face, wondering how a piece of trash like him survived, wondering if that was the reason. Then Zood asks if the captain is fighting again, but the Aspen dogs start showing up, saying that bastard is gonna die because their gang leader has so much skill that even all of them together couldn't beat him. And a simple soldier isn't on his level. Ragna thinks those imposter weapons are the type that get drunk on the killing blade, with skills shaped entirely on the battlefield, sharpening their swords just to enjoy the act of killing. And that guy says while Enrick was obsessed with revenge, he moved on. And if he wins this fight, his nobility in Aspen is in the bag. He pulls out another sword, a really thin one this time. He says he's going to a place so high that a worm like Enrick won't even be able to touch him. But Enrick just watches, asking, is that right? Not giving a single shit about what he's saying. The guy gets all pissy, saying those damn eyes of his, he never liked him, and charges at Enrick. But while he tries to stab with that thin weapon, Enrick dodges it super casually. He notices it's a weird sword, and his posture, all curved like a thorn, also catches his eye, asking if that sword uses an Eastern technique. The tip is vibrating so fast he can barely see where it's headed, but Enrick gets into battle stance, and remembers that son of a lady saying he won't be able to do anything even if he stays alive. As that guy charges at him, our beau stands still, remembering him calling his friends disgusting, weak insects. The guy says this time he's gonna kill him, screaming Enrick's name with his sword swinging all over the place. Zood thinks you can't predict that thing's path, calling out to his captain. But Enrick stays focused, just watching and aiming at the opponent in front of him. He says he already learned from Ragna how to handle a technique like that, so he gets real low to completely dodge that sword's path, getting right in that enemy's face, saying you just gotta push forward firmly and unleash your blade. While that guy looks down, terrified at what the kid is doing, Enrick preps his attack. Ragna says it doesn't matter how strong he got with that killing sword. If he doesn't walk the right path, his limits are obvious, and the captain gets that. Then, Enrick slices him in half with one swing. He starts coughing up blood, and Enrick says he's going to fix his delusion, telling him he's not important enough to be anyone's life goal. With that, he finishes the cut, turning that son of a lovely lady into two sons of a lovely lady head and legs. He says the guy who just watched his comrades die doesn't exist anymore. He can't be his nightmare any longer. Ease. Looking up at the sky, he thinks he can't hear an answer from the dead, but hopes this was a way to pay back the feelings of that friend who cared about him. Ragna, seeing Enrick is done with his business, starts walking over and draws his sword, saying now he's gonna warm up too, holding it up in front of those soldiers. They ask what's up with that. You dumbass, you mean to tell us you're taking us on alone? Ragna charges at them, taking the first guy's head off before he can even flinch. With that head dropping in front of the others, they get terrified, eyes wide and totally frozen. Ragna asks that bodiless head what it just said. A soldier asks what the hell he's talking about. He was talking about asking questions after heads start rolling. They all get pissed and charge at Ragna, but he doesn't break a sweat. He's slicing the throat of everyone in his way, chopping one head, skewering another, and ripping through the third guy's jugular. Then Enrick thinks that in just a few steps, he moves super fast to get the high ground and, with clean swordplay and zero wasted movement, wipes every single one of them out. He thinks that even seeing it again, it still blows his mind how strong the soldiers in his unit are. They are all shocked, deciding to jump him all at once just to have a shot. But Ragna says he better watch closely, cause this is the path a leader-s gotta take. And he-s actually taking it seriously, locking onto each of them, staring with full power and prepping for the attack that is gonna wipe out everyone in front. While he focuses, the soldiers rush him, and Ragna gets ready, takes a good look and lunges, slicing all of them in a single rush. And the Enrick says it was so imposing that for a sec it looked like a literal wall just popped up, a crushing and precise blade. Then he says the move he just used, he actually thought of a name for it. He's gonna call it Final Cut. While he looks at the Enrick, Ian is speechless, asking if that was seriously the best name he could come up with. And over on the other side of the battle, Aspen says the giant is on their team, and they gotta finish those idiots off. And the soldiers in Kelly's army are scared to death. But then their giant shows up too, and it's Alden. And he starts swinging his club everywhere, taking out a huge chunk of Aspen's army, who are totally freaking out. So they're asking why Aurelia's got a giant over there too. But guys, it ain't just a giant hanging around. He uses punches, screams he's got like 500 techniques and ways to spread terror. But Aldine starts laughing, saying, nah, the giant, he's normal size, bro. That ain't true, right? Let's be real. Look at your size. Your torso from the waist up is the size of these dudes. Come on, for the love of God. But Aspen's guys tell him not to lie because he's huge, like absurdly big. But Alden's not vibing with that, saying he'll give him a little time to live now. But the soldiers ask what the hell he's talking about, and he counts 5, 4 while walking up, getting ready to kill him. Then they ask what they're doing, yelling to keep the spear formation intact and push forward to attack and kill. And Alden keeps counting 3, 2, 1, and stomps his foot on the ground, spinning and killing every soldier in front of him with just a single rush, a powerful charge right at him. He says he was called by the Almighty and tells the Lord that he sent the ones who are going to stay by his side, killing them super casually just with the momentum of his body. They scream that he's a monster and yell to run away from him, but that one soldier realizes he's in a war and orders him back because they gotta kill him right there. But Alden keeps spinning his hands, taking out every soldier in front of him with total chill, like he's just squashing ants. And he starts laughing in the middle of all that brutality, opening his arms, calling everybody in, telling him to hurry up and go to the Lord's arms, trying to snatch souls with his bare hands. And the fairy over on the other side of the battlefield is in front of some Aspen soldiers too. They're thinking about fairies, because usually they live in isolated clans in deep forests, but over time they change too. And so, one of the Aspen soldiers gets surprised by her, noticing there was another one of the same race, and they say some fairies swapped Nidil for Krona. And they start staring at each other while she says some fairies became mercenaries and others joined the army, and that fairy says if he runs, she won't go after him to kill, but she says that line is actually hers. Then he asks, his leaf sword, Nadel versus her needle blade, which one's gonna be stronger? And they stand face to face until they start the clash, smashing into each other. And apparently they on a pretty similar level, and that elf charges right at the fairy, but she calmly steps out of the way and leaves him behind. Then she says that between fairy weapons, there's no superiority. But she pops up behind him all chill, about to get him from the back. He gets spooked by that, while she says it all depends on the skill of the user. And he gets pissed at that comment, spinning around fast, stopping her attack before she could hit him. He decides to drop the sword for a sec and go full brute mode, grabbing her collar and screaming that it's time.
ordering everyone to attack at once. But his men die before he could even do anything, leaving him totally shocked at what is about to happen. Then the dagger gets yanked out of one of his guys' necks, and it's Jackson, the one killing everyone around there. And the elf asks what's going on, and she says being killed by a coordinated attack from new teammates, while he draws all the attention that was a pretty solid plan. Then she aims that sword at him and ends him, totally jamming her sword into his neck, killing him without giving him a chance to react. Then she asks if he's sure he can leave his captain behind, and Jackson says if he was going to die in a place like this, he would have been dead a long time ago. Then she notices that he trusts the captain a lot, and he just stays quiet, moving away from her, saying the tide of the battle is turning. And she says that Commander Marcos, unlike the old guy who is basically a sprouted potato, is a commander who actually knows how to fight, and he is not going to waste this shot. Then he screams for the turtle-style heavy infantry to push up on Aspen, and they all do it, walking with shields in front. And Aspen tells them to get away from the heavy troops, because if they get caught, they are going to get crushed, and screams to fall back fast and retreat. But Andrew pops up screaming, saying he ain't letting them run, freaking out all the soldiers. They notice it's that guy from the last battle, the crazy dude who's still a virgin, Andrew. They're saying if they don't want to end up as zombies, they better bolt now. But Andrew charges at him even more pissed off, screaming he's going to kill every single one of them, because they don't even count as people anymore. The soldier in front of that psycho is freaking out. Mac's like, I can't believe I'm seeing Ragna in Andrew. He notices the guy's totally corrupted, completely infected by madness. Meanwhile, they say the spring breeze carries magic, and Alden himself is lugging a soldier around after causing a massive slaughter. Ian also took out a bunch of those giants. It was the fairy coming back with Jackson after wiping out a huge chunk of the special forces. She figures that breeze is blowing through this battlefield now too. All of NS crazies made a real difference out there, and that spring breeze signaling a fresh start on the front lines, that is Enrick himself. Aspen, on the other hand, is running like hell on the other side of the battlefield. The enemy commanders are totally tucking their tails between their legs. So Marcos orders the border guard to go finish them off. He thinks they smashed through the enemy's hidden trap and completely flipped the script on this battle. And it was all thanks to that single platoon of psychos. Zoyodo figures if it were those Old Testament Ares nutjobs, they never would have had this much initiative. He's thinking about Captain Henry. Just one person's influence totally decided this whole war. Then the fairy mentions everyone looks like they got hit by some spring breeze magic or something. So Marcos orders everyone to scream, yelling that the MVP of that battlefield was the maniac, the virgin freak. Zoyodo-S like, I don't know if that's the right kind of victory screech, but if the captain S vibing, it's all good. Henry celebrates with the troops. Then that Baldy starts heading back to their army, thinking Abnar-S plan wasn't actually wrong. They just didn't account for a soldier strong enough to wreck a giant. And they refuse to believe Marcos set this whole thing up. But that other guy is super salty too, because ever since the last battle, things keep getting messed up remembering our MC. And in the end, they still took the L. Sucks to be them. While they rebouncing, a horse gets hit and that blondie hits the dirt, calling out for the captain of the Greyhound Company, telling him to keep running because they are the border guard. Suddenly, a bunch of dudes charge in and a hunk of iron flies right at him. But they manage to block it with the sword. Then another knight crashes on top, piling on the pressure and pinning him down. So they scream for the border guard commander, saying they were always compared as equals to the Greyhounds in skill. But they wasted too much strength hitting the rear guard. Meanwhile, the others are getting totally wrecked while Blondie S stuck on the ground. Thinking a lot of soldiers from the Greyhounds died with Maturier, so there's not enough muscle to hold back the border guard, and the Baldy just keeps running and cussing. But then Torres shows up and rips their head off in one clean shot. The captain gets frustrated, trying to deflect that hunk of iron the soldier threw, screaming for everyone to fall back, saying the Greyhounds got a dip now. Torres asks if the captain wants to chase him down, but the order is to let it go. Because a hunting dog that fails the mission gets abandoned. Now they Regis strays without a leash. So, even after scoring a huge win against Aspen, the unit only fought in the vanguard. The real boss battle is still waiting for them in the high grass fields. Zoyodo tells the MC that tomorrow they reshifting positions to stick close to the border guard and trap Aspen. The MC says they're one to be booze or a feast to celebrate, but there's going to be a reward for the MVPs. Rain says thanks to the merit perks, they don't even have to lug the camp gear around, all thanks to taking down that giant, but admits that cleaning up the enemies was their job. Ragnar adds that if they'd left those bloodthirsty mercenaries alone, it would have been game over. Henry says those two are just dying to brag, asking what kind of trouble they think they are stirring up.
Jackson cuts in saying they are idiots, but the MC says enough, and if they want to fight, they can duel him. Everyone realizes the crazy captain never misses a chance to throw down. The virgin freak admits it's honestly the first time feeling a vibe like this. That rush of watching a maniac mow down the whole battlefield. Pure pleasure. But Henry says if that got him emotional, they haven't seen anything yet. The freak, who's still a virgin by the way, tells Henry to quit roasting him. Rain notices the clapback is only happening because the kid grew up a little. The MC looks outside and spots the hunter looking kinda bummed out. Says the expression on their face is pretty serious. Surprised the captain snuck up without making a sound. The MC asks what's on their mind, maybe thinking about that widow who owns the flower shop. Henry doesn't even deny it, getting all goofy. The MC mentions hearing back in the high grass that Henry's dream is to marry that flower shop widow, but that dream's on hold as long as they're stuck on the battlefield, asking if Henry's already itching to go home. Says it to be a lie to say no, but with everyone else fighting, how could they just leave alone? The MC thinks that with Henry S. Hunter instincts, there were plenty of times they barely escaped danger. And during the escape through the high grass, it was Henry S. guidance that saved him. Warning everyone about that viper under the yellow rock back at the cross guard. Plus, being cracked with a bow makes for a huge backup in battle, but the MC still stands up, surprising Henry. Henry thinks the MC wields a sword because of a dream, figuring they probably want to live for that dream too. Henry's totally confused. Then, in the morning, the elf tells Henry she decided to grant him a special discharge, ordering him to hop on the evac carriage for the wounded that's leaving soon and head back. He's like, "What are you even talking about, Commander?" She says apparently nobody told him, but it's a favor from his platoon captain. He's totally shocked by that, actually packing his stuff to bounce. Rain asks if he's really leaving with the others and wishes him luck. And just like that, even Zoyodo admits he suffered a lot dealing with those maniacs. But wait, what's he saying? Already getting choked up talking about him, even the rich kid and his bodyguard wish him luck. When he steps out of the tent, the MC is waiting there, thinking how, unlike Andrew and Mac who fit right in,
Henry always felt out of place, and since he never had the gut for war, it was even worse. So the MC says, "Hope you finally confess to that girl you picked." He thinks for a sec, thanking the MC big time for everything. Then the elf walks up to the MC, saying he said his goodbyes pretty well. But he says it was all thanks to her, appreciating her granting the request. She hits back with, "If it's a request from my fiancé, that is the least I can do." Then asks when they should set the engagement date. The MCS like, "Let S say 10 years from now." She thinks that S not bad, but she definitely prefers young guys over old geezers. So he tells her, if we were talking preferences, fairies ain't even his type to begin with. But she ain't exactly thrilled with what she has hearing. Giving him a total death stare, she asks if he thinks running his mouth like that might hurt her feelings, but he just says she doesn't get hurt. She realizes he's totally got her figured out and tells him to come with her for a sec before heading back. Says the battalion commander wants a word and goes with her to the squad commander, remembering Zoyodo saying he better prepare his mind for this kind of thing. Cause surviving the infiltration mission in the cross guard, defending the rear against the Greyhounds, and even that last battle with all that, the commander probably wants to recruit him ASAP. So Anne introduces himself. The commander asks if he likes tea, offering to share a cup. But Anne just turns it down flat. So the guy says moving the camp has kept him busy since dawn, and he didn't call Anne over for nothing. And S like, nah, saying he was chill thanks to getting out of baggage duty. The commander notices the kid knows how to smooth talk too. But Anne says he only spoke the truth. The commander agrees, saying it's also true he's got huge merits. Anne thinks that Colin and even the elf commander, his direct superior for this recruitment offer, is basically a quiet official transfer declaration. But still, the commander tells him that judging by that calm look, it seems an already expected to be wanted on the team. Anne just says, yep. Then the boss asks for his answer, and Anne straight up refuses without beating around the bush. The guy thinks for a bit, since he already heard Anne turn down other commanders. He'd heard about it, but asks if the kid knows his offer carries a different weight. Anne simply says he's got a dream. And just like that, the commander asks about it. Anne says he wants to become a knight. The commander's eyes go wide, seeing Anne shining right there against the sun. He thinks a human with dreams really does shine like that. He had a phase like that too. Rumor has it he trained to be the sword of the crown, but over time he just gave in to reality. Now he's living a settled, boring life, forgetting dreams and stagnate and just becomes a shackle for those still moving forward. Realizing he has no right to command someone like Anne, he lets him go. Anne says thanks and heads out.
Then the commander talks to the elf, asking if she thinks he'll actually become a knight. She says she doesn't know. That's up to him. But the commander says being too honest is both a virtue and a weakness of elves. And he thinks to himself, out of respect for Anne's dream of being a knight, he wants to move towards something new too. Kelly is a centralized state, but the power got usurped by the nobles, and the aristocrat faction runs the show. He used to be part of that faction himself, but now he wants to remember the dream he forgot and bring it back. He clutches a letter that reveals that dream. It said the camp move that started at dawn didn't finish till sunset. That's when they finally set the tents back up and reorganized the post. Rain mentions it's good they don't have extra chores thanks to the reward, but says that's exactly why it's so boring. Then Alden goes up to the captain saying it's time to train, claiming muscles only grow with constant effort, but Rain cuts in, asking if he's practicing fencing, pointing out he's just lying there wrapped in a blanket again. But he says if you're gonna use dual swords, you need even more balance. Meanwhile, Jackson says he needs to focus his senses, claiming the more chaotic the environment, the sharper the perception gets. Someone asks if talking from far away is also part of the training, but then tells him to shut the hell up and reminds the captain to remember the heart of brute force. But then the elf shows up, calling for the psycho platoon. Even while she's talking to everyone, they keep fighting, and she says that laziness and that craziness of theirs is messing up the camp construction. She orders them to get out, and everyone freezes right in front of her. He gets pissed at Alden, saying that big lummox should be shrunk down. But then he tells Rain that dodging responsibility is practically a talent of his. And the two of them start throwing hands right there. Andre asks Mac why they were getting dragged into it, since they didn't do jack. Mac says he thought only the captain could handle those maniacs, but the commander is pretty impressive too. But Zoyodo chimes in, saying the captain can only control those psychos cause he is a psycho too. Mac asks if that ain't like insubordination. Andre says they better not mess with the crazies business. Then Zoyodo says, looking at it now, that ain't just an open field. It must be where the enemy had an outpost. He starts scavenging around, finding a bunch of stuff. But Anne asks what the hell he's doing. Zoyodo says there's always hidden treasure left on a battlefield, and finders keepers. Anne asks how he knows where they hid it, though. Zoyodo says you just gotta use your head, and the answer comes. He thinks, if I were that soldier, where would I stash it? Gotta be somewhere easy to recognize, even if the camp gets wrecked. A spot you spot immediately. He says he's right, and tells him to look at those tree roots, they re unique. With the tent tracks, it's a good spot to pass by before battle and a perfect place to hide something, and thinks this guy really thinks fast. Even on the battlefield, Zoyodo always gets the big picture and predicts what's gonna happen. He says he learned it from survival instinct, but he's better than a lot of strategists out there. Even if his dream is to open a brothel, Anne thinks that's a huge waste. But then Zoyodo finds something, asking, what's this? He notices a super valuable map right there. And Rain notices he's having fun all by himself while they were wasting time babysitting him. But Anne looks up at the sky, realizing they've still got time. Before night hits, they gotta kill time. Till the tents are ready. So he tells Rain that he didn't finish explaining earlier, talking about the brute force heart. Getting all hyped, he says just like the name implies, it gives you strength way past human limits. It's a secret technique he came up with, but it's a technique that overloads the heart, and if you use it wrong, it can kill you. The MC tells him not to sweat it though, cause not even death can stop him, right? Full of hacks, makes it easy, huh? Oh, death can't stop me? Take that cursed junk off your chest and say that again, let's see. So Rain thinks this guy is a real beast on the hunt, full of drive. Questioning how he can't expect much from him, he grabs the MC and slaps Rain's hand on his chest, wanting to see if he can blow up his heart and actually survive. So they get ready to open the 8 gates. They sit down and Rain says that originally, humans have this insane strength that pops up in moments of crisis. And what the brute force heart does is bring that out 24/7. And right there, focus and sensitivity are key. The MC thinks for a bit, saying he learned stuff from Lazy Bones, Stray Cat, and the training the big guy put him through. He's already got a decent vessel to handle the brute force, but Rain says what's missing is faith. Just explode the heart to the point where it doesn't break. He asks about the exploding part, and suddenly Rain's heart starts beating like crazy. The MC feels those explosive beats from his heart, and the feeling of Rain's heart pulsing. He says it goes right to his fingertips, and he gets it. That's the sensation. Then Rain says he gotta take it easy, only a quarter of what he did. Or the heart explodes and he dies instantly. The MC says that based on the feeling he got, he's gonna explode his heart. While he is doing that, everyone is paying attention. Rain keeps his hand there, says that that's it, but then says his worry was for nothing. asking why he can't do anything right, seeing he didn't even get close. Rain says it was like that for him too. He'd grow suddenly like a genius, then freeze out of nowhere, asking if he's trolling him on purpose. Then he admits he can't deny it either, with Jackson and Ragnar also saying the captain definitely has that side. The MC says that from the start, messing with the heart is kinda reckless, but Rain gets super pissed, and the MC says he's taking it seriously. He swears on it and tries one more time. So night falls and another day comes with the MC annoying Rain again, asking what he's doing now, if he's even really trying, telling the kid to hurry up, saying now it's for real, telling him to try for real. But then someone in the tent yells, whatever they're doing, just let them sleep, calling the two of them psychos. And Rain walks in super pissed. So Zodo asks about the captain, and he says he went out to train with the sword. Jackson says at this point he wonders if it's not because his technique is useless and he doesn't want to learn it, thinking it's better to focus on the training he ordered. But Rain tells him not to talk shit, telling him to wait his turn quietly. But Ragnar says if it's not lack of will, then the fault is on the master who sucks. He asks if Ragnar thinks only he can do it. He starts getting pissed, but Zodo says that S enough, because they were going to kick up dust, so take it outside. Rain thinks the brute force heart is a technique from his tribe that he tweaked his own way. In the beginning, they used spells to feel the heartbeat, and then you had to do it alone by sensitivity. But no matter how hard he tries, he doesn't get it. By the way, even in the tribe using spells, nobody learned it first try. And even those who learned it almost always ended up in the afterlife. He thinks he shouldn't rush, because he knew the captain also took a long time to master the heart of faith. He's got the will to learn, so just give it time. If it still doesn't work, then give up. But he doesn't want to do that, getting bummed out and going to sleep. And the MC, outside, keeps training and thinking about what to do. Next day, everyone sits down to watch them train again. The two face each other trying the technique, until Rain says they should stop there for today, saying it is not working yet. But the MC grabs his hand, asking to test one more time, and Rain says he understands the drive, but no point insisting on what doesn't work. However, he tells him to stimulate his heart stronger, and Rain gets scared, then asks if the captain forgot. If he doesn't touch carefully, the heart explodes instantly and he dies. Asking if he's asking him to kill him with his own hands, the MC just tells him to do it. Rain is totally surprised by his determination, wondering why, saying just because he's being stubborn. Doesn't mean he expects him to master the brute force heart. Actually, he might even die, and even if he doesn't die, he'll be kinda crippled. Not him, but the captain. And even so, he thinks he doesn't want to refuse this order and goes to stimulate the MC's heart stronger and stronger. He thinks that's right. Because if the commander is an idiot, how much of an idiot could he get? And if he insists, it's cause he believes in something. So, the two sit down, and Rain really stimulates the MC's heart in a different way, even stronger. All his veins pop out. He starts resisting until his eyes turn reddish. And he likes the feeling, saying this was the right answer after all, and laughs. Well, then his heart actually explodes, and the MC spits blood on Rain's hand, and he notices shot hit the fan, getting scared. Then Alden goes to the MC, and Ragnar attacks Rain, while Jackson pulls him back, and Ragnar calls him crazy, with Alden asking what he did. The MC actually starts dying, and his heart stops beating. Then Death, way down in hell, talks to him, saying it can't understand, because today wasn't the end. And the MC says he's the one who decides that. Then Death asks, what the hell is he thinking? The MC says that to master the brute force heart, he used the method that was most familiar to him. And so, a day before the loop resets, the MC is sitting at night with his hand on his heart and thinks he feels Rain stimulate his heart, but alone, he can do it at all. Rain is already starting to say it's a drag, saying if there's nothing to do, he needs to know how to admit his limits and quit. But the MC is determined and says quitting means settling with the current situation, and that's the same as dying. Before, when he learned techniques different from the platoon geniuses, there was a method that worked for him. Instead of the fear of death, he learned to increase his concentration fighting an opponent on his level, like an absolute focus. So now, what would the brute force heart need from him? And how does the brute force heart start? With that mindset, he reached the moment where he restored his heart. Ragnar's gonna make him pay for what he did to the captain and everyone, watching his kid die right in front of him. Then Death tells him his method standing there like an idiot having his heart explode repeatedly is stupid. And he explains the brute force heart is that insane power that shows up in a crisis but used in daily life. Basically, if a crisis hits, activating the brute force heart gets easier too. So Death tells him he's not just some random lunatic asking if he didn't think about the pain of dying he's gonna feel this whole time. He says he can take it, and if it lets him move forward even one step, he's doing it. Going back to that day again, and so, while Rain kills the MC again, he thinks this is the 27th time today, and he still can't move his heart on his own. He figures stimulating the heart harder will work. Rain agrees, asking if he's really asking to get killed again, and the MC says that that's it. Rain thinks even craziness has limits, and he doesn't want to kill his superior, but the MC sees it failed again. So he says he doesn't care about stuff like that, saying he is a noble killer. But Rain mentions that every time he almost forgets, the guy reminds him of that secret, asking if he wants him to shut his trap. The MC asks why his reaction is different from the previous days, and thinks if he can get past this barrier he made, the day's just going to repeat again, which isn't a problem since he can use the time to train. But he wonders why Rain didn't listen to him, and says he'll repeat it till he figures it out. So, on the 30th time, he keeps asking Rain, but the guy refuses. 40th time, 50th time. It keeps going like that, with Rain finding it weirder and weirder, acting even more confused. By the 60th time, the MC orders him to trust him, and that's an order. And so Rain actually goes and does it. He says after repeating it like 60 times, he realized that dude only obeys when he gives a direct order. Then he mentions that Rain and the others were all guys gathered in the Renegade squad because they didn't follow orders. He thought naturally they wouldn't listen to him either, so he didn't try to control them in any special way. But lately those guys started following his orders faithfully. He is curious why, but right now, there's another priority. He's going to focus on the brute force heart. He remembers Rain saying the heart pumps hard, sending blood everywhere, so he should feel the muscles getting strength beyond limits, asking Rain to do it again. Rain's freaked out, but does it anyway, killing the MC over and over. Rain gets more nervous every time, until the MC starts controlling it a bit better, feeling what's happening. And so, on one of those days, Rain is shocked that in just one day he learned to feel and move his heart. So, after repeating, he finally pulled it off and made his heart explode on his own. But actually, only the MC knows over 100. Days have passed. So, when he goes to test the power in front of the other four, Rain calls him crazy, while he explodes his heart to attack. With that strength, he destroys a mountain, bringing it down, smashing it into 1,000 pieces. And just like that, he breaks through the barrier he created himself. Everyone's terrified, all those monsters. Ragna says it was just brute force, and Rain says he's only asking two things. One is if he happens to be from the West, and the other is if he's actually a genius. The MC looks at him all cocky, saying it's neither, it's pure and simple hacks. So, by nightfall, he says he learned the heart of force safely, but didn't predict the backlash, because he's on the ground totally wrecked. He says he can't even move and asks Rain if this is normal. Rain says his body wasn't ready yet. Then Alden speaks up, saying it was the first time he forced his muscles like that, so it's normal for his body to be messed up. When he tries to move, everything hurts. He says this muscle pain is hell. The heart of force lets you use extraordinary strength with a human body, but if you're careless, it overloads you. He's definitely feeling that now. Knights who dare use this trick go beyond human limits. Remembering that knight with the long cape, he says they might look human on the outside, but they use giant strength. They got the athleticism of beasts and the senses of elves. That's what being a knight is, and he's still far from that level. So, Alden says he gotta stay put for at least a day, doing nothing. He needs to rest, saying he'll help with that. He calls it the blood, sweat, and tears massage. I don't even want to know how you get to that massage. Just having that name, it's gotta be horrible, especially with this guy. A mountain like him coming at you while you can't move. My dude, just bite your tongue and go back a day to see if it stops. Bite your tongue, reset, learn, pretend you don't know, and don't stop. 'Cause that psycho right there, look, is pure evil. Pure evil. The MC asks what he's talking about. Then Alden grabs one of his legs and the MC starts feeling infernal pain, probably worse than having his heart explode. He thinks this sucks, feeling like he's gonna die. So Alden tells him to remember where he's pressing, cause it is a technique to loosen up tight muscles. So, the fancy name is the Valaf acupressure method. The MC figures if he picks this up, it's gonna be super useful, so he's gotta suck it up. Even if he sees the light at the end of the tunnel, he can croak yet. Then Rain tells that Hulk he's gonna kill the captain, while the main guy is literally half dead over there. Next day comes, and he's like, man, I almost met the Grim Reaper cause of Alden. But hey, thanks to that dude, the muscle soreness is way better now. Even if your leg looks like trash, something's off, you know? That bruise is nasty. They told him to just chill and recover, do nothing, but he feels like he is wasting time. Figured he could at least do some weapon maintenance. Then Alden just pops up out of nowhere behind him, telling him to chill and do absolutely nothing. Says he told him not to move a muscle. But the MCS like, dude, I was just gonna fix up my sword a bit. Then Zudo cuts in, saying if it needs fixing, leave it to him. He'll handle it, no problem. But, obviously not for free. Zudo assault, you are sharp, I like that, and asks for 20. MC counters with 10. Zudo tries 18. MCS like, you think I'm stupid? So Zudo settles on 17, 1 to go a cent lower. MC asks why it is so freaking expensive. Guy says it is cause the Captain S sword is premium tier, so it is a fair price to take care of it. Tells him to hand over the other one too. Since he uses 2 swords, the guy takes cash for both. And the MC points out that even though he mentioned using dual blades, nobody seems to care, acting like it's the most normal thing ever. He thought at least one of them would say something about it. I mean, even the top experts Don T mess with dual wielding easily. It's super inefficient in real combat, considering how hard and risky it is. Plus, without enough strength, holding a sword in one hand is a pain, and a one-handed strike just doesn't hit as hard. So the attack power drops. Still, he wonders why nobody is stopping him from using dual blades, so he just asks, is it weird I'm bringing this up out of nowhere? Aldine asks why he to think that. Jackson jumps in saying it's cause the captain is stubborn as hell. He asks if he really is. Alden says refusing to listen and insisting on stuff makes him super stubborn, but the MC thinks he's not that bad. Ragna asks if there is a reason for wanting to dual wield. MC just says, cause I like using 2 swords, plain and simple. It just feels way better. Probably the same reason he looks up to knights. Reminds him of when he was a kid and heard a bard talking about this armistice knight. He was all hyped trying to use 2 swords, but everyone was against it, saying he was just getting his hopes up again. Then some guy starts beating on him, yelling that listening to songs doesn't make you strong like a knight, calling him an idiot. He says even if everyone laughs and says it's impossible, he lives for what he wants. Gets back up even more determined, thinking, I'm living for what I like. So he says he's not planning to quit, not on becoming a knight and not on using dual blades. Everyone just stares at him, thinking this guy's actually different. Unlike Rain, who was born with everything and threw it away, all this guy has is a sword. And yet, his drive to keep pushing forward is insane. That's why he says he likes the captain. Ragna's like, that's a pretty weird taste. But Rain gets all pissed off, telling him not to worry because he seriously hates them. Then Ragna says she doesn't like them either. Jackson points out that's the only thing they agree on, while Alden goes on about how God says to embrace everything equally. But for him, being just a servant of God, there are limits. He hates all of them too. Ren's like, finally got to the point, but you talk way too much. Then the MC says, it looks like they get along better than he thought. But Ragna says that S insulting. She tells him if he is bored, he should at least train, and Jackson hands him something. MCS like, but you guys told me not to do anything. Jackson says, yeah, he doesn't need to do anything. It's training that only needs his eyes, evasion sense. Jackson says that's what he was going to teach the captain, so Encred gets all hyped about it. Meanwhile, Zudo's outside working on the swords, saying they look brand new. Then some guy mentions the main fight is gonna drag on. Zudo just listens. The guy says he is not planning to retreat. Commander Marcos said his unit is going to protect the supply route. He heard a new troop positioned itself at the enemy's rear. Sounds like it is the leftovers who fought them before and ran away. Zudo thinks the war situation sucks, and he needs to gather more info. Seems like Aspen is using some new tactic. Meanwhile, that strategist dude is plotting something against the MCS crew. Jackson says dodging is about seeing with your eyes and moving, and cranking your reaction speed to the max is how you train evasion instinct. But first, gotta have dynamic vision. He's gonna throw a stone with a letter on it. MC has to try and spot what it is. He tosses the rock, but the MC barely sees a thing, wondering what the heck happened. Jackson says he's throwing it again, tries once more asking what was written, but the MC can't see Jack, while Jackson tells him to focus and actually look. Days go by and they're back at it. Jackson says he's gotten way better and thinks he can finally move around. MC asks if he's really all bruised up, but then another rock flies past his face and Jackson asks for the letter. Says he aimed on purpose, right when the MC let his guard down. Jackson says nobody goes easy on you on the battlefield, so, as the days roll on, someone is watching closely. Turns out it's Jackson chucking another rock. MC snaps his eyes to it, trying to catch the letter, but it's still blurry. He admits he barely saw anything, but then someone screams for attention, yelling they're under a surprise attack, telling everyone to group up. Jackson asks about the letter. MCS like, you are seriously asking that now? Then says the letter on the rock was M. Asks if he got it right. Jackson says after throwing 40 rocks with M, he finally got it.
congratulates him, saying now he can finally carve different letters. Can't tell if that's a compliment or sarcasm. Anyway, with the surprise attack going down, Rain runs out all hyped, asking where they are, ready to kill someone. So the MC asks, what's that dude's deal? Wondering if he finally snapped. Jackson says it's pent-up frustration from being stuck in bed. Said he couldn't train using the brute force heart even once. He's been bullying the squad leader, but looks like that wasn't enough. The poor squad guys can't take it anymore. And when Rain finally gets there to see who launched the surprise attack, everyone is just standing around doing nothing. So the MC asks, ain't we gonna fight? Why are you guys just loitering? Rain goes, where are the bad guys? Asking about the giant and his toy. Then this kid shows up asking what went down, and someone says it looks like the enemies just shot some arrows and bolted, and the border guard's gonna catch the shooter. So there's nothing left to do here. But Rain says the border guard wanted to ever catch him, and the protag doesn't really get it. Rain tells the protag to take a good hard look at that arrow, saying that it's way longer than normal arrows, and the fletching extends far back. It's from a special bow made for sniping from long distances. And what about that guy from last time, Falcon Claw? The protag points out that falcons don't have fingernails, then asks if that was really the name, or if it was Falcon's tooth. Rain says no, that he remembers it clearly, but then starts doubting it. And we get into this useless argument about whether his memory is just total trash. The protag says that for Rain, it's only been a few months, but for someone repeating the same day, it has been years. Then Rain asks if the protag remembers the time when Logan beat the living daylights out of him and sent him to the infirmary back then. The guy shooting those arrows was causing total chaos on the battlefield, and the protag remembers, saying they even saved a soldier named Bell who almost got killed by that guy. Then he brings up Eagle Claw. Later that afternoon, Ragna is surprised there was an attack on the camp. That dude was sleeping like a log. The protag asks what the hell Ragna was doing all day to not know about it. But honestly, it's pretty obvious what happened seeing that messy face and mouth full of drool. Just looking at that greasy face from sleeping so much gave it away. But Ragna changes the subject, saying he's been thinking about the captain's dual swords, and that the body needs to get more used to him. The protag asks if there's a way to do that. Ragna says he'll explain it simply. From now on, the captain has 2 girlfriends. Rain immediately starts roasting him, saying if the captain's fiancé finds out, it's going to be a huge mess. The protag denies she's his fiancé. So Ragna tells the captain to eat, sleep, fight, and walk with those 2 swords during every single action. First step is getting used to them. And the crazy part is, the captain actually does it. So when Esther goes to sleep with him, she thinks it's super weird, noticing there's no room for her. Then she realizes this guy is training even while sleeping, climbing onto his chest and thinking it's a huge pain. But then someone screams about a surprise attack. Both Rain and the protag wake up instantly, and the protag tosses Esther aside. They say the shooter fired arrows and ran off again, calling for the border guard. Hearing that, Rain doesn't even bother chasing. The protag gets ready to sleep again too. The only one totally screwed is Esther, who lands awkwardly on the floor and gets super pissed, almost clawing the protag's face off. She actually goes for it, begging to just sleep in peace for a bit. He tells her it hurts and tries to call her back to sleep, but she keeps kicking him. So Yodo watches all this, thinking it's already the second attack and getting worried. And so, a montage of repetitive training begins. The surprise attacks keep happening anyway. And in the middle of attacking allied positions, Eagle Claw kept going without stopping. The protag keeps training with Jackson and can now see every single stone thrown by him. Those arrows won't stop coming, killing more and more soldiers in the protag's camp. Rain thinks that Psycho is way too agile to be shooting from so far away. The protag keeps training with Jackson, getting better and better, reading every word written on the stones he throws. And the attacks continue. While Esther is suffering at bedtime too, since there's no room for her in the protag's bed. The stones keep coming. And when Jackson asks for the letter on that stone, the protag writes sky and says if you combine the letters so far, it spells savage. He gets pissed, saying that instead of that eagle bastard, he's gonna slice Jackson up. The protag accuses Jackson of liking to start fights too, but Jackson denies it. They realize they can't even see a hair of the guy shooting the arrows, saying the shooter leaves 0 traces, and it's going to be impossible to track and catch him. But Zoyodo is paying close attention, since there are frequent attacks multiple times a day, yet they can't even catch the bastard. The damage might look minimal now, but if this keeps up, it's only going to get worse. He questions why the High Commander isn't doing anything. Zoyodo didn't want to get involved to avoid the risk, but it looks like there's no other way. He goes to the captain saying he's got an idea and wants the captain to suggest an operation to the regiment's high command. Meanwhile,
The leadership is freaking out, talking about those Zeppin bastards and their annoying provocations, asking why they don't just invade their territory and end it all. But one of them shoots that down, asking how they can just waltz in without knowing what traps are waiting. Another asks if they're just going to sit there doing nothing. The commander says it seems like there aren't any useful opinions in the room, but he doesn't have a decent plan either. His specialty is just brute force on the battlefield. He's no good with these schemes. Then someone arrives apologizing for being late. The commander asks what took so long. She mentions that the leader of the Mad Platoon, along with a tactical suggestion, requested temporary operational authority and questions if that platoon leader actually knows how to use his head. But the messenger says no, explaining that the detailed plan was cooked up by one of his soldiers, a guy named Enrick. They ask what the plan is, and the details get laid out. The commander thinks it's actually a pretty decent plan, so he approves the operation. From now on, all soldiers need to prep for marching. The Mad Platoon is going on a falcon hunt. The protag's whole team splits from the rest of the army and talks to Zoyodo, asking if the plan wasn't supposed to be a falcon hunt. He says he finally found an operation he liked, but they question why they're heading to the enemy's rear base instead of hunting that falcon. Zoyodo says they aren't the ones going after Eagle Claw. The plan is to make Eagle Claw come to them. So the protag announces that the Mad Platoon will temporarily act as a guerrilla unit. If they attack and retreat repeatedly from the enemy's rear base, the enemy will try to flank them, using a similar guerrilla unit to defend themselves. But then, Rain asks if Zoyodo thinks the Falcon Bastard will actually show up. Zoyodo says that's exactly what'll happen if everything goes right. Even if Falcon doesn't take the bait, they can still mess up the enemy. Rain complains, "This hunting style is freaking annoying, man." But Zoyodo's like, Rain's thick skull might not get it, but this is the best play. Then he questions what the kid just said, but the MC tells him to knock it off while Zoyodo is cringing hard. He says, "I'll let it slide this time, but watch your mouth." The kid is shaking in his boots. So the main guy asks Vin, "Are we there yet? I think I see it already." Damn, I missed her. Seriously, missed her big time. Anyway, he says the key to this op is mobility hit and run, over and over. For that, you need a pro ranger to find a safe path. When he asked High Command for backup, Vin joined the Psycho Platoon with a new squad leader. But he asks, why bother transferring you to this nut house permanently? Couldn't you just come as temp support? And Nyaj. She hits him with, it's complicated adult stuff. He questions it, and she's like, just know my position got kinda awkward cause I came to help you. He tells her, I owe you one. So she says, pay me back later with something good then. Yeah, she wants that, doesn't she? Death by he's checking out her assets just cause of the curves. And he asks if she's still eyeing that stuff. Rain chimes in, dude, you got a fiancé, control yourself. But he snaps back, I told you that psycho ain't my fiancé. Then they head to Spin's camp. They get a view from up top. She tells him, get down, cause the enemy base is right there. Zoyodo says, if this goes south, we pull back the formation. He's no fighter, so they gotta leave some guards for him. But Rain just charges in, yelling about fresh blood calling his name. Diving in like a total maniac. He screams he's gonna kill those bastards, but the MC is like, nobody gave the signal yet. Ragna says, I wanna see how stable your stance is. The MC realizes it's a test. Training never stops, even here, and rushes in with him. They pop up in the enemy camp out of nowhere. Rain acts all friendly like, this is the spot, and asks, what's up with that dude? Anyone know him? Then bam, he swings his axe and drops the first guy. The other one starts screaming, enemy attack, and the whole camp goes on alert. They go all out, and Rain is just slaughtering people left and right. The MCS wondering, what the hell was that? It was the fastest charge he's ever seen. He wonders if Rain S hiding more secret moves and decides he's gotta learn them no matter what. The enemy army realizes it's the Aurelia unit and yells, get those scumbags. The MC says, we gotta bail for now, planning to retreat before the enemies swarm them. But Ragna's pissed, saying, I didn't even get to draw my sword. The MC tells him, read the room, dude. It wasn't your turn. Ragna snaps. What did you say? Want me to slit your throat? But the MC shuts it down, reminding them the mission is still on. There will be plenty of chances to fight, so they hide and then head back in. But the enemy army already knows they are coming back. They set up an ambush. The MC sees a knife flying at him and thinks, time to use my dodge instinct. He says as soon as his eyes catch it, he moves, dodging the knife like it's nothing. But Jackson goes, your reaction time was 0.4 seconds. You gotta get that down to at least 0.1 seconds before you can say you mastered it. Try harder, scrub. The MC asks, did you seriously count that in the middle of a fight while taking out everyone in his way? But Alden says, training is cool and all, but we gotta focus on the mission first. Here they come. So the MC yells for everyone to pull back again. While getting chased, the enemies are like, why are these guys so fast? Zoyodo, riding on Alden's back, thinks to himself, honestly, I was worried if these lunatics could pull this off, but I see I didn't need to stress. The MC tells the crew they were retreating deeper inland from there. Rain asks, can we just kill them all? But the MC says, no, just move it. And Ragnar's already getting lost while running. The MC yells, just look at the back of the guy in front of you. But Ragnar goes, that way looks like a shortcut though. The MC insists, just stick to the path everyone else is taking. Zoyodo comments, didn't expect the captain to lead us this smoothly. Is this really the psycho platoon? After a bit, they regroup. The MC notices the enemy stopped chasing, so they decide to camp there for the night. He thinks about how today he learned that real strength comes when you realize your soldiers actually follow your orders. He feels it's gotten a bit easier to control them. And that charge Rain pulled off earlier? That was impressive. Since Rain's been obeying him lately, he wonders, if I order him, would he teach me that move? So he brings up the charge Rain showed him. But Rain says, if you're gonna ask that, you better think twice. The MCS like, why, you never refused to teach me stuff before. Rain thinks the MCS drive to learn is good, but he forgot something. He says, you skipped the part where you figure it out yourself, and he thinks getting used to barking orders is why he screwed up. Thinking growth handed to you on a silver platter is real? That's just a total fantasy. So he realizes he's got to go back to square one and actually use his brain, forcing himself to think and reflect. That's when learning actually starts to feel good. He sits down to clear his head, replaying what happened that day. Then they keep up the hit and run drills, and Andrew feels like they've been sprinting since the start full throttle. Moving at that speed in these mountains feels like his lungs are going to explode any second. He expected the crazy ones to handle it, obviously, but he didn't think Chise would hold up that well. Not to mention the captain. He swears the guy wasn't this tough when they first met. So how the hell did he get so jacked? Ends up making him want to push himself even harder. Mac looks at him, totally shocked seeing him like this. Ever since knowing him as his buddy's kid after the Gardner family went down and his friend passed first, Mac took on the job of looking after Andrew. The kid looked like a total baby, but suddenly he turned into a real man. Staring at his back, Mac feels like the Gardner family comeback is actually close. The MC tells Rain he figured out the trick behind his level up, says the answer was the brute force heart. He strengthened his leg muscles to get that explosive launch power. Rain's pretty surprised, asking why the guy would ask about something he could figure out solo. Now that he gets it, he's gonna try it himself, thinks he nailed it. But then Finn tells everyone to freeze, pointing down below, realizing it's a base sitting on a plain between cliffs. If the back gets blocked, the escape route is cut. Terrain is literally built for an ambush. The MC notes it's a classic trap. Setting up something this obvious means they want him to avoid it and get herded into a corner to be slaughtered. But the whole squad, totally chill about it. But he sees he's got to handle these guys differently. Mentions the Eagle Claw is showing up soon, and suddenly the team gets way more interested. He wonders if these guys are even listening. The MC asks if they're going to play along. Ragnar's already thinking this is a pain in the ass, saying just smash everything. The MC surprises everyone, saying he actually prefers that option. If the trap fails, maybe the Hawk shows up faster. Says there are a ton of armed troops this time, so they were going in full squad. Cross asks if Dev is coming, but the MC tells him to stay back, ordering Finn, Andrew, and Mac to guard him. They agree to it staying put, so the rest of the crazy crew heads down into the camp. Meanwhile, the Grey Dog leader is strolling around, saying this is the last chance for the Grey Dogs. Gotta help Eagle Claw hunt down the Narilla guerrilla unit causing trouble in the rear. Aspen's elite troops, the Grey Dogs, might even have a famous sniper, but thinking they'd end up playing support for a mere grunt is too much. Thinks it's humiliating, but he's got to do it to get back on top. But then someone screams that they're here. It's the MC's guerrilla unit. Enemies shocked these maniacs walked in knowing it was a trap, asking what kind of idiots they are. It's the specific idiot he fears most. He gets totally shook seeing the MC again, realizing he was the captain of that squad. The MC's clueless, asking if he knows the guy. Rain asks why he's asking him, says the face looks familiar, says his memory sucks anyway. The dog captain calls him cheeky, saying it doesn't matter if he doesn't remember. Because he's going to kill them all right there. Tells the MC's team to become a stepping stone for the Grey Dog's future. Pulls his sword, but the MC stops the attack like it's nothing. Seeing that sword, he's surprised. The MC says, if you're the Grey Dog who knows me, then you must be that guy. The bastard who blocked the massacre missed flag, says it doesn't matter now, tells the MC to die, attacking again, but the MC returns the hit beautifully, says this is a tough enemy he barely escaped from last time they met. Wondering if it'll be different now, asking himself if this guy isn't a good test dummy for his training results. Then one of the goons shows up saying there is some grudge match going on, so they'll finish the rest. But the four of them don't even care about those guys. They ask how these bastards dare ignore them, but Rain stops the advance with his axe, telling him to shut up because the MC is focusing right now. The dog captain rushes him again, but the MC reads the attack, sidesteps, and lands a solid hit on the captain's back. Jackson says he dodged after seeing just the prep movement. Reaction time was 0.1 seconds. Definitely a passing grade with that score. The captain's hurting, but comes back swinging. But the MC grabs his other sword, going dual wield this time. Ragna sees that, thinking he's using a simultaneous defense and draw stance, learning to use both swords. The captain gets more and more pressured by the MC's strength until he manages to break the kid's guard. Alden, watching that, realizes that. Looks like he still doesn't have the strength to stop a hit with one hand, and next time he's going to have to add another rock to the strength training. The MC gets knocked back. Captain's shocked to see him using dual swords, calling him a cocky little brat, but the MC gets seriously pissed hearing those words. Rain feels it, saying that's exactly what he needs, the brute force heart. Using that power, his heart expands and he gains insane strength, charging the captain full tilt, reaching him at a speed way too fast to react to. Then the MC attacks. First with one sword, and just that hit nearly snaps the captain's blade. Then he finishes with a different move, lifting his sword, stabbing the captain's neck and killing him instantly. Yanks the blade out to finish the job. When he falls bleeding on the ground, his soldiers think it's impossible because the commander can't lose. But Rain starts laughing, saying that's it. Knew the brute force heart fit the captain perfectly. Hagelin admits it ain't half bad. Alden claims the gods are going to be totally stoked about the MC leveling up. Screaming at the rest of the Greyhounds goes down, calling him scrap metal and daring him to bring it on. Rain gets so hyped that slicing something up sounds like a blast. All those psychos prep to snag the leftover survivors. Dude, calling it quits or jumping off a cliff sounds better than getting caught by that bunch of maniacs. So trying to pull a move happens, wanting to show off that Greyhound pride and fight till the bitter end. But attacking Alden is a waste. The hit gets blocked with just a single arm. So, the guy says, for that burst of guts, he's sending him straight to the gods with a single punch. Bam. Helmet crushed, head smashed, gross but effective. Dude's totally shook. Blocked it barehanded without a single scratch. Like, what kind of muscles are those? Steel? And Finn? Acting all weirdly hyped for battle, huh? Says that guy might be useful. Useful for what, exactly? Nope, not asking. Not gonna ask. Refuse to even think about it because the mess that is about to go down, it's gonna be insane, dude. Andrew S. totally lost too, staring at Finn like a total idiot. Anyway. Rain keeps rushing him with the axe. Just as they toss someone over, Rain knocks the guy away, steals the kill, and starts running that mouth. Calls the dude a lazy psycho, asking, "You trying to cut me too?" One enemy lunges, but Rain dodges and talks smack about it being a shame to miss. Rain dodges the attack and slices with the sword, swearing to kill that guy someday. Soldier tries rushing in but just drops dead. Easy. Barely paying attention to the fight, still yapping about killing Rain someday, asking if the guy's sleepy or something. So they start brawling with each other in the middle of the chaos, while assassins try to surround the squad, thinking they can take advantage of the infighting. But nope, Jackson wrecks that plan, dropping bodies with just a dagger, slicing through everyone and calling them morons. The captain says, don't gotta kill them all, they're basically done for, so he'll go easy. But Jackson senses something from the bushes. An arrow comes flying at the group, straight for the captain. He deflects it, blocking Eagle Claw's shot. Surprised the guy's back already. Jackson confirms, yeah, that's him. Rain asks the captain, you know the difference between a sniper and a hunter? Looks like the captain has no clue. Rain says hunters are way more fun, especially axe hunting. Pure thrill. Captain asks, what's your point? Rain grins, if we get a gift, we gotta return the favor. Then he charges toward Eagle Claw's spot. Finn calls out, hey, you can't just run off solo like that? But Bug Eyes says, let him go. He ain't the type to die easily. Andrew says they need to move, telling them that the main enemy force might chase him. Standing still just makes everyone a target for the Falcon. Captain agrees,
saying they all use the best distraction method, setting everything on fire. Starting to feel like a pyromaniac habit at this point. Finn S. like, what are you talking about? Meanwhile, Falcon watches, annoyed the smoke's blocking the view. His lackey reports lost visual on him, asking Eagle Claw the play. He just grips the bow and says, we hunt. Mad Squad moves along the mountain ridge. Captain thinks Rain going rogue wasn't planned, but it's actually not a bad strat. With Rain targeting Eagle Claw and Eagle Claw targeting the squad becomes bait to draw out the Falcon. Picked this rough terrain on purpose so the Eagle can get a clean shot. hoping Rain hunts to his heart's content. And Rain's doing just that, says it reminds him of the old days when he was the tribe's great hope, a top-tier hunter. Can't go back to those days now, but for a moment, the memories flood back. Rain's fully locked in for the kill. Says the moment eyes landed on Eagle Claw, the guy was prey, talking about that bastard eagle. Meanwhile, Eagle S moving with soldiers, noting how the squad escapes at weird angles. Says it is just stalling, he never loses a target. They're praising Eagle Claw's skills when suddenly a soldier loses a head, literally. Someone screams, "Ambush, scatter!" Rain's chill, just hurling the axe and starting a massacre. The second the last guy drops, Eagle Claw's confused, thinking, that savage had zero presence. When did he even get here? Then Rain pops up right behind him, ready to end it. Eagle claims he's the hunter here, spinning around to fire an arrow. Rain just splits the arrow in mid-air with the axe. Slams the axe right into Eagle Claw's shoulder, tells the bastard to quit screwing around and fight harder, while the guy writhes in pain. Rain sighs, saying this. Special hunt is ending way too boringly. Grabs an arrow and jams it into the guy's chest. Totally anticlimactic, says, expected you to put up more of a fight. Yanks the axe out, saying he just wanted a thrill to shake off the rust. But then, he pauses, surprised. Realizes he acted exactly like the captain just now. Hanging around the guy must be rubbed off on him. The captain accepts his own lack of talent and always finds a way forward. That attitude, acceptance, and self-awareness, if Rain can master that, he'll get stronger. Wonders if this choice really matters, or if it changes anything. But he wants to test it out, just like the captain does. So, the Mad Squad wraps up the falcon hunt in the tall grass. Elsewhere, a knight from Aspirin and one from Narilla clash. Narilla's knight charges, and the captain feels the power surge from miles away. Notes that the main forces are finally going at it. Jackson says, looks like the junior knights are fighting. Captain S surprised, wishing he could watch the junior showdown, but he can T-Rain asks, want a peek? Captain says, nah, forget it, winning the battle comes first. If Enrick's plan works, the Marcus Battalion hits Cross Garrison soon, and they actually show up. Aspirin panics, shouting that those Norilla bastards took the area near Cross Garrison. Screaming they can't handle the shame of the city getting sacked, ordering the Night Order to deploy there immediately. But the strategist is all like, City S got a permanent garrison, so gotta focus on the main fight for now. Then that stuck-up superior yells, shut your trap, asking what a dumb peasant knows about anything. Figures as long as these nobles stick around, nobody's listening. Doesn't matter what gets said, Night Order troops are strategic weapons. Lose even a chunk of them, and the balance breaks. War over. So the plan is to head back to the castle first. Subordinates agree with Ader. Meanwhile, everyone is asking, where is the Norili's army? One guy points up the hill, but looking closer, nobody is there. Commander remembers the plan and books it with the men, supposed to fake an attack on the crossguard. Once the Ospins send backup, flank him from the sides, junior knights aren't going to miss that chance. For real, the knight wipes out another settlement solo. With forces split, they don't stand a chance against the juniors. Just one op, and the battalion scores big time, all thanks to the crazies. With that loss, the Ospins took a hit so bad they couldn't keep fighting. Ended up begging for a truce, trading territory around the tall grass field. Norelis took the deal. So come spring, flowers blooming and all that, the long war with Ospin finally wraps up. 10 days back at the border guard. Everyone's chilling, taking a break. But not this guy. Too many battles to review, tons of moves to polish. Then one of the dudes walks up to Prota, asking for a lesson, cause getting beat by a low-rank soldier sucks. Prota notices it's one of the few hard workers who kept training. Familiar face. Asks for help, but Protest never taught anyone. Says advice might be trash, but the guy begs, can't you try? Total determination. Eyes full of passion, just like Prota used to be. Can't help but smile at that. Reminds the guy of his past self, so can't ignore it. Agrees to spar. Meanwhile, Ragna's sleepwalking as usual. Prota keeps going until Ragna wakes up. Finally finishes Paul off, throws the dude to the ground. Legs are too weak, Prota says. Guy wants another round. Ragna's surprised the captain's teaching a class, says, learned from a great master, so teaching must be good, but looks like the captain forgot the sword basics. Gonna have to remind the guy later. Keeps fighting, remembering what the instructor said once. To get better, gotta recognize where you stand first. Only ever looked up at the skilled ones, but looking down shows exactly where the level is and what S missing. Spent way too much time obsessing over techniques. Needs to get back to basics. Facing Paul, that thought hits. Ragna spots the orthodox stance being taught, realized it solo and fixed the posture. Seeing that, Ragna wants in on the action. Rain asks what's up, and suddenly everyone's crowding around to watch.
While they brawl outside, Prota knows they're starting up again. Jackson mentions all eyes are glued over there. Asks when Jackson got there. Says those guys are always loud, but Jackson asks, did you train your senses right? Prota gets it. Says the stairs aren't for those idiots, they're for Prota. Everyone's jealous, wondering if they should train with the guy too. Thinking it's a waste to just stand there. Keep training, might get better, wondering if they can ever be like the platoon leader, from leader of the renegade squad to the lunatic platoon. Commander thinks that constant growth, it's a symbol of change, an idol for the soldiers. So the big boss steps up to the podium to speak, says the guy's a hero now, recognized by everyone, gathered nobles and soldiers to reward the merits from that last battle. Asks, who had the biggest merit? If it needs to be said out loud, those heads aren't even good for hanging helmets. Everyone thinks it's vulgar, but whatever. Nobles who know nothing might hate it. But soldiers dig the praise. The one who turned the tide of war needs to get up there. Best independent platoon leader, Enrick. Enrick walks up. Same podium as when the massacre mist spell got destroyed. But unlike that time with the booze and trash talk, it's just heavy silence, concentration. Commander says, thought hard about what to give a soldier with this many merits to keep him happy. Prepared a sincere reward, max respect. Opens the chest, and Prota S shook. It's a royal family dagger. Commander explains it as proof of identity for those who stacked up huge merits for the royals. That dagger guarantees status and makes the owner a VIP guest of the royal family anytime. Prota notes it's trash as a weapon, just useless decorations, but everyone's chanting Enrick's name. It's an honor, everyone's hyped for the guy. Says if a knight only chases skill, they were just a mercenary. A real knight stacks honor over skill, lifting everyone up and showing respect. Says this is the stepping stone to prove himself. This moment is going to be the foundation for becoming a real knight. Dude's pouting, saying he did his part too, asking why only the squad leader got the call while everyone else keeps moving. Cheering for him, partying it up. The commander's like, glad you dug the reward, kid, but don't get too comfy just yet. Got a special personal gift lined up, something to look forward to. MC's confused, like, huh? Then the commander drops the bomb. Tonight's the banquet. Says he broke out the good wine, gonna drink till they drop dead. The nobles, they instantly start whining about how vulgar that sounds. Classic snobs. MC thinks the guy's got a short fuse, but hey, he's just eyeing the food and booze. Night falls, and everyone is chugging drinks, partying hard, stuffing their faces. Someone asks Ragna if he's drinking, but he's all high and mighty, claiming his palate is too refined. Tells the other guy to drink alone. Guy tells him to stop being a wuss and just chug it, splashing beer right in Ragna's face. Now they're about to throw hands. Then Alden comes in hot, chucking a whole beer barrel at him. Now it's a brawl. MC watches, remembering Rain said he'd crack skulls if the wine wasn't top tier. But they're having a blast. Only Jackson's missing. MC wonders if that dude sneaked off to the city or something. Guess he's not the party type. Meanwhile, Esther's clinging to MC like glue at this party. MC says he gets it. 'Cause honestly, he'd rather be training than sitting at some lame banquet. Then she literally climbs into his lap just as Finn walks up, asking if he's not thinking about sword training again. Tells him to chill, mix it up a bit. Work hard, play hard, right? Tells him to shut up and have a drink. Suddenly, someone shows up. It's the elf girl walking straight to MC. The whole room goes quiet to watch. MC just looks at her. She starts with the drama, saying her heart's shattering because he's got another girl by his side, calling him a total player. MC's like, yeah, right. She's really acting the part. Everyone's whispering they haven't seen her this way in ages, asking how MC can be so heartless. She's totally making MC look like a jerk. Even Finn joins the pile-on, asking if he's that kind of guy. MC's like, I didn't do anything, swear. Elf eyes are just naturally sparkly like that. It's a species thing. Esther, still sitting on his lap, is definitely not vibing with this. Here she is, using all her energy to stay human and help him heal, and he's out here flirting with other chicks? She thinks he's so annoying. She literally headbutts MC. He's wondering if even the Panther gets jealous. Now everyone's mad at MC, saying they've had enough and they're gonna teach him a lesson. But he just starts laughing, looking for a fight, saying that's exactly what he wanted to hear. Then the crowd starts backing down. People yell that a real man doesn't back down, telling him to face MC. The betting starts immediately, everyone trying to make a quick buck. Then another soldier walks in, seeing the crowd. The elf asks what he's doing there. The old guy says he came to introduce his buddy, Xenoc Red, and says the border guard commander was always out on missions, so he never got to meet the battalion's celebrity. She tells him his timing sucks because MC is totally focused on dueling right now, ready to wreck anyone who challenges him. Everyone rushes him. MC thinks it's not enough. Once he starts, he wants more. He's craving a stronger opponent. The elf sees he's itching to fight. The drunk guy and some other dude clinging to her are close by. MC asks why they're backing down, and they say not everyone's as crazy as the captain. MC asks Andrew if he's really going to do this. Andrew says, hell yeah, this is his test. Everyone watches him. Step up to MC, drawing his sword. Says he learned never to give up from the captain. He's been dreaming of restoring his family's honor, following his mom's will. But he was anxious, knew he had flaws. To him, the platoon leader chasing his dreams straight on is someone he wants to be like, someone he respects. He demands a duel with the platoon leader, says that he's going to prove right here that he hasn't fallen behind. MC remembers hearing there's magic in the spring breeze, a wind signaling a fresh start. He smiles, thinking tonight's perfect for a brawl. Accepts the duel, promising to fight for real. Duel starts. MC asks Andrew about that time he told him to try and take command, asking if he can beat him with pure skill. Andrew gets all embarrassed, hating that memory. MC says, that's history, and knocks his sword flying. Says the kid's changed. Andrew's like, obviously, and charges. Meanwhile, Rain yells at the captain to finish him off, saying he's trash. They keep fighting. MC notices Andrew's childish arrogance is gone, replaced by caution and experience. He's way better now. Kids really changed, and so has their relationship since they first met. Skills improved too. MC goes all out, and the kid feels the heavy weight of MC's sword, getting dragged back and tossed around. Ends up barely able to hold his sword. MC reaches out a hand to pull him up, and he takes it, saying he's going to leave to rebuild his family's name. Asks if MC visits the capital, he'll stay at the Guard family mansion, right? Since he got the royal family's dagger, he can visit the royal palace too. But MC says goodbye in his own style, says he's looking forward to it. Andrew grins big, agreeing. Then Ragna asks MC if he's going to follow Andrew too. Tells him he did a solid job, says he's super proud. Wonders when Andrew got so mature. Everyone starts roasting him. He grabs Rain's hair to wipe off some snot, making Rain furious. Saying he's got guts. The place turns into chaos. MC figures the party's going to go all night, so no one has regrets. Gotta make the most of it. They keep partying inside, and by morning, after sunrise, Andrew and MC hopped in the carriage to the capital, looking absolutely wrecked, total mess after getting roasted by the squad all night long. But next time they link up, they're going to be heads of noble families. Seeing that messy look one last time wasn't so bad, thinking that even with yesterday's drama, skipping morning training isn't an option. It's a promise to self. Gotta do it naturally to become a legit knight. So the commander pulls up like, knew I'd find you here. The MC's shook seeing Marcos up at the crack of dawn looking for him. Notices Logan and some other rando standing behind the commander. Marcos says he has got a personal gift for the kid, asking the knight to step up. So swords get drawn, ready to throw down with the MC, launching straight at Arisha, totally caught off guard. Somehow manages to block that knight's attack, and even the MC. The knight can't believe that got blocked, asking if the kid wants another round. Then blasts some magic at the MC, slicing right through and dealing damage. Notices a ton of spears rushing in. Thigh gets pierced, arm gets slashed, just taking hit after hit, not to mention the neck getting nicked up. The knight says all these blades are a warning to back off. Retreat now, and you get to live. Or don't, and you die. But the MC's like, guess I'm dying then, refusing to back down on those dreams ever again, even if it means dying hundreds or thousands of times. If walking's not an option, crawling works too, just taking that one step. Keeps pushing forward toward that knight. Stepping closer and closer, the knight's totally shook by the MC, clashing head-on and almost landing a hit, but Logan yells for them to chill. The knight admits never seeing a guy like this before, barely knows how to handle it, yet the kid's just throwing his life away. Takes off the helmet, saying one more second of that and it would have been lights out for real. The MC, dripping sweat, still asks, who are you? She introduces herself. Irisia, junior knight of the Red Cape Order. But the MC can't even handle it, straight up passes out. Jackson shows up just in time to catch him. Rain's questioning if being a junior knight is really all that hype, saying the intro was a bit brutal, don't you think? She's like, who are these guys? Then the MC's whole squad rolls up. And Logan is shook, wondering how dudes like this are even here. The savage out front, the invisible guy, the absolute unit. Every single one of them has crazy talent, especially that swordsman in the back blonde hair, red eyes wondering if he Essa North. Dude looks like he just woke up, but his stance is flawless, and she's digging it. Marcos jumps in, saying it's not what they're thinking, tells the psycho squad to stand down. The knight's wondering if they're actually nuts, because they definitely don't look sane.
Rain asks what they've been doing to the kid, but Marcos cuts him off, asking Logan, so what's the verdict? Asking if the kid's got what it takes to be a knight. Everyone's surprised this is even coming up, totally confused, especially Ragna, who's completely lost. Logan figures Marcos called her an Arisia just to use their talent scouting eyes to judge someone's potential. Said this was the personal gift Marcos prepped, but she says, no shot, the limits of his talent are painfully obvious. It's wild he even made it this far, right? She asks about Ragna, wondering if he's interested, but he keeps his mouth shut, just says he's not letting this slide. Then she remembers the rumors that these psychos follow their squad leader blindly. Wondering if that's the reason, shocked he'd turned down an offer from the Red Cape Knights. Then she tells Marcos she did the favor he asked for. He's like, of course, good job, dismissing her. So she calls Logan to dip out with her. But Logan keeps staring at the MC, saying she's going to hang around a bit longer. Arisia doesn't get it. Marcos asks if she's staying, bringing up where she's going to crash. She says she's got a request about that. Ais is surprised, asking if she's going to hit up that blonde dude with another offer, saying Logan's so selfish when something catches her eye. But then plot twist, she's looking at the other guy. Jackson picks the kid up and throws him on his back. She remembers he definitely took a step forward while handling that pressure. First time she's ever seen someone pull that off. If he can move forward under that weight, he's going to be a total monster if that power awakens. But if it was that easy, everyone would be a knight. She takes off, and they carry the MC away. Meanwhile, his buddy, the one known for being unfortunate looking, is watching everything go down, thinking it was way too loud during his watch. Like, what the hell is even happening? Later, he reflects on how Enrick dreams of being a knight, never kept that a secret. It's common knowledge in the unit. That's why he's so on edge, because no matter how much trash talk he gets for that impossible dream, he stood his ground. But hearing impossible from someone who's actually living that dream that had to hurt, even for Enrick. Worried sick, he heads over to their spot, knocks on the door, and Rain answers. Recognizing him as the squad leader who got rejected cause he's ugly. He asks why the dude insists on using that long-ass nickname. Rain is like, whatever, asking what he wants. He tries to talk, but peeks inside and sees the MC still out cold. Wonders why Logan is even there. She says she owes one. And Rain is like, looks like it. Dude starts shaking, so he thinks to himself, looking closer, why are they so chill? Because the squad leader's dream they follow so hard just got denied. He's about to crash into despair, but nobody gives a crap. Ragna's chill. Rain doesn't care. Jackson and the others aren't even paying him any mind, so he's still dwelling on the MC crashing and burning. But boom, the guy snaps back to life, wakes up again, and is like, yo, what's going on? Logan is totally shocked. He's awake. Rain's running his mouth, saying they told him he'll never be a knight, like ever. Ugly tries to shut him up, though. Rain's like, zero chance, dude. Right to the MC's face. Says the guy has less of a shot than a ghoul's booger of becoming a knight. The MC just stands there taking it. Ugly tries to cover Rain's mouth, telling him to cut it out. The MC asks if it's for real, and Ugly tells him, bro, you don't have to fake being okay. Rain thinks the guy's nuts for gagging him like that. But Ugly's like, I totally get how you feel, man. But the MC's confused, like, what are you even talking about? He can't figure out how the kid's so chill, but Rain is right there behind him, because he's literally smothering him and slapping the crazy out of him. Then the MC tells Rain he's going to go train. Rain's like, right now? And the MC says he's got no time to waste, since he already missed the morning grind because he was passed out cold. Hansen checks if the captain dipped and says he tagging along. Logan thinks that interesting and heads out to watch. But then Ugly asks, why is that dude so calm? Rain figures it's because the guy's stubborn. Alden pipes up that the captain's brother, even if it wasn't Logan reading his talent, even if a real deal knight told him he sucked, it wouldn't matter. Jackson says, that's just his stubbornness. Or if you want to be nice, it's conviction. Ugly thinks, this guy doesn't know frustration, despair, or quitting. That's why the bastard doesn't crack no matter what anyone says. He's salty because the kid is making the person who worried about him look stupid. Then Hansen asks if he's going, and Ugly says, I gotta train too. Cause he ain't losing to Enrick. Meanwhile, the MC is out there doing one-armed push-ups like a beast. He's thinking about that junior knight power. The blade illusion that froze him wasn't just killing intent. He's trying to figure out what the heck that was. Logan asks if he's curious about that pressure Issa used on him. So the MC asks, what's the deal with that pressure? Asking if it's some special move name. But then Ragna shows up asking, what makes a knight different? He talks about people smashing their limits and seeing the knight's threshold. But if they don't awaken this power, they'll never be knights. Only 1 in 10,000 pulls it off. It's a mysterious power that sometimes nobody gets. But Logan asks, if you tell him that, won't he just get bummed out?
But the MC asks, "What is this power?" And she's shocked. He begs her to spill the beans, so she just laughs, saying the pressure Issa used is that same power. Ragna says, "That superhuman stuff knights do? It's all part of this power." The MC is listening hard. Ragna says, "It's called vis, and vis is basically willpower. Some call it willpower, the biggest mystery humans have. To get vis, step 1 is facing your limit and smashing through it. After that, to awaken vis." He pauses, then tells the MC, "You'll know." The MC asks, "Know what?" And Ragna's like, "You can't know right now." The MC asks if he knows or not, but Logan jumps in. "Everyone's power is different. Only you can figure out how to wake yours up, I guess." She asks, "Isn't it too early to talk about this when you haven't even hit your limit yet?" Ragna says, "Yeah, that's what I was going to say." The MC's like, "So what do I got to do to break my limit?" She says, "Only you can figure that out. You got to feel your limit to understand it. Just focus on yourself for now." The MC says, "Got it. Just repeat till I die." She laughs but says, "I don't think that'll work." She adds, "Evaluating talent is a Logan intuition thing." Intuition comes from experience. She's seen tons of humans. When it comes to judging talent, she's better than any other Logan out there. I got 2 rules for talent. 1, do you actually have it? 2, do you have the guts to keep going? Usually, if you fail the first, I don't bother with the second. But that guy? She watches him swinging his sword, never stopping his grind, staring at the MC, realizing his willpower is off the charts. He keeps training right in front of her. She watches and says, "He's got something I've never seen before." As he trains, she calls him a truly unknown existence. For us frogs, living means getting high on ambition. Some chase absolute power, others fall for spiritual love. She says, "I just want to investigate the unknown." So she goes to Enrick and tells him she's going to hang around for a bit. The MC stops training, puts his hand out, and asks her name. She says, "Sir Logan." I'm starting to think we're getting an Avatar storyline here, you know? Like the MC and this kind of hot alien chick giving him sweet looks. It's weirding me out, man. She tells herself she's curious about this unknown existence. That night, everyone is grabbing grub and wondering, is that thing a Logan? They notice a Logan hanging with the crazy squad and think, it actually fits right in with those psychos. Hansen is surprised that she's actually staying. Someone asks, "How do you know?" Then they start gossiping, asking, "What happened? And why is there a Logan saying, 'We reek of sweat and to stay away'?" Rain sees this and says, "That's zero class." Jackson asks, "You gonna talk about class?" Rain tries to clock him with a spoon, but Jackson dodges fast. They start brawling, and everyone's like, "Here we go again," and clears out. Bug Eyes says, "None of you got class." But Logan says, "I already sensed their talent was exceptional. And not just exceptional, like super exceptional." While they fight, she watches each of them and says, "The 4 of them already broke their own limits, and if they had awakened, they'd be knights easily. But luck is a thing too." Then Finn asks the MC if they shouldn't stop that, but he says they get along, asking why she wants to do that. She asks if he's blind or something. And the MC says, compared to the past, they talk without being all formal and seem close enough not to actually kill each other. And that fight should just die down on its own. So Finn asks if that thing between them is really going to end, because Rain is already grabbing his axe. And Ragna is pulling his sword, and everyone there thinks different from the MC. I start seeing this as escalating way too much and tell him to get out of the cafeteria because he pulled the blade to evaluate. Then the MC asks if Logan already picked where she's gonna sleep over at Bodaro Garna's post. So she says right next to him would be good. Whoa there, Tiger. What's that about? But then, while they're fighting, the axe comes flying their way and the MC jumps up fast to defend Logan, putting his sword right in front of the weapon so she doesn't get hit. And Rain's holding that thing on purpose, saying that's his spot, calling her a lazy Logan, telling her don't even dare. And she says people claim he's crazy, but he really is. The MC apologizes for him, but she says it's all cool, because pretty boys have permission to be a little rude. And the MC tells her people say frogs judge human beauty, but he's still acting weird. And the other girl right there totally agrees with her. And Logan says in that sense, he passes too. She brushes off the little insults, asking if he doesn't want to ask for something. Everyone is after the MC's V card. The little guy is holding out, but it's tough. So he watches and thinks there really is something he wants, asking her for a duel. And he smiles with a total psycho face. She asks if he wants a duel after training all day. He says he's gonna duel and train again. And she realizes that one there is the craziest of them all. And Logan admits it too. The MC asks why, and Logan says normally someone passes out just from the day's training, but his mental strength is several times higher than the others. And if you get wise, she wonders what kind of being he's going to become. Then the MC says he's an extremely normal person. But Finn questions if he is being serious. She says she usually doesn't waste time on someone with no potential, pulling her whip, but says she wants to spend time with him, standing up ready to really duel the MC. Okay, I am confused. Is it really a she? I think so, right? Because one side there has like a bra. I don't know. I definitely didn't major in the physiology of the Logan that walks on two legs and beats people up. And she says she won't go easy on him. The MC gets surprised and says that's exactly what he wanted. Meanwhile, in the Aspen Duchy, they talk about the defeat, saying that predicting absolute victory is arrogance, but they had many cards prepared, so he thought they wouldn't be defeated so easily. But then he starts getting real anxious, tapping his finger on the table, saying the start of the defeat was Matruria's death. And after that, the provocation failed and even the giant got defeated. And in the center of all that was the captain of the crazy squad, the soldier named Enrick. And the war isn't completely over yet. When the ceasefire ends, Aspen might win. But if rain gets in the way again at that time, things won't be good. And the Grey Dog sent assassins after him once. At the time, he thought it was weird to care about a simple captain, but maybe that's the right method. So he writes to Monterre Swamp, saying the place whose work never fails, thanks to exceptional skill, the assassin guild belonging to the Aspen Palace. He says they are issuing an order in the name of Aspen Palace, and the soldier named Enrick must die. My friend, the MC is going to have to climb this wall. This time it's going to be complicated. Apparently they are already on the side where the MC is, and an assassin from outside is looking at him while he prepares to fight Logan. And then he says the target is confirmed, but who shows up next to him is Jackson himself, asking who he is, already with a dagger at that assassin's neck. And in that moment, that dude was clenched so tight, not even air could get in. Meanwhile, at the edge of Aspen territory, in the secret base of the Monterre Swamp Guild, the leader is super hyped, cursing a lot and banging on the table, saying they lost contact again, saying it's already the fifth one. And they say someone keeps getting in the way of their assassins. And even the one they sent this time was a high-level assassin, and still got taken down before he could act. Jackson continues to fill up the graveyard roster, sending everyone to the Creator's arms. So they think this mission came directly from the royal castle of Aspen, saying if they, who belong to the castle, fail, the guild's survival will be at risk. And he gets more and more anxious, saying the only ones who can solve this now are them, the best assassins of their guild, the Lux brothers. Apparently right now they are completing a type of mission with several people lying on the floor sleeping forever. And the leader tells them to finish that mission, no matter the cost. And by the next morning, the MC is walking through the villages, and they call him a war hero, asking if he's patrolling. One of them sends a bit of fish to the MC, saying this is a gift, telling him to take it with him. He says he can't accept something like that, and people keep bringing things to them, but they say it was thanks to him that their son came back alive, telling him to accept, please. That shoemaker asks if he's using the pair of shoes he gave him well, giving even more stuff to the MC, and everyone arrives trying to hand him something. But in the middle of all that crowd full of people with good intentions for the MC, one of them didn't have good intentions, with a needle in hand while holding a bottle with the other. One of the people told the MC to stop by his shop later, because he's going to give him a bunch of beef jerky. While the MC pays attention to each of them, one of the guys is down there aiming at him. There's another dude up top too, locked and loaded with a needle aimed right at the MC. Might as well tell him to swing by your side, cause there's some fresh fruit available for the taking. Then there's another guy chilling at the barber, holding a needle ready to fire at the main guy. Suddenly, all three of them rush the MC at the exact same time. Enemies coming from both sides, but two of the needles get intercepted by some kunai-looking blade. Even two attacks at once get totally blocked. A wire wraps around the neck of the third guy, rushing the MC with a bottle. Dude gets snagged, and the MC finally notices something up. Almost got wasted right there, but the MC has no clue what just went down. Just a weird feeling. Meanwhile, Jackson S. busy choking out the assassin on the floor. Jackson's trying to squeeze info out of the guy, but the brother shows up and realizes Jackson's the one hunting them, calls Jackson the bastard ruining the mission and lunges to kill. But Jackson, dude dodges that effortlessly. Uses those wires again to snag the guy's head and slam him into the ground. Then the third brother bursts out of the bar trying to play hero. Realizes it is dangerous since the brothers got taken out in a split second. Decides to prioritize the target and rushes Jackson. Comes charging with a needle, but a knife slices through that thing like butter, cutting the tip off so it's useless. Jackson seizes the moment, wraps wires around the neck again, and takes out all three at once. Total wipeout. MC shows up asking what Jackson S. doing. Jackson just claims some drunks were passed out in a dangerous spot. Said he moved them so they wouldn't get hurt. Man, gotta say, Jackson is a beast. Like, actually insane. Rogue/assassin class is already OP when played right. Like that moon guy who turned into a snake? Yeah, but this dude is taking the class to a whole new level. MC smells the booze and asks if Jackson S usually this nice. Jackson asks if there's a problem, but the MC just says forget it. While walking away, Jackson thinks the commander should be getting stronger from training, can't let some worms mess that up. But seriously, more dangerous dudes keep showing up. Last time it was that half-elf rat trying to kill the commander. These punks need to learn whose turf this is, like the top cat of the streets. Jackson runs this show, son. Dude really is like a cat. After all that action, Jackson walks down the street to a bar, heads to the second floor, and spots a woman sitting alone in the corner. She looks at him, total stunner. Jackson mentions the market alleys masked the smell by spilling booze everywhere. She bows to Jackson, figuring they were from the Monter Swamp, asking what the move is. Jackson says handle them the usual way. Jackson leaves her there. Watching him go, she notes he takes off without hesitating again, just agreeing to the orders. So she tells the crew to follow orders, sending a message to the Monter Swamp. Guild leader gets a box, opens it up, and boom, 3 severed heads. Message is clear. Patience is gone. From now on, any assassin stepping into the city gets wiped out. No mercy. Okay, Jackson isn't just tough, the dude is a beast. Now that little snob knows assassinating the target is straight up impossible. Guild leader went to say it personally, people way above their level are guarding the target. They only operate inside the Aspen Duchy. But these protectors operate on a continental scale, at least. Bro, the fear is real. Realizes the MC isn't someone who goes down with a simple hit. Says message received, canceling the mission. Recognizes the guy is a king of the battlefield. So, 3 months pass since returning to the frontier. One recruit complains about the heat, saying just standing there is exhausting. Another guy is passed out under a tree. Points out the MC hasn't missed a single day of training. Guess getting that strong wasn't just luck. With all that grinding, wonders how much the MC leveled up. But Rain shows up saying the MC hasn't improved worth a damn. Ragna thinks it's weird, swears the teaching was solid. Meanwhile, Alden's praying to the gods, claiming a terrible demon possesses the commander. Jackson isn't vibing with what's happening either. Logan starts wondering if the judgment was wrong, but nah. Just like before, 0 talent. The evaluation was spot on. The guy is completely stagnant. But the MC disagrees, thinking this is a huge step the others can see. Morning comes at camp, and someone's mumbling under the blankets. It's Bug Eyes, non-stop counting with a lamp, saying this ain't it and that neither, trying to read some weird letter shapes. Someone watches him reading under the covers while everyone sleeps. Logan goes over, rips the blanket off, and tells him to shut up. Dude jumps out of his skin. She asks what he is doing, mumbling since the crack of dawn. Says she recognizes the letters on the map. He can believe she can read that stuff. As soon as the sun peeks over the mountain, the MC shoots up immediately, scaring everyone. Poor Esther gets jostled around. He announces morning training, waking up like a total robot. Goes outside to haul rocks while Rain watches. All 4 of them realize he really isn't getting any better. Jackson points out the MC must feel the stagnation, so why the heck is he making that excited face while carrying rocks? Rain watches, wondering what the hell is going on in that head. Then someone walks up to Angry, asking for a moment. Asks what's up, gets told Commander Marcos is calling. Marcos says there's a mission waiting, mercenary and soldier work. Looks like an extermination job at the Pioneer Village colony. Marcos mentions the city outskirts get dangerous this time of year. Summer is when monsters and magic beasts breed like crazy. When the numbers go up, a leader pops up to guide the pack. The pack becomes a colony, major threat to nearby villages. Word is there is a massive colony spotted near the Pioneer Village. So, that guy is going to count you as the temporary boss of the village patrol. Gotta handle that mess and head back. Back at the dorms, Finn wonders if that's why the prep is so intense right now, claiming it was the same vibe back in the border guard days, asking how anyone drags around that much gear. MC says, the more meticulous the prep, the better. Logan chimes in that for a big colony, this is the bare minimum. Adds that even idiots turn dangerous when they pack up. Zyto asks about that request, begging for a look. MC thinks bringing a whistle dagger would be sick too, because after using the one from that half-elf, finding another route to score one has been impossible. It's such a rare weapon, nothing to be done. Jackson keeps staring, but realizes something's up noticing the chat with the captain. Grabbing attention, then starts giving those greedy I want gold eyes, totally hyped, saying he S-tagging along. MC asks, what S with the creepy eyes? Get lost. Zyto insists this is a once-in-a-lifetime shot, but MC questions, did you miss the part where there's hidden treasure right next to the Pioneer Village? MC questions this treasure talk, and Zyto spills it's the fortune the legendary merchant Dolph hid 100 years ago. MC eyeballs the map, noticing he swiped it from the battlefield a while back. Totally shocked Zyto snagged it. Zyto says among the underworld crowd, this story is famous. A dungeon where Dolph's treasure sits. Abandoned so long the traps quit working, so it's just finders keepers, get rich quick. But Finn reminds him nobody can read the writing. MC asks, isn't that some ancient language? Logan says she helped with that, cause she studies, after all. Reading ancient tongue is a piece of cake for her. MC is shocked Logan is a scholar. Finn says it's the first time hearing that, and Logan simply says generalizations suck. Zyto asks if they're actually going. MC says only if it's on the way. Guy gets all happy, says departure is at dawn tomorrow, telling everyone to prep. But then Rain says, I'm out. Alden claims God gave no answer, and Ragna says he's staying put too. While Jackson claims important business and just dips, leaving everyone hanging. MC thinks it's weird, since usually the guy is desperate to follow the captain. MC just watches. Finn asks if the strength level is okay like this. Esther says she's tagging along. Cause without the MC, no reason to stay. But while talking, gets a slap for sitting on the MC's weapon. Zyto figures with the Logan along, it's enough and goes to pack. MC watches the stay behind crew, eyeing each one, thinking it's super sketchy. A while later, they prep and head out. The Logan says if they re-ready, let's roll. Leaving the dorms, Zyto is surprised the leopard is coming. Esther starts growling at him immediately. He asks, why the hate? As MC leaves, Jackson calls out, making him turn, tosses something over. MC asks, what's this? Shocked when opening it, it's a bunch of whistle daggers. Jackson says he got him through his own route. MC asks if that's what kept him busy yesterday, figuring every weapon helps right now. Rain just watches with the other two. MC says he knows why they reacting like this. Jackson just smirks. You'll see when you get back. It's gonna be fun. Leaving everyone behind. Rain asks what that guy is actually thinking. Ragna says no matter how hard he looks, sees zero signs of growth. But Jackson argues the MC has powered up suddenly plenty of times. Alden wants to believe in that confidence. Curious to see the surprise this time, and how much stronger the MC gets. Rain admits the guy is peculiar, calls him crazy, invites him to train, telling him to bet half his life. Ragna says, if you die, don't complain. Alden wants in too, and Jackson says he'll tag along. Thinking, just like the captain said, when he returns, it gotta be fun, cause they were cooking up some payback there too. Meanwhile, MC departs with this kinda weird squad. Yeah, can't deny, just a bunch of weirdos. They say colonies attract monsters and beasts nearby, so everyone expected the road to the pioneer village wouldn't be chill. They were actually fighting tons of four-eyed beasts rushing them, huge cats that are a total pain to kill. MC takes point to waste those things, throwing swords everywhere. The Logan uses a whip to handle those things, saying they re-running into him way too often. Zyto notes since leaving they've seen like 6. Finn gets annoyed, apologizing, swearing she took the right path. MC says don't sweat it and calls everyone to keep moving. They trek to a thorn patch, red sky lighting up the whole place. MC says it's a shortcut through thorny bushes where beasts barely go. Finn found the right way, but the beasts start charging straight through the thorns. She's shocked those beasts found him again. MC thinks, still bumping into these things? The Logan says even with the colony nearby, this is weird because this isn't even a magic kingdom. MC thinks, pay attention to that magic kingdom part, because that's the forbidden land where monsters and beasts are born. Says it's a place presumably with something in the center spewing monsters where humans can't go. Gets a bad feeling about it. As the beasts come, they keep killing. Finally, they reach the pioneer village, and the chief welcomes him. MC says they came for the soldier hiring request, hearing there are signs of a massive colony. But then a dude walks up saying they'll discuss the rest together. The chief asks for a moment, but that dude stands his ground, just staring down the MC. Zoyoto starts reading the room immediately, while the guy says it's a pleasure to meet everyone. Name S. Delt Pullman, head of the civil guard. The MC tries to introduce the squad, but Delt couldn't care less, saying they should skip the small talk claiming the colony's already been wiped out. Turns out, the civil guard members are actually skilled mercenaries, so a pack of beasts ain't a no big deal for him. Claims that wooden fence is a total masterpiece. Apparently, the village technician built it with pure dedication. Says regular monsters or beasts are never getting through, so there's nothing for the MCS crew to do here. Finn and the team wrapped up the mission, saying they can head back, but the MC shuts that down fast, saying, I find my own work, completely ignoring what the guy just said. Delt freezes up right then and there. Zoyoto steps in, saying the group traveled a long way and is totally beat. Even if the squad turns back, they need to rest a bit. Asks if Pullman is cool with that. So Delt agrees to give him a place to crash and tells Hugo to handle it. Hugo says, leave it to me, but Logan senses something off. The MC asks what's wrong, and Logan's like, even with the aesthetic sense of a toad, you can't ignore someone like that. Logan seriously wants to punch the guy for some reason. Finn tells Logan to chill out, but Logan insists that guy's energy feels just like them. Hugo says he'll guide the group to the lodge. Logan keeps thinking maybe it's just paranoia while they get led to the dorms. Meanwhile, Zoyodo points out that Delt was blatantly spying on everyone. But Zoyodo kinda gets why. This whole time, the MC is still training, says the captain holds provisional authority. Figures that Delt guy felt threatened, thinking someone might try to snatch the leader position, but the MC doesn't think that's the whole story. Finn asks if it's true the colony was actually wiped out. Logan's like, hell no, judging by the monsters they fought on the way there. The colony is definitely still active, and it's gonna be messy without cooperation. But the MC says it doesn't matter, they just gotta do the job. Drops that line while still training. Zoyodo asks how long this workout is gonna last since they've got free time. Then asks where the MC found those rocks. Finn decides to just leave him be, saying it's late and going to sleep first. Zoyodo agrees. Meanwhile, Logan watches the MC, thinking that training without recovery just becomes repetition. Still, how can the main guy make a face like they were actually enjoying it? Reminds Logan of when someone said training is fun, and Logan saw that exact same expression on that person's face. Remembers that feeling vividly. Back then, Logan told that person, if you want, I'll help you whenever you need, calling M my love. The MC finally drops the rocks, and Logan keeps staring, saying that even as a toad with spiritual love for humans, that feeling hasn't changed. If only that love hadn't been killed by them. Logan says them with the exact same tone used on that guy earlier. So Logan asks the MC if training is fun. The MC says, yeah, a lot. Logan looks totally shocked, surprised by the answer. Meanwhile, the chief talks to Delt, saying they beat back packs of beasts a few times, but there's still too many. Says they should ask the city for help. But Delt shuts it down, claiming this is his village. Everyone here came to escape exploitation by the nobles. They worked day and night to build this place from nothing. If they let the city intervene over some monsters, they'll lose their autonomy. Tells the chief not to worry, because they can protect the village alone. Right now, a trusted subordinate is guarding the palisade. The chief asks if that trusted subordinate is Hugo, the guy Delt brought to the village. Delt says yes, works fast, dedicated, a reliable guy. Meanwhile, Hugo is up in the watchtower asking if there is anything weird. The others say yeah, claiming everything is ready. Then Hugo flashes that villain smile, saying they don't need to pretend anymore. Orders them to start the plan. As the sun comes up, the whole village lights up. But from the bushes outside, a bunch of eyes appear, and the beasts start attacking. The village bell starts ringing like crazy. They scream, it's an attack, a monster colony arriving at the village. A pack of gnolls is breaking in, and the MC and everyone else get ready to fight. The monsters rush the village, looking like hyenas walking on two legs. Logan gets pissed, realizing that energy really was them, the religious cult. While Logan warns the MC about the danger, that guy says it's all for their god trapped in the magic realm. Chaos breaks out in an instant. One of the vigilantes asks a friend if they're heading out to work. The friend says yes, wishing him a good shift. Meanwhile, that guard was just chillin', yawning with nothing to watch, while the MC was training. The peaceful village gets invaded out of nowhere by those bipedal monsters. The smell of blood starts spreading, and the MC watches in horror. Bells are ringing, everyone runs inside their houses, while the monsters invade and kill anyone standing in their way. Delt orders the civil guard to charge, telling them to protect the residents. Zoyodo screams at the captain, and the MC identifies the gnolls, saying they gotta stop the monsters. But Logan says, sorry, because there's a vow to keep. Swore to kill every single one of them. Those cult bastards who killed Logan's love. Logan bolts, bursting through the door to rush him. As Logan leaves, one of the monsters breaks in, attacking the MC and throwing the main guy inside. Recovering and pulling a sword, the MC tells Finn to figure out what's happening on the wall. Tells Zoyodo and Esther not to stray too far, then starts killing every monster that comes close. But the monsters are swarming. The MC fights a bunch at once, slicing through several in a single strike, saying, I'm gonna get through this. Cause surviving a monster attack ain't anything new. Just like back then, dodging and slaying is the way to clear a path, keeping the momentum going while staying totally in the zone, jumping right on ahead, scoring a kill mid-air, and trying to max out the damage every time. But then, one of the monsters almost lands a nasty hit. coming from behind, trying to bury a release axe right in Oliver's back, but he barely dodges it. Then he notices a mutant gnoll, like double the size of the others. These freaks are built different from the lycanthrope days, and Finn is nowhere to be found. Now, hordes of them are swarming the village. As they take over, the civil guard and villagers are dying in droves. It's pure panic, screams, everything. Delt grabs a random kid and tries to make a run for it, but then doubles back to stop those horrors. Amidst the chaos, Oliver realizes a deadly silence is taking over. That sea of beasts rushes him. He says this village, built on hope, just got brutally crushed by the monsters, and they keep coming at Oliver, wave after wave. Now a gigantic mutant is going toe-to-toe with him. So he grips the sword tight, triggers Beast Heart, and slices that thing right down the middle, shredding it to pieces. Esther figures there's no way to cast a spell strong enough to wipe this horde until she gets her human form back. Meanwhile, Zoyodo gets taken out right behind them, sword straight through the neck. Esther clocks it immediately, thinking if it weren't for this stupid curse, she could have actually done something. She thinks there's no choice. Fighting on is just a pointless death. She says she's out of there, claiming she'll get revenge for Hans later. Meanwhile, that fanatic Hugo is bailing out. He says the plan is done and he just needs to slip out the back. But things don't go his way. Logan shows up wrecking everything in her path with a massive punch, heading straight for his face. But he throws up some barrier instantly, blocking her attack. She's super pissed, realizing it's really him, that occultist creep. Then he just flips her off from inside his barrier and blasts some purple void magic right at her. Meanwhile, Oliver is still brawling with that swarm of monsters. They start biting, grabbing his shoulder while he fights off others, stacking up bodies. He feels like his body is falling apart, barely able to lift his arms. He looks over and sees everyone is dead. But under that pile of corpses, one little Beau is still alive. He's trying to hold back tears, using every ounce of courage to stay perfectly still. Oliver turns his head again, seeing even more of those freaks appearing, but they don't attack. Instead, they form a creepy corridor around him. And walking down that aisle is the leader of the gnolls. Oliver recognizes the colony leader immediately. That's when the kid can't hold back the fear anymore and lets out a scream, but quickly slaps a hand over his mouth. Oliver tells that thing to bring it on. As the monster charges, he manages to dodge and counter, but he needs one more hit. But the monster is too fast, circling behind him and nearly taking his head off. Oliver barely dodges, getting his cheek sliced. The monster rushes past, and Oliver readies himself for another strike, pushing his beast heart to the absolute limit. But the beast just laughs at him. Oliver's vision is already turning red, and he realizes this monster is a total cowardly dirtbag because he coated his weapon in poison. Oliver hits the ground hard, spotting that nasty green liquid on the monster's blade. As death comes knocking, he starts coughing up more and more blood. While the village burns, Oliver lies in a pool of his own blood. The poison has him paralyzed, but weirdly, he doesn't loop back to the present immediately. So he just keeps coughing up blood as he finally fades. He notices the colony leader is actually enjoying this, watching Oliver suffer on purpose, refusing to deliver the final blow. Oliver thinks he has to kill that leader to break the colony. Even for a stubby-legged gnoll, he's insanely fast and plays dirty with poison. This is a fight where you can't even get scratched. The monster really keeps staring at Oliver, getting a kick out of it. Oliver wonders how the hell to handle this. Then, he goes to meet Karen once again. The devil asks him, against a wave of monsters, what can a single human even do? Then, Oliver wakes up back in that morning. Oliver gets up grabbing his sword, thinking about Zoyodo. He told the guy to stay behind him, but Zoyodo disappeared and probably died. Finn, who he sent to the wall, didn't come back either. Something must be going on there. As he's thinking, Logan notices that he is totally geared up first thing in the morning. She eyes him from her spot at the table. Then he asks if she knows about the cult, which she finds super weird, saying they are a bunch of fanatics, rotten to the core. Of all the cults on the continent, the Magong Sanctuary sect is the real bad news. She explains they think Magong is their holy land and they worship the 6 demons total nutjobs. But why would a cult show up now? While they're talking, Oliver realizes it's starting. The monsters are attacking and gnolls are breaching the village. Oliver says he had a bad feeling, which is why he's strapped. He says he doesn't know why the cult is here, but Logan seems to have some serious beef with them. As soon as he steps out, she rushes past him, confirming they are cultists. Oliver says it'd be better to have Frocka's strength right now, but she's not there to help, and she charges in, while everyone else is getting slaughtered by those things. When one tries to kill a villager, Oliver jumps in, saying there's no time to explain. He disarms the first one and kills the monster before it can gut the old man. Oliver says that against a monster horde, all a human can do is use every trick he has learned so far. He starts with a precision strike, dropping the first one, getting more focused by the second. Zoyodo asks the boss what the hell is going on. Then the civil guard charges back in, shouting to protect the villagers. Delt notices something up because Oliver is completely surrounded. So, he triggers Beast Heart. As the beasts thrust their spears, he ducks at the exact last second, dodging the strikes and making them stab each other. Dude feels the cold steel of the blade, zones back in and hears a scream. Some girl is frozen stiff, staring down a monster. So he grabs his whistling dagger, murmurs some throwing tech nonsense and chucks it. Nails the beast before it can slice the lady. Takes a chunk of her hair with it though, close shave, but the monster's toast. Then whoosh! Another ugly mug sneaks up behind him, nearly takes his head off. But Enrick ducks right on time, dodging with that absolute focus cheat code. Then he counters, absolutely wrecked that thing. Beautiful, everyone sees it. The monsters go feral on the villagers, but our bows got it handled. Left side, right side doesn't matter. Even saves that family. Goes full martial arts mode, stomps one beast, sends it flying, and finishes the job with his sword. Brutal. Just keeps pushing through the mess, taking on a whole mob. Zoyodo thinks it's insane how Enrick's juggling all these enemies solo. Like, if that soldier's fighting, maybe they won't die today. So Delt screams at the civil guard, telling them to get off their butts and help. They rush in to block some beasts, giving Enrick breathing room. Suddenly, the guard steps up, and the tide starts turning. Chopping monsters gets easier when morale is high. They're pumped to defend their home now. But while Enrick's slicing and dicing like a maniac, the horde keeps swarming him. Then from a distance, that boss monster watches him, locking on, raises a dagger, points it at Enrick, and boom, an avalanche of monsters rushes straight for him. Everyone freaks out at the sheer number of them, but Enrick stays locked in. Charon pipes up again, saying it's all pointless. Saying he's hit his limit, but Enrick just cranks up his beast heart skill, throwing everything he's got at the swarm. Dude's so focused the world turns black and white, literally looks like a sketch, refuses to quit. Pretty sure they lost count of how many times he's died by now. But I bet it took a ton of loops to get this perfect. Enrick just keeps pushing, slaughtering monsters without blinking, focuses on his strength heart. The gnolls just want to quit. He's blocking everything he can, but they're pushing him back. Still, he grinds forward, cleaving monsters in half, wading through that sea of beasts. They keep coming, nothing to do but hack away blindly, diving headfirst into the mosh pit of monsters. But while he's busy dropping bodies, the boss makes a move. The mob presses in until, bam, one finally lands a hit on Enrick. Once he's tagged, the boss starts strutting over. Meanwhile, the civil guard starts dropping like flies. F goes down, Zoyodo too. Enrick sees it's game over. As he drops to his knees, can't even stand. The boss finally clears the area for a 1 versus 1. Enrick's gasping for air, calls the thing a sneaky bastard. Boss gets ready, loves that the stage is set. Enrick realizes the scumbag was waiting for him to get mortally wounded first. Still, he attacks, charging the beast. But nope, Enrick can't match that speed, gets his cheek sliced open again. Monster breezes past. Just a scratch, but Enrick's on the floor, realizing this thing enjoys watching him suffer. Sicko. While the minions tear everyone apart, the boss just laughs, loves the chaos. That little kid is stuck under his parents again. Enrick finally dies. Reset. Round 3. He keeps looping, killing monsters over and over, 20 times, 40 times. Doesn't matter how hard he fights. The boss only shows up when Enrick's basically dead, so he wonders, should I just get wrecked on purpose to bait him? He tries it but fails again. It's hopeless. That monster's speed is near knight level, and in critical condition. No way to dodge that sword. He's looking for another angle, wondering if his current gear and skills are enough to break through this wall. Then he remembers Jackson talking about how a platoon commander's evasion instinct is still incomplete. Enrick didn't get it back then. Jackson said it ain't just about seeing fast and dodging. The real trick is something else. Enrick wakes up again, grabs his weapon. It clicks. Coordination. The bells chime. And he figures if he can't win with what he's got, he needs something new. Jackson said to cut the lag between thought and action. They swarm him. Enrick dodges better and better, weaving and striking. Leveling up. A blade stops right in his face. He remembers Jackson. Don't hesitate. But when he tries, he gets skewered. Dead again. Next loop, same spot, but this time he dodges, learning from his mistakes. Dodged sloppy though. Exposed his neck, and a monster took the bait. Dead instantly. Gotta stop hesitating. react instantly. So armed with the memory of getting his throat ripped out, he's back. Dodge is cleaner this time. Jackson said to repeat it until the feeling is burned into his muscles. Enrick's actually doing it, slaying monsters, fixing yesterday's flaws, keeps the checklist in mind. Precise judgment, fast moves, stamina to keep it up. When it all clicks, coordination spikes. Death after death, Enrick evolves, getting further every time. Dodging like a pro now, step by step, hits the 100th loop. The battlefield is paved with his past deaths. Dying again? Whatever. Back for run number 11, starting to feel the evolution, telling the body to grind harder and just take it. Just a bit more, gotta unlock that evasion instinct, master it completely. While the MC handles the mobs, the monsters rush the rest of the crew. Total panic mode with that horde. Guard leader S yelling to protect the locals, saying those gnolls have to die. But then a shock looking forward. Zodo himself asks, "Is that seriously our platoon commander?" Looking closer, notices it's not just perfect judgment. Dude's doing acrobatics in the middle of a massive gnoll swarm. MC's dodging every spear coming this way. Perfect evasion. Thinking, minimum movement reduces wasted stamina. Smart. Escaping is way easier now. Thinking, gotta predict the attack and move a step ahead. Just breezing through, dodging attacks from every gnoll in that direction, avoiding every single one. Monsters can hit a thing, but at some point, when confidence kicks in, a blade comes flying, slashing the neck. Blood sprays the floor, stability gone, dropping to knees once again. Scene repeats, all gnolls clearing the path for the boss to step up. MC notices the leader shows up when there's a fatal wound. Leader rushes past trying to strike. MC can't match that monster's speed. Bam, hit in the arm again. Says after dying tons of times to that poison, learned a trick. Ducking down like going to charge the others nearby. So they kill instantly. Thinking instead of writhing in pain forever, this is way better. Wakes up again to repeat it all, jumping out of bed in one go. Waking up decided, today's the day to master evasion instinct. Frala is there again, noticing the full armor right in the morning. Says in the repeating day, Logan never changed. Went after the sect and didn't come back. Asks if she knows about the sect, she spills the usual info. Talking about summoning rituals, using humans as sacrifices. MC comments on those rituals, mentioning rumors among mercenaries about a monster spreading flames, a salamander. Says they say, the sect summoned it. She says it's no rumor, saw the sect summon a salamander with her own eyes. And then, monsters start gathering to attack the village again. MC says at dawn, monsters cover the village. Endless gnolls, uncountable attack patterns. Says, I get it now. While another monster lunges, dodging it that's run 501. Pushing forward time after time, trying every trick to learn what's needed. Trying to thin the herd while waiting for the leader's charge. Says the sensations etched by repetition started moving while the monsters attack. Surrounded, thinking dodge, block, or counter. Says the best answer usually comes from instinct, but still prepping for something. While one of the dead monsters pulls a sword, looking back, just dropping the sword from the waist, banking on accumulated experience, charging the next gnoll. Then, after a long time, finally reaching sunset, while still dodging every blade coming this way. Sun finally drops, night arrives. Fighting under the red moon now, getting hyped, grinning while dodging swords. Not stopping at all, having a blast with that battle. Something in Charon's realm starts changing as the MC dodges even better. Says the trick isn't just seeing fast and dodging. Drops piling up in the realm of the blade. MC says need to develop instant judgment and coordination for the actions that follow. Starting to realize something, grinning with joy. Evasion instinct acquired, realizing it's mastered, using it to the max, reaching Charon's realm again. Charon tells the MC that just enduring isn't the answer. Back to the present again, says obviously that S known, cause their S a plan. One day survived without dying after 200, today S the day to do something. Goes to Zodo S bed, ripping the blanket off, waking everyone up abruptly. Zodo asking what the hell was that? MC tells everyone to stand up, telling Finster to prep to move out, and Kree got another job for that one. But Logan asks why this early in the morning. MC says not much time, cause at dawn the gnoll hordes enter the village. Before that, gotta finish preps to cross that wall. MC tells the two girls he remembered something, calling their attention. Says some cultists fled on a mission he took back in the Merc days. Saw some similar guys in the village. Logan asks if that memory is legit. MC says nobody beats my memory. She says her gut wasn't wrong, saying she'll check that guy out. MC says even though she never came back in any of the loops, now she's aware of the monster invasion. So it might be different. Even if not, doesn't mess the plan. Tells Chise, bring Delt. She asks if he really thinks Delt will listen calmly. MC says, bring him anyway. Hostage the village chief if needed. Finster asks if he's sure he can take that responsibility. MC doesn't even answer him, just calling Finster. Finster gets surprised. MC says, gotta take the wall first, and the two join in. MC says the monster's invading. The village gotta pass through that wall to get in. Doesn't believe the wall they bragged about so much was destroyed. So, the guy's wondering if the gnolls hopped the wall with those stubby legs. Figures there's only one answer. The gate was cracked open. Since Finn didn't come back from the wall on day 1, enemies must have been crawling all over. He figures the wall guards were cultists. They look shook seeing the MC, recognizing him as the dude from yesterday. MC tells him straight up, he's in charge now. From this second on, every soldier here follows his orders. One guy asks what the heck he's saying, thinking he needs Captain Delt's permission. But the MC goes, insubordination means instant death, and draws his sword. Everyone gets ticked off, aiming bows and cursing him out. Then MC reminds him the bell always rang when monsters showed up. If every guard was a cultist, they wouldn't have rung the bell. Means there was one innocent guy among them. He was civil guard, probably that dude over there, seen his face ringing that bell for 200 days. So, while the mob tries to kill him, that guard down below yells to wait, screaming not to shoot cause he's right there. But the MC blocks the arrows, saving his hide. Meanwhile, Esther jumps the guys climbing the wall, taking one out fast. At the same time, Finn climbs up with her, trying to smack the other guy on the side. MC sees the sun coming up and the gnolls closing in. MC asks if the gate is actually locked. The old guy says the bolt is solid, but the MC tells him to double check. Then the guy Finn is pinning starts screaming. The old man realizes something's wrong and asks why it's cracked. The bolt's about to fall, and monsters are arriving. Finn asks if he is crazy, cause the horde is coming, but the old guy says he's gotta swap it out. This goes down while the cultist below yells not to mess with their god-s work, firing magic up at Finn. He tries to hit, while the other goes for Esther. MC screams to push those bastards off. Finn moves fast, just as the spell is about to fly. Esther tosses her guy too. Both fall right in front of the gnolls and get trampled instantly. While they head to the front, the old man finally wedges the wood in, stopping the rush of those runts banging on the wall. Meanwhile, the civil guard captain is wondering what the hell is happening. MC looks back and sees Delt and the guard made it. Zudo brought him just in time. He asks if they did exactly what he said. MC says the gnoll pack is targeting the village, so it's a code red. Mission rules say he's the boss now. Delt still salty, saying he's pulling this out of nowhere. Then the old guy sees them banging non-stop. MC asks if they can figure out priorities and orders them to fire arrows first. Delt hears the orders and says he'll explain later. He tells everyone to get up top and rain arrows down, wiping out those monsters. MC says even if the gate's blocked and gnolls are kept out, as long as the horde stands, they haven't won the day. So MC asks if that's a side door. The old guy says yeah, but asks why he's bringing it up. MC asks if they can crack it open a bit. The old guy's shocked, asking if he wants to open it now. MC yells for Esther to help. She dives on the monsters by the gate, killing them so the MC can get out. They say the gnolls hesitated cause of the panther. They were keeping distance thanks to Esther. MC asks if it's good, and the old guy quickly opens the door. He says a horde only collapses when the leader is dead. He's gonna tear through that pack of gnolls to kill the boss. He starts a wild dance, charging right at that thing. The civil guard watches, totally stunned. They see this crazy dude running straight into the gnoll pack. The captain orders him to cover him with arrows. MC keeps pushing toward that psycho monster leader. My friend, this is insane. Might have to loop again, but if not, it's gonna be cinema. If you want the next part, don't forget to like, subscribe, and show some love in the comments. We need it more than ever, so I can get the other channel back and bring you guys fresh content. Catch you in the next video. Peace out.